Chapter 1 Rebirth. Chen Nian washed Joel to Wakabi pain. Ina days, she glimpsed an old-fashioned clock enthusiastable, accompanied by a kipidin ml basin. At that moment, her head wazelry spinning, and bethete mesharika eend her senses. A bukid struck her squarely in the face. A sharp pain shot through her nasal bridge, and warmth surged forth, filling her mouth with the metallic taste of blood. Why don't you just go to you disaster? A familiar feminine voice said through the air, brandishing a broom in anger. Chen Nian instinctively, causing the larger broom to crash to the floor with a resounding thud. Following the broom's trajectory, Hirias felupana fascia recognized to a well. Stunned, she thought, had she not already deed? She still consider Sayu her sister, always urging me to treat ubiter. Doyo you then deserve it. Chen Nian regarded he with an expression devoid of emotion, her mind quickly piecing together the current situation. She had been reborn. Reborn on the verite when the misunderstanding led to her adoptive sister's leg being broken, and when she was merciless of it in the past, she belly evet the deslung as he excelled brought glory to Jai family, shu dearn her parents' affection and her brother's approval. Suppressing her true self, she declined thiefer from the special forces, opting instead to remain in the capitalis anarchives administrator for the military, caring for Huianthiers. In the end, she became evidencio feron mediocrity. She endeavored to please her three brothers, cooking soup for them, willing to do anything for their sake. Yet, ultimately, I'd wash her most trusted brother ho bound her to the operating table, merely to provide kidney for June. In that flating moment before losing consciousness in that appearing table, Shevageli heard her skin brother Jiming's disdainful words. Using her kidney for Jian was a humiliation to Jiyun. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Nian couldn't help but out a self-deprecating laugh. The family should hot washer street hair with liskynest Hannah straight against the street. Chen Nian low-key data frenzied he huped for her. In Ruth, Jiyun had not broken her leg or futhin to Vin being sprained. She had deliberately tumbled down has stairs stoivated the upcoming performance in the countryside next month, hoping to remain and connect with Zo's influential figure. Reluctant to bear the blame for her sudden withdrawal, Jiyun shifted the entire responsibility on Chen Nian. In her past life, Chen Nian had been utterly wilder bethevance, and in her ignorance, she was branded as hyperpetrator ho harmed in. For the cadestry after, whenever Jian facet in a discomfort, the Jifamoyanthos around there would hold Chen Nian accountable for the incident. Even the act of extracting her kidney was justified in their eyes. Listening to he was various insults and tirades, Chen Nian my leg rumor pronounced. If she couldn't provoke him, could she not escape? This familiar lished playing through Liof Jian cherish darling. Sash would provide them with a stage to perform thyron drama. She simply locked thinner guy to accompany them in a longer. He was previously furious demeanor suddenly commented upon hearing Chen Nian's words. She curled her lips into a sneer, retorting what have ever had the twassum provide abuse? Leave. Fine, then regurgitate tiver thinjuv consumed over theirs. Your life was given to a beam. As Chen Nian listened to Hua's words, her heart remained unperturbed. Disappointment and sorrow had long been exhausted before her tragic demise. During my 3 years since Jai household, my monthly yand allowance amounted to 30 for 1 and 7 cents. It gave out her Taiwan for household expenses achment surely that suffice for my 3 years worth of sustenance. We opened her mouth to read it, but Chen Nian deftly discarded her clothes at his feet, interrupting her. Since you always claim I've taken advantage of Jai family, then fine, I shall leave it just as ye entered. Chen Nian turned and walked toward a small room beneath the staircase, the door sloping with the stairs, requiring her to duck hereditary to phone me tersaventi. It was a storage room. Yet, these was where she had resided for 3 years. Jiyun's grand room remained occupied by her alone, at a privilege in the entire courtyard. Looking back for the Jai family, Jiyun wasn't an outsider, she was the Nuhasanther of outsider. When Chen Nian emerged again, she clutched a teared bundle in her hand, her feet cladine strawsandals, and her clothes ill-fitting, riddled with patches. As had done at the satire, she instinctively chuckled. She had grievously worried that the clothes might be too small. Yet they fit just perfectly. I'd waste even better than when she had been in the mountain with Wolf Mother, where everything washers, and she could eat whatever she pleased. Such pretense. He observed Chen Nian's emergence even though Chen Nian washed dressed in reject clothing. She failed to recognize I tasked the authority and have worn upon for starving mistaken jit for ploy offbity. So she intended Torian away, did she? If she didn't brain the crooked Benov Chen Nian's this time, she wouldn't birth your name he. As for her husband Danson's, We felt no pursuit whatsoever. N'avait aucune shade fondness for Chen Nian. Her husband occasionally showed concern. Beautifully learned that Chen Nian had pushed Jian down the stairs, resulting in Jian's broken leg. Zhang Jun would certainly erupt in fury. This is the severance agreement. I have already signed it. Chen Nian mocked, curling her lips in a sardonic smile. I just wonder if I can trilitic of Jai family? Don't say later thought our signature doesn't count. He were rederize, fearful that Chen Nian would have a change of heart. Moving so swift light her finger grazed it he giofte paper. Chen Nian frowned but dismissed it, watching us read through it he severance agreement in hast, retrieving the pen and swiftly signing her name up in it. Chapter 2. In this home there is Chen Nian but not me. At the very moment Hui made her move, Chen Nian had already anticipated her action. Just as the severance letter was about to be flung at her face, Chen Nian swiftly grasped it, carefully folding it before placing it into her patched bag. A profound sense of liberation washed over her, and her smile became more genuine. Comrade, we may never meet again. With that, Chen Nian walked briskly towards the door, as if her departure from the Ji family was not merely a simple farewell but a bold stride towards a brighter future. She no longer wished to compromise her own dignity by merely being an archive administrator for the Ji family's reputation. She aspired to be a soldier, a true soldier. Hui remained at the doorway, observing Chen Nian's retreating figure, moving with such haste, as though the Ji family were a den of dragons and tigers. At the thought of this, any flicker of panic Hui might have felt was swiftly drowned in a tide of anger. Was it merely a charade? The moment Chen Nian boarded the bus, gazing out at the swiftly receding gates of the compound, she felt as though some shackles within her had shattered completely. She counted her savings with the confidence to leave the Ji family. Chen Nian had also made subsequent arrangements. Although she was obligated to contribute 30 yuan monthly for household expenses, she was, in truth, a person of modest desires. In the military, uniforms and shoes were provided every quarter, and she took pride in wearing the military attire, finding it quite comfortable. Thus, even if she was left with just over 5 yuan each month, she had managed to save a little over 100 yuan over the years. As for accommodation, that was even simpler. She could easily apply for a dormitory. This is precisely why so many people aspire to enlist, because aside from a salary, the military truly covered all one's needs. During busy times, there was hardly any opportunity to spend money. With her thoughts crystallizing, Chen Nian's demeanor brightened, her eyes sparkling with a newfound lightness. Just as she stepped out, a military jeep pulled up at the gates of the Ji family's courtyard. A man in uniform emerged from the vehicle, followed by another man in a white shirt. The two bore a striking resemblance, their features echoing the same spirited vigor that Chen Nian possessed. "Mom, where's Chen Nian?" Ji Ming barged in, his face flushed with anger, bluntly demanding, "Tell Chen Nian to come out." Ji Ming tugged at the buttons of his chest, breathing heavily, his fury seemingly hot enough to ignite his hair. His tone suggested he was addressing a sworn enemy rather than his own sister Jilan, who had entered moments later, caught Ji Ming's words and frowned disapprovingly. "Keep your voice down. Do you want the entire compound to witness our family's disgrace?" Ji Ming grimaced and plopped down on a nearby sofa. In their household, aside from the patriarch Ji Yongjun, who held absolute authority, the eldest son commanded the most respect. Even Hui had to lower her head somewhat in the presence of her eldest son. "Mom, where's Chen Nian?" "Bring her out," Jilan interjected, his tone heavy with expectation. Hui sat nearby, peeling an apple, seemingly unfazed by the severed ties with her own daughter. In fact, she appeared quite content, indulging in fruit at home. She pouted slightly, signaling her brothers to look at the table, and said, "Is she trying to show off her authority? She wants to sever ties with our family. Isn't it just an act? I've signed my name. Let us see how she handles it." Hui huffed. She stubbornly refuses to admit that she harmed Xiaoyan. "Sever ties?" Jilan furrowed his brow and questioned Hui. "Mom, did you discuss this matter with Dad? What's wrong? If she wants to cut ties, should I, as her mother, kneel down and beg her not to?" Hui retorted, her irritation palpable in response to her eldest son's inquiry. "Have you considered the things she has done in our home these past few years? It's for the best if she leaves. It will bring peace, and Xiaoyan won't have to endure so much suffering." "That's right." Ji Ming, who had been quietly listening, raised his hand in support of their mother, declaring, "Eldest brother, I wholeheartedly back Mom on this matter. Have you thought about how our family has fared since Chen Nian came? Xiaoyan is now hospitalized with a fracture. Do you really want her to be bullied to death by her?" Ji Ming's words dripped with disdain for Chen Nian, as if having such a sister were the most repulsive thing imaginable. In this household it was either Chen Nian or him. "Eldest brother, even if you don't care about me, consider Xiaoyan. Last year when you were in the hospital for so long, wasn't it Xiaoyun who made you chicken soup every day? He Hui's eyes flickered at this remark. There had indeed been chicken soup, but it was not Xiaoyun who prepared it. It was Chen Nian, however. He Hui opted not to disclose this, regardless of who had cooked it. The soup had been delivered by Xiaoyun, and that made little difference. Jilan seemed swayed, merely frowning as he turned to say, I'll go pack a few clothes. After all, Chen Nian is part of our family. Just as he lifted his foot, Jilan posed an especially awkward question. Ahem, Mom, which floor is Chen Nian's room on? The others found nothing amiss, and He Hui casually pointed toward the staircase, saying the room downstairs. There's nothing to pack. If she wants to be stubborn, she shouldn't take anything from the house. Jilan had no time to engage in such discussions with He Hui. It was better for his father to handle matters concerning his wife. However, upon entering Chen Nian's bedroom, Jilan was taken aback. The Ji family's circumstances were certainly not poor. While they may not be extravagantly wealthy, they were undoubtedly above the standard of most people today. Yet, Chen Nian's bedroom was dark and disorganized. Even in broad daylight, one needed to turn on the lights to see the state of the room. He swallowed hard. Compared to the carefully decorated room of Ji Yun, even Jilan's temporary quarters in the army were vastly superior to Chen Nian's. Indeed, He Hui, having grasped the implication of her eldest son's words, retorted with indignation, so what? No matter how you look at it, it's still better than her previous living conditions in a cave on the mountain. Besides, if she were more obedient, I would have changed her room long ago. It's all her own fault for being useless. Jilan took a deep breath. Not wishing to argue about familial relationships with his mother any longer, He Hui exchanged a glance with Ji Ming, both sharing a disdainful expression. Though it was the 1970s, quite a number of people in the capital still took public buses. Chen Nian stood for 3 stops before finally finding an empty seat. Just as she sat down, a glint of silver caught her eye from the corner. She discreetly glanced over. A sharp blade, propelled by the inertia of the bus turning, swiftly slashed through the pocket of an elderly lady nearby. 2 slender fingers stealthily delved inside, grasping a beige small pouch poised to emerge with it. Just as success seemed imminent, a delicate, pale hand suddenly reached out and firmly clasped the pickpocket's wrist. What a pity that this young man, capable of honest work, resorted to such thieving antics. Chen Nian, with one hand holding her tattered bag and the other effortlessly restraining the pickpocket's wrist, not only immobilized him but also pressed down on his wrist, rendering his entire right arm powerless. The appearance of Chen Nian startled the elderly lady, nearly causing her to leap in shock. With sharp eyes, she spotted her wallet in the pickpocket's possession, her eyes bulging in disbelief. How dare someone steal from her? Wielding her fan, she swung it at the pickpocket's face, berating him, you look respectable, yet engage in such despicable acts. Whose child are you? What is your name? Speak. The coarse fan left several scratches on the young thief's face. I don't understand what you're saying. He yelped in pain, yet still attempted to defend himself. You dropped your things and I was merely picking them up. This old hag suddenly interfered. You shouldn't speak recklessly. Still dare to lie. Chen Nian frowned, applying more pressure. She turned to the ticket collector behind her and inquired, Sister, is there a police station ahead? I will take him there. Let the police determine the truth of the matter. Chapter 3. Chen Nian possesses even more hidden talents. In this day and age, buses not only have drivers but also ticket collectors. When the bus is not crowded, the ticket collector sits in a single seat near the front. When it is busy, they must stand to work. Hearing the commotion, the ticket collector promptly replied, Don't worry, young lady, there is indeed a police station ahead. We can head straight there. Whether he is a thief or merely picking up items, the police will surely find out. The passengers on the bus voiced their support, for it was not rush hour, and they were uncertain if they too had been robbed. After expressing her gratitude, Chen Nian cast a steely glance at the pickpocket, delivering a sharp kick to his knee, effectively pinning him against the railing of the bus. Behave yourself. The pickpocket cursed his misfortune for leaving home without checking the auspiciousness of the day. Just as his prize was within reach, an unexpected challenger had arisen. If he were to be taken to the police station, his fate would be sealed. With his head lowered, he began to plot his next move. Madam, please check your wallet. Has anything gone missing? Chen Nian effortlessly retrieved the small cloth bag and returned it to the elderly lady, after cautiously counting the money and receipts while hiding beside her. The lady sighed in relief. Nothing is missing. It's all here. With that, she struck the pickpocket on the head with her fan once more, scolding with hands and feet. You engage in such disgraceful behavior. You bring shame upon your parents. Then looking up with a beaming smile at Chen Nian, she said, My dear, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to explain this to my eldest grandson. His birthday is approaching, and our entire family has implored the elders to finally procure a ticket for a cream cake. We have all agreed to purchase a cake next week for his birthday. If we were to misplace it, I would be utterly at a loss," the aunt exclaimed, her hand resting protectively over her wallet pocket, her expression one of relief. Chen Nian fully comprehended the aunt's words. A ticket for a cream cake is indeed a rare find. Such tickets are primarily available in the capital, Shanghai, and a few larger cities in the northeast and many other cities. Even the desire to buy one is thwarted by a lack of availability. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the police station. The passengers disembarked in a flurry alongside Chen Nian, eager to serve as enthusiastic bystanders and witnesses. The pickpocket, however, was not idle. He lingered, reluctant to head into the countryside. For the farm life was even harsher, and he was even less inclined to go there. In an effort to evade him, Chen Nian instinctively loosened her grip and turned to the side. Seizing the opportunity, the pickpocket exerted force and miraculously escaped from Chen Nian's grasp. Observing her empty right hand, Chen Nian scoffed coldly. Did he truly think she was incapable of holding on to him? She shoved her small, tattered bag into the aunt's embrace and like a bolt of lightning darted away. When she had been on Baifeng Mountain, pursuing prey alongside the wolf mother, that pickpocket was still idly playing with his bodily functions. The passengers on the bus barely had time to utter a sound before witnessing the pickpocket, who had not fled far, being captured by the pursuing Chen Nian. The group led by the aunt watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Was this speed even achievable by an ordinary person? The subsequent events unfolded rather smoothly. The police officer immediately recognized the pickpocket as a habitual offender, and retained Chen Nian and the aunt for statements, while the others were free to leave after brief inquiries. Aunt Lu clung to Chen Nian's hand with determination, as if indicating she would not release her until she spoke. Chen Nian had a deep understanding of the fervor of people in this era. Having been given a second chance at life, she was resolute in not squandering her time and energy on those unworthy of it. Unable to extricate herself, Chen Nian could only say, "My name is Chen Nian, and I work as an archive administrator in the military. There is no need to trouble yourself with a meal. I am quite busy today, perhaps another time if the opportunity arises." Upon hearing that Chen Nian worked in the military, Aunt Lu's eyes brimmed with warmth. Noticing Chen Nian's patched clothing and straw sandals, she refrained from asking further and thoughtfully retrieved paper and pen, writing down her home address and phone number. "This is my home and the number is from my retirement unit. You must come visit. Otherwise, I will have to search the entire capital for you." Chen Nian had no choice but to provide her own address, finally freeing herself under Aunt Lu's satisfied gaze. As for the police station's mention of a reward for acting heroically, Chen Nian paid it little mind. Her body was youthful and robust, and capturing that pickpocket felt like mere play. In her previous life, to satisfy He Hui and the others, Chen Nian had enlisted and become an archive administrator in the military. Yet, deep down, she had never wished to be merely an administrator. Her skills were commendable. She had trained systematically under the mysterious old man who had appeared in the mountains during her upbringing, and she could shoot as well. Chen Nian aspired to be a true soldier. With this thought, she took a deep breath, her youthful face radiant with vitality, and with her small tattered bag in hand, she sped away with her long legs. As Chen Nian exited the police station, he fortuitously brushed past a man clad in military uniform. The man, upon realizing who had just crossed his path, abruptly halted his stride, his thick, arched eyebrows knitted together in confusion as he regarded Chen Nian, whose attire was tattered and patched, complemented by worn-out straw sandals. Was the Ji family truly in such dire straits? "Xiao Di." Aunt Lu emerged, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the tall man standing at the doorway. "What brings you here?" Little did she expect to wait in vain at home for so long. After inquiring, she discovered that Aunt Lu had been at the police station all along. "What is there to worry about?" Aunt Lu waved her hand dismissively, exuding a sense of ease. "I'm old enough to handle myself. And besides, there are still plenty of good people around. Let me tell you, I just encountered this remarkable young lady who, in the blink of an eye, took down a burly man and vanished like a flash." As Wen Di recalled the fleeting encounter with Chen Nian, he immediately speculated that this was the very person Aunt Lu spoke of. Chen Nian, a faint smile graced Wen Di's lips as he reminisced about their first meeting, his elongated phoenix eyes sparkling with mirth. What significance did speed hold? Chen Nian possessed far greater talents concealed beneath the surface. Aunt Lu, perceptive as ever, noticed the subtle change in her nephew's demeanor and leaned in with eager anticipation. "What is this? Do you know her?" Wen Di supported Aunt Lu, his handsome visage reflecting a hint of helplessness as he replied, "We've crossed paths once." Subsequently, he deftly shifted the conversation, diverting Aunt Lu's attention. Yet, thoughts of Chen Nian's ragged clothing cast a fleeting shadow over Wendy's expression. If his memory served him right, that was precisely the attire Chen Nian had donned upon her emergence from Baifeng Mountain. Chapter 4. Your elder brother has come to seek you. Applying for dormitory accommodation proved to be quite straightforward. With the number of female soldiers in the military being limited, there were several vacant beds in the girls' dormitory. Before submitting her application, Chen Nian changed into a set of clothes she had left behind for this very purpose. The personnel in the logistics department asked no further questions, they simply affixed their signatures, handing Chen Nian a key. With a beaming smile, Chen Nian accepted the key and with a cheeky demeanor, requested an additional military uniform from the logistics department. Didn't you just receive a fresh supply? This requires a fabric coupon, Aunt Chen, responsible for logistics, reminded her. Aunt Chen, I don't have a coupon. Would it suffice if I offered to pay? Chen Nian playfully pouted. Aunt Chen, who managed the archives and frequently interacted with the logistics department, was well aware that she was the most kind-hearted person in that office. The female soldiers often confided in her, knowing she would readily lend a helping hand whenever possible. Aunt Chen had heard whispers regarding Chen Nian's circumstances. Despite her change of attire, traces of blood still lingered near her nostrils. With a resigned sigh, Aunt Chen regarded Chen Nian a few times, conceding, all right then, hurry and choose, just leave the money behind, and I'll ensure you receive the coupon later. Thank you, Aunt Chen. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, a sight that was truly delightful. As Aunt Chen watched Chen Nian's retreating figure, she pondered how such a wonderful child could be so unappreciated by He Hui and Ji Yongjun. Living in the same compound, she was well aware of the troubles surrounding Ji Yun. In truth, Aunt Chen held little fondness for Ji Yun, finding her too cunning for her young age, with far too many schemes up her sleeve. Aunt Chen did not neglect to advocate for Chen Nian in the courtyard. However, the influence of a single individual is invariably limited, and considering her regular work obligations, where would she find the time and energy to attend to such matters? Look! Aunt Chen holds great expectations for Chen Nian, as she sits in her chair, shaking her head and declaring, He Hui and Ji Yongjun will undoubtedly come to regret this. Upon receiving the keys along with new clothes and shoes, Chen Nian made her way to her designated dormitory. She noticed several pairs of shoes left out to dry at the entrance, alongside garments hanging in the corridor. After knocking on the door and hearing no response, she finally used the key to enter. The room was a 6-person dormitory, but 3 of the upper bunks were unoccupied. Chen Nian chose the upper bunk at the back of the door and had just placed her modest belongings when the dormitory door swung open. A woman in military attire rushed in, panting, exclaiming, "It's sweltering. When will summer be over?" Upon recognizing who it was, the woman's expression darkened and she scolded Chen Nian. "What are you doing here? Who permitted you to enter?" At that moment, Chen Nian recalled the existence of Su Balian, Ji Yun's foremost sycophant. Su Balian would follow Ji Yun's every whim without question. Initially, she had aspired to join the arts troupe, but lamentably, her voice was inadequate and her physique too rigid to sing or dance. She was utterly inept with instruments as well. Ultimately, she leveraged connections to secure a position as a communications officer responsible for connecting telephone lines. "I entered quite openly," Chen Nian remarked, her meager luggage swiftly organized. Observing Su Balian's still fuming demeanor, she added with a smile, "What about you? Ji Yun is performing theatrics in the hospital. Shouldn't you hurry to take your place? What would the show be without you? After all, you are Ji Yun's principal supporting actress." Chen Nian scoffed. Recalling that Su Balian's outcome had not been particularly favorable, Yun merely regarded her as a tool, indifferent to the fates of those around her. "How can you even say that?" Su Balian retorted, her appearance matching her name, resembling a pitiful little white lotus. Yet now, her face was contorted with anger. Distorting her previously amiable features, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Nian, she exclaimed, "If it weren't for your treachery, would Xiao Yun be in the hospital? It's all your fault." Chen Nian understood well that Ji Yun was likely weeping in the hospital, spreading the narrative that Chen Nian had pushed her down, resulting in a fracture that prevented her from participating in the upcoming outreach performance. However, Chen Nian was acutely aware that Ji Yun's leg was perfectly fine. The uproar was merely a ploy to avoid missing an opportunity to meet influential figures. It was only later that Chen Nian stumbled upon the truth. By that time, she was no longer an archive administrator and was unaware of the specifics. She only knew that this prominent figure had an extraordinary future ahead, and Ji Yun had lamented multiple times about being so close to making an acquaintance. Chen Nian was all too familiar with the calculating glint in her eyes. As she observed Su Balian shrinking back in fear, Chen Nian maintained her grip without the slightest hint of relent in her struggle. Su Balian felt her wrist throbbing with increasing pain. How had she not realized before? This Chen Nian was truly deranged. If she were not mad, how could she behave so wildly? Of course, in Su Balian's mind, there was an even more significant reason. After all, she was Ji Yun's top lackey. Regarding many matters concerning Ji Yun, Su Balian was well aware that if it were someone else, they might genuinely believe that Chen Nian was the one who harmed Ji Yun. However, Su Balian could not help but wonder if Ji Yun had orchestrated this situation to frame Chen Nian. After all, this was not the first time Ji Yun had engaged in such underhanded tactics. Over the years, she had managed to incite a profound disdain for Chen Nian among those around her. Thus, Su Balian dared not confront Ji Yun. If she were to ruin Ji Yun's schemes, the one to suffer would undoubtedly be herself. Let's go. Chen Nian urged Su Balian, leading her outside with an air of nonchalance. It's perfect timing for others to see whether I truly harmed Ji Yun. Su Balian was so frightened that tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She struggled but could not break free. How had she never realized Chen Nian possessed such strength? She could not muster a rebuttal. Su Balian feared that any words from her would only serve to create an even greater farce. Are you afraid? Chen Nian halted her pull on Su Balian, turning around with a smile. This scene left Su Balian feeling utterly distraught. Had she known Chen Nian would be so unhinged, she would have never dared to provoke her. Terrified, she nodded vigorously, desperate to appease Chen Nian. Get lost? Chen Nian spoke with remarkable rudeness, with tears brimming in her eyes. Su Balian glanced around, realizing that only Chen Nian remained in the dormitory. And she no longer dared to linger. Chen Nian's restraint in not striking the people from Ji Yun's side was already a testament to her remarkable forbearance. With Su Balian dealt with, Chen Nian no longer worried about her dormitory life. After finally cleaning her bed, she intended to lie down when Aunt Chen knocked on the door, her tone somewhat peculiar as she said, Xiao Nian, have you rested? Your older brother is here to see you. Chapter 5 Regrets upon returning to the Ji family. Jilan. Chen Nian sat up, contemplating before she decided to open the door. Aunt Chen, turning her back to Jilan, exchanged knowing glances with Chen Nian as she opened the door. Who was unaware? Among the Ji family, those brothers were most fond of Ji Yun, treating Chen Nian, their own sister, as an adversary. Particularly the second brother, who wished for Chen Nian's very existence to vanish. The eldest brother, Jilan, had not been known for his attitude, but given Chen Nian's tumultuous experiences in the Ji family, one could easily guess his likely demeanor. Thank you, Aunt Chen. Chen Nian expressed her gratitude, stepping forward to shut the dormitory door behind her. What do you want? Make it brief, I don't have the time to waste. Jilan appeared somewhat taken aback, completely unprepared for Chen Nian's reaction, and her words were devoid of any emotion. This was not the Chen Nian he once knew. Jilan, pondering this, could not help but voice his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian felt a chuckle rise within her. What was the former Chen Nian like? Like a shadow trailing behind the Ji brothers, eager to serve them as though she were their servant? She truly wished to sever any ties with the Ji family. The only reason she had come to meet Jilan was that, compared to the others' disdain and overt contempt, Jilan, who often overlooked her, was bearable enough. It was merely to bring a definitive closure. However, Jilan did not take Chen Nian's remarks to heart. Instead, he spoke with an air of reproach and admonition, saying, Chen Nian, what do you mean by that? Are you truly escalating matters with your family over such trivialities? Furthermore, do you not bear any responsibility in this situation? Chen Nian, with her pinky finger, idly dug into her ear. To be honest, she had heard these arguments for decades in the Ji family. Her ears practically calloused from it. With a light laugh, Chen Nian, disinterested in further debate with Jilan, stated, firstly, Comrade He Hui has already signed the document severing ties, which we both acknowledged, and I hope everyone can show some respect for that severance letter. Seeing that Chen Nian clung to the issue of severing ties, Jilan was immediately consumed by anger, his face darkening as he prepared to confront her. Yet, Chen Nian raised her hand to block Jilan, her expression impassive as she continued, those who assert must provide evidence. Ji Yun consistently claims that I caused her to fracture her foot, therefore she should present evidence of my wrongdoing instead of merely spinning tales to condemn me. Chen Nian was confident in her rationale, believing that any reasonable individual would grasp the current circumstances. However, she had neglected to consider whether the Ji family possessed such reasoning. If they did, they would not be so easily manipulated by Ji Yun. Jilan inhaled deeply, as if bestowing a tremendous favor upon her, and said, You must now apologize to Mother and Xiao Yun. The severance of ties is irrelevant, given that you entered the military through the Ji family. You ought to realize that if you wish to advance here, the Ji family is your best option. Oh my goodness. Xiao Nian, the police just called to inform you that you are receiving an award for bravery. Aunt Chen's voice rang out clearly from downstairs, infused with excitement and a hint of her northeastern dialect. Leaning against the doorframe, Chen Nian chuckled softly. Pray tell, Deputy Regiment G, will receiving an award for bravery add even a modicum of luster to my otherwise unremarkable credentials? Ji Lan maintained a stern demeanor, striving to mock Chen Nian's fanciful thoughts, but given that they were still in the military, would such remarks not invite scrutiny? Chen Nian smirked, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Regret? She would only feel regret upon returning to the Ji family. Xiao Nian. Aunt Chen, having overheard Chen Nian's conversation with Ji Lan and coincidentally received a call from the police station, could not help but exclaim. It then dawned on Chen Nian that in her previous life, she had once confided in Aunt Chen about wanting to transfer positions. That incident had been entirely fortuitous. Aunt Chen's friend had gifted her a large bowl of sweet fermented rice. Claiming it was a light snack that would not intoxicate, Aunt Chen had insisted that the busy Chen Nian join her, and to her surprise, she became inebriated from a single bowl, embracing Aunt Chen and revealing her true feelings, lamenting her dissatisfaction with her current role as an archive administrator. Such sentiments were only expressed in the presence of Aunt Chen. She dared not voice them in front of the Ji family, who surely had their own judgments to pass. Unaware of this, Aunt Chen kindly offered her insights. I have heard that both the Armed Forces Department and the Logistics Division of the military hospital are short-staffed. With your high school education and now this award, transferring there should not pose much of a problem. That in truth, Aunt Chen had long felt that it was beneath Chen Nian's talents to remain as an archive administrator. Aunt Chen, Chen Nian said, wrapping her arm around Aunt Chen's. Over the past few years in the capital, the only warmth Chen Nian had experienced came from Aunt Chen. During her times of distress within the Ji family, she often pondered why Aunt Chen could not be her true kin. If only Aunt Chen were her mother, how wonderful that would be. I no longer wish to continue my clerical duties in the logistics and armed departments. Chen Nian may have concealed her intentions from others, but she would never succeed in deceiving Aunt Chen. Upon entering the dormitory, Chen Nian glanced around awkwardly and said, I haven't tidied up yet, so I won't pour you any water for now. Aunt Chen, seated in a chair, waved her hand dismissively, showing no concern for the water and instead anxiously inquired, why do you no longer want to go? Are you worried about what your family might say? Rest assured, I'll gather a few people to persuade the Ji family. At this point, Aunt Chen rolled her eyes in exasperation, expressing her anger. I've never encountered such parents. They are jeopardizing their child's future. Chen Nian in the archives found her path to advancement all too clear. However, should she join the armed department or the hospital logistics, there would always be avenues for promotion. Aunt Chen, having heard whispers about the Ji family, looked at Chen Nian with an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Sensing Aunt Chen's concern, Chen Nian quickly waved her hand and clarified, No, Aunt Chen, I have severed ties with the Ji family. Here is the severance letter. Presenting the document to Aunt Chen, she continued, moreover, my reluctance to go to the armed department and the hospital logistics has nothing to do with the Ji family. I have aspirations for a different path. The moment Aunt Chen laid eyes on the severance letter, her mind went blank. What were they thinking? Wasn't Chen Nian their daughter? For the sake of Ji Yun, that adopted daughter, they were mistreating their own flesh and blood. Before she could gather her thoughts to scold He Hui and her husband, she heard Chen Nian's words. A different place. Where else do you intend to go? Aunt Chen asked with concern. Chen Nian half squatted beside Aunt Chen, her bright eyes resembling the most radiant stars in the night sky, and resolutely declared, I want to enlist in the army to be a true soldier. Chapter 6. A half-month later, there will be an internal selection competition. But aren't you already? Aunt Chen instinctively retorted. Yet, upon meeting Chen Nian's gaze, she immediately grasped the meaning behind her words. In truth, Aunt Chen was somewhat aware of Chen Nian's background. By now, those young men regarded Aunt Chen's husband as a mentor. Thus, Aunt Chen might be the second most informed about Chen Nian's capabilities in the entire compound. The one most aware of her abilities was Aunt Chen's husband, Colonel Shi. Xiao Nian, are you truly certain? This is no easy feat since the military downsizing in the 50s, female soldiers have become exceedingly rare. Most are either cultural or medical personnel, along with a few administrative officers. Yet, it is evident that what Chen Nian desires is not among these. Aunt Chen gently caressed Chen Nian's hair, saying you don't need to push yourself so hard. Pay no heed to how the Ji family perceives or thinks of you. Life is meant to be lived for oneself. Do not allow the judgments and attention of others to overly strain you. Chen Nian lowered her head, leaning against Aunt Chen's knee, concealing her reddened eyes from view with her posture. At that moment, she felt a pang of regret that in her previous life, she had exerted so much effort to enter the Ji family, yearning for familial affection and concern. Little did she know that these had always surrounded her. She simply had not recognized them before. Aunt Chen, rest assured, Those individuals I observed during training were nothing extraordinary. They pale in comparison to my experiences on the mountain." As she spoke, confidence radiated from the corners of Chen Nian's eyes and brows. She was certainly well grounded in her assertion that Baifeng Mountain, if Chen Nian did not strive, she would face hunger devoid of strength, she would be unable to protect herself. The skills she had acquired were all learned in the pursuit of survival. Shaking her head, Chen Nian declared, "Aunt Chen, I will handle my own affairs, rest assured, I shall surely manage it well." The moment she stepped out of the Ji family, Chen Nian had already formulated a plan. She recalled that in half a month's time, there would be an internal selection competition. Due to changes in the international landscape, a highly skilled team capable of operating in diverse environments was required. This demanded not only ample physical stamina but also a certain level of education, as foreign languages and proficiency in various modes of transportation would need to be mastered later on. To select the most elite talents, this selection process involved choosing individuals from within each military district, followed by rotations among the major military zones for further training. Those who passed the final assessment would even have the opportunity to receive training abroad. In her previous life, Chen Nian had watched others sweat it out during the selection competition. Feeling a pang of envy in her heart in this new life, she did not wish to linger in the shadows, envying others. She too wanted to give it a try. If she could be selected, that would be splendid. If not, she could still seize this opportunity to apply for a transfer. With a plan in place, Aunt Chen refrained from further comments. She rose to assist Chen Nian in organizing her belongings, pointing out the items she still needed before heading downstairs. Amidst the chaos of the day, Chen Nian found it hard to gather her thoughts. The forthcoming events were of utmost importance to her. Gaining early insight into certain matters would facilitate her preparations. Perhaps due to the day's exhausting endeavors, Chen Nian had not yet formulated many plans before she succumbed to slumber on the warm grass mat. Her mind clouded. Did she truly believe that no one would notice her wearing patched clothing when she ventured out? Whispers had already circulated in the courtyard regarding their family's favoritism towards the adopted daughter. Ji Yongjun had even been reminded during work to keep a close watch on the rearguard due to such talk. Ji Ming, what are you laughing at? Ji Yongjun, seated behind the table, bore a strikingly similar yet stern countenance to his son. Unlike Ji Ming's rebelliousness and Ji Lan's composure, Ji Yongjun exuded a more mature demeanor, his temples graying slightly when his piercing gaze flicked toward Ji Ming. It seemed to carry a sharp edge. Among his three sons, he felt the most disappointment toward the second. Not only was he perpetually carefree, but he also frequently quarreled with his younger sister. Lacking the demeanor of an older brother, Ji Lan had always respected his father, yet being confronted so suddenly left him feeling uneasy. Surely, he could not resort to kidnapping individuals within the military. Could he? Dad, I believe we should not indulge her this time. That if she wishes to endure hardship, let her experience it fully. Ji Lan recalled the humiliation he had suffered in front of Chen Nian. His hands instinctively clenching tightly. In all his years, he had never faced such disgrace. Ji Yongjun remained silent, withholding his words. But how well did Hui truly understand her partner? Chen Nian's decision to run out in such clothing was undoubtedly a source of embarrassment for Ji Yongjun. As for the fact that it was she who had insisted Chen Nian change into that outfit, Hui would be foolish to voice that. She approached Ji Yongjun with the severance letter in hand, feigning seriousness, and remarked, I have always told you that child was raised by wolves. Her temperament is as wild as theirs, fiercely independent. Look, she writes the severance letter without a second thought, as if she holds you, her father, in any regard. Ji Yongjun inhaled deeply, a simmering fury brewing in his eyes upon witnessing the situation. Hui further fueled the flames, exclaiming, and what about Xiao Yun? You are well aware of how obedient that child is. Yet now she lies pitifully in the hospital. At this moment, Hui spoke with genuine emotion, her voice laced with a quivering tone. Her biological daughter, clad in tattered clothing and cast out from home, received not a word of concern from her. However, her adopted daughter, injured and bedridden, prompted her to make a special trip to arrange for a private nursing ward. Hui felt no sense of wrongdoing in her actions. If Chen Nian had been a good daughter, would she have withheld even a modicum of maternal affection? I have heard that this upcoming outreach performance is of great significance. Although Xiao Yun has already been promoted, she cannot possibly remain a mere backup dancer for life, can she? Such a talented child surely deserves to take center stage. Now, thanks to that wretched girl's antics, one cannot even be certain if she will dance again in the future. Ji Yongjun harbored expectations for this adopted daughter as well. Ji Yun, possessing striking looks, was a standout in the cultural troupe and maintained particularly good relationships with the offspring of many families in the compound. Ji Yongjun took a deep drag from his cigarette, his demeanor fierce. As though he were not a father addressing matters concerning his daughter. Chapter 7. All members of the Ji-Yun Victim Alliance. Chen Nian was unaware that the Ji family intended to pave a way for her, but at that moment she swiftly rolled off the upper bunk. You. Pan Meifeng pointed at Chen Nian, struggling for a moment to articulate. You are not Chen Nian. How did you end up here? Chen Nian had never encountered these two individuals before. Although everyone worked within the military, there were numerous civilian personnel, and Chen Nian had generally remained within the confines of the archives, rarely venturing out to form acquaintances. She offered a slight nod towards the pair and stated, I have applied for a dormitory and will be residing there from now on. Chen Nian had never intended for her relationship with her roommates to become overly strained. The altercation with Su Balian had arisen due to Su Balian being one of Ji Yun's sycophants. Even if this incident had not escalated, there would inevitably be another occasion. It was far better to subdue Su Balian in advance, allowing herself a measure of ease in the future. Pan Meifeng's eyes widened as she instinctively remarked, You are not from the capital? Why are you sharing a dormitory with us? The girl beside Pan Meifeng, with her hair styled in 2 braids and an apple-shaped face, nudged her with her elbow, signaling her to temper her words. Then, smiling, she extended her hand towards Chen Nian. Hello, Comrade Chen Nian. My name is Chen Nian. I am a correspondent, responsible for managing the correspondence and telephone communications within the company. Chen Nian. The reason Chen Nian remembered this individual was that Chen Nian was also one of the unfortunate souls in the Ji-Yun Victim Alliance. Although Chen Nian was currently serving as a correspondent, it would not be long before her talents were recognized and she was transferred to the cultural troupe. With her beautiful voice and innate gifts, she would swiftly become a pillar of the troupe. How could Ji-Yun allow anyone to overshadow her within the cultural troupe? She had designed a scheme that caused Chen Nian to inadvertently swallow tainted water, which ultimately ruined her voice. Hello, Chen Nian. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled as she grasped Chen Nian's hand, smiling as she said, Your voice is truly enchanting. Had I not known you were a correspondent, I would have assumed you were part of the cultural troupe. Chen Nian's apple-shaped face flushed a deep crimson, and upon hearing this compliment she shyly replied, Thank you for the praise, you are also quite lovely, with long hands and legs, making you particularly suited for dancing. Pan Meifeng, standing nearby, exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction as she scrutinized Chen Nian, curling her lips in disdain. After all this talk, aren't you merely seizing someone else's resources? You have a place to stay, yet you insist on competing with us for a bed. Logically speaking, there should be little interaction between Pan Meifeng and Chen Nian, and thus such intense animosity from Pan Meifeng towards Chen Nian seemed unwarranted. Sacrificing oneself for others. Chen Nian suddenly broke into applause, her face alight with admiration as she exclaimed, What a heart that thinks of others! The remark rendered Pan Meifeng somewhat flustered, however, recalling that Chen Nian was seen as a thorn in someone's side. Pan Meifeng straightened her back defiantly and glared at Chen Nian. Chen Nian, which bed does this selfless comrade occupy? I shall have her vacated immediately, leaving the first, second, and third beds available for comrades who are still uncertain of their whereabouts, especially those who live far away. Chen Nian's smile was sincere, her eyes sparkling with an assertive vigor as she calmly regarded Pan Meifeng. It seemed that as soon as Chen Nian identified Pan Meifeng's bed, Chen Nian would promptly pack her belongings and escort her out. Remembering how Chen Nian had nimbly descended from the upper bunk earlier, Pan Meifeng's lips quivered, and ultimately, with a reluctant swallow, she weakly muttered, I was merely joking. A joke, you say? I had thought the bed situation was so cramped that not even a single one could be freed up. I wonder when the roommates for those 2 empty beds will arrive, so I can lend a hand and avoid being accused of encroaching on others' interests. Chen Nian's smile vanished, her expression turning frosty, which rendered Pan Meifeng momentarily speechless. Not to mention that Chen Nian had experienced far more in life than the 20-something Pan Meifeng. The aura she had cultivated through her struggles on Baifeng Mountain was more than sufficient to intimidate Pan Meifeng. As Pan Meifeng met Chen Nian's gaze, she found herself at a loss for words, feeling as though those eyes were fixated on her like a predator stalking its prey, sending shivers down her spine. Had she known that Chen Nian was so formidable, she would have prepared herself before confronting her. After all she had done, that person remained oblivious, leaving her with a bellyful of frustration. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Nian hastily stepped forward to ease the tension. Meifeng is simply a bit straightforward. She didn't intend to offend you, however. Chen Nian's explanation felt rather unconvincing. Yet, Chen Nian reminded herself that this was merely their first encounter, and with at least half a month to reside here before any potential transfers or selections, it was prudent to maintain a sense of awareness regarding her surroundings. After all, in close quarters, one could easily find themselves vulnerable to the machinations of their roommates. I am quite amiable as long as we coexist peacefully. There will be no conflict. Chen Nian took a step back, casting a glance at Pan Meifeng before addressing Li Chunyan once more. If you think I am an easy target, I suggest you reconsider that notion. Pan Meifeng awkwardly nodded along, realizing she no longer dared to harbor any ill intentions towards Chen Nian. Li Chunyan, on the other hand, broke into a smile. Her relationship with Pan Meifeng was merely cordial. In their shared dormitory, Su Bai Lian was even more difficult to deal with, constantly looking down her nose at others. As another newcomer, Li Chunyan wished to avoid appearing overly unique in her character. Thus she reluctantly aligned herself with Pan Meifeng. Now that Chen Nian has arrived at the dormitory, she is indeed able to keep Pan Meifeng in check, which could not be better to be honest. She is thoroughly exasperated by the nonsensical antics and remarks of Pan Meifeng. It is as if she is a firefighter, constantly having to salvage the situation next to Pan Meifeng. Otherwise, who knows how it might affect her? Rest assured, we get along splendidly. Li Chunyan smiled, her eyes curving charmingly, her apple cheeks glowing with health, and her voice sweet and melodious. Chen Nian lowered her gaze, and a thought quickly sprang to her mind. Yes. She nodded, offering a friendly smile to Li Chunyan and said, Li Chunyan with such a beautiful voice, have you ever considered auditioning for the art troupe? I heard they are in need of a dancer for their rural outreach performance. Why not give it a try? Li Chunyan's heart fluttered at the suggestion. Compared to being a correspondent, she would undoubtedly prefer to join the art troupe. However, during her time in the countryside, her family lacked the means, and by the time she learned about the auditions for the county's art troupe, they had already concluded. It was only after she resolved to work hard that she succeeded in becoming a correspondent, unexpectedly being assigned to work in the capital. Each time she saw the group of girls from the art troupe together, she felt a pang of envy. The art troupe is short-staffed? She had not heard of that. Pan Meifeng, always well-informed, shook her head and said, besides, Li Chunyan is just a correspondent. If she goes, will the art troupe really take her? Don't be ridiculous. Chen Nian turned to place the neatly folded thin quilt on the bed, facing away from Li Chunyan, and remarked, why not give it a shot? It would be a pity for such a lovely voice to go to waste. Ji Yun, so reluctant to participate in this rural outreach performance, had even gone so far as to put on a cast. 100 days for healing bones. Could she really sit still and continue acting? Of course, Chen Nian would not allow Li Chunyan to tread the same path as before. While resolving her troubles, she could also help Li Chunyan avoid a hidden pitfall. This time, they were in a position of advantage. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. The advantage is mine. Chapter 8. Chen Nian. Get out here. Li Chunyan was indeed tempted. After all, it was the art troupe. She could almost hear her heart pounding at this moment, every cell in her body urging her to agree. However, a glance at the disapproving expression of Pan Meifeng in her peripheral vision made Li Chunyan shyly smile and say, let's see when the time comes. I'm quite happy with my current job. Pan Meifeng let out a sigh of relief. She too was from the capital, but lived far away and could not accommodate herself at home, which was why she applied for a dormitory. With her identity as a local, Pan Meifeng had always felt a sense of superiority in front of Li Chunyan. If Li Chunyan were to join the art troupe, there would be no one left to follow her around as a sidekick. Moreover, the art troupe. It truly is the art troupe. If not for her complete lack of musical talent and dancing skills, Pan Meifeng would have wanted to join as well. She did not fear her sister living a frugal life, but she dreaded the thought of her sister soaring to great heights. Even with her back turned to the two, Chen Nian could perceive their thoughts through their tones. She was not worried that Li Chunyan would decline the art troupe. Even if this opportunity slipped by, given Li Chunyan's fate, she would surely be recognized within a year. However, compared to a year later when Ji Yun might quickly suppress Li Chunyan at the first sign of her rising prominence, now was the best opportunity for Li Chunyan. She has severed ties with the Ji family, yet Ji Yun and the others subjected her to countless hardships, ultimately leading to her tragic demise on the operating table. Perhaps they have forgotten. Wolves are the most vengeful creatures. Raised by wolves, she naturally harbors a deep sense of resentment. Chen Nian exchanged a few pleasantries with Li Chunyan before excusing herself to the canteen, leaving the dormitory behind in the span of half a month. She must ascertain all the details surrounding that selection competition and prepare herself thoroughly. Moreover, although this body is youthful, it has undeniably grown lethargic during her years with the Ji family. Compared to her condition at Baifeng Mountain, she has deteriorated significantly. Indeed, once a person becomes complacent, the body swiftly reacts in kind. With this thought in mind, Chen Nian caressed her abdomen. Back at Baifeng Mountain, not only did she possess beautiful abdominal muscles, but she also showcased the coveted vest line that modern internet celebrities and fitness influencers flaunt. Now, while her abs are not entirely gone, they have thinned to a mere shadow of their former glory. The military playground never sees a moment of idleness. Even though it is not training time, many individuals remain present on the field. Chen Nian's hair had grown considerably during her time with the Ji family, and as she ran, her 2 braids danced behind her, accentuating her slender and tall figure. Her presence among the cluster of male soldiers on the playground was particularly striking. Wow! That female soldier runs incredibly fast. On the grass beside the playground sat 2 individuals. A man with a buzz cut, a blade of grass clamped between his lips, widened his eyes at the fleeting green figure that vanished before him. Not only that, he nudged his companion's arm, exclaiming, "Look, Lao Wen! Did you see that? She runs like a deer from my hometown." Wendy had noticed Chen Nian the moment she stepped onto the playground. He recalled her short hair, her dirty face, but her eyes, dark and bright, brimmed with wildness. Suddenly confronted with her transformed appearance, Wendy felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. The girl who once roamed the mountains alongside a pack of wolves, resembling a wild child, had grown her hair long and cleaned her face, emerging as this striking figure. "Lao Wen, I'm calling you. What are you thinking about?" The buzzcut man leaned in, his thick brows raised, grinning lewdly, thinking about the girl perhaps? "Look at you, all smitten." Wendy shot him a glare and unceremoniously shoved him away. "Nonsense." Watching the green figure sprint past one soldier after another on the playground, Wendy remarked, "You didn't recognize her? That's Chen Nian." The buzzcut man nodded. "Oh, Chen Nian. Chen Nian." After uttering her name, an image of a dirty wild child flickered in his mind, and he abruptly turned to Wendy. His expression one of sheer shock, his already dark skin contrasting sharply with the whiteness of his eyes. "She is Chen Nian. You can't be serious. Chen Nian is that beautiful? He is renowned in the regiment as a sharpshooter." With impeccable eyesight, although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, he had nonetheless discerned Chen Nian's striking features. The buzzcut man flailed his arms in disbelief. "Are you telling me that the wild child who used to howl like that is now this girl?" He gestured to his cheeks, mimicking braids, his astonishment palpable. "This can't be a dream, can it?" Wendy, disinterested in engaging with her somewhat eccentric friend, stood up, tucked her hat under her arm, and donned it before dashing onto the playground, swiftly catching up to Chen Nian's figure. "Chen Nian, do you remember me?" Wendy inquired, her breath steady and her demeanor relaxed. Even finding the leisure to converse with those around her, Chen Nian's condition was only slightly less favorable than Wendy's. She glanced sideways at the man beside her. He was indeed quite handsome, and his voice rang a bell, yet she had never encountered such a person in the capital. Given Wendy's striking appearance, it was inconceivable that Chen Nian would not remember her had they met before. Wendy then recalled that during their previous mission they had all been disguised. "Thank you for assisting my aunt today." Wendy shifted the topic. "The one you helped on the bus, Aunt Lu." "Oh?" Chen Nian nodded vigorously. "It's nothing, merely a small matter. Besides, if others had seen it, they would have lent a hand as well." Wendy pursed her lips, finding this notion somewhat at odds with her own. As she had run over, she had contemplated how to broach the subject. Yet now, standing beside Chen Nian, the words eluded her. It would be rather inappropriate to simply state that she was the one who had brought Chen Nian from Baifeng Mountain to the capital years ago. Noticing Chen Nian's attire earlier that morning, it was evident that she had not fared well in the Ji household. "Chen Nian, come out here." A furious shout erupted from the other end of the playground. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian immediately recognized the voice. It was as if the caller was not addressing her at all. As she maintained her pace, legs moving rhythmically, Wendy quietly observed Chen Nian, silently trailing beside her. Upon spotting Chen Nian, Ji Lang, who had noticed her presence, grew even angrier when she failed to approach him despite his call. Recalling what Hui had mentioned over the phone, Ji Lang felt a surge of rage, practically itching to confront Chen Nian and teach her a lesson right then and there. Chapter 9. The Ji family deserves each other. Chen Nian not only ignored Ji Lang but even quickened her pace as she ran past him, openly displaying her refusal to acknowledge him. The expression on Ji Lang's face, akin to someone suffering from constipation, caused Wendy to burst into laughter. "Is that amusing?" Chen Nian shot a glance at Wendy. Puzzled, she could not comprehend why this person felt the need to follow her throughout her run. Although her encounter with Aunt Lu was brief, the act of pursuing a thief hardly seemed significant enough to warrant such attention. When Chen Nian had accelerated her speed moments ago, Wendy had matched her pace, and they maintained an almost synchronized rhythm. One thing was clear. Wendy faced no challenge keeping up with Chen Nian. While Chen Nian was swift, her stamina paled in comparison to Wendy's. At present, Chen Nian's breathing had quickened slightly, yet Wendy remained unfazed, keeping her earlier pace and even engaging in conversation with Chen Nian. "I have never seen Ji Lang so flustered," Wendy mused. avoiding delving into the complexities of Chen Nian's relationship with the Ji family. Regarding Chen Nian's experiences over the past few years in the Ji family, Wendy naturally had his own channels for inquiry, so there was no need to ask Chen Nian, as if he could peel back someone's wounds. Such matters were beyond Wendy's capacity. Then shouldn't you thank me? Chen Nian, showing no hint of politeness, replied with a smile, all right, I won't run anymore. Although she claimed she would not run, she merely slowed her pace, transitioning from a jog to a brisk walk. Beside the military playground, there were numerous activities which Chen Nian had originally intended to practice one by one. However, with Ji Lang's arrival, it was evidently impossible as expected. Upon seeing Chen Nian's decelerated speed, Ji Lang furiously caught up to her. Chen Nian, do you not hear me calling? Have you gone deaf? Ji Lang's unrefined words elicited a frown from Wendy. If he recalled correctly, Ji Lang was the youngest son of the Ji family. With such an attitude from Ji Lang, Wendy could easily envision the predicament Chen Nian faced within the Ji household. Contemplating this, a surge of indignation ignited within Wendy. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing he might have been far happier than he was now. You. Before Wendy could articulate his thoughts, Chen Nian spoke first. She halted her steps, humor dancing in her eyes as she regarded Ji Lang. You don't seriously think that just because I treat you a bit better, it grants you the right to take liberties, do you? Why did Ji Yongjun and the others believe that Ji Lang and Chen Nian shared a good relationship? It was all a misunderstanding. At that time, Ji Yongjun was preoccupied with military drills and had no time to pay attention to such matters. He Hui was even less likely to notice. In her eyes, Chen Nian was no different from a debt collector. Eldest brother Ji Lan had just been promoted to camp commander, and had his mind elsewhere. Ji Ming openly displayed his disdain. It was Ji Lang who intervened, pulling Ji Ming back to save Chen Nian from embarrassment. Chen Nian had thought that at least one brother in this family welcomed her. Yet, she later discovered that Ji Lang's actions were entirely aimed at deceiving her. Cherishing this sentiment, she treated Ji Lang with utmost kindness, while he, relying on their relationship, privately humiliated her in various ways and pressured her to continually yield to Ji Yun. My previous tolerance towards you was a lapse in judgment, as I foolishly believed you could be a good brother. Now that I have cleared my mind, if you come before me again with your arrogance, I cannot guarantee I won't take action. Chen Nian's words were devoid of courtesy. She was not merely attempting to intimidate Ji Lang. Could he possibly believe that the same person who had eagerly traveled 2 hours to deliver food to him just yesterday would suddenly threaten to fight today? With his arms crossed over his chest, Ji Lang coldly scoffed at Chen Nian's words, dismissively retorting, Chen Nian, do you think you've earned any respect? I haven't even settled the score with you for causing Xiao Yun's fracture, and now you've grown bold enough to challenge mother? Ji Lang had heard of Chen Nian's intention to sever ties with the Ji family. Like Ji Lan, he was entirely incredulous. While Ji Lan considered the pragmatic implications, Ji Lang simply believed that Chen Nian had always clung to the Ji family, inherently lowly, and how could she possibly sever her connections? Such actions were merely an attempt to irritate the Ji family, akin to competing with Ji Yun. Humph! Upon hearing Ji Lang's words, Chen Nian understood precisely what was on his mind. Sometimes she felt that the Ji family truly deserved to be a family. Thus, when Chen Nian expressed her desire to leave, they all believed that the Ji family was indeed a prized possession, and that Chen Nian's wish to depart was merely a pretext. Ji Lang furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean by that? It holds no significance. Ji Lang, considering our blood relation, I prefer not to escalate matters too severely. If you choose to leave now, I shall act as though you never came. Chen Nian's gaze was fixed on the nearby horizontal bar, wishing only for Ji Lang to vacate the premises and not disrupt her training. She had a mere fortnight remaining, and with her regular work commitments consuming time, she was determined to excel in the upcoming selection. Chen Nian felt an acute sense of urgency weighing upon her. Yet, Ji Lang seemed oblivious, as if he were incapable of comprehending her words. Lifting his chin arrogantly and blocking her path, Chen Nian found his demeanor laughable, and without uttering a word, she stepped forward. Grasping Ji Lang by the shoulders and waist with a slight bend at the waist, she pressed her shoulder against his chest and, summoning her strength, executed a swift shoulder throw, sending the taller Ji Lang crashing to the ground. With a light pat of her hands, feeling invigorated, she proceeded to the horizontal bar, effortlessly leaping to grasp it and commencing her pull-up exercises. This sudden display not only startled Ji Lang but also left the onlookers in a state of shock. Chen Nian's movements were so swift that her peers barely had time to react before Ji Lang found himself groaning on the floor. In comparison to Ji Lan and Ji Ming, Ji Lang's physical prowess was considerably lacking. The school he attended had been secured through family connections, and upon graduation, he was likely to be assigned to a bureaucratic position at the very least. He would secure a minor leadership role in a state-owned enterprise in the capital. Clutching his shoulder, Ji Lang felt darkness encroaching upon his vision from the pain. He never anticipated that Chen Nian would actually resort to violence, and to be thrown to the ground in front of so many spectators was utterly humiliating. The most excruciating part was witnessing Chen Nian, who had just thrown him, effortlessly performing pull-ups with a relaxed expression. While he, the man who had been thrown, lay helpless on the ground, Ji Lang could sense the disdainful gazes of those around him, wishing fervently for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. Chapter 10. These sisters are incredible. Chen Nian, have you lost your mind? Ji Lang, in pain, felt somewhat disoriented. He could scarcely believe that Chen Nian had truly dared to lay hands on him. Meanwhile, Chen Nian continued to flip on the bar. Her speed reminiscent of a whirlwind, her actions captured the attention of those training nearby. One muscular soldier, witnessing the scene, bounded over to the horizontal bar and effortlessly began to perform flips, clearly eager to compete with Chen Nian. Seeing this, Ji Lang's face flushed crimson with rage as he rose from the ground, intent on yanking Chen Nian down. However, when Di stepped in front of Ji Lang, his voice cold as he interjected, "Are you a member of the military? If not, be gone at once and cease your disruptions here." As a scion of the Ji family, Ji Lang found it relatively easy to gain entry. Having previously accompanied Ji Yongjun on numerous occasions, had it not been for his poor physical condition, he might have aspired to enlist. "Did you not see that she struck me first?" Ji Lang, now thoroughly incensed, pointed at Chen Nian, who was still flipping on the bar. When Di, however, dismissed Ji Lang with indifference, the crew-cut individual, who had been observing the commotion from the sidelines, stepped forward and patted Ji Lang on the shoulder. His tone laced with a hint of irreverence as he remarked, "She may have struck first, but weren't you the one who provoked her? Your tone and attitude were enough to incite anyone. You are soldiers after all, which is why we've all been holding our breath in anticipation. Fortunately, this young lady possesses remarkable skill. I never expected you to be so feeble." The way the crew-cut spoke was infuriating, and his disdainful gaze towards Ji Lang felt like a direct stab to the latter's pride. Among his three brothers, he was indeed the weakest. This was Ji Lang's Achilles heel, and being subjected to such mockery from the crew-cut left him on the verge of exploding with anger. However, the crew-cut shook his head seriously, correcting himself. "It's not that you are too weak, but rather that the young lady is exceptionally strong. At this speed, I would surely be dazed if I attempted to keep up. Look over there at that towering fellow. He's renowned in the regiment for his impressive physique and consistently ranks first in training. Even he is struggling to match the prowess of the young lady." The respect in the crew-cut's tone was unmistakably directed towards Chen Nian. It was genuine admiration. In the military, most soldiers seldom entertain deep thoughts. As long as someone surpasses them in ability, they naturally express their admiration. Chen Nian was precisely such an individual at this moment. Ji Lang, observing the approving expressions of those around him, found himself at a loss for words, not out of anger but fear. With so many people gathered, evidently siding with Chen Nian, he dared not utter a single disparaging remark about her. He turned to glance at Chen Nian, still engaged on the horizontal bar, and silently cursed, feeling the ache in his shoulder intensifying. "Impressive. This girl is truly remarkable. Which team is she from? I've never seen her before." As the towering fellow slowed down, ultimately unable to endure any longer, Chen Nian continued for approximately 30 more seconds before finally stopping. Her cheeks were flushed from the prolonged exertion and flips, further accentuating the brightness of her spirited, large eyes. The soldiers surrounding her erupted in applause, cheering for Chen Nian. Hearing the enthusiastic clamor, she felt a twinge of bashfulness. Yet the joy in her eyes betrayed her modesty, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Indeed, some of them approached the towering fellow to jest. "Lu Qi, you're falling short. The young lady outshines you. Indeed, she even outperformed you on the horizontal bar this morning. Your defeat is quite apparent." Lu Qi, whose fierce appearance belied an earnest heart, scratched the sweat-drenched back of his head and chuckled. "She truly is impressive. I simply cannot compete." Meanwhile, Ji Lang found himself gradually encircled by the throng, cradling his aching arm as he muttered resentfully to himself, "Showboating? What good does it do? Nowadays, female soldiers are either engaged in artistic endeavors or performing administrative duties, and no matter how many flips they execute, their future remains bleakly predictable." In truth, during the early years of the Republic, there had been numerous female generals. However, in the interest of national development, these women relinquished their military uniforms to illuminate various sectors of the country's endeavors. Additionally, the conditions within the army at this time were not as favorable as those in later years, making it more convenient to manage male soldiers collectively. Thus, the majority of recruited female soldiers were indeed relegated to roles in the arts or administrative positions. Ji Lang let out a cold snort. He was on the brink of graduation. Once he graduated, he would at the very least secure a leadership position in a state-owned enterprise. With a family background like his, ascending the ranks would be a matter of utmost ease. In that moment, Ji Lang could only find solace in such thoughts. However, this inner consolation did not last long. Amidst the crowd, Chen Nian politely addressed Lu Qi, saying, "It's not a matter of comparison. My strength lies in my agility. While this esteemed gentleman clearly possesses formidable strength, we each have our own advantages." Her words served to ease the atmosphere, indicating her desire to spare Lu Qi from any embarrassment. Yet they also reflected her sincerity. Chen Nian was acutely aware of her own strengths. Having grown up in the mountains under the tutelage of a wolf mother, she had not only learned from wolves and an old man but had also mastered the movements of monkeys, wild deer, and even the leg techniques of rabbits. Her manner of movement and exertion differed from that of wild beasts. Coupled with inherent limitations, Chen Nian could only strive for dexterity rather than excessive brute force. Otherwise, it would be a case of losing sight of the essential. Events had proven that Chen Nian's perspective was indeed valid. During her time on Baifeng Mountain, she thrived through her swiftness and agility, living a carefree life alongside the wolf pack, even driving away a black bear and a tiger. There exists a territorial behavior among animals. At least while Chen Nian was present, the area surrounding Baifeng Mountain was the domain of her wolf mother's pack. She wondered how her wolf mother was faring. The matters concerning her wolf mother and the old man had never been disclosed to anyone. With a slight sigh, Chen Nian felt an overwhelming sense of regret within her heart. She should not have forsaken her true kin for the sake of those so-called familial ties. As Chen Nian concluded her statement, a sudden cheer erupted from outside the crowd. "Well said." A middle-aged man in military uniform approached, accompanied by several younger individuals. These young men were the first to notice Chen Nian. Subsequently realizing that Wen Di was also among the onlookers, Wen Di subtly shook his head, silently expressing his stance. The middle-aged man blinked, refraining from greeting anyone. Instead, he grinned and inquired of Chen Nian, "Young comrade, your physical fitness is quite impressive. Which unit do you belong to?" Chen Nian failed to recognize the individual before her. The military uniform had undergone alterations, making it challenging to discern the rank and position of the individual, especially since he was not dressed in formal military attire but in ordinary clothing. Chapter 11. Competing with Lu Qi. Chen Nian was no fool. Observing the demeanor of the approaching middle-aged man, it was evident that he held a significant position within the military. She glanced over. Her gaze shifted from Wen Di to him, whereupon she caught a barely perceptible nod from Wen Di, his eyes urging her to seize the opportunity. Chen Nian's heart raced. How did she get the impression that Wen Di had guessed her intentions? Yet, she had only confided in Aunt Chen about her desire to become a true soldier, without mentioning anything about the selection competition. After all, the selection competition was still in the planning stages internally, and had not been publicly announced. Even Aunt Chen was unaware. How could a mere file administrator like Chen Nian have heard anything about it? Suppressing her inner doubts, Chen Nian stepped forward and saluted with precision, her posture no less impressive than that of a soldier seasoned by years of training. "Report." "Sir, I am the administrator of the archives in the secretarial office." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, particularly Lu Qi, who had just been outperformed by Chen Nian, an archive administrator. The middle-aged man, Wang Yuejun, widened his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Nian, unable to believe what he had just heard. A mere file clerk, surpassing Lu Qi. Who would believe such a tale if it were to spread? Wang Yuejun, it is said, is well acquainted with Lu Qi. Although the results of this selection process have yet to be publicly announced, it seems that everyone has formed their own conjectures regarding the candidates, with Lu Qi being one of them. He possesses a robust physique and considerable strength. Most importantly, his overall qualities are commendable. As Wang Yuejun scrutinized Chen Nian, an idea flickered through his mind. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this decision was indeed the right one, and instead remarked, "What else can you compare? Choose someone. Let me see how much talent our file clerk possesses." To allay any dissent from those around, Wang Yuejun chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "What do you call this? It's a testament to the prowess hidden among the populace. A woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. Our collective qualities are undoubtedly high. Just look at how a mere administrative female soldier can display such prowess." To provide context, Wang Yuejun specifically pointed out that Chen Nian's current role is that of a female soldier, albeit in a civilian capacity. Chen Nian glanced towards the training ground. There was no need to compare running or the horizontal bar. The central area was reserved for training in crawling and navigating various obstacles. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nian inquired of Lu Qi, "What are your results in obstacle courses?" Lu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You bested me on the horizontal bar and now you think you can win in the obstacle race. With a gruff voice he scoffed, my worst score is third place. Of course this third position was within Lu Qi's own regiment. Nevertheless, that is still commendable. In the grand scheme of the military, Lu Qi would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. Such an achievement, while not necessarily dominant, is certainly impressive within the ranks. Then let us compare this. Chen Nian decisively proclaimed. It had been quite some time since she had handled a firearm, and she lacked confidence in her shooting abilities. However, when it came to the obstacle course, she felt no trepidation. After the recent training session, she had gained a fair understanding of her physical capabilities. While she could not quite measure up to her prowess at Baifeng Mountain, the muscle memory remained. Though she could not guarantee victory over Lu Qi, she believed that even in defeat, she would not embarrass herself too severely. Wang Yuejun was taken aback. He had merely intended to gauge Chen Nian's abilities, yet she had unexpectedly chosen Lu Qi for the obstacle course competition. Then let it be a friendly match. This will allow our young men to witness firsthand that women are not inferior to men. The higher-ups have declared that women hold up half the sky. It is time to humble those who think too highly of themselves. Let the female soldiers put them in their place. Chen Nian discerned that Wang Yuejun was attempting to shield her from potential backlash. All his words were aimed at shifting the onus of the competition from her to himself. Thus, if she emerged victorious, any dissatisfaction would be directed at Wang Yuejun. Instead, should she lose, it would bear little consequence. For in the eyes of most, women were deemed inferior in physical prowess to men. Chen Nian cast a grateful glance towards Wang Yuejun. Wendi, you shall serve as the referee. Wang Yuejun not only stepped forward himself but also called upon Wendi. With Wendi's presence, the fairness of the competition was assured. In a matter of moments, the match was set. Chen Nian and Lu Qi stood poised at the starting line, adopting stances that indicated they were ready to surge forward at any moment. Standing apart from the crowd, Ji Lang observed Chen Nian basking in the limelight, jealousy igniting within his eyes. It was one thing to be overshadowed by his elder brothers at home, but now it seemed even his physical prowess paled in comparison to Chen Nian's. How could Ji Lang come to terms with such a harsh reality? A wild girl from the mountains raised by wolves had the audacity to potentially rise above him. A dark cloud settled over Ji Lang's gaze. No, he must swiftly inform his family. He could not allow Chen Nian any opportunity to shine. Others might be oblivious, but their mother would undoubtedly prevent Chen Nian from seizing such a chance. As her biological parents, Hui had ample means to manipulate the situation. You shall never escape the clutches of the Ji family. You are destined to be a stepping stone for Xiao Yun. Ji Lang sneered as he watched Chen Nian amidst the crowd, his eyes brimming with malice. Unbeknownst to those around him, Ji Lang had harbored a dislike for this sister from the very beginning. When Chen Nian went missing, he even felt a sense of relief. While many children in the courtyard scorned and mocked Chen Nian for her plight, Ji Lang, who was of a similar age, suffered equally. Yet, he did not direct his ire towards the bullies but rather placed the blame squarely on Chen Nian, convinced that had it not been for her, such events would never have transpired. Ji Lang slowly retreated, his resolve unwavering. He would absolutely not allow Chen Nian a shred of opportunity to rise. Meanwhile, Chen Nian remained blissfully unaware that she had become Ji Lang's target. With her gaze fixed ahead, her muscles seemed to come alive in celebration. This was an experience unlike any she had encountered in her previous life. She was actually standing before a multitude, ready to compete formally. Even though she was still unaware of Wang Yuejun's role in this selection process, she was exhilarated by the opportunity. At the very least, Chen Nian could tangibly perceive the gap between herself and the male soldiers. Ready, when Wendi was called, he did not hesitate. He stepped forward and borrowed a firearm from the nearby buzz-cut soldier. With the gun pointed skyward, the moment Wendi shouted start, the gunshot echoed simultaneously to the onlookers. It appeared as though two figures had surged forth in an instant. They could hardly distinguish between Chen Nian and Lu Qi. Chapter 12. The emergence of Chen Nian. The two competitors moved like flashes of lightning, zipping past in a blur. They first vaulted over the sandbag obstacle before continuing to scale higher. Their movements seemed to be in perfect synchrony. Wang Yuejun watched in astonishment. This female comrade was truly formidable. She had not been left behind by Lu Qi. While the crowd remained unaware of Chen Nian's capabilities, they certainly recognized Lu Qi's prowess. Soon enough they reached the balance beam. Due to his larger physique, Lu Qi found the balance beam less challenging compared to others of similar skill. Chen Nian, however, was quite different. Having traversed countless cliffs and precipices in the mountains, she had even swung from trees alongside monkeys. Before encountering the old man, Chen Nian had been mute, resembling the wild beasts of the mountains. Had it not been for the protection of her wolf mother, She might have easily become prey in those treacherous woods. As they tackled the balance beam, the distance between the two began to widen. With each passing moment, Chen Nian grew more attuned to her movements. Her eyes, fixed ahead, sparkled with newfound determination, and in this lifetime, it seemed she might truly rectify her past regrets. Standing aside, Lu Qi was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. What on earth was happening? How could he be outperformed by Chen Nian in the obstacle race? He knew all too well that it couldn't be due to a lack of agility. Yet now he found himself unable to surpass Chen Nian even in this competition. How could he possibly maintain his standing in the unit after this? Gritting his teeth, Lu Qi resolved to never underestimate Chen Nian again and vowed to give his utmost in this contest. Meanwhile, Wang Yuejun watched with wide-eyed fascination. He had not anticipated that Chen Nian possessed such remarkable abilities. What was the name of this young lady? Chen Nian. Truly impressive. Which family did she belong to? Such qualities could only stem from rigorous upbringing. Wang Yuejun was thoroughly astounded that if she were from a notable family, he surely would have recognized her. Standing beside Wang Yuejun, Wen Di felt a surge of inexplicable pride. Wang Yuejun suddenly turned his head, his eyes nearly popping out. Is it really her? Wang Yuejun had previously heard about this matter, though most people had been focused on the fact that the youngest daughter of the Ji family had managed to survive in the mountains for over a decade. Rumors even circulated that she had been raised by wolves, only capable of howling like one and moving on all fours. Wang Yuejun had a casual acquaintance with the Ji family, and was merely an acquaintance of Ji Yongjun, so he had only heard of Chen Nian but had never seen her. Had her skills been honed in the mountains, or had the Ji family invested significant effort into her training? Wang Yuejun could certainly tell that Chen Nian's techniques were somewhat lacking in precision, indicative of a rough-and-tumble upbringing. Yet, it was undeniable that her approach to exertion was vastly different from that of most others. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wen Di observed Chen Nian's increasingly swift movements and remarked, "The Ji family? Highly improbable. In fact, her current speed is somewhat diminished. When I first encountered her on Baifeng Mountain, I couldn't keep up with her." "You couldn't keep up?" Wang Yuejun was even more astonished. Who was Wen Di? The legendary king of soldiers. Although this title was an informal one, it nonetheless underscored Wen Di's credibility in terms of overall competency. Furthermore, Wen Di was not merely a soldier of the Beijing military region. During military exercises, he had decisively defeated other military districts without leaving a trace. Wen Di, however, did not overly glorify Chen Nian's prowess, explaining she must have undergone some training on Baifeng Mountain. However, Chen Nian has consistently refrained from divulging the identity of her instructor. I have inquired numerous times, both directly and indirectly. All I know is that the individual in question is an elderly man, likely a martial artist with battlefield experience, who taught her to speak and walk upright. Wang Yuejun found this increasingly perplexing. So it was true that Chen Nian had once moved on all fours as a child? Wen Di's intent in sharing this was not to evoke pity for Chen Nian, but rather to draw attention to the peculiar look in Ji Lang's eyes as he departed moments ago. Although Wen Di had yet to investigate the relationship between Chen Nian and the Ji family, he could glean something from Ji Lang's demeanor. He was uncertain whether Chen Nian had contemplated a change in her trajectory. However, if the Ji family had indeed treated her poorly, it would be crucial for someone to recall their harshness during critical moments to offer Chen Nian support. Though Wang Yuejun held only the rank of a division commander, his influence within the military was substantial due to his commendable achievements. Moreover, his family background is quite respectable. From his forebears to his brothers, a significant number have sacrificed themselves for the nation, and he himself has narrowly escaped death on several occasions. If it were not for Wang Yuejun's inability to rein in his tongue and temper, he would not have been relegated to the position of merely a captain until now. Why has the Ji family not nurtured this child properly? Wang Yuejun felt a surge of frustration upon realizing that Chen Nian was merely an archive administrator. What a promising talent! How unfortunate that he has been delayed for several years. Hearing that Di suggested Chen Nian, who had just descended from Baifeng Mountain, was the strongest, Wen Di raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying that in the midst of their conversation, the competition had already concluded. No matter how hard Lu Qi tried to catch up, Chen Nian, who was increasingly finding her rhythm, remained invincible, pulling ahead by 2 positions. In contrast, although Chen Nian was slightly breathless, her condition was far superior to Lu Qi's. At this moment, Wang Yuejun was too preoccupied to contemplate Chen Nian's relationship with the Ji family. Instead, he approached her. Observing her with astonishment, he then raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Impressive! Who says women are inferior to men? Chen Nian is truly remarkable." Wang Yuejun's burgeoning enthusiasm was difficult to contain. After all, Chen Nian had outperformed Lu Qi in the next half-month. they arranged specialized training for her. Wouldn't she excel even further? Having served on the battlefield, Wang Yuejun had encountered many outstanding female soldiers among his former comrades. However, many of them had since traded their military uniforms for work attire in pursuit of development. Wang Yuejun had thought it would be many years before he witnessed another exceptional woman in the military. To his surprise, Chen Nian had emerged brilliantly, charging forward with an almost overwhelming presence. "Chen Nian, you are truly impressive," he praised her fervently, pondering for a moment before suddenly asking, "If given the opportunity, would you prefer to continue as an archive administrator or become a true soldier?" As he spoke, Wang Yuejun retrieved a wooden gun from beneath his belt and pressed it forcefully into Chen Nian's palm. "Here, take this to practice at the shooting range for a couple of days." Wang Yuejun could not simply gift his wooden gun to Chen Nian. Although regulations regarding wooden guns were not overly stringent in this era, and Chen Nian was technically a female soldier, there remained an inherent disparity. Should any mishap occur, Wang Yuejun would be held accountable. Moreover, he did not believe Chen Nian required his wooden gun. If her shooting skills were commendable, based on her performance today, she might astonish everyone in the upcoming selection. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, gripping the heavy wooden gun, feeling its cold surface, and gazing at Wang Yuejun in bewilderment. Wang Yuejun laughed heartily, saying to her, "After each match there should be a reward. Rest assured, I will arrange for you to practice at the shooting range these next few days, utilizing my allocation." The bullets were not yet available for indiscriminate use. As for someone like Chen Nian, who was not part of a combat unit, her initial training would merely familiarize her with the order of the military. Shooting practice was also included, but each individual was allowed only one bullet. Regardless of whether they hit or missed, they would leave after firing. This applied equally to administrative artistic soldiers and those medical personnel in military hospitals. Unfortunately, in these times, resources were in short supply. Chen Nian has been troubled by the matter of shooting training these days. There are no restrictions on non-combat personnel entering the playground here. Chen Nian wishes to train on her own and could come over without hesitation. However, shooting training is a different matter altogether. Without proper authorization, Chen Nian would be utterly unable to step foot into the shooting range, let alone handle a wooden gun for target practice. "Don't let me down, young comrade," Wang Yuejun said cryptically. If Chen Nian previously thought that Wang Yuejun's sudden suggestion for her to compete with Lu Qi was merely out of curiosity, now a singular thought surged through her mind with electric clarity. Wang Yuejun is one of those who can make decisions during the upcoming selection competition. Does he believe in her potential to participate? Chen Nian's heart raced with excitement. She had just been reborn today, and this decision had also been made today. Yet before evening even arrived, barely 12 hours had passed. Would she truly have the chance to see her dreams come to fruition? Chen Nian felt as though her steps were buoyant, as if she were floating through a dream. Wang Yuejun, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Chen Nian's mind, was simply intrigued and had come to the playground to take a look. Unexpectedly finding a delightful surprise, he soon had other matters to attend to and departed from the playground. However, before leaving, he entrusted Chen Nian's shooting training to Wen Di. Should Chen Nian have even the slightest uncertainty about shooting, Wen Di is renowned as an exceptional marksman. Moreover, he is also famed for training sharpshooters. The buzzcut soldier was molded into a marksman under Wen Di's guidance. A hand waved in front of Chen Nian's eyes. As Wang Yuejun exited, Lu Qi and the others also dispersed, albeit merely to continue training in the vicinity. Chen Nian's performance had indeed provoked this group of individuals. They typically fell short against their comrades, and now it appeared they could not even surpass Chen Nian, a female soldier in a clerical role. If word got out, others would not consider how formidable Chen Nian was. They would only say they couldn't even measure up to a woman. Such a blow to their pride. Observing Chen Nian, Wen Di couldn't help but smile, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. "Surprised?" he remarked, pointing at the wooden gun in Chen Nian's hands. "It's merely a temporary loan for a few days, so don't get overly excited. Those few days are still under my watch." Chen Nian cradled the wooden gun in her hands, nearly leaping with joy. It had been far too long since she had held one. Back on Baifeng Mountain, she had possessed a wooden gun, gifted to her by that old man. Along with a fair number of bullets, Chen Nian had been frugal with its use. By the time she descended the mountain, she had still had one bullet left. However, the person who accompanied her down had taken the wooden gun away, leaving her without even a single bullet. That time, she hadn't thought much of it. Compared to the gun and bullets, she was more eager to learn about her family and whether they would accept her. Now, reflecting on the past, Chen Nian felt as though her mind had been muddled. How could she have been so foolish? Was Baifeng Mountain not appealing? Or was it that the wolf mother had treated her poorly? With a wooden gun in hand, she had been the strongest on Baifeng Mountain. Yet, upon arriving at the Ji family in pursuit of so-called familial bonds, she had been so poorly treated. Wendy harbored no concerns regarding Chen Nian's shooting skills. He had witnessed her hitting the target every single time on Baifeng Mountain. Not only that, but Wendy's ability to transform the buzzcut soldier into a sharpshooter was also due to Chen Nian's guidance. However, it seems that this young lady does not recognize herself as the individual whose face was largely obscured by bandages back in the day. Upon contemplating this, Wendy could not help but cast a reproachful glance at the crew-cut individual beside him. His injuries at that time, while visually alarming, were not particularly deep, and thanks to timely treatment, there are no scars remaining. Yet, the crew-cut fellow was utterly horrified and used up the last remnants of gauze to bandage Wendy, leaving much of his face covered. "Boss, what's wrong?" The crew-cut man, named Wang Yuan, looked at Wendy in confusion. Why was he glaring at him for no apparent reason? Wendy shook his head, preparing to speak with Chen Nian, when the crew-cut man could no longer contain himself. "Chen Nian, you truly are something. Lu Qi and the others are undoubtedly going to be quite affected by you." Wang Yuan, possessing a somewhat comical appearance, bore a resemblance to a comedian from a later era. Chen Nian glanced over, finding this man reminiscent of someone from the future. Meanwhile, Wendy closed his mouth, which had just opened in exasperation, watching Wang Yuan act like a clown in front of Chen Nian, saying, "You should practice hard. I tell you there's a big surprise in store. You must not let us down." Chen Nian, having not even recognized Wendy, certainly had no recollection of Wang Yuan. Compared to the genuine emotion she had just displayed out of surprise, she had calmed considerably now. "Thank you, I will," she replied, having realized that the man named Wendy and the man beside him were likely connected to the upcoming selection process. Otherwise, Wang Yuan would not have said those things to her. Noticing that Chen Nian had reverted to her previous demeanor, Wendy interrupted Wang Yuan, who was about to speak again. "When do you wish to conduct shooting training?" Chen Nian, taken aback by Wendy's sudden inquiry, had not anticipated him to ask about her schedule. However, her own matters took precedence. After a moment's thought, she replied, "I am only available during my lunch break and in the evening." She still had to work, and without a transfer, it was impossible for her to neglect her duties in the archives. This could potentially affect her future participation in the selection process. Chapter 14. From a small clip to an old clip. My goodness. Chen Nian, you defeated Lu Qi. Chen Nian could easily imagine how melodious her voice would sound when singing. By sheer luck, she herself hadn't expected to triumph over others, and the years since leaving Baifeng Mountain for the capital, she had squandered far too much time. The more she reflected on this journey, the more regretful she felt that if only she had approached the Ji family about joining the army when she first came down from Baifeng Mountain. Regardless of their feelings, would everything have turned out differently? Alas, there is no if only. Yet, she is fortunate to have been reborn. There is still time. Not at all. Li Chunyan shook her head excitedly. Do you know how formidable Lu Qi is? Last time during our military district competition, he ranked 8th. 8th. If he cannot surpass you, you can now be considered the 7th in our military district. Upon hearing this, Pan Meifeng beside them dared not look at Chen Nian any longer. As for using Chen Nian to curry favor with her secret crush, Pan Meifeng completely dismissed the thought. Did she not understand Lu Qi's capabilities? She had witnessed Lu Qi's performance in the competition firsthand. The fact that Chen Nian had even bested someone like him was astonishing. If such a person wished to teach her a lesson, even a single finger from him could easily turn her world upside down. Despite knowing that there would be no private fights in the military, the thought was still daunting. Pan Meifeng is truly terrifying. Chen Nian felt a slight stickiness on her body, so she fetched a change of clothes from the side and placed them into a clean enamel basin. Shaking her head as she explained, "It's not a fair comparison. Today we only competed in one event. We haven't even touched on shooting or combat. Moreover, I must admit, I had an advantage in today's competition." Lu Qi's most notable characteristic is his imposing stature, which inevitably affects his agility. It was Chen Nian's flexibility and speed that allowed her to triumph over Lu Qi today and other events. The outcome might be uncertain. Li Chunyan genuinely admired Chen Nian now. She shook her head, not voicing disbelief, but her eyes sparkled with admiration as if she regarded Chen Nian as an idol. Chen Nian felt a tad embarrassed under that gaze. Quickly grabbing soap and shampoo and dashing off as she exited the dormitory, a smile could no longer be restrained from the corners of her mouth. This feeling was rather delightful. In her past life, she had not shied away from showcasing her strength or swiftness, yet the younger generation would often praise her outwardly while inwardly doubting her femininity. Those of her own age were even more inclined to think so. Direct compliments and accolades like those from Li Chunyan were a first in both her lives. With this in mind, Chen Nian was even more inclined to push Li Chunyan towards the art troupe. At this moment, Ji Yun was still engaged in her performance, and even if she wished to intervene in the affairs of the art troupe, it would require justification furthermore. Although the dance and singing divisions of the troupe were separate branches, occasional friction still arose. Taking advantage of Ji Yun's preoccupation, Chen Nian hoped to see Li Chunyan settle into the singing division early, becoming one of their own, and if Ji Yun later wished to meddle, it would not be so easy. It had been a long time since she felt this relaxed. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by an unexpected gathering of guests. Chen Nian leaned against the doorframe, balancing a basin with one hand, her half-dry half-wet hair cascading messily down her back. Clad in nothing but the simplest white shirt and olive-green military trousers, she exuded a wild beauty, her thick brows slightly furrowed, and her dark eyes glared coldly at He Hui, who stood across from her, as well as the oddly expression Ji Lang beside her and Ji Yun, who was leaning on a cane and smiling gently at Chen Nian. Ji Yun's status as He Hui's cherished one was not solely due to her talents. Her beauty also played a significant role. If Chen Nian resembled a powerful, wild, and mysterious wolf, then Ji Yun was akin to a Persian cat lounging on a soft cushion, beautiful and capable, captivating a throng of admirers in the courtyard. There were even those bold enough to forge medical records for her. Evading rural performances, Chen Nian remained silent. Leaning against the door, He Hui felt unsettled under Chen Nian's gaze. If Chen Nian spoke, it would have been easier for her to assert authority as a mother, but Chen Nian's silence rendered He Hui, the mother, rather aggressive. With Ji Lang and Ji Yun present, it felt as though they were conducting a tribunal against Chen Nian. Meanwhile, Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng sat quietly by the bed, wishing to remain invisible to the group. "Sister, are you still sulking with Mom?" Ji Yun broke the silence first. Her sweet voice was all too familiar to Chen Nian. Speaking in that high-pitched manner during her teenage years was nothing out of the ordinary. However, as Ji Yun approached her 50s, she continued to speak with a constricted voice. From a mere pinched tone, she had transformed into an elderly raspy voice. Chen Nian found herself at a loss for words. Throwing a tantrum? Chen Nian smiled, her demeanor far more composed than the three individuals across from her. "I apologize, but the severance letter is quite explicit. Furthermore, I have indeed settled my dues. Are we to suggest that Comrade He Hui, at such a tender age, requires support from her children?" Chen Nian successfully observed the darkening expression on He Hui's face. Seizing the opportunity, she fanned the flames further, continuing, "So how much do you all intend to contribute towards the support fees? When I left home, I took nothing but the tattered clothes on my back. In the preceding years, I have been remitting 30 yuan for household expenses each month. I wonder how much you all have contributed." As soon as Chen Nian uttered these words, gasps filled the air. Pan Meifeng, pale-faced, immediately covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with regret. She had just seen her crush and was now behaving in such a manner. What if Ji Lang thought she was siding with Chen Nian? Yet, Pan Meifeng reconsidered. It was not entirely unreasonable for her to have such thoughts, given how fiercely the demand for money was being made. If Chen Nian's family were as impoverished as Li Chunyan's, such requests would be understandable. After all, a large family must strive to survive. But the Ji family, Pan Meifeng, also received merely 30 yuan a month. Before marriage, she was only required to give her mother 15 yuan monthly. Ji Yun's expression was equally unflattering, her smile frozen in place. Providing financial support? Aside from Ji Lan, from Ji Ming to Ji Yun, each month they had to request funds from He Hui. Over the years, it could be said that not only had they not given He Hui 30 yuan each month, but the total amount sent to her might not even exceed that figure. "Sister, are you blaming me?" Ji Yun bit her lip, a tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Her gaze reddened, her nose flushed. She appeared pitiful enough that even Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng, meeting Ji Yun for the first time, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Is this an act?" Chen Nian's voice shattered the atmosphere Ji Yun had meticulously crafted, like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky. It was strikingly sharp. "Ji Yun, you ought not to be dancing. You should be acting. You would undoubtedly be the star of the show." Chen Nian's gaze fell upon Ji Yun's leg, encased in plaster, as she cryptically remarked, "In any case, as long as you find the right angle when filming, the plaster won't hinder your performance. However, I suspect you would not agree to such an arrangement. After all, it is only with an injured leg that one can rest assured at home, is it not?" Chapter 15. A girl must embody the essence of femininity. Chen Nian's words sent Ji Yun's heart racing. She could not discern whether Chen Nian's statement was unintentional or deliberate. Her fingers instinctively clutched the hem of her garment, the smile on her face revealing a hint of guilt. "Sister, what do you mean by that?" Ji Yun swallowed hard and replied, "Sister, if you truly dislike me, I can leave home. However, You must not defame me in such a manner that I am not one to shirk responsibility that I have prepared extensively for this rural performance. As Ji Yun spoke, her reddened eyes glanced fearfully at Ji Lang beside her. Moreover, you are most aware of the circumstances surrounding my legs, sister, are you not? Indeed, Ji Lang seized upon Chen Nian's misstep, speaking with righteous indignation. If it weren't for you, how could Xiao Yun have sustained a fracture? And now you unjustly accuse her of laziness. Chen Nian, how can you possess no sense of shame whatsoever? Chen Nian had long anticipated that Ji Yun would bring up the matter of her fracture, a grievance that had wronged her for decades. In fact, whenever Ji Yun experienced any discontent, the Ji family and Ji Yun would inevitably drag this incident into the conversation, as if Ji Yun had not merely fractured her leg, but her very life. Not to mention, Ji Yun had not even sustained a fracture. Is it truly that grave? Chen Nian remained as composed as ever. She now wished to test how Ji Yun would respond. You claim I pushed you down, resulting in your leg fracture. Why not elaborate, and I shall summon someone to reenact your account, to see who is truly the innocent party. Moreover, Chen Nian continued, since you are so concerned about this leg, it just so happens that the hospital in our military district excels in orthopedics. Not only is it renowned in the capital, but it is famous nationwide. Given the significance of your leg, it is only fitting to seek the finest orthopedic care. I demand to see the doctor's report from the hospital. If it indeed turns out to be my fault, I would be willing to kneel and apologize to you. Chen Nian's stance was unequivocal, leaving Ji Yun with no means to retaliate. The first point was easily resolved. She had reiterated this in the hospital and at the Ji family numerous times, to the point that Ji Yun nearly convinced herself that it was Chen Nian who had pushed her down, leading to the fracture. However, the second point, Ji Yun would have to be mad to agree. Sister, why must you be so aggressive? Ji Yun lowered her head, too frightened to let anyone see the panic in her eyes. How could Chen Nian have changed so drastically? Moreover, she even proposed to see a doctor. Ji Yun trembled, certain that Chen Nian must have discovered her pretense of the fracture. She must know. Pan Meifeng, please assist me. Chen Nian disregarded Ji Yun. She would not fall into the trap of Ji Yun's words. When had she ever been aggressive? If proving her innocence constituted being aggressive, then what purpose would the law serve in this world? According to your narrative, you stood at the edge of the steps, and I heard you express dissatisfaction with the fabric coupons given by Comrade He Hui, prompting me to give you a shove. At this moment, Chen Nian even thanked Ji Yun. You claim I forcefully pushed your shoulder. As she spoke, Chen Nian gave Pan Meifeng a firm push. Pan Meifeng, caught off guard, appeared on the verge of falling to the ground when Chen Nian swiftly caught her in her arms, helping her regain her footing. Apologies, I shall compensate you later. Chen Nian quickly apologized to Pan Meifeng and then turned to Ji Yun. Let me share another piece of information. Today I competed with someone on the playground and emerged victorious against Lu Qi. Ji Yun, considering my strength, do you truly believe that if I were to push you down the steps with force, you would merely suffer a minor fracture? Observing Pan Meifeng's reaction just moments ago makes it clear. Without any preparation, if Pan Meifeng had fallen to the ground, even from level ground, she would have sustained injuries. Furthermore, Pan Meifeng's physique appeared to be somewhat larger than Ji Yun's. If Pan Meifeng was pushed back 2 steps, then according to Ji Yun's description, if Chen Nian exerted such force to push her, she would have tumbled directly down the stairs. A mere leg fracture would be implausible. At the very least, there should be extensive bruising across her body. Yet the reality is, aside from the fracture, Ji Yun bore no marks whatsoever. Is that even possible? At this moment, Ji Yun dared not utter another word. She feared that Chen Nian might directly seize her and send her to the hospital for examination. This was, after all, a military hospital, and Ji Yun herself was affiliated with the military district. Should her pretense of a fractured bone be unveiled, the consequences could range from a minor reprimand to, at worst, dismissal. After all, the preparations for the rural outreach performance had commenced 6 months prior. With the event on the verge of commencing, Ji Yun's antics had thrown the entire cultural troupe into disarray. Enough was enough. Ultimately, it was He Hui who emerged to assertively suppress what was, in fact, a situation overwhelmingly in Chen Nian's favor. He Hui felt a surge of irritation as she listened to Chen Nian repeatedly refer to her as Comrade He Hui. This was beyond mere filial disrespect. Chen Nian's presence felt like a nemesis from her past life, a bitter rival. Otherwise, how could things have escalated to this point? In front of 2 outsiders, she had rendered her biological mother, elder brother, and younger sister utterly humiliated. I heard your third brother mention. Third what? Chen Nian placed one hand to her ear, feigning a lack of clarity. Your third brother? Chen Nian chuckled at Ji Lang. I never knew I had a brother before. A third brother, no less. Otherwise, why was my dear third brother among those who mocked me as a wolf and a dog? Why was he at the forefront when the residents of the compound distanced themselves from me? And when I delivered something to my eldest brother, he merely remarked to his comrades that I was just the family's little maid. As Chen Nian spoke, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Comrade He Hui, would you care to explain what third and brother signify? Do I have a brother? It seems I lack even parents. He Hui's face darkened with each passing moment, her gaze frequently darting toward Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng beside her. Noticing their astonishment, He Hui felt as if Chen Nian had trampled her dignity into the ground, grinding it underfoot with relentless force. It is said that family shame should never be aired in public. How could she have such a venomous daughter? Was it her intention to drive the entire family to ruin? If these matters were to leak out, how would Ji Yongjun maintain his standing in the military? How could he secure promotions? And what of Ji Lan and the others? How could they advance their careers? In that moment, He Hui harbored a fervent desire to strangle Chen Nian. Yet, amidst her fury, a rare thread of reason emerged. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I know you triumphed over Lu Qi, but you are forbidden from engaging in such behavior again. I will have your father speak well of you to those in the military. A girl ought to comport herself as a lady. Your actions only serve to disgrace our family. Chapter 16. What evidence do you have to prove I am a daughter of the Ji family? Upon hearing these words, Chen Nian was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. While other parents aspired for their children to achieve greatness, He Hui seemed fearful of Chen Nian's success and her past life. Chen Nian had been foolish enough to stifle her true feelings, choosing to play the role of the obedient daughter in the eyes of He Hui and Ji Yongjun. After sacrificing so much, she ultimately met a tragic end on the operating table. Serving as a kidney donor for Ji Yun in this lifetime, she would not allow herself to be subservient once more. It would be an affront to the suffering she had endured. Comrade He Hui, have you forgotten? We have severed ties. Your actions constitute an interference in the normal administrative functions of the military district. Chen Nian's heart burned with rage, yet her exterior remained composed. Her gaze gradually shifted to Ji Lang, who stood beside He Hui. Chen Nian suddenly let out a cold laugh. She had come to a realization regarding the three brothers of the Ji family. Likely due to the nature of their rebirth, Chen Nian dared to assert that she understood them better than Ji Yongjun and He Hui. Among these three brothers, Ji Lan could be considered the most decent. However, he was quite vain, somewhat impatient for success, and possessed a restless temperament. He was exceedingly self-centered, hoping that his younger siblings would obediently comply with his wishes. When Chen Nian had brought something over and was disparagingly referred to as a mere nanny, it stemmed from her dark skin at the time, which did not present her well, leading Ji Lan to be reluctant to acknowledge her as his sister. After all, those familiar with his comrades knew that Ji Lan's sister, Ji Yun, was a standout beauty in the courtyard. As for Ji Ming and Ji Lang, Ji Ming was impulsive. Even with Ji Yongjun and Ji Lan's support in his previous life, he barely managed to attain the rank of deputy regiment commander in his 40s, only to be swiftly reassigned to the logistics department as a director. There, he found himself unable to advance any further. After all, the capabilities of Ji Yongjun and Ji Lan spoke for themselves. If they possessed such remarkable skills, they would have long since elevated their own positions. Rather than allowing Ji Ming to take the lead, Ji Lang's situation was even more intriguing. The Ji family was notoriously known for having lofty ambitions but lacking practical skills. He had managed to obtain a diploma and enter a factory, only to face layoffs during the economic downturn of the 1980s. If not for the various efforts of the Ji family behind the scenes, Ji Lang would have become the only worker among them to be laid off. This incident shattered him completely, leading him to abandon all hope. In the scheme to capture Chen Nian on the operating table, Ji Lan was the mastermind, Ji Ming handled the arrangements, and Ji Lang exerted the most effort. Chen Nian still vividly recalled the moment she was forcibly administered anesthesia, when she could faintly hear Ji Lang saying, "If I can't live comfortably, why should you, the wolf cub raised by wolves, have it better than me?" Ji Lang had always believed himself to be the most exceptional among them. Yet, he found himself outshone not only by his two brothers but also by his adopted sister. Even the sister he had always looked down upon, the one raised by wolves, was faring better than he was. How could Ji Lang come to terms with this? The current situation mirrored that of the past. Ji Lang had to rely on family connections to secure his diploma. He boasted of aspiring to be part of the leadership in the factory, yet deep down he was acutely aware that, compared to the prospects of his two brothers, he was the least promising. Now, even Chen Nian, the archives administrator, had caught the eye of the leadership and was poised for ascension. Ji Lang's feelings of unfairness resurfaced. Thus he summoned He Hui, intent on dragging Chen Nian down. Truly the same old tactics. A dog cannot change its nature. Chen Nian, did you hear that? He Hui slammed the table, unable to tolerate Chen Nian's blatant disregard. After all, she was her biological mother. A biological mother was above all. Chen Nian had lost any interest in engaging with He Hui and her ilk. She found it utterly tedious. Ji Yun remained the same, merely playing the victim card. He Hui, too, believed that her status as a biological mother could suppress Chen Nian. You call me Chen Nian. Why should I listen to you? Chen Nian regarded He Hui with eyes as cold as ice, as if looking at a stranger. When I came to the Ji family, the token of our kinship was the longevity lock I wore in my childhood. If anything, it is that I bear a striking resemblance to the Ji family. The timing of my appearance at Baifeng Mountain coincides with that of your missing daughter. The mere mention of your lost daughter sent my heart racing before arriving here, even with the severed ties. He Hui never felt incapable of managing Chen Nian. Yet now she truly sensed a loss of control. Comrade He Hui, it seems you have yet to visit my modest staircase. On this occasion, I didn't even bring that longevity lock with me. In terms of appearance, with so many individuals in this world, finding someone resembling another is hardly a challenge. Chen Nian spread her hands, declaring, my name is Chen Nian, and my household registration has not been merged into the Ji family. I do not acknowledge myself as a daughter of the Ji family. Do you possess any evidence to prove otherwise? He Hui's pupils dilated in astonishment as she gazed at Chen Nian, rising abruptly in a fit of rage. She could hardly believe her ears. Chen Nian denies being a daughter of the Ji family, and demands they provide proof of her lineage? How could such absurdity exist in this world? Surprised, Chen Nian found it amusing, simultaneously relieved that due to the Ji family's disdain, her household registration remained independent. Especially after joining the military, her registration was directly transferred to the army. Yet you have undergone blood tests with us. Ji Yun never anticipated that not only would she fail to gain an advantage from Chen Nian this time due to her plastered leg, but now it appeared that Chen Nian might truly soar to great heights. No. Absolutely not. The Ji family can have only one exceptional daughter, and that is her. With only 4 common blood types, B, A, B, and O, do you realize how many individuals might share the same blood type? As for those rare blood types, they were not even on Chen Nian's radar. After all, neither the Ji family nor she belonged to that category. The 3 individuals across the table fell silent, utterly unprepared for Chen Nian's refusal to be subdued, even going so far as to upturn the table. If Chen Nian might not be the Ji family's daughter, what reason did He Hui and Ji Yongjun have to suppress her? Relying on Ji Yongjun's position in the military, Chen Nian was not subject to his authority. Overreaching can easily lead to one's downfall. Moreover, given that these are cautious times, would Ji Yongjun dare to engage in such petty maneuvers? He Hui clenched her teeth, never anticipating Chen Nian's ruthlessness. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Although He Hui harbored no affection for Chen Nian, the latter's presence in the Ji family had undeniably eased He Hui's burdens considerably. Chen Nian grasped skills with remarkable speed, mastering laundry and cooking, and contributing significantly to household chores. Even without hiring a maid, He Hui found her workload lightened. Despite Chen Nian being away for merely a day, the prospect of resuming household duties, laundry and cooking, was overwhelmingly exhausting for He Hui. She yearned for the days when she could simply knit, listen to the radio, and spend afternoons chatting and drinking tea with her close friends in the courtyard. Chapter 17. Achievements and Endeavors, Matters for Men. He Hui regarded Chen Nian, her eyes flickering between disdain and regret. She still did not see Chen Nian as her own daughter. The reason was simple. Chen Nian's arrival had truly brought her considerable hardship. When Chen Nian was born, He Hui found it rather arduous, thus her confinement period was all the more challenging. With 3 sons at home who were incapable of providing care, Ji Yongjun was even less likely to assist. Consequently, Ji Yongjun summoned his elderly mother from their hometown. Although Granny Ji was advanced in years, her health remained robust and her spirit was lively. She could traverse several miles without exhaustion. The old lady bore no ill will towards her granddaughter. On the contrary, she held Chen Nian in considerable esteem. However, He Hui could not endure the presence of an elderly woman in her home, and due to her beliefs, she often engaged in quarrels with Granny Ji. The loss of Chen Nian was precipitated by yet another conflict between He Hui and Granny Ji, leading her, in a fit of anger, to take her 1.5-year-old daughter to seek out Ji Yongjun, who was on a mission. While she successfully located her husband, her carelessness resulted in the loss of her daughter. Upon receiving the news, Granny Ji fell ill from sheer rage. After enduring numerous trials, He Hui directed all her pent-up resentment towards the lost Chen Nian. In her view, if only Chen Nian had adhered closely to her, she would not have gone missing. Looking further back, if she had never conceived Chen Nian, none of this would have transpired. Everything was due to Chen Nian, including Chen Nian herself. Yet, upon observing the sun-kissed slender figure of Chen Nian, He Hui realized that their features resembled those of Granny Ji. He Hui harbored resentment towards Granny Ji, believing that her seemingly perfect marriage and stable life had been shattered solely because of the old woman. The incident of the lost child was incessantly lamented by Granny Ji, compelling He Hui to feign sorrow and cooperate with Ji Yongjun in the search for their daughter. This realization left He Hui feeling betrayed. Consequently, she invested more of her energy into nurturing her adopted daughter. Ji Yun, feeling that only Ji Yun stood as her ally, watching Chen Nian lean against the doorframe, clearly maintaining her distance, He Hui suddenly smiled, as if nothing had transpired moments before, remaining the gentle mother to her child. Chen Nian, I am aware that you harbor grievances against the family. It matters not, for I am your mother. However, the matter you mention will be addressed by your father. Do not forget, when you came into our family, we introduced you to the people in the courtyard. You are a daughter of the Ji family. After uttering these words, He Hui realized she could not gain any advantage from Chen Nian, raised her proud head and stormed off, as if only in this manner could she claim victory. Chen Nian turned aside, utterly disinterested in any form of contact with He Hui. Witnessing Chen Nian's unyielding demeanor, He Hui felt a surge of anger that caused her stomach to ache. Ji Lang, observing that He Hui had left, instinctively considered departing as well. However, upon turning to see Ji Yun, who still required a cane, he irritably went to assist her, his movements rougher than usual today. He merely wished for He Hui to suppress Chen Nian, ideally extinguishing any improper notions the girl might entertain. That a young lady ought to embody the essence of femininity, modest and unassuming. Achievements and successes were matters for men. What right did Chen Nian have to covet those things that were not hers? Sister, mother only wishes the best for you. Ji Yun, feeling resentful, could not resist adding fuel to the fire as she departed. She just needs time to adjust. After all, the family used to. Ji Yun bit her lower lip, attempting to justify herself. I do not know where you heard such rumors, but I truly do not blame you. Perhaps I bear some responsibility for the injury. Chen Nian leaned nearby, observing Ji Yun's performance with a cold gaze, until Ji Yun herself became uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Yun fell silent, realizing that her usual tactics only resonated with those who cared. In the presence of someone like Chen Nian, who seemed utterly indifferent, no amount of acting on Ji Yun's part could elicit a response. Even if she poured her heart into her performance, Chen Nian remained unfazed. Now, having shed her concerns, Chen Nian left Ji Yun feeling as though her punches struck only thin air. She had never encountered anyone quite like Chen Nian. What confounded Ji Yun further was how such a profound transformation had taken place in such a short time. The three individuals departed, each with their own thoughts, allowing Chen Nian to finally carry the basin inside. After such an uproar, compounded by the summer heat, her damp hair was nearly dry. Chen Nian meticulously combed her hair with a bright red plastic comb. Sitting down to braid it, opposite her, Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng exchanged awkward yet curious glances at Chen Nian. After all, few had the audacity to confront their own mother as directly as Chen Nian did. Everyone was aware of the underlying truth. While Chen Nian claimed the Ji family lacked evidence, it was clear that she was indeed Ji's daughter. After all, was Ji Yongjun a fool to allow a daughter to materialize out of thin air? Chen Nian, don't be a Li Chunyan offered a dry consolation, genuinely at a loss for words. Sadness? This situation could certainly warrant sorrow, yet Chen Nian's demeanor suggested she felt none. Perhaps she even thought she hadn't argued enough. Her words striking with such force that her opponents were left speechless. Chen Nian had a fair impression of Li Chunyan, while her feelings toward Pan Meifeng were more neutral. Yet, in comparison to the previous trio, these two were a breath of fresh air. Chen Nian let out a soft laugh as she secured her hair with a yarn-wrapped hair tie. If she were selected for that team, she would definitely cut her hair. It was becoming a hassle. You needn't be so tense. Chen Nian shrugged nonchalantly. The arguments have already been had. I possess a severance letter. They can't hold anything over me. As for familial ties, she scoffed, it's not as if I can't survive without them. Pan Meifeng blinked, struggling to comprehend Chen Nian's words, yet she felt an instinctive admiration rising within her. As for her secret crush on Ji Lang, that could be set aside. Pan Meifeng, though somewhat infatuated and not the sharpest, was certainly no fool. She had witnessed Ji Lang and He Hui's condescending attempts to belittle Chen Nian. Her admiration was reserved for the refined Ji Lang who excelled in university, not the one who merely sought to undermine his own sister. Moreover, while she didn't voice it, Pan Meifeng felt a flicker of delight. You're absolutely right, she said thoughtfully. This prompted surprised glances from Li Chunyan, who sat beside her, and from Chen Nian, who was braiding her hair. Feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutiny, Pan Meifeng stood up to fetch her own basin, exclaiming in exasperation, "I'm heading to the bathhouse and I can't waste more time on idle chatter. And Chen Nian, you can't forget that you promised me compensation after dragging me into this." Chen Nian gazed at the obstinate Pan Meifeng, deliberately disregarding the early departure of Su Balian, and suddenly found herself filled with anticipation for her dormitory life. Rest assured, I shall not forget. Chapter 18. A chance to see each other more often. The presence of He Hui and her 2 children in this place had not gone unnoticed by others. The following day, Aunt Chen received the news and hurried to the archives room. Upon seeing that Chen Nian was still well, she let out a sigh of relief. However, recalling He Hui's remarks made the previous day in the courtyard ignited a fresh wave of anger within Aunt Chen. This He Hui truly had no shame whatsoever. Aunt Chen muttered a low curse, concealing from Chen Nian the disparaging words He Hui had spoken about her in the courtyard. After all, she was supposed to be a biological mother. Even a stepmother would not behave in such an outrageous manner. It was as though she were trampling Chen Nian's dignity into the ground. Noticing that Aunt Chen had chosen not to elaborate further, Chen Nian pretended she had not heard, smiling as she asked, "Aunt Chen, have you eaten yet?" "Yes, at this hour, how could I not have eaten?" Aunt Chen chided, casting a tender glance at Chen Nian, her heart swelling with compassion for the young girl. She had witnessed Chen Nian's examination papers when she first entered. The handwriting was not particularly impressive, yet the logic was clear, and every word was well structured. Chen Nian had a solid grasp of the knowledge points. It was precisely because Aunt Chen recognized Chen Nian's potential that she had advocated for her selection, despite her being only 16 at the time. Now, age restrictions were less stringent. Unfortunately, many individuals were sent to the countryside before turning 18. Families either sought ways to secure jobs or followed the succession protocols. Moreover, there were indeed younger soldiers within the ranks, but in comparison, Chen Nian's age seemed rather youthful. Most children of her age were still in high school. According to her husband's intentions, there would indeed be an opportunity for Chen Nian to enter combat training legitimately rather than remaining in the archives room. However, the selection process was notoriously arduous. Even brutal. If chosen, a far more rigorous training regimen awaited her. Aunt Chen had grown fond of Chen Nian, watching her transform from a dark-skinned, slender girl into the fair and spirited young woman before her over the years. "Aunt Chen, is there news?" Chen Nian was acutely aware that Uncle Shi was referring to the upcoming selection. She noted Aunt Chen's expression. Understanding her concerns, Chen Nian adopted a childlike demeanor, raising an eyebrow with pride. "Aunt Chen? I doubt you've heard yet, but I won against Lu Qi on the playground yesterday." Aunt Chen, who had been hesitant, suddenly fixed her eyes on Chen Nian and exclaimed, "Who? Lu Qi? The one who ranked 8th in the military district competition. You defeated Lu Qi. Is that for real?" Aunt Chen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Was she dreaming? Or had her age finally caught up with her, causing her to hallucinate? That was Lu Qi, who had placed 8th in the military district competition. Uncle Shi would rave about the top 10 contenders with uncontainable joy, praising them as future pillars of society, and now had the esteemed 8th place, as mentioned by Uncle Shi, been surpassed by Chen Nian? Blushing slightly, Chen Nian shyly confessed, "Well, it wasn't much of a competition. I just ran a lap around the obstacle course on the playground and won. I also won at the horizontal bar before that." Aunt Chen's heart had indeed calmed somewhat. If that were the case, it could be understood. Yet, she was still unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Observing Chen Nian's spirited demeanor and recalling the radiant expression she wore when she spoke of defeating Lu Qi softened her heart. Rather than allowing Chen Nian to squander her time in the archives, it would be better to indulge her wishes. Aunt Chen knew that the archives offered little room for enhancement. Had it not been for Chen Nian's tender age at that time, Aunt Chen would never have consented to place her there. Chen Nian chuckled softly, gesturing for Aunt Chen to touch her lower back. Aunt Chen initially assumed that Chen Nian was merely jesting, and with a smile she reached over. However, her expression quickly changed. "You received your reward for defeating Lu Qi yesterday." Chen Nian recounted the events from the playground, also mentioning how Ji Lang had caused trouble. Yet, compared to the subsequent competition and the reward, Ji Lang's involvement was summarized in just a couple of sentences. From Chen Nian's description, Aunt Chen inferred who the leader in question was. In their military district, aside from her own father, who excelled at training his troops, there was Wang Yuejun. It could be said that over 2/3 of the elite forces in the military district had been meticulously trained by the two of them. These elites were considered the precious gems of their military district. Last night, her father had informed her that once the selection process concluded, it was highly likely that he and Wang Yuejun would conduct targeted training together. This would encompass both tactical skills and personal development, aiming for comprehensive enhancement in the future. This team would be one of the military district's trump cards, assigned to undertake special missions, representing the elite among elites. Given Wang Yuejuan's favorable view of Chen Nian, Aunt Chen saw no reason to impede her. Chen Nian gazed at Aunt Chen, feeling a pang of emotion in her nostrils. Yes, I'll make extra braised pork for lunch. Isn't Uncle sure fond of our cafeteria's braised pork? Consider it my early apprenticeship. You little rascal. Aunt Chen chuckled, tapping her forehead playfully. And you wish to apprentice before the outcome is even decided? Such confidence. Indeed. Chen Nian lifted her chin and shook her head, striking a pose of playful arrogance in the corridor. When Di listened to the jubilant voice of the girl inside, knowing that Chen Nian was in high spirits, so he refrained from approaching. He stood outside, listening to her voice, a smile curving at the corners of his lips, unnoticed compared to the prickly, hedgehog-like Chen Nian of yesterday. He was far more pleased with the Chen Nian who was now playfully charming Aunt Chen. At least it assured him that upon descending from Baifeng Mountain, Chen Nian had not only encountered the indifference of the Ji family, but had also experienced warmth that it was a pity. However, that they could have met one more time. Chapter 19. All thousand-year-old foxes having finally finished speaking with Aunt Chen, Chen Nian intended to take out the wooden gun for a closer inspection. She had been too shy to reveal it in the dormitory the previous night. The work in the archives truly was minimal. Chen Nian had spent nearly every day in a daze. Just as her fingers brushed against the wooden gun, a shadow suddenly loomed at the doorway when Di, standing nearly 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and long legs, radiated an imposing presence simply by being there. What brings you here? Chen Nian asked, somewhat surprised, then added, but I haven't clocked out yet. I can't engage in shooting practice. She had made up her mind not to continue as the archives administrator. Yet, until everything becomes certain, Chen Nian still wishes to dedicate herself to her work. After all, it was this very job that provided her with a semblance of stability in the capital during her most challenging times. Even when she severed ties with He Hui, it was due to her monthly contribution of 30 yuan that bestowed upon her a sense of assurance. She had not exploited the resources of the Ji family, nor had she lived off others' generosity. When Di shook the box in her hand and said, "My aunt asked me to bring you some snacks. She thinks you look too thin and wants you to nourish your body." The pastries inside were rich in oil and sugar. In these times, even a simple sponge cake could be considered a thoughtful gift. The box in Wendy's possession was clearly filled with flaky pastries. Such treats were rare, and those who brought a whole box, like Wendy, usually intended to share. Chen Nian had already discerned that Wendy's aunt was the same Mrs. Liu who had nearly been robbed of her wallet the previous day. This is too extravagant, Chen Nian quickly gestured, a hint of shyness gracing her demeanor. Besides, I haven't done anything noteworthy that if others had seen it, they would have reminded Mrs. Liu as well. Upon hearing Wendy's words, Chen Nian lowered her head and chuckled softly. Then, feeling embarrassed, glanced at Wendy. I didn't mean to laugh at you, it's just that the image of you being left outside by Mrs. Liu is rather amusing. Wendy raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by the remark, and pulled out a chair to sit across from Chen Nian. Internally, he grappled with whether or not to reveal that it was he who had brought Chen Nian down from Baifeng Mountain to the capital all those years ago. Yet, contemplating the hardship she had endured within the Ji family, a sense of guilt washed over him. He felt he had committed a wrongful act. The Chen Nian of Baifeng Mountain had been so carefree. Despite her companions being beasts, the wolf pack regarded her as the next alpha, and the smaller creatures adored her while the predators feared her. In that realm, she was untethered. However, upon arriving in the capital, she found herself constrained and persistently undermined by the Ji family. When Di surveyed the archives room, the environment was quite pleasant. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating the minuscule particles of dust dancing in the air. Chen Nian, just as when Di opened his mouth, his gaze met Chen Nian's. Her striking black and white eyes gradually revealed the wildness and innocent purity reminiscent of her days on Baifeng Mountain, causing his heart to skip a beat. The words he had intended to utter morphed into, "I'll be waiting for you at the shooting range at 4:30 this afternoon. Remember to bring your wooden rifle, and do eat a few pastries to sustain your energy. Learning to shoot can be quite physically demanding." Chen Nian was genuinely unaware of these details. During her time on Baifeng Mountain, the old man had only taught her how to shoot and how to disassemble and reassemble the rifle. Furthermore, he possessed only 2 wooden rifles, one of which had been used for years in hunting. Nowadays, some rural households still kept such weapons. In comparison to the various models of wooden rifles in the military, Chen Nian indeed felt rather inexperienced. "Thank you for your help," Chen Nian said, completely oblivious to the fact that the person before her was the very individual from her past, and smiled at Wendy in gratitude. Wendy nodded, a slight flicker of anxiety hidden in his eyes, and left the archives room. Once outside, He leaned against the wall at the corner, exhaling with a sense of relief, tinged with a hint of frustration. In recent days it appears that Chen Nian may not necessarily blame herself, however. When Dee struggles to overcome the turmoil within her heart in the archives, Chen Nian remains unaware that she has managed to ensnare Wen Di in such a conflict. She refrains from indulging in the pastries, instead caressing the wooden gun resting on the table. The cold touch sends her heart racing uncontrollably. A small mischievous smile escapes Chen Nian's lips. She has taken the first step towards her goal. Go for it. Chen Nian is mindful of the consequences. After a brief thrill, she hastily stows away the wooden gun. After all, it is a loan from Wang Yuejun. If she fails to safeguard it or if any mishap occurs, she would bear the responsibility. She has no desire to invite misfortune at this moment. Is that true? Ji Yongjun, seated in his office, furrowed his brow as he listened to his youngest son, Ji Lang, and turned to Ji Yun beside him. Why didn't you inform me yesterday? Ji Yongjun was taken aback to learn that Chen Nian genuinely intended to sever ties with her family. Ji Lang, stifling his indignation, felt the evident disparity in Ji Yongjun's treatment of him and Ji Yun, which had long displeased him. Why was Ji Yongjun so harsh with him yet so gentle with Ji Yun? He was the biological son of the Ji family. What was Ji Yun after all? However, Ji Lang understood that he must not exacerbate the situation. Seizing the moment before Ji Yun could speak, he interjected. Ji Lang's remarks were astute, reflecting both the consideration of He Hui and their offspring while subtly critiquing Chen Nian's current disobedience. She had truly caused her biological mother to fall ill and bedridden. Chen Nian was indeed unfilial. Ji Yongjun's brow furrowed deeply, astonished by the absurdity of the situation. Before he could ponder further, Ji Yun added fuel to the fire. I heard from third brother that yesterday, sister made quite a scene at the training ground. During an obstacle race, she managed to surpass Lu Qi, who had previously ranked 8th in the military district competition. It seems she even encountered a high-ranking official, who lent her their wooden gun so she could practice her shooting. They were all cunning old foxes. Ji Lang immediately grasped the implication behind Ji Yun's words, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had merely intended to cast Chen Nian in a negative light before Ji Yongjun, but Ji Yun's statement changed the nature of the conversation entirely. Chapter 20. Ji Yongjun's innocence. Ji Lang understood Ji Yongjun well. He would never allow his children to act outside of his carefully laid plans. Moreover, according to Ji Yun's insinuation, Chen Nian had already attracted the attention of a leader. This meant that the family's trivial matters risked becoming known to others. How could Ji Yongjun permit such a situation to unfold? Ji Lang looked at Ji Yun, feeling a sense of dread that he had previously looked down upon Ji Yun, believing that no matter how exceptional a girl might be, her ultimate fate would be to marry and leave for another family. Yet today Ji Yun spoke to Ji Yongjun with a subtle smile. Did she truly not understand Ji Yongjun's temperament? Ji Lang found that hard to believe. This was an attempt to compel Ji Yongjun to intervene and trample Chen Nian into the mud. After all, Ji Yongjun's response would be entirely different from He Hui's. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Ji Yongjun's complexion darkened. Is what you say true? Ji Yongjun furrowed his brow and turned to Ji Lang. Ji Lang, tell me. He merely perceived Ji Yun's intentions as convoluted and somewhat malicious, yet that did not signify his alignment with Chen Nian. If Chen Nian were to suffer a significant setback, he would no longer need to devise other means. At most, when the time comes, the elder brother will lend a helping hand, not wanting to betray the bond of blood shared through the same father and mother. After all, they are siblings by fate. Where is Chen Nian now? Ji Yongjun inquired of Ji Yun. He had never bothered to remember Chen Nian's workplace. He only knew that she worked in the military region, but the specifics of her office or position had slipped from his mind after a single mention. After all, she was merely a girl, not particularly remarkable. There was no need to expend such thoughts and energy on her. In the archive room, Ji Yun replied, her demeanor innocent, seemingly oblivious to the grim expression on Ji Yongjun's face. Father, when you see my sister, you should speak to her nicely. I believe her intentions are not as they seem. Ji Yun bit her lip, expressing deep guilt. It's still my fault. If I had just left back then, it would have been better. Aunt taught me how to make rice cakes. I could have gone to help her and still managed to get by. Such words were heart-wrenching to hear, enough to bring tears to the eyes of anyone present. To abandon high school and go to a state-run restaurant to pound rice cakes. If this were to get out, Ji Yongjun would be utterly humiliated. Not to mention, the reason Ji Yongjun supported He Hui in keeping Ji Yun was primarily to hope that after raising a daughter all these years, he could at least secure more favorable conditions for her marriage. Yet this intention could not be disclosed. Thus, it transformed into He Hui throwing a tantrum to prevent her adopted daughter Ji Yun from leaving. Harboring resentment towards her biological daughter, Ji Yongjun found himself caught between his daughter and his wife, feeling helpless and forced to endure this predicament. Even now, some in the compound believe Ji Yongjun to be a good husband and father. If Chen Nian were to remain obediently in her place, Ji Yongjun would not mind having another child in the household. After all, he could afford it. But now, with the disruption of familial ties and the impending competition with male soldiers, it seemed he had brought disgrace upon the Ji family. In the archive room when Chen Nian first arrived, she had spent over half a month organizing all the files by year. Now finding information or retrieving past records was a straightforward task. Aunt Chen, upon learning of this, had even reported it to the leadership, resulting in Chen Nian receiving a reward, a porcelain teacup adorned with the portrait of the country's first leader. Taking a sip of tea, Chen Nian sat contentedly in her chair, eagerly anticipating the afternoon as shooting range training. Her mood mirrored that of a primary school student awaiting a spring outing, excited, nervous, and brimming with expectation. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Chen Nian curiously looked up to find a man in military uniform standing at the entrance, his expression displeased as he scrutinized her. Without waiting for Chen Nian to speak, the man coldly announced, "Chief Staff Officer Ji has summoned you." Furrowing her brow, Chen Nian instantly recognized the man before her. It was indeed a case of fateful encounters, if the individual at the hospital who had fabricated the false medical records for Ji Yun was the primary sycophant. Then Chan Jianshi, the guard beside Ji Yongjun, was the secondary sycophant for Ji Yun. Upon her arrival at the Ji household, this man had consistently regarded Chen Nian with a hostile and wary gaze, as if she might devour Ji Yun whole. Subsequently, whenever Ji Yun faced any distress, Chen Jianshi would irrationally blame it on Chen Nian. Upon learning of this, Chen Nian found the situation utterly absurd. "Is Chief Staff Officer Ji looking for me for something of great importance?" Chen Nian showed no intention of getting up. Instead she inquired, "If it is not of great importance, may I attend tomorrow?" She glanced outside, aware that the time she had agreed upon with Wendy was fast approaching. "I have matters to attend to today, and may not have the opportunity to meet with Chief of Staff Ji." Under different circumstances, Chen Nian would certainly not decline. However, it was evident that after He Hui had stormed off in a fit of rage yesterday, Ji Yongjun had made his appearance today. Having interacted with this couple for decades in her past life, Chen Nian was well aware of their nature. He Hui was merely a tool in Ji Yongjun's hands, obeying his every command. All the crude and vile deeds were orchestrated by He Hui, while Ji Yongjun remained blameless. Now that Ji Yongjun sought her out, what could he possibly want besides reprimanding her? Absolutely not. Chan Jianshi firmly rejected the notion, stepping forward to forcibly pull Chen Nian from behind the table. He had witnessed everything today. Ji Yun was in tears. She was even leaning on a cane. All of this was caused by Chen Nian. Chan Jianshi glared at her, preparing to exert extra force when he pulled her, hoping to dislocate her arm in the process. That way not only would she be unable to train for shooting, but she would also be in pain for a while. As for himself, Chan Jianshi would simply claim it was an accident. At most he would cover her medical expenses and offer a verbal apology. He felt no concern whatsoever. Did Chen Nian really think she couldn't see the malicious intent hidden behind Chan Jianshi's shifty eyes? In a swift motion, she evaded him and crouched down, feigning fear. In reality, she extended her foot, intentionally kicking the foot that Chan Jianshi had planted on the ground as he stepped forward. Just as he lifted his other foot, his balance faltered, causing him to stumble forward. A loud crash echoed as Chan Jianshi's upper body slammed onto the table. Chapter 21. Do you know who I am? Blood. Chan Jianshi felt a sharp pain in his nose. When he looked up again, he sensed warm streams cascading from his nostrils upon touching his face. The glaring red shocked him. Although he was merely a guard, his skills were certainly commendable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured the position. How could a grown man like him be brought down to the table and left bleeding by Chen Nian? If this got out, he would surely suffer immense humiliation, akin to what Lu Qi experienced yesterday. Chan Jianshi turned around, instinctively wanting to utter a threat. However, he remembered that they were in the military district and that Chen Nian was, after all, a woman. If this were to leak, the embarrassment would be no less severe than bleeding from his nose. He might even face disciplinary action. Consequently, he swallowed his words, yet he resembled an old bull, panting heavily, with eyes that seemed to redden as he glared at Chen Nian. Chen Nian merely stood up, leaning against the adjacent shelf, and regarded Chan Jianshi with an air of indifference. Please inform Chief of Staff Ji that I truly have matters to attend to today. Of course, feel free to embellish the story for the sake of your Ji Yun. I have severed ties with the Ji family. Say whatever you wish. After a moment of contemplation she added, since you intend to embellish, do relay this verbatim, Chief of Staff Ji. the severance agreement is in place. All ties have been financially dissolved, therefore, do refrain from further disturbances, or I shall genuinely begin to doubt whether the Ji family can truly function without me. Do not make me look down upon you. With that, Chen Nian approached the door saying, please leave. I am about to close the door. If you continue to cause trouble here, I shall report it to my superiors. At that point, let her negotiate with Chief of Staff Ji. Chen Jianshi remains incensed. Were it not for the military discipline and regulations, he might have charged at Chen Nian and struck him with a sharp tongue. Chen Jianshi glared at Chen Nian, finally managing to utter a retort after some time. Just as Chen Nian thought Chen Jianshi would take his leave, he let out a cold chuckle and instructed, hand it over. What? The wooden gun? Chen Jianshi extended his hand towards Chen Nian saying, you are not part of the combat unit and thus lack the qualification to possess a wooden gun. If you wield a weapon, you are breaching the rules. Otherwise, do you think Chief of Staff Ji summoned you for no reason? Chen Nian could easily deduce who must have informed Ji Yongjun about this matter. Aside from Ji Yun and Ji Lang, the other two members of the Ji family were indeed not so insidious. Furthermore, Chen Nian suspected it was most likely Ji Yun and Ji Lang harbored a strong sense of jealousy, yet he did not entertain such petty thoughts in front of Ji Yongjun. Every time he encountered Ji Yongjun, he resembled a wilted chick. Only Ji Yun would engage in such antics. It was surprising to discover that the amiable and boisterous individual was actually the division commander. Chen Nian had heard numerous accounts of Commander Wang's exploits, yet this was the first time he had encountered him in person. Naturally, a chief of staff would be sent to speak on behalf of Commander Wang. You come with me now, and hand over the wooden gun. Chen Jianshi's face was suffused with a sense of triumph. The stains of his two nosebleeds rendered his visage somewhat comical and grotesque. Chen Jianshi now felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should have clearly addressed the matter with Chen Nian upon entering. Lest he endure such humiliation, however, it mattered little. He still intended to lodge a private complaint about the bloodstains. Chen Nian acknowledged that his possession of the wooden gun indeed constituted a breach of regulations, particularly within the barracks. Apart from combat units and certain leadership roles, others were prohibited from wielding wooden guns. This was primarily a safety measure. Chen Nian had indeed violated the rules, a fact he had momentarily forgotten in the excitement of having won against Lu Qi after his rebirth yesterday. Now, Chen Jianshi's demands were legitimate, and if Chen Nian were to resist further, it would no longer be easily defensible. As a mere accident, Chen Jianshi turned around, eyeing the stationery laid out on Chen Nian's desk. He casually picked up a ruler and toyed with it. Approaching Chen Nian, he playfully tapped Chen Nian's face with the ruler, boasting, Chen Nian, who do you think you are? Hurry up and leave, lest you keep the chief of staff waiting. Chen Jianshi had now firmly grasped the upper hand over Chen Nian. His spirits soaring, the agony of his earlier injury and the bloody nose seemed a distant memory compared to his current elation. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden gust of wind swept by, and a sharp pain shot through his wrist, radiating throughout his body. Unable to contain himself, Chen Jianshi cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground. Your earlier demeanor hardly resembled that of a soldier. Was there no one to provide you with ideological training or basic instruction upon your arrival? You comport yourself like a ruffian, tarnishing our image. When Di had appeared at the doorway unbeknownst to him, he had been waiting at the shooting range for some time, and upon not seeing Chen Nian, he had come to investigate during their time at Baifeng Mountain. When Di had recognized that Chen Nian was an exceptionally punctual individual at that time, she had no timekeeping devices. She could gauge the passage of time merely by observing the sky. It was inconceivable that after several years in the capital, she would lose such admirable qualities. To her surprise upon her arrival, she overheard Chen Jianshi's remarks and witnessed him striking Chen Nian's face with a ruler. When Di felt a surge of anger swelling in his chest. Had he not been mindful of the repercussions, what he would have thrown would likely not have been a mere stone, but a bullet. Chen Jianshi, struggling to lift his head, clutched his injured wrist tightly. Who are you? Do you know who I am? I couldn't care less who you are. 1 yuan. When Di barked to the side. Coming. 1 yuan's playful voice rang out, humorously observing the crouching Chen Jianshi. You don't even know who you are? And yet you dare to question us? Fear not, we shall escort you to your so-called chief of staff, and it would be prudent to summon a few others as well. I believe you could benefit from a thorough political education. 1 yuan stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Chen Jianshi. Chen Jianshi attempted to resist, but 1 yuan's movements were swifter. With a deft maneuver, he subdued Chen Jianshi, leaving him utterly immobilized and letting out a cry of despair. By the way, 1 yuan said gleefully, this comrade Chen Nian has indeed filed a report regarding the wooden gun. Yesterday, Commander Wang mentioned it to someone and even submitted a detailed written report before the end of the workday. It has all been approved. What are you even worth? How dare you come here to seek vengeance? Wang Yuan held Chen Nian in disdain, viewing him as a disgraceful parasite within their ranks. It was imperative to expunge such individuals from the military swiftly. Otherwise, they would endanger not only themselves but also the innocent civilians who could not defend themselves. They must not tarnish the honor and reputation that had been earned through blood and sacrifice. No matter how Chen Nian attempted to argue his case, he was completely at Wang Yuan's mercy, being dragged out of the office in a most humiliating manner. Are you all right? Did you get frightened? When Di approached and stood before Chen Nian, noting the visible red mark on her cheek, his brow furrowed with concern. Chapter 22. With Wen Di bearing the brunt of the collapsing sky. He should have come earlier, Wen Di thought, uncertain whether it was for the current predicament or for the trials Chen Nian had faced over the years in the Ji family. I'm fine. Chen Nian shook her head. She took a small step back, increasing the distance between them, and looked up at him with a gentle smile. Thank you for your help. It was nothing. Wen Di realized that his earlier demeanor had been somewhat inappropriate and felt compelled to clarify. I merely wished to ensure you were present at the shooting range. Otherwise, Commander Wang would have sought me out for trouble. Chen Nian shrugged, neither affirming nor denying his words. Observing her reaction, Wen Di felt compelled to ask, have you finished packing? It's time to practice shooting. His tone was stern, prompting Chen Nian to instinctively stand straight and salute before him. The sight of Chen Nian being unceremoniously escorted away was certainly witnessed by many. After all, Wang Yuan had no intention of sparing Chen Nian any semblance of dignity. As for Ji Yongjun, he was not under Ji Yongjun's authority. With Wen Di standing firm against the collapsing sky, he felt no fear. When Chen Nian followed Wen Di outside, they ran into Aunt Chen, who was rushing over. Aunt Chen seemed oblivious to Wen Di's presence, grasping Chen Nian's hand and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Only after confirming her safety did she exhale in relief. Ji Yongjun, that scoundrel. How could he stoop so low? Just the thought makes Chen Yi furious. How can such parents exist? As if they fear their child isn't suffering enough. Originally hesitating whether to transfer Chen Nian to the combat unit, Chen Yi now has but one thought in her mind: transfer. Damn it. It would be best if Ji Yongjun, that scoundrel, realizes he has traded a watermelon for a sesame seed. Why then? He will surely regret it deeply. Chen Yi, I'm fine, Chen Nian said with a sweet smile, shaking Chen Yi's hand and excitedly adding, I'm heading to the shooting range for training right now. Her demeanor exuded the charm of a young girl. Leaving Wen Di beside her unable to suppress a slight gulp, the movement was subtle, and no one noticed. However, with such a tall figure standing nearby, it would be quite a feat for Chen Yi to remain oblivious. Oh! Isn't that Wen Di? Chen Yi recognized him instantly. Wen Di, along with the recently departed Wang Yuan, was trained by her husband Lao Shi. This group of individuals, with their impressive physical attributes and quick learning abilities, soon found themselves dispatched on missions. Although they shared a teacher-student bond with Lao Shi, they had limited contact now, as this group was scattered across the country on various assignments. Conversely, those who had transitioned to other military districts or were developing locally often visited the couple. Teacher's wife, Wen Di said, a gentle smile gracing his lips and warmth sparkling in his eyes. I will be in the capital for a bit longer this time. I just arrived yesterday, and once I wrap up my current tasks, I'll visit the teacher. Wen Di presented himself humbly before Chen Yi, never forgetting the guidance he received from his mentor and the treats she shared with them during their training years. Chen Yi beamed with joy, her demeanor radiating happiness as if no sorrow could ever touch her. Without hesitation, she playfully slapped Wen Di's arm, exclaiming, You've grown taller. Clearly, the food outside agrees with you and you look well. That puts my mind at ease. Were he gaunt or injured, Chen Yi would have worried. Yet, she knew individuals like Wen Di inevitably bore some scars. Understanding that Wen Di would be the one to take Chen Nian for shooting practice, Chen Yi felt completely reassured and made sure to remind Wen Di, I entrust you with my little Nian. She is my precious darling, just like a daughter to me. You must take good care of her and impart all your skills to her. It was hard to believe that Wen Di was already renowned as a sharpshooter. This statement could easily be mistaken for something uttered at a wedding. Chen Nian's ears flushed with embarrassment as she shyly tugged at Chen Yi's hand, saying, Chen Yi, I'll take my leave now. Don't worry, I will definitely uphold your honor. Chen Yi winked, her eyes filled with affection. I know. Wen Di observed from the side, feeling grateful that Chen Nian had Chen Yi by her side. This brought him some solace. Otherwise, he would feel as if he had confined a naive, carefree spirit, akin to a sprite frolicking in the mountains, within the confines of the Ji family in the capital. At least Chen Yi provided a measure of comfort, soothing both Chen Nian and Wen Di alike. At this moment, Chen Yi harbored an even more resolute hope than Chen Nian herself, wishing fervently for Chen Nian to excel in the upcoming performance. ideally to the point of stunning that insufferable brat into silence. Thus, she spoke only a few words before urging Chen Nian and Wendy to depart, not forgetting to cheerfully wave at the two while excitedly exclaiming, "Xiao Nian, do your best." Her voice was so loud that Chen Nian noticed curious glances from the second and third floors. An inexplicable wave of nervousness washed over Chen Nian, prompting her to quicken her pace. The shooting range was situated quite a distance from the administrative building, and as Chen Nian and Wendy walked side by side, a profound silence enveloped them. In truth, Chen Nian was perplexed. She sensed an inexplicable kindness emanating from Wendy that had nothing to do with Aunt Lu. It was intrinsic to Wendy himself. Yet, Chen Nian could not fathom where she might have encountered Wendy before. Such a striking face. Had she seen it, she would surely have retained some semblance of an impression. The shooting range itself was rather rudimentary. After all, it was a military zone, primarily focused on training rather than leisure. Thus, basic facilities sufficed. Wendy did not immediately take Chen Nian to familiarize her with the fundamental firearm. "This is the Type 54 semi-automatic," he explained, "the first weapon we have independently developed. The original version was the Tokarev TT-33 from our older brother's side, modified to meet our military-specific needs. As Wendy held a semi-automatic pistol, he introduced it to Chen Nian while deftly disassembling the firearm at a speed that rendered the parts mere blurs. Moreover, he meticulously arranged each component on the table. Chen Nian watched in wide-eyed amazement. "You will most likely use this model for your upcoming competition. This is the foundation. Before operating a firearm, it is imperative to understand the weapon in your hands." Wendy presented the reassembled firearm before Chen Nian, instructing her to attempt disassembly. Surprised yet undeterred, Chen Nian accepted the challenge, albeit with some initial hesitation, as it was her first encounter with this weapon. Standing beside her, Wendy crossed his arms, observing her movements with a nod of satisfaction. He was certain of Chen Nian's innate talent. "Damn those Ji family members," he thought. "Very well. Start by practicing with this one. If you grasp it quickly, we can familiarize you with another. Today I'll take you to collect the accessories." Chapter 23. The Ji family is indeed cursed. At the shooting range, Wendy first demonstrated how to load ammunition, and then handed the bullets to Chen Nian, encouraging her to replicate his actions. Perhaps Chen Nian truly possessed a gift in this area. As she swiftly imitated Wendy's movements and filled the magazine. "Well done," Wendy praised with a nod. He was aware of Chen Nian's shooting skills. However, given her years of inactivity, he felt it necessary to remind her that at this training session, there were no headphones to dull the sounds. Wendy advised Chen Nian that if she feared the noise of firing, she could find someone nearby to block her ears with paper. Regardless, it was imperative that she did not allow her fear to cause her to shake her arms while firing, otherwise it would pose a danger to both herself and others. Chen Nian was well aware of this. During her time in the mountains with the old man, he had hung stones from her arms for half a year before allowing her to fire her first shot, gradually increasing the weight. While managing the stones, she also had to hold the firearm. It was no exaggeration to say that when Chen Nian positioned herself to aim at the target, her body seemed to possess muscle memory, adjusting itself into the optimal state with remarkable swiftness. Standing at the back, Wendy naturally did not miss this scene. A smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with joy. However, the Ji family still deserved condemnation. At this moment, the shooting range was not solely occupied by Chen Nian and Wendy. Wang Yuejun was also present. After all, Wang Yuejun's request was somewhat beyond the bounds of propriety, allowing a civilian, particularly a newcomer without any prior training, to engage in shooting practice. Was it merely because Chen Nian had outrun Lu Qi on the playground? Can two legs equate to marksmanship? If not for Wang Yuejun's keen eye, which had indeed uncovered numerous promising talents for the military, the higher-ups would not have so readily acquiesced to Chen Nian's inclusion. The external management of firearms in the 70s was not as stringent. However, the internal regulations of the military district were exceedingly rigorous. After all, chaos could not be tolerated here. The current atmosphere appeared quite impressive. A man stood beside Wang Yuejun, scrutinizing Chen Nian's figure and inquiring curiously, "Has she trained before?" Wang Yuejun scoffed lightly, "How would I know? Yet this girl is undeniably a fine talent. I observed her power output yesterday. Had she not previously mastered so many pull-ups, she would have undoubtedly overwhelmed Lu Qi. She resembles a wild leopard in the wilderness, though I wonder about her endurance." He was not one to carelessly bestow firearms upon just anyone. He had indeed recognized Chen Nian's strengths. Her power output differed from that of individuals with long-term training. She engaged all the muscles of her body, exhibiting remarkable explosiveness. Wang Yuejun still vividly recalled the moment when Wendy's command echoed, at which point Chen Nian shot forth like a shadow. Propelled by the wind, she stirred in Wang Yuejun's eyes. Chen Nian was comparable to many soldiers who had undergone several years of training. Such an exceptional talent relegated to guarding the archives. Wang Yuejun could not bring himself to squander such potential. Meanwhile, Shi Mingsheng chuckled softly, observing the proud student and his wife's daily musings about Chen Nian, and remarked leisurely, "It wouldn't be entirely inaccurate to say she has received training." Wang Yuejun, taken aback, quickly retorted, "Impossible. That state of training wouldn't yield such results. Aside from combat, both he and Shi Mingsheng excelled in military training, with the latter's reputation having surpassed the former's in recent years. Wang Yuejun was acutely aware of the typical training conditions within the military. Such a practitioner would not conform to Chen Nian's profile. Shi Mingsheng remained silent, merely awaiting Chen Nian's first shot. Chen Nian did not keep them waiting long. With a resounding bang, a perfectly round hole appeared in the bullseye 20 meters away. "Splendid!" The man standing beside Wang Yuejun gazed in astonishment, unable to refrain from offering a compliment that it was inescapable, centered perfectly in the bullseye. He even suspected that if they called for a ruler, they might find that Chen Nian had struck the very heart of the target. He could not help but ask Shi Mingsheng, "Old Shi, what did you mean by that? Has this young comrade trained elsewhere?" Shi Mingsheng, however, was entirely unconcerned about exposing the Ji family's shortcomings. After all, he was a man who feared his wife. At home, she was nearly hanging the Ji family's photographs on the wall to throw darts at, and chopping them on the cutting board with a knife. Moreover, Shi Mingsheng held little regard for the Ji family's mannerisms. Wang Yuejun had long heard of it from Wendi and was not surprised. The man beside him immediately displayed a look of astonishment. The incident regarding the Ji family's lost child was common knowledge among those present, given its considerable commotion at the time. That rascal Wendi had led a team on a mission at Baifeng Mountain, where they encountered Chen Nian, who lived among a pack of wolves. If it had not been for Chen Nian, that entire squad would have perished on Baifeng Mountain. All three were aware of the mission at Baifeng Mountain. According to Chen Nian, she had wandered off as a child and found herself alone in the mountains. Coincidentally, within the wolf pack, a mother wolf had lost one of her cubs, which was killed by a human with a wooden gun. The mother wolf held a significant position within the pack. Upon encountering the young Chen Nian, for reasons unknown, the mother wolf poured all her maternal affection into Chen Nian. Shi Mingsheng understood this quite well. He recounted to the two later, when Chen Nian was around 7 or 8. She met an old man. This old man, pitying Chen Nian for living among beasts, not only could not speak but also had difficulty walking on 2 legs. He remained in the mountains to care for her for many years, teaching her to walk, speak, and even to read and write. He must have recognized her potential, for he also taught her martial arts and the use of the wooden gun. Despite her tender age, her training likely surpassed that of soldiers who had enlisted in the past few years. Seemingly fearing that the two might not grasp the gravity of the situation, Shi Mingsheng revealed an even more astonishing fact. The decapitation at Baifeng Mountain was executed by Chen Nian. Wang Yuejun's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He was unaware of this revelation. They all understood how perilous the operation at Baifeng Mountain was. Wendi, leading so many, had nearly lost his life there. They were acutely aware of the enemy's formidable prowess. To think that the individual meticulously trained by the enemy for years was ultimately vanquished by Chen Nian? It felt like listening to a fantastical tale. Whether one believed it or not, Shi Mingsheng was disinclined to elaborate. When he heard from his wife that Chen Nian intended to transfer to the combat unit, he nearly leaped from his bed in joy. Did he truly believe that only Wang Yuejun had recognized Chen Nian's talent? Shi Mingsheng had made an effort himself, but at that time Chen Nian had declined. Now Chen Nian wished to emerge from the archives. Wang Yuejun smacked his lips, watching as Chen Nian's speed in disassembling the wooden gun noticeably accelerated. Executing each movement flawlessly after swiftly reassembling it, she raised the wooden gun to fire. This entire sequence of actions took no more than 15 seconds. Once again she struck the bullseye. Wang Yuejun pondered, is the Ji family out of their minds? They truly let the child languish in the archives for so many years? Chapter 24. This does not mean they cannot. Shi Mingsheng scoffed, who knows? As the few conversed, Chen Nian fired several more rounds from her movements. It was evident that even if she had not fully mastered the Type 54, she had become quite familiar with it. One could not help but wonder who the old man who taught her was. I can't help but feel he might be even stronger than the two of you, quipped the middle-aged man to Shi Mingsheng and Wang Yuejun. How many years did he teach her? Ours was a crash course. Wang Yuejun sought to preserve his dignity, yet as he gazed at Chen Nian's silhouette, his expression grew increasingly astonished. He had initially thought he had found a promising talent, only to discover he had stumbled upon a sapling that was nearly fully grown. With Wang Yuejun's extensive experience over the years, If Chen Nian can consistently maintain her familiarity with the Type 54, it is merely a matter of time before she surpasses Wen Di in marksmanship. Of course, this notion is one that Wang Yuejun keeps to himself. Should others become privy to it, it would be fortunate if they did not cause Chen Nian any trouble. It is likely that many would deem Wang Yuejun's thoughts as fanciful. Who is Wen Di? He is a marksman praised personally by the top brass. During the grand military competition, the prodigious Wan Yuan, whom Wen Di trained, managed to sweep through the ranks with ease. What more can be said of Wen Di himself? Soon Wen Di began instructing Chen Nian on other weapons. Each lesson commenced with the disassembly of the weapon, as he elucidated the characteristics of every wooden magazine to her. You must pinpoint your developmental direction. Wen Di advised Chen Nian. Do not be overly ambitious. Progress incrementally, like hopping across squares in a game. Master each aspect one by one while ensuring you find your own niche. Typically, a combat team would comprise 2 to 3 snipers, depending on the team's size. Presently, some foreign snipers are also accompanied by observers. However, we currently do not have dedicated observers. Whoever is capable shall take the role. Wen Di spoke casually, yet the knowledge he imparted to Chen Nian was not something a novice, uninitiated into combat units, could easily comprehend. Of course, this did not involve classified information, and sharing it with Chen Nian was permissible. Nonetheless, compared to Wang Yuejun's external assertion of allowing Chen Nian to give it a try, Wen Di's remarks were evidently more revealing. Chen Nian paid little heed to this, her attention greedily fixated on the Type 56 rifle in her hands. This is a classic model from 50 years ago. She had heard from Aunt Chun about this wooden magazine in 1962. It played a crucial role, effectively suppressing the enemy along the southern slopes of the Himalayas. Aunt Chun mentioned that there seemed to be plans to modify the Type 56 into a sniper rifle. In truth, this was not merely inquiring about Aunt Chun's words but rather something Chen Nian had known from her past life. The attempt to convert the Type 56 into a sniper rifle had ended in failure. With subsequent improvements in weapon precision, this semi-automatic rifle, which straddled the line between effectiveness and ineffectiveness, gradually fell out of favor in modern warfare. It has since made more frequent appearances in university military training scenarios. Chen Nian was aware of more effective alternatives. However, her understanding of these weapons was limited to theoretical knowledge, having never encountered them in practice. After all, in her previous life, Chen Nian had not had the opportunity to engage with such equipment. Wen Di squinted, reminding Chen Nian, this is not a matter you should concern yourself with at present. In the past, when Chen Nian was in the archives, she mostly encountered personnel files, with the remainder consisting of meeting records and similar documents. Important individuals such as Wen Di and Wan Yuan would not have their files stored in that archive. Thus, when Chen Nian visited the archives, although her guide had cautioned her to maintain confidentiality, the warning lacked the resoluteness of Wen Di's current demeanor. If Chen Nian were to enter a combat unit, discretion would be of paramount importance. She quickly nodded, clearly recognizing this reality. Although this was not a secret, her casual disclosure could lead to dire consequences should it fall into the ears of those with ulterior motives. After all, this information had not yet been publicly announced. It was merely an experimental endeavor within a limited scope. Despite Wen Di's skepticism towards this design, each wooden magazine possesses its own unique characteristics. Any forced alteration would necessitate internal modifications or upgrades. To desire the addition of a scope for external use at this juncture, insinuating a transformation into a sniper, is rather naive. For today, let us conclude our practice here. Wen Di observed that Chen Nian's shoulder appeared distinctly misaligned. This condition arose from the instinctive act of alleviating discomfort and adjusting posture due to soreness, leading to a state where bones and muscles find a semblance of ease. Much like individuals who twist their waists to an outsider's gaze, it may seem as though their midsection is askew. The body instinctively engages in self-protection. At this juncture, should Chen Nian continue her training, she might find herself unable to lift this arm come morning. Wen Di offered a kind reminder. Chen Nian was not oblivious to the nuances of propriety. Acknowledging Wen Di's goodwill, she nodded and replied, "Thank you, I shall remember." The two laid down their wooden rifles and, after submitting their equipment for inspection, placed the rifles upon the rack before turning to leave. Is that all? The middle-aged man gazed at their retreating figures, still yearning for more. That girl truly exhibited grace in her marksmanship. So spirited, reminiscent of the valiant women who once graced our ranks years ago. The trio's presence at Chen Nian's training was indicative of their acceptance of her feminine identity. What of it? Can a woman not serve in the military? That illustrious General Li, sold into servitude at the tender age of 6, ultimately enlisted and earned her commission as a general when the nation was founded. Many of their comrades from earlier years were women. The disparity in numbers did not denote a lack of capability. Wang Yuejun aspired to establish a paradigm, hoping Chen Nian could serve as a beacon for others. What does it mean to say that women are not inferior to men? Enough already. Have you not noticed her injured shoulder? After several years of absence from such endeavors, Chen Nian's perseverance until now is commendable. Wang Yuejun gently patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, speaking earnestly. It is not solely because she is a commendable comrade, an exceptional female comrade, more so, it is her remarkable talent. Should she hone her skills, it would undoubtedly be a boon for us. I, along with old Shi, shall strive diligently, and I hope you, dear elder brother, will lend a hand. Let not the short-sightedness of certain individuals jeopardize a promising prospect. As for the certain individuals Wang Yuejun alluded to, the three were well aware of their identities. The middle-aged man could only nod in agreement. Rest assured, I shall certainly assist you outside the shooting range. Chen Nian was genuinely feeling the ache in her shoulder. Such discomfort had not been present during her time at Baifeng Mountain. Shall I escort you to the infirmary? Wen Di, noticing Chen Nian grimacing in pain, could not help but suggest. Find someone skilled in acupuncture and massage to properly attend to you. He truly doubted whether Chen Nian would be able to lift her arm come morning. Chapter 25. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. There is truly no need. Chen Nian shook her head. I know how to manage it in her youth when she suspended stones. Her arm swelled considerably, and the wolf mother licked her in a display of concern. Unable to bear the sight, the old man imparted several massage techniques and acupressure points to alleviate her discomfort. Had he possessed silver needles at the time, he might have even taught her acupuncture. In truth, Chen Nian remained curious about the old man's true identity. Regrettably, she was slightly older, and the old man, having observed that Chen Nian had nearly mastered the skills, left behind 2 wooden guns and some ammunition before departing from Baifeng Mountain. Chen Nian was unaware of his whereabouts. Noting Chen Nian's determination, Wen Di chose not to pursue the matter further but instead inquired, what compels you to transfer to the combat unit? Do you harbor disdain for female soldiers? Wen Di promptly refuted this notion, asserting of course not. In fact, there are female soldiers in combat units, albeit in lesser numbers. Moreover, most do not undergo training akin to theirs. In the prevailing worldview, women are generally expected to marry and bear children. With such rigorous training, what if an injury jeopardizes their ability to conceive? While Wen Di did not agree, he refrained from voicing his dissent. It is not easy to be a pioneer in such times. This was a sincere piece of advice from Wen Di. Present, few individuals enlist out of genuine interest. Most do so for career prospects or livelihood. Chen Nian's situation was particularly unique. Sensing the gravity in Wen Di's words, Chen Nian ceased her playful demeanor and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall give this matter considerable thought. Upon exiting the shooting range, Chen Nian was about to bid farewell to Wen Di, intending to express her gratitude sincerely. She was not devoid of emotion. She could clearly sense that although Wen Di did not offer his full knowledge, he was indeed imparting valuable lessons with utmost seriousness. The wooden guns she was familiar with were merely remnants from her previous life. Back then, with the advent of the internet, many military enthusiasts shared their thoughts online. Wooden guns were merely the simplest of discussions. Later data concerning various weapons was also published, albeit mostly official information that pertained to models that would only be available 10, 20, or even 30 years hence. The current models in use were rather limited. To merely familiarize oneself with these details required the guidance of an expert, and it was evident that Wen Di fit that role perfectly. However, before Chen Nian could utter a word, a figure all too familiar approached them. She slapped her forehead in realization, suddenly understanding why so many in later generations criticized certain tropes in novels. After disciplining a disciple, the master would inevitably appear, one after another. It seemed endless. To her dismay, it was him. Chen Nian felt exasperated as she beheld Ji Yongjun, whose expression resembled that of an irate old bull. His eyes filled with cold indifference as if he were not her biological father. What? Is this face meant for whom? Ji Yongjun was practically seething with rage at Chen Nian moments ago. He had overheard Chen Jianchu's pleas in the office. Still oblivious to the unfolding events, yet he recalled that Chen Jianchu had been dispatched to locate Chen Nian. Consequently, Ji Yongjun hastily sought information to track her down. Within a mere night, numerous rumors concerning their family had circulated throughout the compound. Ji Yongjun could not afford to lose face. If you don't come over, this expression is hardly worth the time wasted displaying it to you. Chen Nian was not one to tolerate grievances. Retorting Ji Yongjun's words with defiance, Ji Yongjun was momentarily taken aback, his aging face flushing with embarrassment. Were it not for Wen Di's presence, he would have undoubtedly struck her. Enough, let us depart. Chen Nian had no desire to engage in a war of words with the Ji family. It was far too trivial. If he had the ability, he should take action directly. Chen Nian would ensure that the Ji family understood why the flowers bloomed so vividly. Ji Yongjun thought of Chen Jianshi. After all, he was his own bodyguard. He had been taken to the leaders by Wenyuan as the captain of Wanyuan. Wen Di felt compelled to provide an explanation. However, before that, Ji Yongjun could not afford to be indifferent and simply wait to be questioned. With such an attitude, Ji Yongjun could already envision the whispers and pointed fingers behind his back. Suddenly, Ji Yongjun stepped forward, adopting a righteous demeanor to block Chen Nian and Wen Di. I demand to know what crime my bodyguard has committed to warrant being taken away in such a disgraceful manner by Captain Wen's subordinates. Wen Di had never wasted words on such individuals. Had they not been in the military district at that moment, he would have already delivered a punch to Ji Yongjun's face. Want to know? Wen Di cast a sidelong glance at Ji Yongjun, his disdain and displeasure glaringly apparent. You should inquire yourself, he scoffed lightly. It seems you've forgotten that you are the one being questioned. This was not merely a jab at Ji Yongjun's vulnerabilities. It was akin to twisting the knife within them. With Wen Di standing in his way, Ji Yongjun dared not lay a hand on Chen Nian. He understood the significance of Wen Di within the ranks. Although he was merely a captain, his worth surpassed that of a regiment commander. Despite Ji Yongjun's higher rank as a chief of staff, Wen Di had received praises from the top brass. What audacity did Ji Yongjun possess to confront him? Watching Chen Nian and Wen Di's retreating figures, Ji Yongjun recognized that he could not touch Wen Di and thus redirected all his animosity toward Chen Nian. This was an utter humiliation. As a chief of staff, to be scolded by his own daughter and then be compelled to apologize. He resolved to teach Chen Nian a lesson. Even though Wen Di did not reside in the compound, he had heard of Ji Yongjun's temperament and character. The man was akin to a venomous serpent coiled within the dunes, ever ready to strike. Today Chen Nian had shown him no respect in front of others, and Wen Di was certain that Ji Yongjun would harbor a grudge. I know, Chen Nian replied, and to be precise, she was intimately familiar with Ji Yongjun and the entire Ji family. Ji Yongjun's pettiness mirrored that of Ji Lang. Unfortunately, Ji Lang faced Ji Yongjun's wrath for being ineffectual. In truth, Ji Lang's behavior was a direct inheritance of Ji Yongjun's temperament. There were only so many patterns to follow. Chen Nian shook her head, smiling. Don't worry, I know how to handle this. Noticing Chen Nian's unperturbed demeanor, as if she had long been accustomed to such situations, Wen Di could only say, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out. Chapter 26. Chen Nian has turned 18 and is eligible for marriage. The punishment for Chen Jianshi was swiftly determined, with Wen Di and Wanyuan as witnesses, coupled with the fact that Chen Jianshi was indeed not difficult to investigate. There was no major wrongdoing, however. His irascible temperament had led him to bully and ridicule even those newer than recruits, taking advantage of his position as Ji Yongjun's bodyguard. Previously, some new recruits had refrained from speaking out due to Chen Jianshi's connections. Now that they knew he had been apprehended, they readily voiced their grievances. Ji Yongjun had clearly misjudged the situation. Even if Chen Nian intervened to assert that Chen Jianshi had not engaged in such behavior, the accumulation of complaints from the new recruits was sufficient to bring Chen Jianshi to his knees. The military environment is strictly regulated. How could someone like Chen Jianshi be permitted to exist? Upon learning of the situation, Ji Yongjun found himself in a quandary, unable to intervene. A sharp sound echoed through the room as a glass cup shattered on the floor of Ji's study. Most people nowadays use enamel cups, yet this glass cup, cherished by Ji Yongjun, held a special significance. That it was not merely a matter of value. Rather, compared to the enamel cups used by other family members and the porcelain cups reserved for guests, this glass cup symbolized Ji Yongjun's status within the household. The three brothers, Ji Lan and company, instinctively lowered their gazes upon hearing the commotion. Ji Lan had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Not only had Chen Nian driven them nearly to madness with his incessant visits, but now they had also incurred the wrath of Chen Jianshi. The character of Chen Jianshi was of little concern to them. However, the repercussions of his punishment would undoubtedly tarnish Ji Yongjun's reputation in the eyes of his superiors. After all, without Ji Yongjun's favor and support, could a mere security guard truly rise to prominence? Ultimately, it would reflect poorly on Ji Yongjun's discernment and judging character. Father, this is all Chen Nian's fault. Ji Ming, the least astute of the brothers, found himself seething with envy and resentment as he witnessed Ji Yongjun's fury, all while contemplating Chen Nian's seemingly carefree life outside. Why should it be so? After all, that was Wang Yuejun's wooden warehouse. Wang Yuejun. Although Ji Ming lacked intellect, he had grown up in the courtyard and was well acquainted with the figures in the military district. The last person to receive Wang Yuejun's special attention was Wen Di. Regrettably, Wendy had been chosen first by Shi Mingsheng. Had that not been the case, Wang Yuejun would have been the one to train Wendy. Furthermore, within Wendy's team, there were several individuals who had also been trained by Wang Yuejun. Though this connection was not overtly acknowledged, everyone understood that such mentorship could be considered akin to a master-apprentice relationship. Jiming often found himself daydreaming about what life would be like had he been Wendy. Now, was it possible that Chen Nian could truly become that person? Ji Yongjun felt a surge of anger at the mere mention of Chen Nian's name. Upon hearing Jiming's words, he slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely as he chastised, "If you're so capable, why don't you go?" Jiming fell silent in an instant. His elder brother and the youngest had both ventured forth, with the youngest even taking their mother and Xiaoyun along. And what was the outcome? Chen Nian had nearly ridiculed them to death. Jiming had no intention of subjecting himself to such humiliation. Father, getting angry now serves no purpose. As the eldest son, Jilan occupied a unique position in Ji Yongjun's eyes. He stepped forward, his manner and tone entirely composed, and instructed the youngest brother, Ji Lang, please sweep the floor. Ji Lang pursed his lips, casting a resentful glance downward. Why should the second brother not be tasked with the cleaning? To put it bluntly, it was simply a matter of disdain for his inability to enlist due to health issues. Sooner or later, he would make them all regret it. What should we do now? Ji Yongjun's mind was in disarray. On one hand, he needed to reprimand his disobedient daughter, while on the other, the dual dilemmas weighed heavily upon his thoughts, preventing him from thinking clearly. Jilan sighed. He had previously considered He Hui's actions towards Chen Nian to be unjust, for had He Hui not been so brusque with Chen Nian, he would not have resorted to running away from home. As for the letter of severance, Jilan paid it no mind. She always felt that Chen Nian was deliberately causing trouble. Now Jilan found herself blaming Chen Nian, thinking if it weren't for Chen Nian's incessant disturbances, would they have arrived at such a juncture? Harming others without benefiting oneself is simply foolish. What is most infuriating is that Chen Nian's antics are nothing more than the whims of a petulant girl. Jilan, with her clever mind, swiftly devised a countermeasure, stating, it would be best to cast Chen Nian into the spotlight. Just say if you were aware of the deeds committed by Chen Jianshi, how could you possibly allow him to seek out Chen Nian? No matter the circumstances, Chen Nian is still our own flesh and blood. How could a father permit anyone to humiliate his daughter? Ji Yongjun's eyes began to gleam with understanding. Indeed, matters ought to be prioritized. This is not the time to quibble with Chen Nian. Only by navigating through this predicament can he muster the energy to confront her later. As for Chen Nian, a flicker of anger passed through Jilan's eyes. If she is so disobedient, I recall Chen Nian is already 18. She is of marrying age. Her? Ji Yongjun instinctively shook his head. Can she truly heed our words? Let us not forget, her household registration is not even listed under our family. If we cannot even influence her household registration, how can we dictate her marriage? Marriage is a matter of parental decree and matchmaking. You are her biological father. Moreover, what sort of unsuitable match would we find for her? In the grand scheme, no one would blame us for seeking the best for her. Ji Yongjun listened, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, we have no intention of harming her. Finding her a reputable suitor is ultimately for her own good. Should she resist, it will only reflect poorly on her as unfilial. Currently, Chen Nian is akin to an unpredictable bomb within the Ji household, ready to detonate at any moment, potentially dragging everyone down with her, as evidenced by the recent affair involving Chen Jianshi. Ji Lang, listening nearby, could hardly suppress his laughter. Marry Chen Nian? Which family would be insane enough to accept such a daughter-in-law? Who would bear a grudge against whom, only to foist Chen Nian into their midst? Ji Lang observed his father and elder brother seriously deliberating over a suitable match for Chen Nian, finding their fanciful notions utterly absurd. While they might not resort to violence, their frustration was palpable. Chapter 27. I still have wolf brothers and a wolf sister. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, Jilan and Ji Yongjun had concocted the outrageous idea of marrying her off. Had she been aware, she would likely have stormed into the Ji household with her wooden gun, just as Ji Lang had whimsically envisioned. At that moment, she was scrutinizing one of her shoes, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Speak up. Who did this? Chen Nian did not even glance at Pan Meifeng, who was across from her bed, or at Li Chunyan standing beside her, but rather fixed her gaze on Su Balian, who sat nearby, seemingly intent on distinguishing herself from the rest of the dorm. Observing Chen Nian, who had seamlessly integrated into the dormitory, Su Balian remained silent. The next morning, however, Chen Nian discovered a blade hidden within her shoe. Looking at the still pretending Su Balian, a mix of laughter and anger bubbled within Chen Nian. Does Chen Yu know how foolish you are? Chen Nian's words required no further inquiry. The sarcasm in her tone was enough to provoke Su Balian, who looked up with a resentful glare. Yet, she quickly realized that such behavior was unbecoming and hastily lowered her head, returning to her pretense of ignorance as she resumed reading Su Balian. It is not that I fear you, but rather that I find no solace in living in the dormitory alone. Chen Nian stepped forward, pinching the blade between her fingers, her piercing gaze causing Su Balian to lower her head uncomfortably. Do you truly believe that with Ji Yun's backing you can disregard me? Pan Meifeng lacks the audacity to engage in such actions, and Li Chunyan has no reason to do so. Besides, your close relationship with Ji Yun complicates matters. Who could have committed such an act? Chen Nian felt certain without expending much thought. Yet here stands Su Balian feigning ignorance? I do not comprehend what you are saying, she retorted, seemingly unable to withstand Chen Nian's scrutiny. Her head raised in a futile defense, however. The flicker of her eyes betrayed her guilt. In an instant, a flash of silver gleamed, as Chen Nian's hand pressed against Su Balian's face, the other hand firmly gripping her chin. Do not move. Chen Nian fixed her gaze upon Su Balian, her tone laced with a hint of levity. Do not forget, I possess a blade. The instinctive urge to struggle left Su Balian rigid with fear upon hearing this. She could not afford a scar on her face. The performing arts troupe would never accept a dancer marked by blemishes. Su Balian, do you believe yourself clever enough that I would not see through your actions? Chen Nian pondered in confusion. Su Balian's family was not lacking, at least not when compared to the Ji family. How could she so shamelessly play the sycophant to Ji Yun? Such audacity to commit these acts? If she walked carelessly in her shoes, her feet would inevitably suffer. The blade lay precisely against her toes, positioned horizontally. This meant that should Chen Nian be inattentive, Su Balian would likely bear scars on at least 3 toes. While this may not hinder Chen Nian's ability to run, it could jeopardize her training in the weeks to come. With only half a month left, every second was precious. The horizontal placement of the blade, it had to be Ji Yun's idea. Chen Nian concluded with certainty. Su Balian, now visibly frightened, had tears welling in her eyes. She never anticipated Chen Nian could become so terrifying. She had always thought of Chen Nian as the one easily bullied, having witnessed her scurrying after the 3 Ji brothers and Ji Yun in the past. Back then, Chen Nian bore no distinction from the Ji family's maid. Yet the Chen Nian before her now evoked a memory of her battle-hardened grandfather. A veteran in a fit of rage. Could this truly be possible? Fear not, Chen Nian reassured, observing the genuine fright in Su Balian's eyes before suddenly releasing her grip. As Su Balian's tears fell, trembling without daring to make a sound, Chen Nian could not help but smirk slightly. Was she truly that intimidating? A glance back revealed Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng, equally pale and shaken. At that moment, Chen Nian found herself at a loss for words, realizing she did indeed appear fearsome. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Besides, we are within a military district. I would be mad to act against you here. Chen Nian's sole desire was to train diligently until the selection period. If she failed to qualify, then she would contemplate alternative paths. Su Balian, I am genuinely curious that we have no enmity, yet you harbor such disdain for me. As it's solely because of Ji Yun. Chen Nian pulled out a chair and sat beside Su Balian, saying, if we were to truly scrutinize the matter, who owes whom? I went missing at the age of 1.5 due to He Hui's negligence. Over the years, it is Ji Yun who has enjoyed the privileges of being the daughter of the Ji family. In other words, everything Ji Yun possesses was originally meant for me. In truth, Chen Nian did not particularly care about being ostracized by Su Balian and her circle of privileged youths. She merely found their behavior perplexing. Did this group of individuals possess some sort of mental deficiency? If one were to draw a distinction of right and wrong in this situation, Chen Nian would undeniably be the victim. This group of people was rather amusing. Ji Yun was not even a true member of the Ji family. It was because I was lost due to He Hui that she adopted Ji Yun, proclaiming to the world that her overwhelming sorrow necessitated the comfort of a child. Chen Nian's fingers danced swiftly, the small blade glinting with white light as it slipped through her fingers. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Balian swallowed hard, beginning to regret targeting Chen Nian. She had previously perceived Chen Nian as merely having a temper and a sharp tongue, never anticipating that her presence would be so intimidating, nor that her physical prowess would exceed her expectations. Su Balian, is there truly any merit in your relentless targeting of me? As Su Balian listened to Chen Nian's words, she found herself unwilling to concede. Yet those words seemed to burrow into her ears, causing her to waver slightly. Images of Ji Yun weeping pitifully in front of them and Chen Nian's incessant bullying of Ji Yun flashed through her mind. Shrinking her shoulders, she lamely replied, that does not justify your bullying of Xiao Yun. Besides, you were raised by wolves. Hiss, goodness! Gasped Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng in unison. The two girls stared at Chen Nian in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the convoluted nature of her background. Raised by wolves? How terrifying! Indeed, Chen Nian did not deny it. Suddenly, a humorous thought struck her. She turned to Su Bailian and remarked, "Not only do I have a wolf mother, but I also have wolf brothers and a wolf sister, all of whom are far superior to the Ji family." This was no mere fabrication. She genuinely had wolf brothers and a sister within the pack. While they were not born of her wolf mother, they were 3 wolves in the pack with whom she shared the closest bonds, aside from her mother. Chapter 28. How could there be such a living hell in the dormitory? At this moment, Su Bailian was on the verge of wetting herself. Given another chance, she would rather die than seek out Chen Nian's ire. "Let us depart." Chen Nian suddenly reached out towards Su Bailian. "Ah, spare me. I realize my mistakes." Su Bailian, terrified, was nearly on the verge of begging for mercy, her hands tightly covering her face, fearing that a careless move from Chen Nian might result in the blade grazing her cheek. Li Chunyan, however, discerned Chen Nian's intentions. Pan Meifeng, pale with fear, clutched Li Chunyan's arm nervously, saying, "We won't end up like Su Bailian, will we?" Thankfully, I did not provoke Chen Nian that day. She is truly terrifying. Li Chunyan was aware that Chen Nian would never resort to violence. Given Chen Nian's intensive training, it was clear that she aspired to join the combat unit. If that were the case, Chen Nian would undoubtedly leave herself vulnerable to punishment, or even potential expulsion. At this moment, it is merely intimidation. Whether directed at Pan Meifeng or currently at Su Bailian, Chen Nian is wielding her already demonstrated absolute power and unyielding ruthlessness towards the Ji family to instill fear in these two individuals. Theo put it frankly, in this world, who does not possess something they hold dear? Su Bailian and Pan Meifeng could not fathom that Chen Nian would abandon her leisurely and relatively well-paid job in the archives, desperately attempting to transfer to a grueling and exhausting combat unit, rolling on the ground with a group of male soldiers, not to mention the peril of losing her life. These two women are oblivious to this fact. Hence, in their eyes, Chen Nian is the one unencumbered by shoes. One fears being beaten while the other fears disfigurement. Thus they remain shod. How could they dare? Li Chunyan, recalling how Pan Meifeng used to boss her around, felt a small devil arise within her, affecting a tone of feigned fear. She whispered, "Is it true that we haven't provoked her?" Pan Meifeng gasped, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Li Chunyan, no longer daring to utter a word, wishing she could hide completely behind Li Chunyan. "Come with me." Chen Nian, observing the cowering Su Bailian, could hardly suppress an eye roll. With such a timid disposition, how could she harbor intentions of harming others? Nevertheless, Chen Nian swiftly dismissed this thought, recognizing it as unworthy. Who says that timid individuals lack the capacity for malice? "Where are we going?" Su Bailian's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. She was genuinely terrified. Most importantly, she was now so frightened that she dared not confide in her family. How could she explain that she had placed blades in Chen Nian's shoes in an attempt to harm her, only for Chen Nian to retaliate? Today she was determined to assert her dominance. She intended to use Su Bailian as an example to intimidate Pan Meifeng and Li Chunyan. She had only this brief opportunity. Wasting it on schemes and constantly guarding against others' malice was simply not worth it. A decisive resolution was far more advantageous. Pan Meifeng could hardly dare to follow. Watching Su Bailian being dragged away by Chen Nian, she grasped Li Chunyan's hand and said, "Chen Nian, let us not go, I am afraid." How could Li Chunyan allow Pan Meifeng to escape so easily? Previously, she had felt inferior due to her family's financial struggles, which had kept her from holding her head high before Pan Meifeng. However, that did not imply Li Chunyan would allow herself to perpetually appear subservient. Now, presented with a clear opportunity that would not implicate her, she saw the chance to enjoy Pan Meifeng's misfortune. Why wouldn't she give it a push? Moreover, Li Chunyan began to contemplate Chen Nian's earlier suggestion about joining the cultural troupe. Perhaps it truly was feasible. Meifeng, but Chen Nian has already mentioned. Li Chunyan's delicate voice emerged. Tinged with trepidation, Pan Meifeng's current emotions resonated with Su Bailian's. Her legs felt weak as she leaned on Li Chunyan. This attitude clearly indicated her willingness to follow, albeit while still whining, "This is the end for us. Our future days will be miserable. How could there be such a living hell in the dormitory?" Pan Meifeng had never contemplated reporting this incident. Not to mention that Chen Nian was not even in the same department as her. Even if she were, it would merely result in a verbal reprimand from the leadership, with no significant disciplinary action. Moreover, Pan Meifeng was acutely aware of Chen Nian's combat prowess. How could she possibly dare? Chen Nian did not take Su Bailian to any particularly terrifying place. Rather, she presented the credentials she had previously obtained and led Su Bailian, along with the hastily arrived Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng, into the shooting range as the three of them were merely there to observe and did not intend to take up any equipment. There was no issue. After all, they were also part of the military. While Chen Nian managed to maintain her composure, both Su Balian and Pan Meifeng were on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Gritting her teeth, Chen Nian adeptly supported the two of them. Suddenly, a series of sharp bangs echoed, and the trio witnessed Chen Nian, holding a wooden gun with one hand, executing a remarkably steady series of shots. The individual responsible for tallying the scores signaled and quickly approached, raising their hand to indicate, shouting, "All 10 rings." Chen Nian gasped in astonishment as she regarded Chen Nian, her eyes wide with disbelief. Pan Meifeng's legs grew even weaker, trembling as she muttered, it's over that." In contrast, Su Balian's emotions had settled somewhat. Licking her parched lips, she gazed fearfully at the poised and striking figure of Chen Nian. Setting aside Chen Nian's earlier words in the dormitory, which had subtly unsettled Su Balian, she now truly recognized that Chen Nian's aspirations diverged significantly from their own. With a complex expression, Su Balian looked at Chen Nian, realizing that they had never truly comprehended her. Their knowledge of Chen Nian had solely stemmed from the mouths of Ji Ming, Ji Lang, and Ji Yun. After a few more shots, Chen Nian proceeded to demonstrate all the models she had learned with Wendy the previous day. By the conclusion, Chen Nian and the others were left in a state of numbness upon hearing the words 10 rings. When it was over, Chen Nian felt a sense of relief wash over her as she submitted all her equipment, verified the bullet count, and signed her name before approaching the three women. Naturally, her primary focus remained on Su Balian. Su Balian, she continued, you despise me and coincidentally, I do not harbor any fondness for you either. Wouldn't it be better if we simply coexist without interfering in each other's affairs? Do not forget, I informed you on my very first day in the dormitory that I possess a severance letter. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Chen Nian and the others. They witnessed firsthand how I severed ties with comrade He Hui. Chen Nian reminded Su Balian, what abilities I possess, you have only glimpsed a fraction of today. I would not mind making a trip to the compound to publicly disclose how you have humiliated me behind my back and bullied me to my face. Please no. Su Balian immediately protested. Her gaze now filled solely with fear. Chapter 29. The question of allowing female soldiers to participate. How could Su Balian be unaware that the things they had previously done to Chen Nian should not be brought to light? While outsiders might not have commented, their group had already faced the wrath of their parents and elders at home. Regardless, Chen Nian was, after all, recognized as Ji family's biological daughter in the eyes of the majority. No matter how much conflict she had with the Ji family, the suffering she endured during those lost years was undeniably real. Based on this alone, minor disputes were typically overlooked by the adults and elders in the compound. However, organized and systematic bullying was something that families like theirs could not tolerate. To put it bluntly, it was a case of them overpowering the few. Not only that, but among Su Balian's group, there are even more boys. How can this be considered bullying a young girl? Having Chen Nian post the big character poster is merely inviting her to be beaten black and blue at home. No doubt at this moment, Su Balian is genuinely convinced that in the past, they targeted Chen Nian, believing she feared them and was beneath their notice, thus having to endure their antics. Yet today Su Balian has come to understand. It was not that Chen Nian refrained from retaliating, rather she was granting them face, wishing to maintain a semblance of peace. Even if someone has an elder to protect and pamper them, what about their reputation in the courtyard? Girls like Su Balian, when they marry, will not step outside their social circle. It is not an exaggeration to say that they might simply move from one building in the courtyard to another. And what of the boys they played with? Naturally, they too will be conscripted. While their past bullying may not affect their early careers, it will forever remain a blemish, a stain that evokes discomfort. Unless someone is as exceptional as Wendy, capable of making others forget their shortcomings, Su Balian possesses self-awareness. If their group were truly that outstanding, they wouldn't spend their days idling together, either playing around or plotting how to torment Chen Nian. I was wrong. After leaving the shooting range, Su Balian tremulously apologized to Chen Nian. I realize my mistake. Chen Nian's earlier demeanor truly made Su Balian recognize how absurd her past thoughts had been. Did Chen Nian fear them? They were merely dreaming. Su Balian is the one who has been awakened by a punch from Chen Nian. With her back to Su Balian, Chen Nian rubbed her somewhat sore shoulders and replied. Oh, her intention was to calm Su Balian down, not to assume the role of a domineering leader. Acknowledging her mistake is enough, she simply desired some peace. Ideally, even the Ji family members would refrain from appearing. In that case, the world would be even more beautiful. Pan Meifeng, linking arms with Chen Nian, gazed at the tall, slender figure of Chen Nian ahead of them, unable to help but exclaim, she looks so extraordinary like this. Li Chuanyan's pupils widened in shock as she looked at the chubby girl beside her. What's going on? Pan Meifeng, her cheeks flushed, remarked. I thought Chen Nian would scold or lecture Su Balian. I didn't expect her to respond with just a no. How graceful. No wonder she is different from us. Although Pan Meifeng still did not understand Chen Nian's purpose behind these actions, anyone with eyes could see today that Chen Nian's future would not be that of a mere archives administrator. Her aspirations are far grander. Though she does not comprehend, Pan Meifeng respects her. Mainly because even if she disrespects her, it would be futile. Chen Nian would not heed her words if she were to act rashly. Who knows how Chen Nian might handle her? Did she not see that the formerly most domineering and spoiled Su Balian now trailed behind like a wilted chicken? Li Chunyan observed Chen Nian's silhouette. Her hands slightly clenched into fists after hearing Pan Meifeng's words. She did not respond but silently resolved within her heart. We. There is no we. I too will be different. Li Chunyan was determined. She would try out for the art troupe. Whether by self-recommendation or by deliberately showcasing herself, she did not wish to spend her days in a fixed position, gazing at an unchanging horizon since the military has its own cultural troupe. And she possesses a remarkable singing voice, why not give it a try? If the troupe does not accept her, then she will resign herself to fate. As for now, Li Chunyan refuses to accept this. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, who is leading the way, her casual intervention has inadvertently brought about a seismic shift in Li Chunyan's life. With Su Balian no longer causing disruptions, Chen Nian's days have become exceedingly pleasant. While she diligently trains each day, Wang Yuejun and the higher-ups of the military remain silent in the conference room. The atmosphere is as still as ice, sending chills through everyone present. I disagree. The significance of this squad is paramount. I refuse to believe you are unaware of that. To venture into hazardous territories while bringing along a young woman. Are we here to execute a mission or merely to indulge in frivolity? One man, not lifting his gaze, spoke with unwavering resolve. This meeting concerns the selection competition, most of which has already been approved. The only point of contention now is whether female soldiers can participate in this selection. The previously opposing voice chimed in again. Moreover, the conditions will undoubtedly be unfavorable. We cannot expect a young lady to be crammed alongside a bunch of young men all day. What will become of her prospects for marriage? How will her future in-laws perceive her if this information spreads? This is indeed a crucial aspect that everyone must consider. We cannot jeopardize a woman's lifelong matrimonial prospects simply because she was selected. Wang Yuejun felt a twinge of hesitation. He values Chen Nian highly. Her demonstrated comprehensive qualities are exceptional. The likelihood of successfully nurturing someone like Chen Nian far exceeds that of others. At least from the information gathered thus far. Her overall capabilities rank among the top 3 of those they favor. The only obstacle preventing Chen Nian's advancement is her gender. I object, Shi Mingsheng interjected, his gaze clearly directed at the man who had just opposed. I oppose old Zhang's viewpoint. In the face of our nation, there should be no distinction between genders. Moreover, who among us has not encountered female soldiers? I dare say some of you may have even been rescued from the battlefield by them in the past. Shi Mingsheng had learned from his wife that Chen Nian's determination is strong. As for matters of marriage, with his limited understanding of the Ji family, having such a shield in front of her might even offer her some peace. Furthermore, with so many students under Shi Mingsheng's tutelage, surely he could help Chen Nian find a suitable partner. And yet, you dismiss her talent without even assessing her performance. This is a disservice to our nation. Shi Mingsheng spoke slowly. I have observed Chen Nian for several days. I can assure you, based on my years of experience and work, that she will undoubtedly impress you. If my assurance is insufficient, why not grant Chen Nian the opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities? As for marriage, that is merely our own desire. What if she does not share that sentiment? Even in ancient times, what Xubing declared, how can one settle down while the Xiongnu remain unvanquished? Are we not fortunate to have a contemporary Hua Mulan emerge from our military district? Chapter 30. Is this what you seek? Indeed. Wang Yuejun chimed in, slapping the table. If old Shi's assurance is not enough, I shall vouch for her as well. You are truly perplexing. Time and again, we have emphasized the importance of talent. The ears themselves are at a loss as to their purpose. Enough. The one who intervened to halt Wang Yuejun's continued discourse was the middle-aged man from the shooting range that day. If he kept speaking, Wang Yuejun might very well be branded as uncooperative by those with ulterior motives. This was no time for jest. The position occupied by the other party was unmistakably that of a decision-maker. This middle-aged man, named Lu Jiming, shared a cordial relationship with both Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng. That day, he had witnessed firsthand how quickly Chen Nian learned to disassemble and fire. Even if there had been early training, Lu Jiming discerned that Chen Nian indeed possessed an innate talent. After all, there were moments when Chen Nian seemed unfamiliar with the wooden rifle. Yet, after a few rounds when Chen Nian pulled the trigger, the results were consistently perfect. The total time for this remarkable transformation was less than a minute. Such performance in just a minute was bound to evoke admiration and affection. The selection process would proceed as previously intended. Our team is teeming with hidden talents. Lu Jiming surveyed the room and continued, in that case, let's provide everyone with an opportunity. Who knows, we might discover even more promising candidates. Indeed, the leader is correct, Wang Yuejun remarked, giving Lu Jiming a thumbs up, his demeanor exuding genuine respect. Shi Mingsheng nodded leisurely. Indeed, if this continues, old Wang and I might be overwhelmed, and we could end up forming more than one team. Those maintaining a neutral or opposing stance couldn't help but roll their eyes. It was only Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng who had the audacity to voice such sentiments. Was talent truly so easily found? If it were that simple, would they need to exert such effort to assemble a specialized squad? They too required aces. However, with Lu Jiming's assertion, others felt it inappropriate to counter. Let the competition commence. They genuinely did not believe that a female soldier with minimal training could surpass the more polished individuals among them. Wen Di and Wan Yuan were also present at this meeting. After the session concluded, Wan Yuan approached Wen Di, nudging him with his elbow and lowering his voice. Well, if Chen Nian were to join, you would be over the moon, wouldn't you? His eyes were sharp. Anyone within his line of sight could not escape his gaze. This time was no different. Although Wen Di did not overtly display much emotion, Wan Yuan knew him well. The fact that Wen Di would abandon his solitary training to mentor a novice. Not merely a novice, but Chen Nian was certainly inexperienced in many aspects. The mere thought of Wen Di eagerly undertaking such a task, braving the scorching sun, was enough to provoke Wan Yuan's curiosity. Nonsense. Wen Di, holding the meeting notebook in one hand, smacked it against Wan Yuan's chest. Stop babbling, run 12 laps. Wan Yuan immediately fell silent. The fleeting satisfaction of silence versus 12 laps required no mental effort to weigh. Besides, Wan Yuan understood Wen Di all too well. 12 laps might entail unforeseen challenges along the way. As Wen Di noted Wan Yuan's compliance, he quietly exhaled and briskly made his way forward. Hey? Where are you going? Wan Yuan naturally followed Wen Di, eager to witness the rare display of emotion on his face. Such a state had only ever been exhibited in Chen Nian's presence. Could it be true? Chen Nian could hardly believe her ears, her face alight with astonishment as she gazed at Wen Di, who had brought the news. Her feet instinctively jumped forward, her hands pressing against the table as her upper body leaned closer to him. Wen Di was enveloped by a wave of warmth and fragrance, causing his heart to race. Lowering his head, he absently rubbed his nose before saying, Indeed. The exact timing has yet to be confirmed, but it should be at the end of this month, or at the very latest, the beginning of next month. You won't have much time to train, so you must focus. As Wen Di observed Chen Nian gradually standing upright, he suddenly reminisced about the earlier moment that he contemplated advising her to take care of herself, but then reconsidered, realizing he lacked the position or authority to say such things. Safe travels, he finally offered. Chen Nian's eyes were fixed intently on Wen Di, puzzled by what he might want to convey but unable to voice her curiosity. Noticing her still bewildered expression, Wen Di could only lower his head in resignation, unsure of what was troubling him. Perhaps it was the feeling of guilt he harbored towards Chen Nian. While the journey to Baifeng Mountain had been arduous, Chen Nian was free-spirited and vibrant, brimming with vitality. Yet, the image of her sorrowful face from that day at the police station lingered in his mind, compounded by the subsequent news he had learned, leaving him at a loss for words to articulate his anger at the time. All right. Chen Nian thought little of it. Her strongest impression of Wen Di was his sense of responsibility. His kindness towards her was likely influenced by his connections with Aunt Lu and Wang Yuejun. Last time, Wen Di had even brought her a cream cake, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. She had taken a 3-hour bus ride to the department store to buy a green-skinned frog toy for Aunt Lu's grandson. As for Wang Yuejun, there was no need to elaborate. Had it not been for him, Chen Nian would have been at a loss for where to find a shooting range. After bidding farewell to Wen Di, Chen Nian clutched her lunchbox and made her way to the cafeteria. Along the way, she overheard numerous conversations about the upcoming selection event. It seemed that although the exact timing had not been publicly announced, the news had already spread far and wide. Many were eager to participate, for once they had chosen to enlist, of course they aspired to be the best soldier among them. Is that what you're after? Li Chuanyan's sudden appearance behind Chen Nian startled her. Turning her head to regard the unexpectedly present Li Chuanyan, confusion flickered in her eyes. Since their last conflict, Su Balian had grown considerably quieter, and Pan Meifeng was even more subdued. Chen Nian suspected that if she were to be a bit more assertive, Pan Meifeng might still serve her. In contrast, Li Chunyan had maintained her distance from everyone. So Chen Nian found it curious that she would come to speak with her. Why apologies? Li Chunyan quickly interjected, realizing her actions had startled Chen Nian. Chapter 31. Dining is a battle for resources. Not an exaggeration. I just heard that a selection competition is about to take place, and anyone can participate. The information was still rather vague. Specifics regarding the content, process, and purpose were not mentioned. Yet, the mere mention of a selection event was enough to ignite enthusiasm within the military ranks. Li Chunyan regarded Chen Nian with a complex expression. She hesitated, holding her own lunchbox, before finally conceding. You possess great courage. Regardless of whether Li Chunyan possesses the same physical attributes as Chen Nian, it is unlikely that she would make the same choice. Even if no news has been disclosed at present, it is evident that significant developments are underway. The victor is bound to reap substantial benefits. Yet, despite this, Li Chunyan still lacks the courage to take that step. Is that so? Chen Nian offered a polite smile. Thank you for the compliment. After this exchange, a silence enveloped the two. Chen Nian felt no embarrassment. Rather, it was Li Chunyan beside her, nearly digging a small piece out of the enamel lunchbox with her fingers. Chen Nian, I wish to join the art troupe. Li Chunyan murmured, summoning her courage to voice her desire. Chen Nian was not surprised. With such a splendid voice and talent, it would indeed be a pity and a waste for Li Chunyan not to pursue a career in the art troupe. Do you support me? Li Chunyan's gaze was tinged with a hint of caution, yet still sparkled with anticipation. After a moment's reflection, Chen Nian replied, yes, your prospects are quite promising. Joining the art troupe would offer you far greater opportunities than your current role as a correspondent. Presently, Li Chunyan is either monitoring the telephone in the communications room, occasionally taking notes, or assisting with connecting telephone lines from the back. Making a call involves routing it through a switchboard before it can be connected, necessitating someone to listen in as well. As a result, most individuals still prefer to communicate via letters, with important matters being sent by fax. Urgent situations warranting immediate phone calls are few and far between. Given Li Chunyan's character, this line of work seems to predetermine her future. Now that she possesses the requisite qualifications, why not take the plunge? Have you thought it through? How do you plan to proceed? Chen Nian felt a mischievous delight at the thought of Li Chunyan's presence unsettling Ji Yun. After enduring bullying for so long, what harm was there in striking back? Besides, in her previous life, it was Ji Yun's actions that led to her demise. She also distinctly recalled those three brothers. It would be best if they refrained from approaching her again, for Chen Nian would not let such matters rest easily. With a blush on her cheeks, Li Chunyan proposed her idea. Her heart racing at the prospect, she felt her breath quicken, aware that she might employ a touch of cunning, such as capturing the attention of the leaders of the art troupe with her voice. If she could manage that, countless opportunities would arise. Perhaps she might hum a few notes as she passed by them or find a secluded spot to practice her singing, hoping to be overheard. Yet, Li Chunyan felt that such tactics might be deceitful. It would be far better to approach the situation openly. If she could secure a position, she would feel righteous in her pursuit. Very well. Chen Nian nodded, entirely unsurprised by Li Chunyan's choice. You will undoubtedly be selected. Chen Nian was completely confident in this assertion and her previous life. It was unclear whether Li Chunyan had employed cunning or been fortuitously discovered by the leaders of the art troupe. Yet she had certainly earned her place there with her exceptional voice. Without Ji Yun's interference, Li Chunyan's artistic development would have thrived. Really? Then may your words come true. Li Chunyan's cheeks flushed deeper, her spirit soaring with joy. Who wouldn't relish hearing kind words, especially regarding something so dear to her? Chen Nian's encouragement was particularly uplifting. Li Chunyan now felt a twinge of regret, wishing she had treated Chen Nian with more kindness in the past. Then I wish you all your heart's desires. You will surely be selected. Pan Meifeng often drags me along to observe those individuals in training, and I find them all lacking in comparison to you. When Li Chunyan recalls the antics that Pan Meifeng had her partake in, she feels a surge of embarrassment and helplessness. After all, what choice does she have with her family's impoverished circumstances? She can only play the fool beside Pan Meifeng. Those moments of humiliation were clearly instigated by Pan Meifeng, yet they always end up being blamed on her. Fortunately, none of it is too detrimental. Otherwise, Li Chunyan would have to worry about whether she could continue wearing this military uniform on the day of the competition. I shall cheer for you. At this moment, Li Chunyan genuinely believes that Chen Nian is an agreeable person. Previously, she had been concerned that Chen Nian might be too domineering. However, upon reflection, it seems that Chen Nian's assertiveness only arises in response to provocation or unreasonable behavior from others. Or, as in the case of Su Bai Lian, when someone attempts to harm her directly. At other times, Chen Nian can be considered the quietest individual in the dormitory, not disturbing anyone and occasionally lending a helping hand. Chen Nian, my name is Chen Nian. With this thought, Chen Nian suddenly halts, her face radiating sincerity. May I be your friend? Chen Nian is initially taken aback, then bursts into laughter. It appears that Chen Nian truly possesses a flair for the arts, albeit with a somewhat pretentious literary temperament. Are we not friends already? Chen Nian shrugs and adds, let us hurry. If we delay, the mushroom chicken will be gone. Aunt Chun mentioned she had slaughtered quite a number of chickens today, chopping them into small pieces. With so many people to share, who knows how much meat we'll actually get? In the army, it's not as if everyone can indulge in meat. The two find a spot to sit. The current mess hall is not at all like what most people in later generations envision, where one simply grabs a lunchbox and moves from window to window. Instead, most seating arrangements are fixed. Typically, an entire company sits together, and the notion of snatching food is not an exaggeration. Individuals like Chen Nian and Chen Nian, who serve in civilian roles, also have their designated spots. Once seated with acquaintances, the six at the table gather, exchanging tickets for someone to fetch their meals. Before long, a large enamel basin appears on the table, filled with stir-fried cabbage and a small bowl containing mushroom chicken that boasts more mushrooms than visible chicken. The food is quite good today. What a delightful occasion! Chen Nian exclaims in astonishment, gazing at the glistening mushrooms, savoring the taste as it enters her mouth, revealing her pleasure. It has been so long since she has tasted anything meaty that she finds herself somewhat unaccustomed to it. I'm not sure. Chen Nian shakes her head, genuinely unable to recall if they had mushroom chicken on this day in her previous life. However, the chef in their mess hall certainly possesses commendable skills. With such an abundance of mushrooms and so little meat, Chen Nian can still detect the flavor of the meat. Impressive. Have you heard? This selection process is to fill the ranks of the team. A voice arises from behind them. Fill? Where to? You don't know. Wendy. That team, during a mission something happened and many lost their lives. Now there aren't enough people in the ranks, they need to recruit more. How many sacrificed? I hadn't heard about this. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I heard it from someone else. Apparently Wendy has been in the hospital for over a month. Chapter 32. A tooth. A glimmer of white. Chen Nian feels somewhat surprised. She had no idea that Wendy had encountered such events. It is not that she lacks concern. Rather, the demeanor exhibited by Wendy does not resemble that of a person who has just emerged from a serious injury and hospital stay. Chen Nian gently stirred the vegetables in her bowl with chopsticks, while holding a fist-sized northern steamed bun in her hand. What could she possibly care about? They were hardly acquainted before, after all. Contemplating this, Chen Nian suppressed her intricate emotions and lowered her head to eat. However, the predominant topic of conversation today was evidently the selection competition. Although no specific time or details had been disclosed, it was clear that many were eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Chen Nian was engrossed in her meal when she was suddenly called. She looked up in surprise. Lu Qi, towering and robust, stood beside her like a small mountain. He scratched the back of his head and flashed a wide grin, attempting to showcase his particularly white teeth against his dark complexion. As there's something you need. Chen Nian had indeed spotted Lu Qi on the playground previously. Perhaps it was due to the previous incident that Lu Qi was now training more rigorously. If they were to meet on the playground again, he would be driven to dash towards her. Even if it meant exhausting himself. Chen Nian, however, maintained her own pace without succumbing to such fervor. Lu Qi glanced around, then lowered his voice to inquire, this time for the selection. It's said that anyone can participate. Are you going? When Lu Qi heard this announcement, the first person that came to his mind was not his comrades, but rather Chen Nian. Ever since being bested by her, he had been striving to enhance his speed and endurance, eager for another chance to compete against her. Lu Qi had never encountered a girl quite like Chen Nian. It was a matter of feeling embarrassed about losing to a girl. The opportunity was too rare to let someone as formidable as Chen Nian languish in the archives. Yes, Chen Nian replied without hesitation, nodding swiftly. I will go. I just don't know how to register yet or if there will be any selection criteria in place. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes brightened with excitement, his face now adorned with two highlights. His teeth and the whites of his eyes. As Chen Nian observed Lu Qi's beaming expression, she was suddenly reminded of a well-known toothpaste from later generations. Exactly, Lu Qi exclaimed, joyfully patting Chen Nian on the shoulder. His large hand, akin to a fan, would have knocked anyone else off balance. Yet Chen Nian remained steady, seemingly unaffected by his gesture. As one of the top 10 competitors in the military district's grand competition, Lu Qi naturally attracted considerable attention, with many who had encountered him before well aware of his strength. Initially, some had been quietly mocking Lu Qi for being so one-track-minded, particularly in his interactions with girls, and even considered rising to the occasion to rescue the damsel in distress. Yet, Chen Nian remained unflinching as she deftly picked up a small piece of chicken with her chopsticks and placed it steadily in her bowl, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Wow! This girl is impressive. She can withstand a blow from that brute Lu Qi. Did you not recognize her? She is the one who defeated Lu Qi last time. It became apparent now. No wonder Lu Qi, that brute, would be so proactive in speaking to a girl. Soon the focus of discussion among most people shifted from Lu Qi to Chen Nian. It is simply the nature of the military that strength prevails. Chen Nian, an obscure file clerk, suddenly emerged and overshadowed Lu Qi. How could this not attract attention? It is akin to a protagonist in a novel bursting onto the scene, challenging a grandmaster right from the outset. Such a spectacle is undeniably captivating. I look forward to competing with you again. Lu Qi felt a sense of satisfaction at this. He was indifferent to the previous loss, for it had merely been an obstacle course, an event in which he did not particularly excel. Thus losing did not bring him much shame. However, if he could triumph over Chen Nian in a fair contest, he would welcome it. While he claimed to be unconcerned, the matter of pride invariably warranted some consideration. Chen Nian, on the other hand, had no desire to ponder Lu Qi's thoughts. At that moment she merely wished to enjoy her meal. Yet, during moments of distraction, her mind would unexpectedly drift to Wendy. Severe injury? Hospitalized for a month? He certainly appeared unfazed at the shooting range. Furthermore, when Chen Nian ran, she would often see Wendy, who, clad in short sleeves, revealed scars on his arms that evidently belonged to the past. Now that he had left again, it was highly probable he was on a mission. After Chen Nian and Li Chunyan washed their lunchboxes, as they exited the cafeteria, she cast a glance towards the direction of the military gate, silently wishing for Wendy's safety and success on this occasion. The conversation between Chen Nian and Lu Qi did not go unnoticed, quickly circulating among the ranks. Not only was Chen Nian informed, but even those in the courtyard became aware of it, that if others had opportunities, then her little Nian should have them as well. While walking, Aunt Chun hummed a cheerful tune. Just as they were nearing home, someone sidled up to her, wrapping an arm around her and warmly inquiring, "Hui Chun, have you heard? Chen Nian is participating in the selection competition." "I have heard." "What of it?" Aunt Chun responded with a hint of resignation. The person was indeed on good terms with her, yet the only drawback was their propensity to gossip. News they shared seldom remained private until the following day. Even if you informed her at 11 at night, she could spread it by midnight. Go on, who sent you to inquire? "If it's the Ji family, I won't say a word," Aunt Chun cautioned her friend. Zhang Xiaodi waved her hand dismissively, rolling her eyes with playful flair. "I have no ties with that family. I'm simply curious. Chen Nian never stood out in the courtyard before, so why has she suddenly left home and now wishes to participate in the selection? Hui Chun, do you think she has what it takes?" Aunt Chun did not elaborate much, merely stating vaguely, "There are no restrictions on who can participate, so if she wishes to go, let her." Moreover, the children in the courtyard were always so critical of Nian. If she truly possessed remarkable qualities, would they have let us know? Aunt Chun harbored a strong dislike for certain children in the courtyard. One may be unremarkable or mediocre, but malice is intolerable. A person with a wicked heart is beyond redemption. In Aunt Chun's view, some children in the courtyard were indeed cruel, relishing in the suffering of others while feeling pleased with themselves. If they possessed such prowess, they should take it to the battlefield. Instead, they remained cowardly in their own lair. Chapter 33. We are about to bring disgrace upon our family. Zhang Xiaodi has but one daughter, who is somewhat older than Chen Nian and has just graduated from university just before the cessation of the college entrance examination, now working as a doctor at the military hospital. Over the past decade, Zhang Xiaodi has radiated vitality, appearing even more youthful than she did a few years ago. Listening to Aunt Chun's remarks about the current children in the courtyard, Zhang Xiaodi nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are misbehaved, living comfortably, well-fed and well-watered. They have the luxury to ponder such trivial matters. How unlike our times, when life was fraught with hardship. Where would we find the energy to bully a young girl? They have the audacity. It is precisely because their worldviews align closely that, despite Zhang Xiaodi's loquacious nature, her relationship with Aunt Chun remains amicable. However, can Chen Nian truly succeed in the selection process? Zhang Xiaodi deftly shifted the topic. Aunt Chun, unfazed, chuckled as she grasped her friend's hand, saying, "Let us go. I'm making soup today. I still have the kelp that old Shures student sent over last time, which we haven't finished yet. You can help me wash it. Washing kelp is quite the chore. I'm asking you about something." Zhang Xiaodi insisted, adding, If you tell me, I'll wash the whole bag of kelp for you. Aunt Chen was both amused and exasperated. Just for a bit of gossip, Zhang Zhaodi was willing to wash all the kelp. I'll take you to see it later. After all, little Nian is with me, and I'll cherish every moment. Aunt Chen's words could easily be misconstrued. While she openly expressed her support to others, it might seem as though she was favoring Chen Nian. Thus, Aunt Chen's words lacked a reliable standard for judgment. With the kelp soup simmering at Aunt Chen's home, the sound of Zhang Zhaodi diligently washing kelp created a serene and harmonious atmosphere. In stark contrast, the Ji family was on the brink of chaos. My heavens! How can I maintain my composure? Has she lost her mind? So lacking in self-respect, thrusting herself into the midst of men. He Hui was akin to an erupting volcano at that moment. Upon hearing the news of Chen Nian's participation in the selection, she felt as if the world were spinning around her. It was not concern for Chen Nian. Rather, she believed that Chen Nian's actions were a disgrace to propriety. For a young lady to engage in such violent endeavors was a significant loss of face for the family. He Hui envisioned her ideal daughter to be like Ji Yun, graceful, singing and dancing, exuding gentleness. A daughter with a respectable position in the cultural troupe. Chen Nian had previously worked in the archives, barely meeting the last criterion. Now, with her intent to join the combat unit, He Hui felt no sense of honor. Instead, she perceived Chen Nian's actions as tarnishing her reputation. Such endeavors were meant for men. What business did a young girl have in such affairs? Lao Ji, this cannot stand. He Hui turned to her husband, Ji Yongjun. She must not be allowed to participate. You need to speak with the military personnel and ensure her application is rejected. If it is accepted, our family's reputation will be in tatters. Ji Yongjun, upon hearing this, scolded her irately. What nonsense are you spouting? Long hair, short knowledge. Although Ji Yongjun harbored his own discontent regarding Chen Nian's participation, it was not due to embarrassment over her actions. Rather, he felt a sense of unease, as if she were destined to stir up trouble and provoke outrage. However, as He Hui just mentioned, such words must never escape our lips to be heard by outsiders. Otherwise, they may find themselves in dire straits. My goodness, are you uttering such statements with the intent of being overheard, thereby jeopardizing our lives? Ji Lang glared, unable to fathom how He Hui could voice such sentiments at that moment. Is she questioning the safety of the troops? The military comprises more than just Chen Nian as a female soldier. Moreover, it has been the case that the number of female soldiers in combat units has diminished over the years. Not that there are none at all. He Hui's remarks could implicate everyone else. In these times, those who remain in combat units as female soldiers either possess remarkable backgrounds or genuine skills. Who would dare to provoke them? He Hui's complexion paled as she realized her misstep, promptly covering her mouth and sitting down beside them. Ji Lan was about to nod in agreement when he was momentarily taken aback by the subsequent comments. Although he was still angry at Chen Nian's disobedience, he felt that allowing his sister to leave home might not be the best course of action. Additionally, having spent the past few days at home, he always felt a pang of discomfort whenever he passed by that room beneath the stairs. After all, she was his biological sister. Yet, the family's treatment of Chen Nian could hardly be described as favorable. It was no wonder she had stormed out in frustration, severing all ties. Father, we cannot resort to such measures. Ji Lan instinctively opposed. Meanwhile, He Hui across from him scoffed disdainfully, saying, why not? Wasn't it she who brought this up in the first place? We are merely accommodating her. Unfilial daughter. Silence. Ji Yongjun glared at He Hui at this moment. He too found He Hui's short-sightedness and cruelty intolerable. Ji Yongjun even felt that it was He Hui, as the mother, who had failed to maintain balance, which led to Chen Nian's departure and the heavy resentment and animosity towards the family. If it weren't for the presence of his sons, Ji Yongjun would have certainly shown no leniency towards He Hui. Although Ji Lan appeared stern and selfless at home, he was quite sociable and extroverted within the military. Thus, when Ji Yongjun spoke, a face with a square jaw emerged in Ji Lan's mind. He Dongsheng was of average appearance, but that was not the most significant factor. Ji Yongjun mentioned that He Dongsheng's family background was somewhat lacking, but that was an understatement. Ji Lan had heard that He Dongsheng had 12 siblings, all born to the same mother. He Dongsheng was the 10th among them, and the entire family worked the land in the countryside. With so many family members, the conditions were not entirely bleak. If they tended the fields properly, filling their stomachs wouldn't be too arduous. However, the most critical issue was that there were 5 ill members in He Dongsheng's family. His father was disabled, and his mother's health was also poor. The 5 sick individuals included He Dongsheng's eldest sister, second brother, third sister, fifth brother, and sixth sister. These 5 had developed health issues due to starvation during earlier famines, which had also adversely affected their marriages. leaving them all as older singles even now as the beneficiary during that time. He Dongsheng could hardly neglect his elder siblings. Chapter 34. Directly turning raw rice into cooked rice. Under such circumstances, whoever marries He Dongsheng would need to ensure that their family could resolve all the issues plaguing He Dongsheng's household. Otherwise, they would inevitably face hardships. Furthermore, with so many siblings, one would have to consider the dynamics among various relatives after marrying into the family. No matter how callous Ji Lan might be, he had certainly heard other comrades discuss this matter. After all, there had been prior considerations to introduce the sisters at home to He Dongsheng, yet they were dissuaded by others. It is not that they lack loyalty. Rather, even the most loyal among them would hesitate to cast their sisters into the abyss, should misfortune befall the sisters. It would inevitably tarnish their own relationship with He Dongsheng, rendering the endeavor fruitless. They would prefer to occasionally lend a hand, perhaps providing He Dongsheng with the necessary documents from their family. While others shun him, Ji Yongjun now seeks to marry Chen Nian to this very man. Ji Lan need not ponder. If Chen Nian were to wed, any troubles encountered in the He household would assuredly be beyond He Hui's intervention. If she refrains from deriding Chen Nian, it would be a testament to her benevolence. Father, might you reconsider the candidate? Ji Lan felt a twinge of reluctance. It was evident that Ji Yongjun viewed Chen Nian as an investment, with He Dongsheng as the asset as a comrade. Ji Lan indeed holds He Dongsheng in high regard. That one's capabilities are evident. Had He Dongsheng possessed a more favorable family background, he would likely already have children running amok. Advancement in his career is a foregone conclusion. However, He Dongsheng occasionally finds himself compelled to forego certain choices due to his familial circumstances, which has hindered his progress. What is there to consider? Ji Yongjun frowned, dismissing Ji Lan's words. It is the command of parents and the will of matchmakers. Moreover, is He Dongsheng not suitable? Ji Lan, are you questioning my judgment? What more could Ji Lan say? She could only acquiesce to Ji Yongjun's wishes. Ji Yun, who had been closely attending to He Hui, overheard the exchange. Though her expression remained neutral, her heart brimmed with delight. She had always known that Chen Nian could never measure up to her. She was porcelain, meant to be displayed on a noble table, cherished and protected. Yet Chen Nian was akin to a mere earthenware pot, too coarse to even be discarded in the corner for pickling vegetables. Nonetheless, in this matter, Ji Yun resolved to stoke the flames further. Simply introducing them would be a missed opportunity. After all, Chen Nian still retained the right to refuse. It would be best to render refusal impossible. To consummate the arrangement without delay. At that juncture, even if Chen Nian chose not to marry, she would have no choice but to do so. Chen Nian, oblivious to Ji Yun's self-satisfied musings, was taken aback by Ji Lan's words. A complete resolution. Chen Nian found it amusing, remarking, with the severance document in hand, when have we not resolved matters? Ji Lan understood the implication behind Chen Nian's words. However, contemplating Ji Yongjun's scheme, she could only respond, Father is unaware of the situation on Mother's side. Now you insist on leaving home and uttering such words as not being a member of the Ji family. If that is the case, we shall not force the issue. Let us part amicably. Ji Lan had prepared herself mentally for the journey here. Surprisingly, she discovered that she possessed a talent for deception. Parting amicably. It would be fortunate if Ji Yongjun succeeded in his machinations. Should he fail, Ji Lan could only imagine the tumult of emotions Chen Nian would experience. At that point, could they still hope for an amicable separation? Chen Nian harbored some doubts. This was decidedly not the sort of maneuver Ji Yongjun would typically undertake. Based on her understanding of Ji Yongjun, he was not one to relent, at least not before those he deemed beneath him. Regardless of whether it is Chen Nian or Ji Lan, who is evidently the most cherished in the eyes of Ji Yongjun, neither may challenge his paternal authority. Chen Nian, despite her lingering doubts, secretly yearns to sever ties with his family as soon as possible. When? I will come over. Upon hearing Chen Nian's acquiescence, Ji Lan felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, to unveil the truth, Ji Lan found herself incapable. This Saturday evening they were to gather for dinner, providing an opportune moment to tidy up. Evening? Chen Nian was puzzled. Ji Lan, fearing that Chen Nian might be suspicious, hastily clarified. There are matters to attend to during the day, so only in the evening can we find the time. As for everything else, you are well aware of the impending selection. And father is exceedingly busy. Very well. With such an explanation, Chen Nian naturally harbored no further suspicions. Moreover, Ji Lan's reasoning was indeed convincing. Upon exiting the archives, Ji Lan could feel the sweat trickling down her back. If possible, she truly wished to refrain from deceiving her own sister. Yet, the moment that thought arose, she found herself uncontrollably pondering that if only Chen Nian were a bit more compliant, much like Ji Yun, these troubles would never have come to pass. He Wei's favoritism was evident. Yet Chen Nian remained silent about it. Could they truly be blamed for their treatment of her? It was clear that Chen Nian was the one withholding the truth, leaving them in ignorance. The more Jilan contemplated, the more she felt vindicated in her choices. As for He Dongxing's family circumstances, she had long since cast them from her mind. Life is shaped by human hands. With so many struggling to find sustenance, Chen Nian would have their family as a support. Her life would not be fraught with hardship. Certainly not. Chen Nian sat at the table, watching Jilan depart. The light laughter in her eyes gradually morphed into scorn and resentment. Jilan was indeed the last remaining person of conscience in the Ji family. In her past life, when Jilan and her brothers deceived her into the hospital, Jilan bore a similar expression, unable to control the clenching of her pant seams, her gaze averted, unable to meet her own eyes. Yet at that time Chen Nian had been entirely defenseless against them. That was how she was misled to the hospital and forcibly placed on the operating table. But now, Chen Nian was eager to see what tricks the Ji family would attempt this time. This time it was not Ji Yongjun who would clarify matters and sever ties, but rather she, Chen Nian, who would publicly elucidate her relationship with the Ji family in the courtyard, thereby cutting all ties and ensuring no future interactions. Chen Nian chuckled softly, beginning to anticipate the arrival of Saturday. The following days unfolded as usual for Chen Nian. Each day, aside from her work in the archives, she would either rest or train. Fortunately, she remained aware of her limits, or she would have exhausted Wang Yuejuan's share. The days swiftly passed, leading to Saturday. Chen Nian knew she faced a formidable challenge ahead. No two challenges. The selection competition's criteria remained unknown. At this juncture, she wished to avoid any disturbances from the Ji family that might disrupt her plans. Thus, on this day, many in the courtyard witnessed the long-absent Chen Nian carrying a large watermelon towards the Ji household. It was indeed a substantial watermelon, and these times, which family could afford to purchase such a large one all at once? Such a ticket was rare. Chapter 35. How did you know I bought a big watermelon? Indeed, in accordance with Chen Nian's perspective, she would never consider bringing such a large watermelon to the courtyard. However, Aunt Chen was reluctant to acquiesce. Upon hearing Chen Nian recount this incident, Aunt Chen immediately devised a plan to procure a grand watermelon for Chen Nian to make a good impression. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Do not fault Aunt Chen for her harsh words. Ji Yongjun is precisely the sort of individual who rises early only for profit. He must surely be plotting something devious. You should carry the item over to us at not dinner time. Aim to arrive between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the courtyard will be bustling with people. Stroll slowly while holding the watermelon, allowing more eyes to behold you. Aunt Chen snorted a few times, finding Ji Yongjun quite amusing for attempting to play mind games with her. If anything transpires between you two, it shall not reflect poorly on you. After all, you are merely a dutiful child bringing a watermelon. It is the Ji family who have overstepped their bounds. Chen Nian wished to refuse but could not allow the Ji family to speak as they pleased. It would be best for them to escalate the situation, revealing the Ji family's true colors. Following Aunt Chen's admonitions, Chen Nian leisurely appeared in the courtyard. Carrying a large watermelon, she greeted those she encountered with warmth. How did you know I bought a big watermelon? The courtyard residents replied, we did not inquire about the watermelon. Moreover, some curious onlookers trailed behind Chen Nian, eager to witness what spectacle the Ji family might present this time. Chen Nian did not engage in any mental preparation and simply pushed the door open. She intended to create a fade that would shield her from the accusation of being unfilial. To her surprise, upon entering, the Ji family appeared to be in high spirits, with Ji Ming's voice booming as he animatedly discussed shooting experiences with great enthusiasm. Chen Nian disregarded He Hui and set the watermelon down, directing her attention to Ji Yongjun, who was seated on a single sofa. Shall we begin? Was it not mentioned that today we would reach a conclusion? My time is limited. It would be preferable for everyone to act swiftly. He Hui was taken aback by Chen Nian's demeanor, unsure of how to respond. If circumstances permitted, she might have already taken action. Such a rebellious and unfilial daughter ought to be subdued. Yet, with Ji Yongjun present, she had to stifle her thoughts. In contrast, Ji Yun rose with a smile, adorned in a floral beige dress, her hair styled in 2 braids, presenting an overall sweet appearance. Of course, if one overlooked the plaster cast on her calf, she would seem even more delightful. All the previous tensions and mockery, along with her apprehensions about Chen Nian seeing through her, seemed to dissipate. Ji Yun waved at Chen Nian, resembling an innocent little girl. However, the more Ji Yun acted this way, the more acutely aware Chen Nian became of Ji Yun's formidable nature. Chen Nian, having been reborn, managed to maintain her composure, yet Ji Yun was merely a genuine adolescent girl, revealing her fragile psychological resilience. Sister, look, we have a guest today. Ji-yoon played the role of the blissfully unaware younger sister, directing Chen Nian's attention to He Dongsheng, who sat in the corner of the sofa. The other occupants of the room were more than willing to let Ji-yoon handle such matters. Ji Ming, in particular, wore a rather mischievous grin, eagerly anticipating the day when Chen Nian would find herself perpetually revolving around the kitchen. Given He Dongsheng's family situation, it was likely that Chen Nian would soon find herself seeking assistance from her maternal family. If it were truly so, Ji Ming felt a sense of relief just contemplating it. Whether to sit or not became irrelevant. Chen Nian cast a glance at He Dongsheng, then turned to Ji-yoon, displaying a smile that was even more insincere than He Hui's. Could you kindly pass me a pen and paper? Some matters are better resolved swiftly. Chen Nian could not comprehend how a stranger had suddenly appeared in such a situation. Yet, none of that mattered. What was paramount was severing ties. Xiao Nian, do not be so hasty. Ji Yongjun feigned a benevolent demeanor, smiling at Chen Nian as he gestured to the seat beside him. As if this would demonstrate his regard for her, he then turned to He Dongsheng, exuding a sense of helplessness, and remarked, they are quite young. It is typical for brothers and sisters to bicker. Xiao Nian's temper may be a bit fiery, but she is indeed a good girl. Chen Nian remained still, merely listening to Ji Yongjun's inexplicable explanation to another man about her situation. A peculiar thought surfaced in her mind. Chen Nian gazed at Ji Yongjun with astonishment. Could it be? Did these people truly dare to think such things? Did they believe she possessed no capacity for resistance whatsoever? Was she merely a puppet for their amusement? He Dongsheng had been scrutinizing Chen Nian since her entrance. Having promised Jilan to come today, He Dongsheng was well aware of the Ji family's intentions. To be honest, He Dongsheng felt a sense of elation. After all, Ji Yongjun was a chief of staff, and his standing within the military district was beyond question. Perhaps he did not rival the most prominent figures of the moment, but with such a formidable father-in-law, He Dongsheng knew his path would be considerably smoother. Most importantly, with the Ji family's support, He Dongsheng could wholeheartedly entrust everything at home to his wife. The Ji family would never allow their daughter to suffer. Moreover, the Ji family was essentially investing in him. Investment, after all, necessitates expenditure, does it not? Furthermore, after Chen Nian's arrival, He Dongsheng had also noticed that she was quite attractive. With a slender figure, she appeared far more appealing than the delicate Ji-yoon beside her. At the very least, she could assist her family in earning work points in the countryside. He Dongsheng smiled at Chen Nian, saying, hello, I am He Dongsheng. It is a pleasure to meet you, comrade Chen Nian. Upon standing, Chen Nian finally observed that this man was indeed robust, albeit not as perfectly proportioned as Wendy. Once on his feet, He Dongsheng's legs appeared somewhat short, giving him a rather even stature. Chen Nian narrowed her eyes, remaining silent, instead directing her attention back to Ji Yongjun, exuding an air of defiance, as if to say, try to feign sincerity again, and I shall not play along. Chapter 36. I am here to sever ties. Not to court. Ji Yongjun's facial muscles twitched. Unprepared for Chen Nian's lack of cooperation, he glanced at Ji-yoon, signaling her to proceed with the plan. Ji-yoon was well aware of her role in this endeavor. However, aside from what Ji Yongjun had requested, she harbored other intentions, one she would certainly not reveal. Yet, her words carried an implicit threat. Aunt Chen. Chen Nian shifted her gaze towards Ji-yoon. Do you think that if I refuse to heed your wishes, someone would assume Aunt Chen has led me astray? Ji-yoon, you underestimate Aunt Chen far too much. Perhaps you should inquire with comrade He Hui. She has never fared well under Aunt Chen's influence. By stating so bluntly the implications of Ji-yoon's words, Chen Nian inadvertently put Ji-yoon in an awkward position. She should have realized that by now. Chen Nian has completely changed from her former self. Sister, you have misunderstood me. Ji-yoon stood to the side, her eyes red and her demeanor pitiful. Leaning on a crutch, Chen Nian did not wish to engage in a dispute. Just as she was about to speak, the man she had met for the first time suddenly furrowed his brow and began to lecture her in a paternal tone. Chen Nian, you have truly disappointed me before coming here. Jilan repeatedly told me that you are an exceptionally talented young woman. If it weren't for Jilan and Chief of Staff Ji, I would not have agreed to this matchmaking. Yet, your lack of respect for your father, your absence of filial piety towards your mother, and your treatment of your sister is simply unacceptable. Wait a moment, Chen Nian interrupted He Dongsheng's lengthy sermon. She had not come here to be lectured by a stranger. Moreover, with her arms crossed defiantly, she cast a cold gaze at those present. Matchmaking? Did you not mention severing ties? I am here to end our relationship. Not to pursue one. Her eyes lowered, partially obscured by her eyelids. She regarded He Dongsheng with a disdainful flicker that revealed her contempt. Comrade He Dongsheng, if you are here for matchmaking, then that is certainly out of the question. I was unaware of today's circumstances, We have all been deceived as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. All the actions diverged from the plan set by Ji Yongjun. He could no longer feign ignorance as the head of the family. Chen Nian, I know you have harbored grievances against us. But why not sit down and have a proper discussion? He Dongsheng is a good comrade, diligent and morally upright. It is precisely because of his excellence that I wish to introduce him to you. Have you not always felt that no one in this family cares for you? I believe comrade He Dongsheng can fulfill the responsibilities of a husband. Chen Nian could hardly contain her laughter and her indignation. Setting aside Ji Yongjun's astonishing remarks about being a good husband, she thought. So I am unhappy in the Ji family, and thus I should leap from one fire pit into another? Who do you think you are? Chen Nian spoke bluntly to Ji Yongjun. Do not forget, I have already written a letter to sever ties with comrade He Hui. I have come today only out of consideration for the shelter that the Ji family once provided me in the capital. Wishing for an amicable separation, however, if the Ji family is unwilling, I do not mind escalating this matter. Ji Yongjun instinctively glanced at He Dongsheng. Feeling utterly humiliated to be so openly disdained by his own daughter in front of so many people filled him with rage. Yet he had to maintain a facade of grace and sorrow. At this point, Ji Yongjun appeared to intentionally say, You may not know, but Chen Nian often receives special treatment. However, it is not from our family. It is from Lao Shi's wife, Hui Chen. Ji Yongjun's words were intended to inform He Dongsheng that Chen Nian's poor relations with the family were the result of deliberate instigation. He also sought to remind He Dongsheng that if he were to pursue a relationship with Chen Nian, the resources he might gain would not be limited to the Ji family, but also extend to Shi Mingsheng. It was well known within the military district that Shi Mingsheng and Hui Chen were childless, and many had sought to benefit from this couple. After all, both were employed and earned a substantial income. If a child were entrusted to them for upbringing, although they would call them father and mother, they would still have a promising future and a good life. Who would not desire such an arrangement? However, to her surprise, Hui Chen resolutely refused, regardless of how many people spoke well on her behalf. Consequently, Hui Chen's actions of treating Chen Nian with special care during idle moments naturally became a focal point of attention for many. He Dongsheng indeed turned his head to glance at Chen Nian. Already having made a decision in his heart, Chen Nian was not the naive young girl she appeared to be. She could perceive the true intentions behind Ji Yongjun's words. Furthermore, the seemingly honest He Dongsheng likely harbored his own calculations. After all, why would he visit the Ji family for no reason? Chen Nian was aware that this was a matchmaking event. Did He Dongsheng remain oblivious? Since they had no intention of addressing the matter at hand, referring to the so-called important issue they had mentioned when inviting her, then there was no need to squander everyone's time. Putting down the watermelon she held, Chen Nian spoke, Consider my presence today an intrusion. This watermelon serves as an apology. I shall take my leave. Chen Nian maintained her composure, neither submissive nor irate, leaving behind the watermelon as a gesture of goodwill. Even if the Ji family exaggerated the situation, Chen Nian still had the opportunity to counter. After all, she was not the one in the wrong. Just as Chen Nian was about to depart, Ji Yongjun could hardly let this opportunity slip by. Even if he could not successfully orchestrate a match, he must retain Chen Nian within his grasp. If it could be said that Ji Yongjun initially viewed Chen Nian as a potential investment to fulfill his envisioned ambitions, then He Dongsheng's recent reaction rekindled Ji Yongjun's thoughts. Chen Nian, as a valuable asset for potential investment, was not solely backed by the Ji family. Hui Chuan's kindness towards Chen Nian and Shi Mingsheng's well-known adoration for his wife suggested that it would not be difficult for Hui Chen to enlist Shi Mingsheng's assistance in caring for her. At this moment, Ji Yongjun's gaze toward Chen Nian intensified with fervor, for her worth had clearly magnified. This also indicated that Ji Yongjun could leverage this point to seek greater opportunities. Chapter 37. Let us stay for a farewell dinner. Wait. Ji Yongjun intercepted Chen Nian, one hand clasped tightly behind his back in a fist. He was now vexed with himself for recognizing this truth so late, allowing Chen Nian the capability to escape the Ji family altogether. Had he known earlier, just a little care and concern could have retained two daughters, and the Ji family would naturally have better connections. Over the years, Ji Yongjun had come to understand that fostering good relations outweighed mere accomplishments. As long as one possessed sufficient connections, everything else was trivial. Since you wish to sever ties with the Ji family, why not stay for a farewell dinner? Upon uttering these words, Ji Yongjun left Ji Yun and the others in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that Ji Yongjun would bow his head so quickly. What would become of their plans? Especially Ji Yun, who had meticulously devised a scheme to ensure Chen Nian could never rise again. You wouldn't refuse even this farewell dinner, would you? Ji Yongjun took a step back to advance. Chen Nian indeed found it difficult to decline further, and should she adopt an overly defiant stance, It would not bode well for her reputation. Very well, a farewell dinner it shall be, Chen Nian acquiesced, while also emphasizing the dinner's significance as a farewell gathering, not the matchmaking banquet Ji Yongjun envisioned. No problem. Ji Yongjun nodded with a smile, his eyes still reflecting a hint of regret, reminiscent of a truly heartbroken old father. Only the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of Ji Yun's distorted expression, fueled by her discontent. Witnessing this, Ji Yongjun became certain that his actions were not in vain. Regardless of whether Ji Yun's plans succeeded or failed, he remained untainted. Ji Yun watched as Ji Yongjun led Chen Nian to the dining hall, as if Chen Nian were his most cherished daughter. Due to Ji Yongjun's demeanor, even He Hui, who typically harbored disdain for Chen Nian, and Ji Ming, who rolled his eyes from the sidelines, dared not provoke her any further. She cast a sidelong glance at He Hui, deeming her a source of more trouble than assistance. A mother indeed. Yet now, she had no choice but to witness Chen Nian seemingly assume the role of the master of the house. Should Chen Nian ever learn of Ji Yun's thoughts, she would likely erupt into laughter, pounding the table in amusement as she not the master. During her time in the Ji household, Chen Nian had diligently engaged in cleaning. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was more aware of the whereabouts of every item in the Ji residence than they were themselves. Her demeanor as a host was not deliberate. It was merely habitual. Internally, Chen Nian felt a pang of frustration. This was truly an instinctive reaction. Reflecting on it, she felt somewhat disdainful. Chen Nian, we have had our fair share of misunderstandings. Ji Lan sat beside Ji Yongjun. Unlike Ji Yun, who maintained a serious facade, Ji Yongjun genuinely wished to reconcile with Chen Nian. Ji Lan had observed the situation unfold to this point. While he did not particularly like Chen Nian, that did not mean he wanted to see her and the Ji family embroiled in further conflict. If this continued, the Ji family would become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. I hope we can share a drink and put the past behind us. Ji Lan glanced around, noticing the absence of alcohol on the table, and was about to fetch some when Ji Yun quickly rose. Allow me, she said, her smile strained and her eyes slightly reddened. Some matters are better left for you to discuss. My absence might actually be beneficial. I will fetch the wine. I hope you will join me for a drink later. I acknowledge that I was at fault in certain situations. Chen Nian remained silent, gracefully taking a seat. Despite agreeing to stay for this farewell dinner, her guard was still firmly in place. Was Ji Yongjun someone who would easily relinquish his stance? Chen Nian did not think so. Noticing her disregard for Ji Lan's words, an awkward tension settled over the gathering. Chen Nian, why are you pretending? Ji Ming, the brother with the worst relationship with Chen Nian, viewed Ji Yun as his sister while seeing Chen Nian as the villain who had intruded upon their family and disrupted everything. Coupled with Ji Yun's subsequent efforts to win him over, Ji Ming's animosity towards Chen Nian only deepened. With your current demeanor, one might assume you have successfully entered the selection process. With your stature, dreaming might be a more suitable approach. Chen Nian merely chuckled lightly, even closing her eyes this time, completely ignoring Ji Ming's remarks. Soon, the wine and glasses were brought in. Ji Yun, leaning on her cane, found that her mobility was not significantly hindered. Still, she felt the need to feign difficulty in front of the Ji family. Observing her struggle, Ji Ming abandoned his quarrel with Chen Nian and hurried to assist Ji Yun with her belongings. As for He Hui, who always referred to Ji Yun as good daughter, she remained seated and motionless. How could Ji Yun possibly overlook this detail? Suppressing the dissatisfaction in her eyes, Ji Yun smiled and said, "Come, let me pour a glass as well later. We shall toast to my sister together with my elder brother." Ji Ming assisted Ji Yun in pouring the wine, completely oblivious to the fact that Ji Yun was cleverly using her long nails to conceal the fact that she had sprinkled a considerable amount of powder into the glass. As the liquid filled the cup, the powder vanished without a trace. Ji Yun shook her head gently, signaling Ji Ming to refrain from continuing. Then, turning to Chen Nian, she said, "Sister, I am aware that you have never been fond of me. By drinking this glass of wine, we shall sever all ties henceforth, and I promise not to disturb you again." Chen Nian had never anticipated that someone could engage in such underhanded dealings within the compound, especially with He Dongsheng, an outsider, present. The Ji family was known for their pride, and they would never allow their reputation to be tarnished. Thus Chen Nian felt no need to be wary of Ji Yun's offering, or so she hoped. Chen Nian did not finish her drink, she merely let it graze her lips. "Sister, if you do not finish it, does that mean you do not forgive me?" Ji Yun stood beside her, on the verge of tears, her aggrieved expression leaving He Dongsheng utterly astonished. In contrast to Chen Nian's spirited demeanor, He Dongsheng found himself more drawn to Ji Yun's gentle and virtuous nature. While Chen Nian was undoubtedly beautiful, he felt that being with her would leave him at a disadvantage should any conflict arise. "Comrade Chen Nian, I may not fully grasp the nature of your discord, But now that Comrade Ji-yoon is extending such sincerity, it seems rather unkind of you to refuse, He Dongsheng remarked with a tone of disdain. Although I am merely a foot soldier, I have had the fortune of participating in the selection process that I believe someone as socially awkward as Comrade Chen Nian may not be well suited for team missions. After speaking, He Dongsheng cast a comforting glance at Ji-yoon. Initially, Ji-yoon felt a flicker of affection for He Dongsheng upon hearing his supportive words. Who wouldn't desire such an ally? However, as He Dongsheng continued, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Sure enough, with a sharp clap, Chen Nian set her wine glass down and regarded He Dongsheng with keen interest. Pray tell, on what grounds does Comrade He presume to instruct me? Are you a member of the Ji family? Or do you share some undisclosed connection with Ji-yoon? Chapter 38. Everyone has their own agenda. What nonsensical ramblings are you spouting? He Dongsheng had never anticipated that Chen Nian would speak so recklessly. Her words seemed laced with venom. Whether it is nonsense or not, you know in your hearts. Chen Nian seized her chopsticks with a determined demeanor. Isn't this a farewell meal? Let us eat swiftly. The sooner we finish, the better. Standing beside them, Ji-yoon wished fervently to see Chen Nian meet a dire fate. She had not expected Chen Nian to be so formidable, like a slippery eel. Evading every opportunity for control, Ji-yoon was uncertain whether such an opportunity would present itself again if Chen Nian were to succeed in the selection process. Ji-yoon knew that orchestrating another scheme against her would not be so simple. Moreover, even if she were to succeed, the risk of her own exposure would be considerable. The squad to which Wendy belongs is known to most within the military district merely by its existence. Yet deeper insights remain elusive. A handful of informed individuals have kept their lips sealed. Even Ji Yongjun possesses only a vague awareness of a few members of this squad. In such circumstances, should Chen Nian indeed be selected, it would signify the acquisition of a formidable ally. What courage or opportunity would Ji-yoon possess to act further? Sister, please do not quarrel on my account. I assure you, it is not due to you at all. Chen Nian turned her head slightly, offering a faint smile to Ji-yoon, her demeanor exuding a palpable indifference. Deliberately, Chen Nian picked up a piece of rib and said languidly, "You must trust Comrade He Dongsheng. He undoubtedly possesses the ability to provoke my sarcasm. Isn't that just implying that he deserves a scolding?" Ji Ming muttered quietly beside them. His murmurs instantly rendered the atmosphere at the dining table tense. Chen Nian pressed her lips together, her shoulders shaking, yet anyone with keen eyes could discern that she was stifling laughter. "Chen Nian, you are being utterly excessive." Ji Ming, realizing his earlier words were amiss, swiftly redirected his ire towards Chen Nian. "Since you entered, we have treated you with utmost kindness. What has Comrade He said about you? Is he not merely reminding you to exhibit a modicum of politeness?" This marked the swiftest mental pivot Ji Ming had ever made. He Dongsheng's expression improved considerably due to Ji Ming's remarks. With arms crossed, he regarded Chen Nian with a cold gaze and remarked, "Let it be. Should I speak further, some may not comprehend the implications of their words. We all hail from the same family. It is beyond my understanding how some can possess such a temperament, truly a disgrace to others." He Dongsheng's knowledge of the Ji family was scant. Merely presuming that Chen Nian's behavior stemmed from discontent with Ji Yan's favored status at home. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Ji family members appeared as if they had been dealt a stinging slap. Chen Nian could not suppress a laugh at the sight. "Well, I've eaten my fill. Let us conclude here, lest we embarrass everyone further." Chen Nian set down her chopsticks, signaling that her point had been made. Observing Chen Nian's intention to depart, Ji Yongjun remained silent. Perhaps out of embarrassment, Ji-yoon understood that Ji Yongjun's reticence indicated a desire for one of them to step forward. Anyone would suffice. As long as they could halt Chen Nian's exit. After all, it was Ji Yongjun who had initially urged her to stay. It was inconceivable for him, given his character, to intervene again, even if he harbored intense resentment. Chen Nian's departure was swift. In the brief moment Ji-yoon was momentarily distracted, Chen Nian had already reached the doorway and was about to exit the courtyard. Ji-yoon glanced at the wine on the table, gritted her teeth and promptly grasped her wine glass, using her cane to pursue Chen Nian's sister. "I know you have long carried a burden within your heart." Ji-yoon hastened forward, entirely oblivious to the several figures outside the courtyard. After last time, when Chen Nian had stormed out, they had missed the commotion. This time they could not afford to be left out. Initially regretting that they could only witness the closed door and the empty courtyard, they were taken aback when, merely half an hour later, not only did Chen Nian emerge, but Ji-yoon, leaning on her cane, rushed out and suddenly knelt before Chen Nian with a thud. How exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Within the confines of the Ji family they are indulging in gossip, while outside, others partake in the same. Each individual bears their own burdens. What obstacles? What obstacles? My departure from the Ji family was solely motivated by a desire for freedom. Devoid of any ulterior motives, Chen Nian shook her head, noticing the wine in Ji Yun's grasp, suppressing the mocking words that were on the tip of her tongue, and instead remarked, Ji Yun, there was something you said earlier that resonated with me. I indeed do not harbor any fondness for you. Ji Yun adopted a submissive demeanor, each word seemingly crafted with Chen Nian's sentiments in mind, and with the peace of the Ji family at heart. Despite the tumultuous history between Chen Nian and He Hui, the general impression of Ji Yun within the courtyard remained favorable. Observing Chen Nian's hesitation, Ji Yun laid everything on the line with her hands raised, holding the wine glass. She nearly bowed before Chen Nian. Should she go to such lengths, it would indeed be possible for Chen Nian to be deemed cruel. Chen Nian accepted the wine glass from Ji Yun, and under Ji Yun's expectant gaze, brought the glass to her lips. The transparent liquid appeared unblemished beneath the sunlight. However, how well did Chen Nian truly understand Ji Yun? Just as she was about to drink, Ji Yun's heart raced like a drum, her mind echoing the urgent command, drink it, quickly. Yet to Ji Yun's dismay, Chen Nian not only refrained from drinking but also tightened her grip on the glass. I have training this evening, so I shall forego the wine. Besides, I cannot trust your drink. Who knows what may be lurking within? Though this statement seemed to be a jest, Chen Nian was acutely aware of the implications. Judging by Ji Yun's reaction, the wine was certainly tampered with. As for what it contained, Chen Nian was indifferent, knowing it would not be anything beneficial. A mere glass of wine, without further evidence, could not ensnare Ji Yun. With that, Chen Nian continued on her way. Ji Yun, kneeling on the ground, trembled. It was not fear, but rather indignation she had already submitted. Yet Chen Nian still refused to drink the wine. Furthermore, Chen Nian's words had dismantled all her carefully laid plans. Did Ji Yun not notice the eavesdroppers lurking outside? According to Ji Yun's scheme, Chen Nian was meant to either drink the wine or bow her head in submission. Even if she managed to leave, Chen Nian would still be branded as ungrateful. But now all her intentions had been thwarted by Chen Nian. Chapter 39. Is the truth really like this? Chen Nian, Ji Yun had never encountered such a situation. In the courtyard, she had always been the one who triumphed, never having suffered any setbacks. Chen Nian paused, intrigued to discover what further tricks Ji Yun might have up her sleeve. Ji Yun stammered, so incensed that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The others in the room emerged as well. Upon seeing Ji Yun kneeling, the Ji family remained silent, but He Dongsheng was the first to leap into action. This is a new society. Chen Nian, you have gone too far. He Dongsheng roared, the sight of Ji Yun's kneeling evoking memories of his own family's impoverished days, when his parents would kneel before others pleading for a morsel of food. Chen Nian, how could you be so heartless? They raised you, cared for you. Even if Ji Yun is not your biological sister, she has never wronged you, has she? You believe you have endured enough of a comfortable life and must stir up trouble, forcing Ji Yun to kneel publicly? How can someone like you don this military uniform? Upon the utterance of He Dongsheng's words, Ji Yun was lifted up, and recalling Chen Nian's temperament, her heart skipped a beat. She immediately implored He Dongsheng, please do not continue. No. I must speak. He Dongsheng, puffing out his chest, mistakenly believed Ji Yun's intervention stemmed from her benevolence, unaware that her imagination was somewhat lacking. Well said. Chen Nian clapped enthusiastically, nodding in vigorous agreement. That was truly well articulated. He Dongsheng felt no sense of wrongdoing. Rather, it was the members of the Ji family behind him who, observing Chen Nian's demeanor, were suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. They were unfamiliar with the past Chen Nian, yet they recognized that the present Chen Nian was not one to tolerate any affront to mock her. As long as Chen Nian was in the right, she could deliver a few resounding slaps that would leave one feeling utterly disoriented. He Dongsheng was taken aback, genuinely unaware that Chen Nian had once gone astray. Previously, he had found it curious that with both sons and daughters in the Ji family, a foster daughter could emerge. However, he understood that in certain households, it was not uncommon to have children without blood ties, often the offspring of fallen comrades. He presumed Ji Yun was in a similar situation, which explained his disdain for Chen Nian's repeated grievances against Ji Yun. But now with Chen Nian claiming she had been lost, He Dongsheng was in shock. Meanwhile, He Hui, standing at the back, was filled with dread. Observing Chen Nian's enigmatic smile in the silhouettes outside the courtyard, she screamed as she rushed toward Chen Nian. Silence! You must be quiet. What do you know? I may not know, but countless others in the courtyard are well aware. Chen Nian deftly sidestepped He Hui, her hands positioned behind her with an air of confidence that suggested she was in control of the situation. Yongjun, standing on the steps, felt an urge to devour. Was it that madwoman, Hui Chun, who informed you? She is incapable of bearing children and thus seeks to make you her daughter by any means necessary. She is a deviant. He Hui, now glaring and cursing vehemently, stood in stark contrast to her usual demeanor before the residents of the courtyard. The more she raged, the more those eavesdropping outside began to believe that Chen Nian's words might hold a kernel of truth. Silence! Chen Nian's expression turned icy, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to disparage Aunt Chun. Must Aunt Chun still enlighten me about this matter? Comrade He Hui, do you truly believe that a 1.5-year-old child comprehends nothing and remembers not at all? In truth, Chen Nian genuinely did not recall. She was unaware of what had transpired later, but she had memories of living in Baifeng Mountain, alongside the wolf mother. These recollections were not imparted by Aunt Chun but were learned from an elderly resident of the courtyard in her previous life. Initially, Chen Nian had been skeptical, always believing that He Hui harbored some maternal affection for her. However, after consulting several individuals, she ultimately acknowledged the truth. He Hui had never loved her in He Hui's eyes. She was a burden, a harbinger of misfortune, the embodiment of everything she detested, and could never be her cherished daughter. The discord between you and the matriarch of the Ji family is something that those who have spent considerable time in the courtyard are likely aware of. Chen Nian's feelings toward He Hui were decidedly complex. On one hand, she had no intention of seeking revenge against the Ji family, all in consideration of He Hui's standing. Regardless of the circumstances, when He Huixing experienced a difficult childbirth years ago, she indeed endured considerable suffering. It was precisely due to this arduous delivery that He Hui became weak postpartum and required assistance, prompting Ji Yongjun to summon the elderly Mrs. Ji. Although the old lady was kind-hearted, her aura clashed with He Hui's. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was fraught with continual friction. He Hui had always believed that once her confinement period ended, she would be liberated. Little did she know that Ji Yongjun, occupied with numerous responsibilities, decided unilaterally to keep the old lady around. Considering the many children they had, the discord between He Hui and Mrs. Ji grew increasingly severe, culminating in a situation where they could not even share a dining table. They even went so far as to purchase a separate thermos, unwilling to use the same one as Mrs. Ji. It was not until Chen Nian was a year and a half old that Ji Yongjun traveled out of town, and after a fierce argument with the old lady, He Hui took her 1.5-year-old daughter and left the capital in search of her husband. Chen Nian's words not only drained the color from He Hui's face but also cast a shadow over Ji Yongjun, who stood nearby. To put it plainly, Chen Nian went missing due to He Hui's negligence. Upon finding her husband, she abandoned her daughter on the street, relentlessly lamenting her grievances regarding her mother and law. By the time He Hui recalled that she had brought her daughter along, Chen Nian had vanished from sight. The two young wives at the entrance stood in stunned silence. They had previously assumed that Chen Nian had simply wandered off. He Hui did not admit to having let go of her daughter, nor did she disclose that, driven by a desire for revenge against her mother-in-law, she had exaggerated her plight before her husband, thus neglecting her daughter's presence. Nevertheless, they understood that He Hui and Ji Yongjun had expended considerable time and resources in their search for their daughter. Even after the passing of Mrs. Ji, He Hui grew weary of the search for her daughter and, fearing the judgment of others, whimsically decided to adopt Ji Yun. She claimed to the outside world that her sorrow had driven her to seek a daughter to comfort her in her grief over her lost child. Ultimately, was the truth really so? Chapter 40. Chen Nian is truly about to soar. How absurd! Is this not a clear case of a troubled mind? For the sake of an adopted daughter, neglecting her biological daughter is one thing. To be so biased is another. If I were in her shoes, I would leave as well. What kind of parents are these? Only step-parents would act this way. Outside the courtyard, faint sounds echoed, yet perhaps due to the shock resonating within the courtyard, no one uttered a word, making this particular remark resound clearly in every ear. Noted it is not what it seems. He Hui wished to explain, but she could not fathom how to do so. For what Chen Nian said was undeniably true. Enough? Ji Yongjun noticed the astonishment of his three sons, the furrowed brow of He Dongsheng, and the despondent expression on his adopted daughter's face. Alongside his wife's frantic demeanor. At that moment, he genuinely regretted it. The reputation of the Ji family was truly at risk of being trampled underfoot due to Chen Nian. Wait a moment. Chen Nian is not someone who remains silent when falsely accused. Don't tell me you believe my achievements stem from the Ji family? Chen Nian chuckled lightly, offering a resigned explanation. I earned my place through my own efforts. My examination papers from that year still exist in the archives. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify. Certainly, one might perceive that I have taken advantage of my position to prepare in advance. However, I stand here with a clear conscience, For I have attained my accomplishments through my own efforts. It is you who have never thought to understand me, hence in your eyes, I may appear as an illiterate who has emerged from the mountains. Yet, in truth, I have received an education. Others reside on Baifeng Mountain, and there are villages below. What kind of perception leads you to believe that I am utterly devoid of worth? Chen Nian did not say much. Only to Ji Yongjun, I hope you can honor your words. Once I step out of this door, I shall have no further ties to the Ji family. From this point forward, whether my life flourishes or falters, it shall bear no connection to the Ji family. Even if I were to find myself in such dire straits as to beg for survival, I would never stoop to seeking alms at the Ji family's doorstep. Good Ji Yongjun's affirmation came forth as though squeezed from between clenched teeth. He was keen to observe what Chen Nian could accomplish on her own. He hoped she would not find herself seeking assistance from the Ji family in the future. The three Ji brothers felt as though they had been struck hard on the head, realizing that many matters in this world seemed to transcend their understanding. As for Ji Yun, she murmured softly, "It's over, all is lost." Chen Nian was truly on the verge of soaring to great heights. Yet, shortly thereafter, Ji Yun regained her composure. She too was not without merit. She still had opportunities, such as the eminent figure who was soon to arrive in the capital. As long as she could make contact with him, the current circumstances would be inconsequential, and no matter how high Chen Nian soared, she could never escape the influence of his power. However, Ji Yun's mindset did not persist for long. There were numerous onlookers at the Ji family's doorstep today. Observing Ji Yun leaning on crutches yet moving with surprising agility, along with her willingness to kneel at a moment's notice, she appeared far from being an individual with a fracture. Consequently, some promptly reported this situation to the cultural troop. Many within the troop were already dissatisfied with Ji Yun's sudden injury, and upon learning that it might have been feigned, their ire only deepened. They swiftly arranged for an investigation. Yet, Ji Yun was ruthless not only towards others but even more so towards herself. Upon receiving the news, she had preemptively inflicted a hairline fracture upon herself. After a thorough examination, even if the cultural troop harbored doubts, they found it challenging to pursue the matter further. When Chen Nian received the news, she could not help but admire Ji Yun's decisive ruthlessness. In truth, she would never have been able to take such a step herself. The courtyard had been quite lively these days. It was not merely Ji Yun but also He Hui who was enduring a difficult time. Aunt Chun brought bone soup to the office, saying many people in the courtyard are aware of the underlying truth, but they have refrained from speaking out due to our years of association. After you pointed her out last time, quite a few have been gossiping about He Hui behind her back. Aunt Chun shook her head, perplexed by He Hui's stubbornness. As for He Hui's remarks on that day, Aunt Chun had not taken them to heart. Of course, if Chen Nian were truly willing to embrace her as a daughter, Aunt Chun would welcome that with open arms. Chen Nian shrugged and hastily cleared the documents from her desk. I have no concern for them anymore. They are no longer my concern. By the way, Xiao Nian, the date for the selection has been set. It will be in 7 days. Aunt Chun lifted the lid, releasing a rich aroma into the air. During these days, Chen Nian had been fortunate enough to enjoy Aunt Chun's soup every few days. During her last visit to the shooting range, Chen Nian encountered Shi Mingsheng, who could not help but express his bittersweet feelings to her, lamenting that lately he had only been fortunate enough to bask in her glow. Otherwise, given Chen Yi's temperament, it would be improbable for her to prepare a soup every few days for 2 consecutive weeks. Being from the northeast, Chen Yi had a greater inclination towards rice and noodles. For her, being satiated was of utmost importance. In contrast, Shi Mingsheng hailed from Guangdong, where even in his impoverished childhood, he could still enjoy a broth, albeit one with barely discernible oil floating on its surface. After marrying Chen Yi, her prowess in soup-making was honed under Shi Mingsheng's guidance. Yet, despite this, Chen Yi found the process of soup preparation tedious, resulting in a mere monthly indulgence when her spirits were high. However, due to Chen Nian's influence, Shi Mingsheng now relished the luxury of 2 bowls per week, feeling as though he were living a life akin to that of the immortals. Observing the soup in the lunchbox brought by Chen Yi, Chen Nian felt no disdain, but rather an overwhelming sense of happiness. Really? She grasped the spoon and generously poured a large bowl for Chen Yi, exclaiming in delight, 7 days. That is. Chen Yi with an inscrutable expression discreetly replaced 2 bowls and reminded Chen Nian, it is indeed soon. Are you prepared? I heard you returned the wooden rifle to old Wang yesterday? Yes. Chen Nian nodded. After all, that is Commander Wang's assigned wooden rifle, and the ammunition I have been using for practice recently belongs to his quota. Although there seems to be no restrictions on this, one can never be too cautious. Times are no longer as tranquil as they once were. The Revolutionary Committee may not infiltrate the military, but that does not imply they lack intentions. Chen Nian had made it a point to familiarize herself swiftly with the wooden rifles. intending to pay closer attention during the formal selection process. Seeing Chen Nian still preoccupied with the thought of not causing trouble for others, Chen Yi sighed. After a brief moment of silence, she inquired, "Xiao Nian, have you truly made up your mind?" Chen Yi was still somewhat apprehensive. This is not a trifling matter. If you are indeed selected, it will be too late for regrets. Presently, should Chen Nian have second thoughts, Chen Yi could still persuade Shi Mingsheng to intervene. After all, the selection had yet to occur, and the only curious individuals were Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng. As others were generally opposed to female soldiers entering the selection process, however, if Chen Nian were to be chosen and later have regrets, it would be tantamount to slapping Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng in the face, making it difficult for them to operate before their superiors, and further complicating matters for the leadership. After all, Chen Nian's candidacy was strongly supported by them. "I have no regrets." Chen Nian resolutely shook her head. "Chen Yi. In the past I felt aimless, but these days of training have allowed me to discover my purpose. In truth, I regret not having pursued this path upon my arrival in the capital. Fortunately, it is not too late now." Chen Yi nodded, understanding Chen Nian's determination. "On the day of the selection, I will cheer for you." "Good." Chen Nian nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. 7 days. They will pass swiftly. By then, a decision regarding her future will be made. Chapter 41. What fake medical records? I know nothing. There are many people. It appears that everyone is exceedingly interested in the selection process. Wang Yuejun observed the throng of individuals lining up to register, standing above with a smile reminiscent of a jovial, dark-faced Maitreya Buddha. Lu Jiming also glanced down, immediately spotting the conspicuously prominent Chen Nian amidst the crowd. How long has it been since those children passed? Now they must be sent on a mission. Although this task is not perilous and serves as a follow-up to the previous one, Lu Jiming still feels a pang of sorrow. The investment of time and resources to cultivate such a squad is not something that can be easily measured. The losses from the last mission weighed heavily on Lu Jiming and his colleagues, their hearts bleeding for the fallen comrades, and they are equally concerned about the potential issues that may arise with this hard-earned team. Wang Yuejun, standing beside him, naturally comprehends Lu Jiming's sentiments. He is one of the mentors to those children, who have grown under his watchful eye. Compared to Lu Jiming, Wang Yuejun feels a deeper sense of heartache. "Enough," Wang Yuejun said, mustering his spirits as he patted Lu Jiming on the shoulder. "Though Wendy is not here, we must ensure that we uphold our standards for him. This time old Shi and I will be fully committed, diligently training these children. Regardless of their gender or age, they will all undergo rigorous training. Until they are proficient, I will not allow them to embark on any missions." Lu Jiming nodded in agreement. Indeed, they would not permit any of them to undertake a mission until they met their standards. However, this year promises to be quite eventful. Lu Jiming gazed at Chen Nian below, who had successfully registered and received her number, and smiled. "I hope this young lady will not disappoint us. I have faith in her." Wang Yuejun, catching sight of Chen Nian, couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, he quickly recalled recent events and said to Lu Jiming, "Regarding this selection process, the higher-ups have made it clear that we are in charge. I will not entertain any chatter from other advisors. We are all military personnel. It is ridiculous for anyone to act as if they are in a parental role." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiming immediately understood whom Wang Yuejun was referring to. Recently, Ji Yongjun had been quite active, clearly wishing to prevent Chen Nian from participating in the selection. Of course, this had nothing to do with any personal disdain for Ji Yongjun. Instead, he was simply not a qualified individual to decide on this matter. Whether a person is suitable or not should be determined by those who have previously established a successful team. To exclude Chen Nian solely based on her gender would be a loss for them. On the battlefield, distinctions between male and female vanish. All are soldiers once engaged in combat. Rest assured, Lu Jiming continued, I have already explained the situation to the higher-ups. Ji Yongjun currently raises suspicions of revenge. Even if his reasoning holds some merit, the authorities will assess the matter thoroughly. Lu Jiming's tone reflected regret as he mentioned Ji Yongjun. He was a valiant man in his youth, charging into battle without a second thought. What has become of him now, so adept at scheming, even at odds with his own daughter? It is utterly laughable. Lu Jiming, who also has a daughter, could not fathom Ji Yongjun's motives behind his actions. While Lu Jiming and Wang Yuejun expressed their discontent with certain behaviors from above, Chen Nian below was not at peace either. Lu Qi had registered almost simultaneously, indicating a strong possibility that they would compete against each other. Chen Nian, this time I will truly give it my all, Lu Qi declared, waving the paper with his number inscribed on it. Chen Nian chuckled softly as she waved her note, saying, as if you gave it your all last time. Lu Qi responded with a hearty laugh, fully aware that Chen Nian was undergoing training. Truth be told, He too was quite curious about what Chen Nian would be like after her training. Since joining the military, aside from the initial setbacks as a new recruit, Lu Qi had progressed steadily. It was only during the grand military competition that he lost a few matches, but those opponents were among the top 3. And he accepted his defeats with grace. However, losing to Chen Nian last time left him utterly unconvinced. Just as the two were engrossed in their amusing banter, an abrasive voice suddenly interrupted. You? Really? The speaker had a grating voice and an awkward stance. Not resembling a typical soldier with a mocking tone, he sneered, women should stay at home. It's downright embarrassing for them to be out here. Lu Qi frowned and upon recognizing the man, muttered under his breath, Wan Kuan, don't think just because you're from the hospital, I won't dare to take action against you. Upon hearing the name, Chen Nian immediately understood who it was. He was merely Ji Yun's sycophant from the hospital. Perhaps due to Ji Yun's recent bone fracture, he had come to stir up trouble for her. Chen Nian intercepted Lu Qi, scrutinizing Wan Kuan with a gaze that seemed to appraise him by weight. This was a technique she had learned from teacher Fong while scrolling through short videos. The male gaze. Wan Kuan felt uncomfortable under her stare, his expression turning peculiar as he instinctively took a step back. Chen Nian, what do you mean by that? Oh, nothing much, Chen Nian replied, stroking her chin and shrugging. Perhaps due to her inherently striking features combined with a youthful aura, even her previously somewhat clumsy movements exuded a hint of defiance. I merely wish to see what sort of person would be foolish enough to joke about their own profession and fabricate medical records for others. Shut up. Wan Kuan was taken aback by Chen Nian's boldness, directly addressing his most pressing concern. Due to Ji Yun's situation, the art troupe had no time to investigate the legitimacy of Ji Yun's previous injury. After all, her current bone fracture was genuine. He was unable to restrain himself, approaching with the intention of causing trouble for Chen Nian, ideally creating a scene that would prevent her from participating in the upcoming selection. What nonsense are you spouting? What fake medical records? I know nothing about it. Wan Kuan vehemently denied, fearful of any rumors reaching the ears of those at the hospital. Did he not fear for his own life? Furthermore, he could not even pin the blame for Ji Yun's injury on Chen Nian since the fracture had only just occurred. The earlier claims that Chen Nian had harmed Ji Yun had already circulated when Hui and others visited Chen Nian's dormitory, and this day and age, the walls offered no soundproofing. Especially in a dormitory setting. Chapter 42. Why does she resemble that person so much? Although few words were exchanged, everyone could see that Ji Yun struggled to articulate a rebuttal to Chen Nian's inquiries. We are all adults here. Who doesn't possess a functioning brain? It was abundantly clear that Ji Yun's claims of Chen Nian harming her were laden with inconsistencies. Especially after the incident between Chen Nian and the Ji family came to light. Coupled with the resurfacing of the matter concerning Ji Yun, it coincided with the cultural troupe's investigation into whether Ji Yun's leg had indeed sustained an injury. This entire sequence of events suggested that there was something amiss on Ji Yun's side. If Wan Kuan dared to continue asserting that Chen Nian had harmed Ji Yun, he might inadvertently provoke Chen Nian, who could then insist on a thorough examination of Ji Yun. A fracture is a fracture. Whether it is a new injury or an old one, surely a doctor could discern the truth. It was a source of fear. Chen Nian regarded Wan Kuan with a smile that bore a hint of smugness. Yet, to Wan Kuan, this smile felt like mockery of his ignorance. Do not push me, Chen Nian. Wan Kuan gritted his teeth. He had never contemplated committing any heinous acts. Assisting Ji Yun was simply a reaction to Chen Nian's relentless bullying of her. He merely wished to teach Chen Nian a lesson. Wan Kuan had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent that if the hospital were to discover his fabrication of medical records, disciplinary action would be inevitable, and he might even face reassignment. His family was not as affluent as the Ji family. They were merely an ordinary household in the capital, with both parents working as factory laborers, supporting elderly relatives, and raising 2 younger brothers and a sister. The thought of losing his job and the devastating impact it would have on his family was something Wan Kuan dared not contemplate. Am I pushing you? Chen Nian found the remark utterly laughable. Who was truly coercing whom? Was Chen Nian forcing Wan Kuan to create fraudulent medical records? Or compelling him to come here and issue threats? Do not push me. Wan Kuan, hearing Chen Nian's words and feeling the scornful gazes of those around him, sensed that everything was coming to an end. Would the higher-ups at the hospital discover his misdeeds? With so many people present, it was certain that someone would find out. As this thought crossed his mind, Wan Kuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his emotions spiraling out of control, crashing violently within his chest. A buzzing filled his ears, rendering him unable to comprehend anything else. His mind blanked. By the time he regained his senses, his body had uncontrollably drawn a slender surgical knife from his pocket, aimed directly at Chen Nian. Chen Nian's reaction was far swifter than Wan Kuen's. With a swift motion, he executed a grappling maneuver, stepping forward to confront the knife head-on. The nearby onlookers barely had time to scream before a loud thud echoed. Wan Kuen found himself disarmed by Chen Nian, collapsing to the ground. Chen Nian had seized Wan Kuen's hands, pressing his knee into his back, effectively subduing him. "Wan Kuen, have you lost your mind?" Lu Qi exclaimed, startled. Brandishing a knife in the military district, Wan Kuen was seemingly throwing away his future. This was not merely a matter of disciplinary action. Moreover, this was the very venue for the selection process. The senior leaders in the military district were particularly invested in this selection, as evidenced by the scale of the preparations. At that moment, Wan Kuen's mind appeared to finally calm, his cheek pressed against the sun-heated ground. The rough texture of the gravel jolted him back to awareness. Compared to the ferocity he had exhibited moments ago, all that remained in Wan Kuen now was sheer terror. How could he have committed such an act? It was over. This time it was truly over. Chen Nian showed no concern for Wan Kuen's plight. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, the razor-sharp surgical knife would have certainly appeared before her. Meanwhile, Wang Yuejun and Lu Jiming, observing from the upper floor, involuntarily displayed expressions of astonishment. "Am I mistaken?" Lu Jiming, momentarily rendered speechless, astonishingly engaged in actions that were incongruous with his age and status, vigorously rubbing his eyes. That movement just now by Chen Nian bore an uncanny resemblance to that individual. The whereabouts of old Qi remain largely unknown. Wang Yuejun was equally taken aback. He had heard from Shi Mingshang and Wendi about Chen Nian encountering a mysterious elder while at Baifeng Mountain. Under the elder's tutelage, not only did Chen Nian acquire cultural knowledge, but she also excelled in shooting and combat techniques, having received a solid foundation in traditional martial arts. The martial arts that circulate among the populace today have, in essence, undergone a process of simplification. Although some martial arts masters in certain regions still impart overly aggressive techniques, the majority of individuals find little practical application for them in daily life. With the emergence of sports academies, the focus of martial arts has shifted more towards physical fitness and performance. Just moments ago, Chen Nian had swiftly disarmed her opponent before executing a capture maneuver. Wang Yuejun speculated that, had it not been for the potential repercussions, Chen Nian's sequence of actions would likely have involved disarming and then counterattacking. After all, her initial approach was exceedingly fierce, suggesting that her intent was not merely to restrain. He paused to observe. Wang Yuejun was profoundly astonished. If the elder Chen Nian referred to truly was that individual, the Ji family had indeed cast aside a valuable asset. With such connections, even if Chen Nian were merely a child who had received a few years of instruction in the mountains, she would undoubtedly receive considerable support. Moreover, Chen Nian herself was exceptionally talented. Many techniques share a common lineage, though they have diverged in development over time. Isn't there a personal combat segment in the selection competitions? They would have to wait and see. Wang Yuejun dared not jump to conclusions. Should their suspicions prove accurate, they might even ascertain old Qi's current whereabouts. He had always felt that he and Shi Mingsheng lacked sufficient capability. At least in the presence of old Qi, their skills appeared inadequate. If only old Qi could train this small team, the success they could achieve would undoubtedly be far greater. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, the two individuals peering down from above were already intent on uncovering the identity of the enigmatic elder, who had suddenly appeared at Baifeng Mountain all those years ago. This moment, she was preoccupied with Lu Qi and the others as they subdued Wan Kun. No amount of his blubbering tears and pleas for mercy would suffice. How dare he wield a knife against Chen Nian? Treating their group as if they were expendable, should Wan Kuen succeed, the Beijing military district would become a laughingstock. That rascal Lu Qi, hands on his hips, gazed at the apprehended Wan Kuen, his tone filled with regret. "I live not far from his family. We attended the same elementary school as children. He was far more intelligent than I, quite popular in our community. When he was accepted into the military hospital, our entire neighborhood rejoiced. Little did we know he harbored such malicious intentions." Lu Qi may not comprehend the concept of a falsified medical record, but he possessed the discernment to grasp the unfolding events. He did not possess ill intentions. Chen Nian shook her head, feeling no sympathy for Wan Kuen's impending fate. Chapter 43. Not a person but a ferocious wolf. The selection competition arrived even more swiftly than Wan Kuen's reckoning. Chen Nian rose early in the morning, gazing out at the sky, which appeared as unremarkable as ever. Yet she felt an undeniable sense that today was distinctly different. The sky seemed altered. The trees lining the roadside appeared transformed. In essence, everything felt transformed. Chen Nian held a clerical position, and her military uniform was the simplest of the lot. However, in these times, fabric was precious. Unlike in later years, there was no differentiation between training attire, everyday uniforms, and formal dress. Apart from those of higher rank, most individuals possessed only 2 or 3 identical military outfits to alternate between, especially considering that a uniform reform would later render rank indistinguishable by mere attire. Chen Nian, keep striving, she thought to herself. Dalai Chen Nian, donned in her own military uniform and with her hair styled in braids, shyly lowered her voice and said, I have something very important to accomplish today as well. Let us both give our best efforts. Chen Nian's eyebrows lifted slightly. Comprehending Li Chunyan's words, it appeared that her previous encouragement had borne fruit. Li Chunyan had resolved to join the cultural troupe. Now, with Ji Yun truly suffering from a fractured bone, the implications of Wan Kuan's situation would inevitably affect Ji Yun too. This time, Ji Yun's intentions to counter Li Chunyan's aspirations would likely remain but a thought. I will certainly give it my all. You two strive hard. May we both bring forth good news, she encouraged. Li Chunyan nodded eagerly. Yes, let us hope we both bring good tidings. Upon Chen Nian's arrival at the playground, it was already teeming with people. The number of applicants for this selection was exceedingly high, and it was not a process of elimination. Considering the varying strengths among individuals, some may lack physical stamina yet could be cultivated as snipers, while others might excel in endurance and adapt to diverse combat scenarios. Thus, preparations were essential. This was a preliminary assessment for the Beijing military district, and while selecting the teams, an understanding of the capabilities of the soldiers within the district was paramount. If not entirely clear, at least somewhat discernible. Xiao Nian, you have finally arrived, Spring Auntie said, finding Chen Nian in her pristine military attire. Noticing that Chen Nian seemed unprepared, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but then recalled the purpose of her visit. Leaning closer, Spring Auntie whispered, in these times, one must not be too reckless. I possess a piece of jade, seek a secluded spot later to wear it. Old Sure is no longer on a mission, but rather idles away in the barracks, wasting this fine jade of mine. Chen Nian instinctively began to decline, yet Spring Auntie's determination was palpable, her gaze resolute as if she could fasten the jade pendant around Chen Nian's neck by sheer will alone. Faced with such unwavering insistence, Chen Nian had no choice but to acquiesce. She quickly found a corner to don the jade pendant, tucking it beneath her collar. Given the large number of participants, Lu Jiming and the others refrained from lengthy speeches, opting instead for a succinct introduction to the selection process. There would be 4 rounds of selection, with each event prioritizing comprehensive candidates. Wang Yuejun stood before them, commanding presence without the need for a microphone. His voice resonated powerfully, clear even to Chen Nian standing at the back. The first event was an obstacle course, 10 participants per group. The second involved cross-country with weighted packs, comprising 100 participants per group. The third event was a shooting competition, again in groups of 10, with each individual allotted 10 wooden guns. The final event would be a personal confrontation, with participants drawn by lot after the shooting competition, divided into red and blue teams according to numerical order. The individual competition consists of 3 rounds, the preliminary, the semi-final, and the final. In Chen Nian's view, this selection process is rather convoluted, demanding considerable time and effort. However, it undeniably maximizes the potential for discovering talent. As one of the participants, Chen Nian feels an overwhelming sense of pride and honor. She firmly believes that she can reach the final stage. Having registered early, she finds herself competing after 5 preceding groups. Since Lu Qi also enrolled alongside her, they have been placed in the same group. Consequently, this particular group garners even more attention compared to the previous 5. As everyone is eager to discern whether Chen Nian's prior victory over Lu Qi was merely a stroke of luck or a testament to her genuine skill. Lu Qi, donning a relatively loose outfit and a pair of liberation shoes, stands in stark contrast to Chen Nian's simpler attire. I knew we would inevitably end up together, Lu Qi declares, hands on her hips, flashing a broad smile. Eager to redeem herself, Lu Qi seizes this opportunity. Chen Nian, I won't show you any mercy. You have no idea how much I've been teased since you defeated me last time, she complains, though her expression betrays her evident delight. Her demeanor suggests that victory in this group is already within her grasp. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Chen Nian responds with a smile. Great. I too am eager for a proper contest with you. Aside from the final round, I suspect we will be grouped together for the first 3 matches, and then we shall see whether my previous success was merely fortuitous or a reflection of my true ability. Lu Qi's earlier bravado was somewhat boastful, yet it adds an intriguing layer to the competition. As the 10 competitors align in their respective positions after drawing numbers, they await the sound of the whistle. Unencumbered by fixed postures, with a sharp whistle piercing the air, Chen Nian and Lu Qi react with remarkable speed, darting forth like bolts of lightning. igniting an uproar among the onlookers. Some cheer for Lu Qi while others rally behind Chen Nian. Shi Mingsheng nods, visibly impressed by Chen Nian's swift reaction. He had always known she was exceptional, but now it becomes evident that her prowess far exceeds his expectations. It's almost time, Wang Yuejun muses. Observing Chen Nian and Lu Qi, who have already established a significant lead over the other 8 competitors, I find myself rather excited about this training team as his words linger in the air. Lu Qi is still crouched low, crawling through the obstacles while Chen Nian with a graceful agility, moves with an almost synchronized fluidity, reminiscent of a leopard sprinting across the grasslands. The spectators scarcely catch a glimpse of her movements. She appears as a mere shadow that swiftly emerges from beneath the netting upon clearing the obstacle. She propels herself upward with the strength of a beast, effortlessly leaping onto the 3-meter-high platform. Those in close proximity gasp in astonishment at Chen Nian's display of athleticism, perceiving not a mere human but a fierce wolf in action. Chapter 44. Chen Nian dominates. My goodness! Exclaims Aunt Chen. Positioned not far from Shi Mingsheng, her perspective keen upon witnessing Chen Nian's actions, Aunt Chen finally comprehended why, back at home, Shi Mingsheng had nearly leaped for joy upon hearing that Chen Nian would participate in the selection. It turns out that their little Nian is indeed a rare genius. Remarkable. Wang Yuejun was so exhilarated that he rose from his seat, enthusiastically applauding. Not only that, but Chen Nian swiftly maneuvered past several obstacle panels, her speed during the climbing portion akin to that of a nimble monkey. Observant individuals might even notice that Lu Qi, attempting to catch up with Chen Nian, maintained a steady breath, yet his cheeks were faintly flushed. But Chen Nian? Her breath remained even, her expression unwavering. The sequence of running, climbing, and leaping was as effortless as walking on flat ground for her in the final segment. Confident that Lu Qi wouldn't catch up so quickly, it was evident to the discerning that Chen Nian had deliberately slowed her pace. After surpassing the balance beam obstacle, she accelerated once more. Her long legs appeared especially prominent against the wind. Chen Nian emerged victorious without a hint of doubt. The playground fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into fervent cheers and applause. Even those who still looked down upon Chen Nian's identity as a girl had no choice but to acknowledge her undeniable talent. Less than 3 minutes had elapsed since the start. Throughout this journey, Chen Nian had behaved like the absolute sovereign of the playground. Lu Qi's speed, in comparison to the previous 5 groups, ranked first. Yet he was utterly overshadowed by Chen Nian's extraordinary performance, leaving onlookers at a loss for words. Chen Nian, come here, Wang Yuejun exclaimed, nearly leaping from behind the table to seek her out. He was also mindful that there were leaders observing, not to mention that nearly half of the military camp had gathered at the playground, with others absent due to tasks or work commitments. After signing her registered score, Chen Nian, upon hearing Wang Yuejun call her name, immediately jogged over and, upon halting, saluted with impeccable form and an uplifting demeanor, entirely devoid of any signs of fatigue or breathlessness from her previous exertions. Chen Nian, could you share with me how you managed to navigate the obstacles so swiftly? Wang Yuejun inquired, his curiosity piqued out if Chen Nian's method proved viable. He wished to promote it further. Although such training might seem inconsequential at first glance, no one could predict the scenarios they might encounter during future missions. Were it not for logistical concerns, Wang Yuejun would have even contemplated having a pool excavated on site. Every conceivable situation had to be addressed. Chen Nian pondered for a moment, unreserved in recounting her upbringing among wolves on Baifeng Mountain. Report. This is due to my experience with quadrupedal movement in her recollections, while she was capable of upright walking. During those years spent with the wolf matriarch, Chen Nian instinctively mimicked the actions of wolves. Prior to the old man's arrival, she had also learned to climb trees like a monkey. Unlike others who trained solely for upright walking or isolated upper body strength, Chen Nian had an unconventional childhood experience of moving on all fours, which she applied to the pursuit of prey. For others it was merely training. For Chen Nian it was a matter of survival. As for navigating obstacles, she wasn't boasting. In the face of the environment on Baifeng Mountain, these challenges were hardly significant. Upon hearing this response, Wang Yuejun could not help but gasp. This cannot be trained. One cannot simply delve into Chen Nian's sorrowful past, can they? That would be quite unkind. Indeed. Wang Yuejun is genuinely elated at this moment. He was certain of his discerning judgment. Chen Nian possesses remarkable abilities. Moreover, she is incredibly empathetic, already contemplating how to summarize her experiences upon realizing that assistance might be required here. However, if she does not have anything to contribute, it is of no consequence. Considering Chen Nian's previous experiences, Wang Yuejun added, he harbors no desire to dampen her spirits, as it could adversely affect her performance in the upcoming competition. This time, the number of participants is overwhelming. The first event alone stretched over a day and a half. Each individual was granted an additional half-day of rest, with the second event, the weighted cross-country, scheduled for the third day. Splendid! Chen Nian's performance truly stands out. Wang Yuejun gazed at the ordered list of results, where Chen Nian's name adorned the very top. The more he pondered, the more he felt he had unearthed a treasure. Beside him, Shi Mingsheng wore a smile, albeit not as exuberant as Wang Yuejun's. Would Chen Nian manage in the weighted cross-country? Wang Yuejun set down the results and inquired with a hint of concern toward Shi Mingsheng. It is understandable for Wang Yuejun to harbor such worries. Chen Nian's results in the first event were outstanding, and if she were to perform poorly in the second, it would negatively impact her overall score. The combat troops had already undergone training in weighted cross-country upon entering the military. Not to mention, many had regular training routines. Take Lu Qi, for instance. He had performed admirably during the military district competitions, particularly excelling in the weighted cross-country. Those individuals are seasoned veterans, and the likelihood of a newcomer like Chen Nian keeping pace with them is exceedingly slim. Uncertain, Shi Mingsheng shook his head, sipping his tea before stating, "If Chen Nian excels in every event, I would certainly welcome that. However, that girl draws too much attention. A slight shortcoming in her performance is not insurmountable. Furthermore, given the Ji family's previous treatment of her, what could they have possibly provided in terms of sustenance? Poor nutrition stunts growth and naturally strength would be lacking. Old Wang, temper your expectations this time." Shi Mingsheng still held a favorable view of Chen Nian and would not alter his opinion based on one subpar cross-country result. The selections they were making leaned more towards well-rounded candidates. Of course, if someone achieved top-tier results in a particular event, they would already have one foot in the training squad. Ultimately, the decision of whether or not to join Wen Di's team rested not with them but with Wen Di himself, as he was the captain of the squad. Since Chen Nian's competition took place on the morning of the first day, she enjoyed a longer rest period than the others. She also observed the subsequent selections, noting the impressive performances of several candidates. Early on the third day, Chen Nian donned her attire and jogged out of the dormitory. Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng exchanged glances. Li Chunyan felt no particular concern, as she had her own matters to attend to. Conversely, Pan Meifeng, witnessing the two remaining individuals striving towards their goals, felt a sense of inadequacy. Reflecting on this, her gaze drifted towards the spot previously occupied by Su Balian. Upon arriving at the gathering point, Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback by the sight of her luggage, which towered over her. Was the weight truly so burdensome? Chapter 45. Did you really come? In truth, Chen Nian was not alone in this line of thought. Immediately, the lamentations of others arose nearby. This is far too heavy. Aren't we usually carrying a load of 40 pounds? This appears to weigh at least 80. As the conversation unfolded, someone indeed reached out to gauge the weight. Confirming the suspicions, it was undeniably a minimum of 80 pounds. It was akin to carrying a person while traversing rough terrain. Listening to these remarks, Chen Nian found himself in disagreement. There exists a significant distinction between carrying objects and a person. When bearing items, they have marching packs, leaving their arms free while the waist and legs bear the brunt of the effort. However, when carrying a person, not only the waist and legs must exert force, but the back and arms are also engaged, rendering the task far more arduous than simply transporting goods over uneven ground. Without uttering a word, Chen Nian bent down and hoisted the burden onto his back. Having briefly touched it earlier, he now discerned that it consisted of 2 quilts, likely stuffed with stones or similar materials, rendering it extraordinarily heavy. 80 pounds of weight. And in mountainous terrain no less. Earlier on the path, Chen Nian had heard someone mention that the area had undergone certain modifications to heighten the difficulty. Regardless of others' complaints, the burden must be shouldered. Time waits for no one. The second event naturally favored those who could complete it in the shortest time, yet it was stipulated that it could not exceed 3 hours. Otherwise, the competition would extend over several days. However, due to the first event, many had already come to terms with their own capabilities. Among the initial registrants, some had merely participated for the excitement. Now that the intensity and rigor of the selection process had become apparent, they chose to withdraw their applications and abstain from subsequent selections. In this regard, Wang Yuejun and his companions expressed no objections. They deemed it for the best, as they had little time to squander. Yet, the ease with which some relinquished their aspirations left Wang Yuejun and the others somewhat discontented. How could one be deemed a good soldier if they surrendered so readily? Consequently, even with some absentees, resting was not an option. The instructor in charge of their group was now blowing a whistle and calling them to attention, gleefully announcing, "Do you find this weight unbearable? Well, after this run, regardless of your performance, you shall have the chance to rest. Those who filed reports to excuse themselves will face intensified training in the coming days. This is a selection process, allowing some to retreat under the guise of recognizing difficulties. What if it were a battlefield? There are no avenues for retreat in combat. Once we enter the battlefield, we can only advance relentlessly. Do you understand? The instructor's final declaration was bellowed with fervor, clearly reflecting his dissatisfaction with those who had withdrawn. Most were acquainted with this instructor that if Wendi were regarded as the king among soldiers within the Beijing military district, then Sui Liang stood as the foremost beneath him. However, compared to Wendi, Sui Liang had encountered significantly less fortune, having sustained severe injuries during a mission. Presently, he accompanied Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng, transitioning to the logistics department, dedicating most of his time to learning how to better train soldiers. Thus, in Sui Liang's eyes, those who so easily abandoned their pursuits were exceedingly vexing. Attention! All present. Sui Liang whistled, commanding the 100 individuals to form ranks. Stand at attention with his dark complexion partially obscured by a cap. Sui Liang's expression remained unreadable to Chen Nian, who was focused ahead. Conversely, Sui Liang scrutinized Chen Nian several times. On one hand, he had overheard Wan Yuan, the large ladle, mention that Wendi shared an unusual bond with a girl named Chen Nian. It was a rarity for anyone to witness Wendi displaying such warmth towards a young woman. On the other hand, Sui Liang had recently heard a plethora of stories about Chen Nian from Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng. In their accounts, Chen Nian appeared to be a prodigy who had emerged from the blue. Having already encountered the true genius that was Wendi, Sui Liang was curious to see what kind of brilliance Chen Nian could exhibit. However, at a glance, she seemed quite impressive as Sui Liang's whistle pierced the air. 100 individuals surged forward. The yellow earth beneath their feet was swept up in a whirlwind of dust, and Sui Liang, standing at the back, tilted his head and waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Whose idea was this? There is so much dirt on the ground. It's suffocating." Chen Nian stood at the front of the line, her back burdened with 80 pounds of luggage. The entire group maintained a remarkable alignment as they sprinted 500 meters ahead, but soon after, some began to lag behind while others, having found their rhythm, accelerated. Yet, Chen Nian continued to progress at a steady pace. During this time, Lu Qi, carrying his own load, approached her with an air of ease, primarily to boast. Chen Nian glanced at Lu Qi's retreating figure, stifling a laugh, and resumed her steady breathing, synchronizing it with her footfalls. Though her speed did not appear particularly swift, she silently left most of her companions behind, some now struggling to keep pace. Suddenly, an irate voice rang out from ahead. "Is this a selection process or what? Isn't his soaked blanket heavier?" As Chen Nian jogged forward, she encountered a shallow stream, barely reaching her waist. An adult could easily wade through it, and there were no apparent dangers lurking within. However, the predicament lay in the fact that each person's luggage was half their height. If they were to cross the stream with their belongings on their backs, their blankets would inevitably become soaked, rendering them even heavier. There was, of course, another option: to carry the items in a manner that kept the blankets dry. Without a hint of complaint, Chen Nian promptly unfastened the straps across her chest and hoisted her luggage onto her shoulder. The others quickly grasped the situation, recognizing that this stream might pose a significant challenge in the second selection round. They ceased their complaints, some opting to wade through the water to save time, while others, like Chen Nian, swiftly disassembled their packs to carry the weight on their shoulders. Chen Nian moved with alacrity, feeling the burden settle heavily on her shoulder, and her arms quickly began to ache. However, she had no time to dwell on discomfort. Once she ascertained her ability to bear the load, she resolutely approached the stream. The riverbed was soft and wet, imparting an unsettling sensation with each step. Chen Nian hesitated for a moment before dashing toward the opposite bank. Meanwhile, some individuals, fatigued, devised a more efficient method. They called upon a few others to tie their gear together with a military strap, hoisting their luggage across before crossing themselves, conserving energy while ensuring their belongings remained dry. By the time Chen Nian reached the far side, the others were already bustling with fervor, transporting their luggage with great enthusiasm. Observing the actions of those around her, Chen Nian understood that the individuals present would not relinquish their efforts until the very end. Therefore, she too could not simply concede defeat. Adjusting her luggage, Chen Nian quickened her pace. Not far away on the summit, Sui Liang handed a pair of binoculars to a companion, jesting, "I thought that brat Wanyuan was just spouting nonsense, yet here you are, truly intent on witnessing Chen Nian's selection process? What's the matter? Feeling sympathetic?" Chapter 46. Is Wendi the one with the ruined face? Wendi accepted the binoculars and caught sight of Chen Nian, her backpack in tow, advancing with increasing speed. The corners of his lips involuntarily curled upwards, Sui Liang let out a light scoff, settled himself on a large rock, and instinctively began to massage his left ankle, saying excuses after knowing you for so long. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? Oh, what have you discerned? Wendy's demeanor remained aloof as though he was entirely indifferent to the matter. This made Sui Liang somewhat uncertain. All he knew came from Wang Yuan, who was notorious for being a blabbermouth, often exaggerating his tales. Could he truly be trusted? Sui Liang waved his hand dismissively. Once the others departed, he sprang up from the rock and, glancing at Wendy's retreating figure, chuckled, "You almost managed to deceive me. And you claim you're not concerned about her." Seeing that the one named Chen Nian was nearly finished and ready to leave, he mused, if there were genuine camaraderie or concern for the squad selection, at the very least, one ought to stay and witness the conclusion. Chen Nian was not particularly outstanding in the second event, taking 2 hours to complete the course. By the time she arrived, there were already about 10 individuals present. Despite this outcome, Chen Nian felt a sense of satisfaction. Although many had grumbled at the outset, they were in truth quite accustomed to such rigorous training. The only difference this time was the increased weight. Otherwise, the experience bore little distinction. In contrast, Chen Nian, participating in her first weighted cross-country event, achieving a place within the top 20 was indeed commendable. After signing off on her results and returning her heavy load, Chen Nian rested her hands on her hips, panting as she slowly exited the temporary assembly point. "Oh, are you utterly exhausted?" Wang Yuan appeared seemingly from nowhere, his buzz cut slightly longer but still bristling with dark stubble. His gaze toward Chen Nian bore a hint of complexity. He had known prior to his departure that she would be taking part in the selection, yet upon witnessing her performance, he was taken aback. Wang Yuan was well aware of Chen Nian's shooting skills. As for the fourth event, he was uncertain but presumed it couldn't be too poor. Otherwise, Wendy would not have remained so composed. Nevertheless, Chen Nian's remarkable achievements in the first 2 events gave Wang Yuan a sense of urgency, as if he were in danger of being surpassed. By the way, this is from the captain for you. He has been quite busy these past few days and hasn't he had the chance to assess your current abilities? Wang Yuan retrieved a box from his pocket and handed it to Chen Nian, saying, "You must accept it. Otherwise, I'll be the one in trouble." Listening to Wang Yuan's playful remarks, Chen Nian hesitated as she gazed at the box before her. "Come on. Given your relationship with the captain, why are you being so coy?" Wang Yuan was perplexed, entirely unaware that Chen Nian had not recognized Wendy. He jested, "After all these years of acquaintance, you cannot possibly be blaming us for not visiting you in the capital. Can you?" Chen Nian was utterly bewildered. What on earth was he talking about? After so many years? You all. Sensing an inconsistency in his words, Chen Nian deliberately inquired, "How could I ever blame you? What sort of relationship do we have? It is merely a chance encounter." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan hastily replied, "That sentiment is indeed a bit distant. Had it not been for you back then, I might have perished on Baifeng Mountain." Chen Nian, who had been advancing, abruptly halted, her mind racing with images of faces obscured in pitch darkness, rendering their original features unrecognizable. There was also the visage swathed in bandages, nearly concealing the eyes and nose entirely. Wang Yuan, oblivious to Chen Nian's discomfort, continued to murmur, "We had no idea the Ji family was so unreliable. Had we known they were not good people, we would never have entrusted you to them. We should have taken you directly to the military camp. Perhaps by now, you would have already become a member of a squad." Wang Yuan harbored no notion that women should be excluded. Moreover, he had witnessed Chen Nian display remarkable prowess on Baifeng Mountain. Or rather, the ferocity of a wolf. Wang Yuan, though somewhat indiscreet, was not devoid of common sense. Hearing Chen Nian's words, he finally comprehended the folly of his actions. "You had no idea?" He chuckled awkwardly, mentally cursing Wendy 100 times. How could such a crucial matter go unspoken? He truly had no inkling of what Wendy had been occupied with these days. Was he merely there to instruct in marksmanship, and nothing beyond that? Now it had all been inadvertently revealed. His tongue felt parched with regret. Good heavens, that he needed to clarify things. Yet Chen Nian offered Wang Yuan no opportunity for retreat. Wang Yuan, with a forced laugh, had no choice but to explain that Wendy was the one who had brought Chen Nian to the capital all those years ago. What could one find on the mountain? There was food and drink. Moreover, with Wolf Mother and her pack present, ordinary beasts and any adventurers encountered on the mountain would steer clear of Chen Nian, fearing retribution from Wolf Mother, leaving them oblivious to how their demise might unfold. So, this was why Wendy had taken such care in teaching me. Chen Nian had not anticipated that there was such a connection between her and Wendy. She had assumed Wendy's kindness stemmed solely from the matter concerning Aunt Liu. In truth, prior to learning this, Chen Nian had felt somewhat uncomfortable with Wendy's overt kindness. growing up on Baifeng Mountain. Her companions had been the creatures of the wild. Upon arriving in the capital, she had found herself friendless. In fact, during her early days, she had overheard some whispering behind her back, referring to her as a wolf cub. Thus, when Wendy had initially treated her with such warmth, Chen Nian had found it quite disconcerting. Had Wendy not been dispatched on a mission, Chen Nian would have likely concocted an excuse to temporarily evade him. Now, upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Chen Nian felt a sense of relief, so it was out of guilt. This she could accept quite readily. Not quite. Wang Yuan was genuinely on the verge of tears. He felt as though his explanations only led to greater misunderstandings. Just as he was growing anxious, a figure appeared in the distance. The man approached, effortlessly carrying a bag, as though it weighed nothing at all. Wang Yuan's heart, which had been in a state of suspense, now sank. If Wendy were to discover this, he would surely be in dire straits. Chapter 47. I could still be your wingman. Had I known that the boss hadn't disclosed his identity to Chen Nian, Wang Yuan would have been too intimidated to let slip any details regarding Wendy. Boss, you've traveled quite a distance and Chen Nian performed admirably today. How about this? I shall head to the cafeteria and order a couple of stir-fried dishes for us to enjoy a delightful dinner tonight. The smile on Wang Yuan's face seemed almost transferable to Wendy's. His gaze flitted, not daring to meet Wendy's eyes. Observing Wang Yuan's demeanor, Wendy sensed that he must have done something to betray his trust. Then, he glanced at Chen Nian, who stood a short distance away. Her expression a blend of curiosity and a light smile. The only connection to this situation was likely his own failure to confess to Chen Nian that he was the person from the summit of Baifeng Mountain. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan nearly buckled at the knees, envisioning himself running laps under the scorching sun, practicing underwater swimming and breath-holding in a pitiful state. Watching Wendy depart, he slapped his own mouth in regret. What a loose tongue you have. It's all your own fault. Wendy approached Chen Nian carrying his luggage and noticed her hair dampened, stray strands clinging to her cheeks due to perspiration. He nodded, acknowledging good performance. Chen Nian, taken aback by the compliment, opened her mouth in surprise before breaking into a somewhat helpless smile. Tilting her head slightly, she said teasingly, Wendy, do you not have anything else to discuss with me? Baifeng Mountain. Wendy knew this topic was unavoidable. Yet, due to his earlier unconventional approach, revisiting the matter now felt less daunting. He preferred not to dwell on such unpleasant subjects. And then, Chen Nian pressed on. As for her acceptance of this matter, it wasn't as if she couldn't bear it. Not entirely initially. She was merely frustrated that both Wang Yuan and Wendy were in the know while she, the very person involved, remained oblivious, leaving her with a sense of being mocked. With her emotions subsiding, Chen Nian could understand Wendy's reticence. They were not particularly close, and it was reasonable for him to withhold certain information. As for what followed, Wendy faltered, meeting Chen Nian's gaze. His hidden thoughts threatening to surface, his eyes darted away, and he finally said, later, I felt it unnecessary to bring it up. Chen Nian, not pondering too deeply, nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Wendy were to suddenly declare himself as the bandaged man from years ago, she would feel surprised but not find it particularly extraordinary. In a few days we have the third event. How has your training been? Wendy shifted the topic. The two made their way toward the assembly point. With some distance remaining to the military camp and given the large group, they needed to count heads before departing with the main contingent. Quite well, Chen Nian replied with a smile, you can check on that later. Shooting was the aspect she had trained the most in recent days, and she placed great importance on it. Chen Nian felt confident, given the number of participants. While she wouldn't claim a guaranteed top position, her performance would certainly be commendable before she could decline. Wendy had already moved on. Not far off, a jeep stood idling by the roadside. I in the driver's seat. Wang Yuan rubbed his hands together and straightened up upon seeing Wendy approach. Wendy tossed the luggage into the back seat, opened the car door, and settled into the passenger seat, closing his eyes as if to feign sleep. Let us go. Aren't you supposed to order food in the cafeteria? Wang Yuan felt a pang in his wallet. It wasn't that he was particularly concerned about the money. Everyone in the team received a brigade-level salary, and they also earned bonuses for completing missions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the team members were all quite well off, especially Wendy and Wang Yuan. Yet Wang Yuan was distressed over the tickets. He had been rather extravagant this month, and his meat tickets had long been exhausted. He would have to find a way on his own. Even if Wendy kept his eyes closed, he seemed to perceive Wang Yuan's discomfort and coldly remarked, "This is your opportunity to atone." With the conversation reaching this point, Wang Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce. As he started the car, he slapped his own mouth in regret. He resolved to refrain from speaking so freely in the future. However, just a few meters down the road, Wang Yuan suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Was this not the first time Wendy had shown such concern for a matter unrelated to their mission? And it involved a girl. This was of utmost importance. Boss, could it be that you? Wanyuan chuckled foolishly. Just say it. I promise I won't spill the beans. That I could even serve as your wingman. Wingman? Wendy opened his eyes, glanced at Wanyuan, crossed his arms, and said even more coldly, if you're my wingman, I fear I might crash. Wanyuan. Surely, some matters need not be articulated so bluntly. Was it such a crime to be a bit loquacious? Nevertheless, Wanyuan refrained from further complaints that if that Chen Nian truly was the first person Wendy had liked in many years of being single, what was wrong with treating her to a meal? Wanyuan would willingly cover the expenses for their wedding feast. That on the bumpy mountain road, perhaps influenced by Wanyuan's mood, a jeep seemed to exude a joyful, buoyant energy despite the arduous off-road conditions. Even those who managed to complete the journey were utterly exhausted. Covered in dirt or drenched from crossing small rivers, their clothes clung uncomfortably to their bodies. Chen Nian let down her hair and felt increasingly that she needed a new hairstyle. Long hair was simply too difficult to manage. After shaking off some of the sand, she quickly braided her hair into a simple plait that hung in front of her. Chen Nian. Lu Qi jogged over, thinking of Chen Nian's performance, unable to resist saying, there are still 2 events left, but I truly admire you. He had initially believed he could easily surpass Chen Nian's score in the second event. However, the results revealed that their performances were quite close. Compared to Chen Nian's outstanding achievement in the first event, Lu Qi's score seemed trivial to T. This moment, Lu Qi genuinely acknowledged Chen Nian's prowess. During the registration that day, Lu Qi had witnessed Chen Nian's skills firsthand and knew her martial arts were commendable. Not to mention her shooting skills had been honed under Wendy's guidance. Continuing to compete would yield him no advantages. It would be wiser to quickly come over and find a way to save face. Chapter 48. The root cause of all this turmoil is Chen Nian. Lu Qi intended to find an escape route, yet he sincerely admired Chen Nian. Such talent placed her among the elite within the entire Beijing military district. Initially, Lu Qi believed that she would undoubtedly excel in this selection process. However, at this moment, uncertainty began to creep in that if there could be one Chen Nian in the military district, could there not be a second? After all, true talent often lies among the masses. Chen Nian, I eagerly anticipate your future performances. Perhaps we might even fight side by side in the days to come. Lu Qi did not harbor any doubts that Chen Nian, having successfully registered, would be eliminated due to gender biases. Otherwise, why would she have been allowed to participate in the first place? Apart from Aunt Chen and Wendy, who shared a good rapport with her, as well as her roommate Li Chunyan, this was Chen Nian's first encounter with kindness from the outside world. Logically speaking, Lu Qi, having been teased by many for losing to her twice, might have been expected to see Chen Nian as a rival, especially by those with a strong sense of male superiority. Yet, instead of harboring resentment, Lu Qi offered encouragement. Thank you, Lu Qi. Chen Nian felt a warmth in her heart. Since her rebirth, Chen Nian had been grappling with resentment. The questions of why and how incessantly echoed in her mind. Why was she the only one to suffer? Why could they be so biased? In this new life, although Chen Nian professed to distance herself from the Ji family, her actions mirrored that sentiment. Nevertheless, deep within, she remained unwilling to accept her fate. This bitterness seemed to envelop her, ensnaring her soul. However, in recent days, whether it was Aunt Chen's concern, Li Chuanyan's friendliness, Wendy's care, or Lu Qi's encouragement, Chen Nian suddenly found the world to be remarkably beautiful. Why should she torment her heart over those unworthy of her thoughts? Lu Qi, keep striving. Life is full of potential. She still has a bright future and the opportunity to serve her country. When one's gaze is directed towards the heavens, how could they be troubled by the ants beneath their feet? Lu Qi smiled sincerely, nodding repeatedly. The two engaged in delightful conversation along the way, sharing insights from their previous competitions, particularly the cross-country event. Although it was Chen Nian's first time, Lu Qi was seasoned and shared invaluable tips that greatly benefited Chen Nian. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Nian prepared to fetch her clothes for a much-needed shower. Today, she felt even more disheveled than after the first competition. She understood all too well that if she were chosen, the challenges ahead would only intensify. At that juncture, would she even have the luxury of finding a place to freshen up? Hence, a haircut was indeed necessary as Chen Nian rummaged through her drawer for a hair ticket. Pan Meifeng observed her with a teasing smile, exclaiming, I saw that. Chen Nian, I didn't realize you possess such charm. What? Chen Nian asked, clutching a 5-cent coin, her expression one of confusion. Downstairs? Pan Meifeng assumed Chen Nian was feigning ignorance, rolling her eyes and saying, There's no need for this pretense. Did I one go around telling others? We're still in the same dormitory after all. Downstairs? Chen Nian still didn't comprehend. She merely noted Pan Meifeng's raised eyebrows and suggestive smile, recalling Lu Qi who had just parted ways with her. Chen Nian felt exasperated. We merely crossed paths and exchanged insights. Noticing Pan Meifeng's lingering disbelief and feeling too weary to elaborate, she shifted the topic. Pan Meifeng, don't you have anything you wish to pursue? Although I am not particularly fond of Su Balian, she seems to be preparing for a nursing examination and intends to transfer to a hospital for work. Li Chunyan has her own pursuits as well. Yet you have spent the past few days idly lounging in the dormitory, indulging in food and drink, and as a result you have gained some weight. Gaining weight is a positive thing. Pan Meifeng does not perceive any downside to her current state. She excitedly pinches her cheeks, exclaiming, "Really? Have I truly gained weight?" Observing Pan Meifeng's gesture, Chen Nian absent-mindedly taps her forehead, having forgotten that this is not an era that idolizes the slender, youthful aesthetic. Although people in this time do not favor excessive corpulence, as it is neither visually appealing nor healthy, the individuals of the 1970s tend to appreciate a more plump, vibrant, and robust appearance. Thick eyebrows, large eyes, and round faces constitute the prevailing beauty standards. Of course, oval and heart-shaped faces are equally admired. After all, the ability to maintain a rosy complexion and a fuller figure signifies that one's family is not lacking in sustenance. Especially when many are still grappling with hunger, you pursue your ambitions while I am not without my own endeavors. Pan Meifeng, noticing the intensity in Chen Nian's gaze, shifts uncomfortably, sitting up straight. The primary reason for her discomfort lies in Chen Nian's formidable strength and her personality that brooks no dissent. Does Pan Meifeng wish to stir trouble? Hardly. She is too fearful of the consequences should Chen Nian decide to toss her out of the window with a single hand. Nevertheless, this dynamic fosters a harmonious atmosphere among the three residents of the dormitory. Pan Meifeng smacks her lips and pulls out a piece of sweet potato jerky to continue snacking, saying, "All right, you should hurry and take a shower. I've never seen you so concerned about others before." Of course, this last remark is whispered under her breath, as she dares not let Chen Nian hear her clearly. Chen Nian understands that everyone has their own choices. But who can claim that the rice weevils are not happy? Let it be. As Chen Nian holds her clean clothes, she suddenly realizes that she seems to have genuinely come to terms with her thoughts, a smile involuntarily gracing her features. Everything in her sight, even a plain white wall, appears pleasing. Chen Nian's results for the two events are quickly tallied. Not only did she secure first place in the first event, but her performance in the second was also commendable. Among the three groups of participants, totaling around 300, Chen Nian ranks within the top 30. This is particularly notable considering it is her first time participating in such a weight-bearing cross-country event. The news soon reaches Ji Yongjun's ears. After Chen Nian's departure that day, the Ji family has become the laughingstock of the entire compound. He Hui dares not even step outside, fearing that neighbors will question why the two daughters are treated so differently and why her own daughter is subject to such harshness. The internal strife within the Ji family has been quite tumultuous. Xiao Chen Ji Yongjun rubs his temples in frustration, the fury in his eyes barely contained. The root of all this turmoil is none other than Chen Nian. As the office door swings open, it is not the familiar face of Chen Jianchi that enters, but rather a youthful visage with a childlike innocence. Chief of Staff, is there something you need? I am the new guard, Lu Hongqi. Chapter 49. What a foolish brain, Lu Hongqi. It is only then that Ji Yongjun vaguely recalls that Chen Jianchi has already departed. The primary impetus for Chen Jianchi's departure remains Chen Nian. It is of no concern now. Ji Yongjun took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Please step outside. I shall summon you if necessary. Yet, he realized that matters could not continue in this manner. Ji Yongjun was now resolutely convinced that if he did not take action to suppress Chen Nian, she would indeed soar to great heights. At that point, the Ji family would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. As for whether they could cultivate a relationship with Chen Nian for their own benefit, Ji Yongjun did not dare to entertain such thoughts. The events that transpired at home had irrevocably severed Chen Nian's ties with the Ji family. It would be a miracle if she did not turn her ire upon them, let alone offer any advantage. With this in mind, Ji Yongjun could no longer remain seated. He promptly donned his hat and ascended the stairs with purpose. Lu Hongqi, observing Ji Yongjun's swift departure, hurriedly followed suit. In the large conference room upstairs, the table was strewn with sheets documenting the results. Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng each held a paper, both wearing expressions of delight. Wang Yuejun, more exuberant, laid his findings before Lu Jiming. I believe it can now be established that Chen Nian is indeed exceptional. Her results are outstanding, and her performance is remarkable. You have witnessed her prowess in both marksmanship and martial arts. She excels in both. Lu Jiming had of course reviewed the results, and he was quite taken aback. Previously, He had only observed Chen Nian's abilities in shooting and physical combat. The former had been directly honed under Wendy's guidance, while Shi Mingsheng had mentioned that Chen Nian had received training in her youth. The latter aspect now led him and Wang Yuejun to suspect a connection to that individual. Regardless, these two areas of excellence left Lu Jiming somewhat ambivalent about Chen Nian's inclusion in the squad. Wendy's team was not one to be compared to the environment of ordinary soldiers. It was a perilous realm fraught with danger and uncertainty. Lu Jiming's mindset still bore a hint of traditional masculinity, leading him to question whether a young woman could endure such hardships. However, with the evidence of her achievements laid bare, he found himself compelled to approach the matter with a level-headed perspective. The selection of team members must be reserved for the most outstanding candidates, the elite among elites. Only in this way could they ensure that their collective efficacy would not falter due to a teammate's shortcomings. Having a capable ally was undoubtedly beneficial for both oneself and the rest of the team. Lu Jiming smiled and nodded, preparing to speak. At that moment the conference room door swung open, and Ji Yongjun strode in with purpose, a countenance brimming with righteous indignation. While Wang Yuejun and Lu Jiming were merely aware of the conflict between Chen Nian and the Ji family, Shi Mingsheng, due to his connection with his wife Chuani, was privy to the deeper intricacies. Seeing Ji Yongjun now filled him with revulsion. He had encountered favoritism before, yet never to such an extreme that if one harbored dislike, it sufficed to set it aside and disregard it. Yet Ji Yongjun seemed intent on belittling Chen Nian while feigning concern for her well-being, a pretense that was altogether nauseating. Just in time, all three esteemed brothers are present. I have a matter that requires your collective judgment, Ji Yongjun stated without ceremony, addressing the group with a personal touch. With him wearing a smile, Lu Jiming and the others found it difficult to display any negative emotions. Ji Yongjun let out a sigh, seemingly troubled, and remarked, I have heard that Chen Nian's academic performance is commendable. Upon hearing this, Shi Mingsheng cast a sidelong glance at Ji Yongjun before directing his gaze to the report card in his hand. He had already discerned Ji Yongjun's intentions. What a foolish mind! If Chen Nian had not surpassed the previous two assessments, Ji Yongjun's comments, made in the name of a father and regarding personal relations, would indeed compel Lu Jiming to deliberate carefully on whether to allow Chen Nian to enroll. However, it had become evident to Lu Jiming that Chen Nian was a raw gem waiting to be polished. If they provided her with better training and resources, allowing the others to hone their skills further, perhaps the casualties from the last mission could have been avoided. Lu Jiming was well aware of this, and thus he deemed it necessary to invest time and resources into the selection process, with the ultimate goal of discovering superior talent. As expected, Ji Yongjun's words mirrored Shi Mingsheng's thoughts. I know that outside people claim there are conflicts between our family and that child Chen Nian. It is only natural for there to be a rift, given that Chen Nian has not been home for over a decade. Ji Yongjun, appearing dejected, rubbed his face, embodying the sorrow of a distressed father. Wang Yuejun, wide-eyed and on the verge of speaking, was subtly silenced by Shi Mingsheng's shake of the head, prompting him to observe Ji Yongjun's performance in silence. But I truly worry. This is no trifling matter. If anything were to happen to that child, both her mother and I would be heartbroken. Ji Yongjun's eyes glistened with emotion, and those unaware of the circumstances might easily be swayed by his theatrical display. Lu, my old friend, I know you value this child. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Chen Nian. She will undoubtedly shine in other roles and strive throughout her life. Yet we sincerely, as parents, we only wish for our child to be well. Ji Yongjun's voice resonated clearly, ensuring that everyone in the conference room could hear him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as all present were aware of Chen Nian's exceptional performance, and Wang Yuejun and Shi Mingsheng's satisfaction was palpable. Although Lu Jiming had remained silent, his expression upon reviewing Chen Nian's results suggested he was inclined to welcome her into the team. Ji Yongjun's paternal remarks, in this context, rendered the situation rather uncomfortable. Sure, my old friend? Ji Yongjun inquired anxiously, turning toward Shi Mingsheng. Contemplating their shared history, Shi Mingsheng recalled their prior interactions. Old Ji, before Shi Mingsheng could articulate his thoughts, the voice of Wendy resonated from outside. For this selection, the individuals to be confirmed are at my discretion. Whether they enter or exit is solely my decision. No one else matters. Wendy placed his bag on the conference table, fixing a cold gaze on Ji Yongjun, as though regarding a lifeless body. Lu Jiming, familiar with Wendy's temperament, was taken aback by such a look. While Wendy was known for his difficult nature, he held great respect for his superiors and adhered to protocols. It was hard for Lu Jiming to fathom that Wendy would exhibit such an expression towards anyone unless there were extraordinary circumstances, as if the person were not a comrade or a leader, but rather an adversary. What do you mean by that? Ji Yongjun felt that although his reasoning might provoke further contemplation, Lu Jiming indeed had to take this into account. Now suddenly, a young man emerged, boldly declaring that he would make all the decisions, which infuriated Ji Yongjun immensely. My point is, the matter concerning Chen Nian is under my jurisdiction, you have no say in this. Wen Di scrutinized Ji Yongjun word by word, speaking slowly. Chapter 50. Old Ji, I envy you. How can you not have a say? Chen Nian is my daughter. Ji Yongjun did not expect Wen Di to interject. Being from the Beijing military region, he was well aware of Wen Di's capabilities, which made Ji Yongjun's reaction particularly intense. In contrast to the agitated Ji Yongjun, Wen Di remained exceptionally composed. The disparity between the two was stark. And so what? Can you possibly restrain Chen Nian from continuing her participation in the selection? If that is the case, you would be infringing upon her personal freedom. Wen Di scoffed lightly, clearly unimpressed by Ji Yongjun. He had heard tales of Ji Yongjun's valor in his youth, living up to his name. Otherwise, he would not have reached such heights today. However, the current Ji Yongjun seemed preoccupied with maintaining various relationships rather than focusing on the matter at hand. He kept his adopted daughter Ji Yun around, undoubtedly due to her exceptional prowess among the children of the courtyard. Attracting considerable attention, was he attempting to find a golden son-in-law from that group to tether to his ship? Such individuals had always been beneath Wen Di's notice. Or is it that Chief of Staff Ji intends to intervene in the internal affairs of the military district? Are you attempting to meddle through proper channels? Both publicly and privately, you have blocked yourself at every turn. Yongjun's lips quivered as anger surged within him, causing his breath to quicken. He found himself utterly powerless against Wen Di, for the latter's words rang true. Old Ji, let the children make their own choices regarding their futures. Moreover, if the child is not genuinely interested in this path, would anyone else be able to register on her behalf? Wang Yuejun, wishing to prevent Wen Di from creating a rift within their ranks, stepped forward to mediate. Chen Nian is truly an exceptional child. Old Ji, I envy you. Had Wang Yuejun not uttered that last remark, the atmosphere might have eased considerably. However, at that moment, it felt as though Wang Yuejun was speaking with a hint of sarcasm. Envy what? Envy the daughter's estrangement from her family? Shi Mingxing lowered his head, his shoulders shaking. Lu Jiming, witnessing this, felt compelled to intervene on Shi Mingxing's behalf, thinking that such behavior was counterproductive to unity. Although Lu Jiming held a certain disdain for Ji Yongjun, he acknowledged that the latter had once fought valiantly for the nation. While his personal morals might be lacking, that fact could not overshadow Ji Yongjun's past contributions. Old Ji, I shall not interfere in your familial matters. Lu Jiming approached, speaking earnestly. However, it was Chen Nian who applied herself, participated in the selection, and performed admirably. I can assure you that as long as she maintains such results, she will undoubtedly rank among the top 10 when the final scores are tallied. Those who enter the military without much training are among those top 10. Old Ji, you must reflect carefully. Are the matters at home truly worth losing your reason over? What does it mean to prioritize the nation and our military? And yet you still cannot discern the difference. If you could persuade Chen Nian to voluntarily forego the upcoming selection, I would have no objections whatsoever. However, if Chen Nian wishes to participate and join the team, I cannot dismiss a promising talent simply because of your reluctance. As Ji Yongjun listened to Lu Jiming's words, his heart gradually sank. He realized that he could no longer impede Chen Nian's ascent. Her achievements and the unwavering support of those present were sufficient to illustrate just how exceptional the daughter he had undervalued truly was, perhaps even surpassing his eldest son, whom he held in high regard. Reflecting on Chen Nian's initially clumsy yet sincere attempts to win his favor, contrasted with the cold gaze she now directed towards the Ji family, Ji Yongjun's shoulders slumped momentarily. Yet, this moment of weakness was fleeting. Once Ji Yongjun's figure was out of sight, Wang Yuejun sighed. If I had a daughter like that, I would be so elated I wouldn't be able to sleep. If Chen Nian were a boy, Old Ji would undoubtedly be pleased. However, she is a daughter. Shi Mingxing, somewhat familiar with the Ji family, could guess Ji Yongjun's mindset. Lu Jiming was taken aback, surprised to discover that Ji Yongjun harbored a preference for sons over daughters. After all, this was a man who had willingly raised an adopted daughter and invested considerable resources into her upbringing. She had danced since elementary school and could play the accordion. An accordion alone would cost 500 to 600 yuan. Calculating from 10 years of wages, even if Ji Yongjun's salary had been substantial at the time, he would have had to save for over half a year without eating or drinking to afford it. Not to mention, Ji Yun had always been the belle of the courtyard, never donning many patched garments while growing up. To find out that a man who had spent so much on his daughter was actually biased towards sons was perplexing. Yet, it was not entirely the case. Shi Mingxing waved his hand, clarifying, daughters are significant in his eyes too, albeit in a different capacity. Never mind, why discuss this? We have much work ahead, coincidentally when D has arrived. Let us call in one Yuan's group, and we 3 old bones might finally catch a breath. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, Ji Yongjun still harbored intentions of preventing her from participating in the selection. Exiting the dormitory with a porcelain basin containing soap and a change of clothes, she set off to find a place to get her hair cut, compared to the distance from the courtyard. The family area was not too far from the military base. Although the family area consisted of only 4 3-story buildings, one could easily spot the corridors adorned with hanging clothes and various items piled up. The first building had been converted into a supply store and a barbershop. Chen Nian walked straight in and pointing to her somewhat disheveled hair, said, "Please help me cut it short, just to my ears." She had no intention of resembling those male soldiers. At her core, Chen Nian was still a girl who cherished beauty. When she was at Baifeng Mountain, even the animal skins that Wolf Mother dressed her in were embellished with little flowers. The barber was a seasoned craftsman, reputed to have inherited his skills from his forefathers, who had been barbers since the Republic of China era, with many seeking out their family for braiding. In just a few deft motions, the barber transformed Chen Nian's hair. The hairstyle, unlike the currently popular boyish cuts, resembled that of the female protagonist from a French film about a killer and a young girl that Chen Nian had once watched. With a striking visage that exudes an air of confidence, Chen Nian possesses an innate coolness when not smiling. This hairstyle accentuates her distinctive temperament remarkably. As she prepared to depart, a group of young men clad in green military attire, though unmistakably not from the army, entered the scene. The leader, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and hands tucked into his pockets, paused momentarily upon spotting Chen Nian, only to quickly recognize her. Who could this be? He mused. Isn't this the Chen Nian who previously stirred unrest in the courtyard? The man let out a series of derisive chuckles, tauntingly remarking, "Why did you bother cutting your hair? You should really have severed that tongue of yours to avoid slandering others with your embellishments." Chapter 51. Provocation from Julian. Chen Nian cast a curious glance at him, momentarily struggling to recall who he was. Yet, judging by his tone and age, he was undoubtedly one of Ji Yun's sycophants. She smirked slightly and retorted without a hint of mercy, "Oh? Rather than fixate on whether I might speak indiscreetly, perhaps you should manage those who indulge in base actions. No, it would be more apt to monitor those who are only capable of petty scheming." Indeed, the man was a devoted lackey of Ji Yun, the epitome of sycophancy, in stark contrast to Wan Kuan, who betrayed Ji Yun after being investigated. This individual had devoted the better part of his life to her. Perhaps it was the familiarity of his countenance, combined with the anger he displayed, that triggered a sense of recognition in Chen Nian. She recalled that his name was Zhu Lian, a figure of some repute among the courtyard's youth. His unwavering deference to Ji Yun stemmed from the fact that she had once rendered him assistance. Zhu Lian had a stepmother who treated him poorly, one might even say harshly. Shortly after Ji Yun was adopted into the Ji family, she encountered the famished Zhu Lian and offered him a few buns. For the kindness of those buns, Zhu Lian had protected Ji Yun throughout his life, developing feelings for her. In his eyes, whatever Ji Yun did was right, and even her wrongs were justifiable. Observing the still youthful Zhu Lian before her, Chen Nian recalled their later encounter in a past life, where he bore 2 ghastly scars across his face. Rumor had it that these scars were the result of his reckless attempt to avenge Ji Yun, leading to retaliation against him. Furthermore, his impulsiveness not only cost him a promising military career but also incurred the shame of his father, who subsequently refused to provide Zhu Lian with any support. Zhu Lian was left to subsist as Ji Yun's bodyguard and assistant. Chen Nian pondered whether Zhu Lian had ever felt regret during that time. Yet now he appeared wholly devoted to Ji Yun. Zhu Lian, my dealings with Ji Yun have reached a conclusion. As for who is right or wrong, everyone possesses their own discernment. If you find this unsatisfactory, perhaps you should comfort Ji Yun. However, if you seek me, Chen Nian rose, grasping a porcelain basin as she prepared to leave. I'm sorry, but you have the wrong person. Zhu Lian would not permit Chen Nian to depart so easily. He had gone to great lengths to ascertain her whereabouts and had specifically come to confront her. In military confines, even with 800 times the courage, he would not dare to trouble her. "Stop!" Zhu Lian stepped forward, surveying Chen Nian with an air of defiance, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "I've heard you're participating in the selection. Tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, is the shooting event? In regard to other matters, I acknowledge that I am not in the right. However, was it not you who caused the fracture in Xiaoyun's left leg? I do not seek anything else. I desire your right hand to be broken, and then I shall spare you." Chen Nian gazed at Zhu Lian with an expression akin to that of a fool. It is difficult to fathom how Commander Zhu could have begotten such a son. No wonder, despite a promising future, he would face expulsion. With such temperament and character, he would either be reformed in the military or find himself in prison. Ultimately, merely disfigurement would constitute good fortune for Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian, have you ever contemplated the amount of trouble your words here will bring to Commander Zhu? Chen Nian instinctively felt a twinge of sympathy for the commander. Yet, upon reflection, if Commander Zhu had shouldered the responsibilities of fatherhood and not been blind and heartless, allowing his stepmother to torment Zhu Lian, perhaps Zhu Lian would not have turned out this way. Over the years, many have fallen victim to verbal conflicts. Is your family preparing to reside in a cattle shed or to engage in land reclamation? Chen Nian's tone was heavy, yet it served as the most effective warning to Zhu Lian. Do not attempt to intimidate me with such tactics. Zhu Lian glanced at his entourage behind him, knowing they would not divulge anything. His gaze then fell upon the elderly barber. Old man, we are merely dealing with a private matter. Pretend you have seen nothing. The barber leisurely tidied his belongings. Sweeping away the scattered hair on the floor, he raised his eyes to Chen Nian, noting her calm demeanor, devoid of any fear, and chuckled softly. Rest assured, the outcome is uncertain. I have no interest in meddling in the affairs of the youth. At least you are perceptive. Zhu Lian's fierce eyes suddenly locked onto Chen Nian, baring his teeth as he growled, enough, let us get this over with. Resigned, Chen Nian set down the enamel basin, and before Zhu Lian's followers could advance, she unexpectedly delivered a swift kick to his chest. Zhu Lian and his companions were caught off guard, and Chen Nian swiftly closed the distance, expertly twisting Zhu Lian's arms behind his back, her knee pressing firmly against his spine, pinning the larger figure of Zhu Lian to the ground. Zhu Lian stared in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such an outcome, thrashing and roaring in protest. You dare to ambush me? Challenge me one-on-one? Chen Nian, get off me! Out of the corner of his eye, Zhu Lian caught sight of the astonished expressions of his followers, who were clearly intimidated by Chen Nian, intensifying his humiliation. It is worth noting that Chen Nian had toppled Zhu Lian and subdued him in less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Such skill would make one a standout in the military. Although Zhu Lian's life under his stepmother was far from easy, Commander Zhu, after all, valued his reputation and had not neglected Zhu Lian's training in combat. Furthermore, most children raised in the compound aspired to join the military. Zhu Lian had managed to establish himself as a small leader in the compound, not only due to his father's position but also because he could indeed fight, having subdued his followers one by one. Now, the very same Chen Nian, whom those in the compound looked down upon, had him pinned to the ground eating dust. The scene was beyond mere astonishment. It was terrifying. Had they known Chen Nian possessed such prowess, they would never have dared to isolate and bully her in the compound. Particularly, several individuals who had assisted Ji Yun in bullying Chen Nian had stealthily retreated to the back, fearing that Chen Nian might seek retribution after pressing Zhu Lian into the ground. Fight! You have already been defeated by me. Chen Nian disdainfully tapped Zhu Lian on the back of his head with her other hand, unceremoniously stating, Zhu Lian, your surname is Zhu, not a pig. If you refuse to heed my well-intentioned advice, allow me to help you dislodge some of the water in your head. You possess quite the audacity to come to the family quarters and threaten others. The old man you speak of is a long-time acquaintance of the commander, a veteran who had earned merit during the war years. This includes the master barber here, who was once exaggeratedly dubbed a master spy by marketing accounts, accompanied by a solitary photograph from that era. When Chen Nian first entered, she had not recalled this, but as Zhu Lian threatened the master, the latter's composed demeanor left a lasting impression on Chen Nian, prompting her mind to naturally revisit the memory. Chapter 52. The world belongs to you. Zhu Lian, lying on the ground, abruptly lifted his head, incredulously gazing at the master barber still sweeping the floor. The master barber seemed oblivious to Chen Nian's words, cheerfully cleaning up the fallen hair and depositing it into a nearby trash bin. Zhu Lian, I do not wish to waste my breath on fools. When you can defeat me, then come seek vengeance for your fragile heart. Chen Nian recognized that Zhu Lian was not akin to Su Bailian. Su Bailian could be swayed because her favoritism towards Ji Yun stemmed largely from her belief that Ji Yun was a good friend. Chen Nian's arrival not only encroached upon Ji Yun's interests but also bullied her. However, following the incident in the dormitory and Chen Nian's revelation of He Huixin's most closely guarded secret, the entire courtyard was now aware of the truth. Chen Nian's misfortune was due to He Huixin, and her departure from the Ji family was also related to He Huixin's bias. With this knowledge, Su Bailian could no longer perceive Ji Yun as a victim. A disguised victim elicits no protective instincts. Moreover, Su Bailian deemed Ji Yun's theatrics as deceitful and frightening. Su Bailian had always regarded Ji Yun as her best friend, Yet Ji Yun's attitude clearly indicated that she viewed Su Bai Lian merely as a tool to attack Chen Nian, and no one wishes to be exploited, except perhaps for sycophants like Zhu Lian. Master, I apologize for disturbing you today. The master waved his hand, merely sizing up Chen Nian and smiling. I am just curious, how do you know me? His earlier years had been shrouded in secrecy. Being a barber in the family quarters was both a job and a means of protection. Chen Nian was not particularly concerned about this, smiling as she replied, I work as an administrator in the archives. You have a file concerning the supplies sent back in the day, which I noticed while organizing. Moreover, I once encountered you dining with the commander in the cafeteria. The master barber's expression shifted as he clearly recalled the occasion related to the supply documentation. As for the deeper implications, the master understood that Chen Nian could not possibly be privy to such knowledge. If even a mere archive administrator could uncover these details, it would spell danger for the master's position. After all, despite the current tranquility and the nation's flourishing spirit, the atmosphere remained precarious. Behind the light, there exists darkness. Otherwise, the team led by Wen Di would not have suffered such grievous losses. So it is, comrade, I have heard of you. Your reputation in the military district precedes you. The seasoned mentor jested, showing no regard for Zhu Lian and his companions outside. You are quite remarkable. And I eagerly anticipate your even more illustrious future. Chen Nian stood tall and saluted the mentor. I will strive diligently so as not to disappoint the expectations of my seniors. Good, good, good. The mentor nodded repeatedly. His fondness for Chen Nian evident. You are like the morning sun brimming with vitality. Keep up the good work. The world belongs to you. Initially, Chen Nian had participated in this selection primarily to fulfill the unachieved aspirations of a past life. However, upon encountering Wen Di, Lu Qi, Wan Yuan, and now receiving encouragement from the mentor, she truly felt as though she was engaged in something extraordinary. Yes, Chen Nian stood even straighter, her smile radiant, her voice filled with anticipation for the future. I will not let my seniors down. Outside the barbershop, Zhu Lian, aided to his feet, beheld the impeccably poised Chen Nian within. Naturally hearing her words, Chen Nian looks quite beautiful like this. A nearby lackey could not help but voice his thoughts. Compared to their current state of pandering and leveraging familial connections to remain in the city, Chen Nian's spirited demeanor was indeed enviable. Can silence suffocate you? Zhu Lian glared fiercely in response. Yet, when he turned his gaze towards Chen Nian, his fierce expression softened slightly, his eyes narrowing as if facing the sun. Before him stood a figure as upright as a slender pine, her stylish short hair accentuating her graceful neck, her face small and delicate. Yet, the heroism in her brows and eyes remained unaffected by her slender frame, rendering her akin to a proud cypress, pretentious. Zhu Lian ordered his lackeys to leave with him. His tone unkind after suffering such a significant setback today. Would he linger to be humiliated by Chen Nian? Before departing, Zhu Lian could not resist issuing a fierce warning to his companions. Today was merely an ambush against me. Mark my words, I will not let her off easily. Compared to his earlier threats towards Chen Nian, Zhu Lian's words were evidently less violent and fierce this time. Unbeknownst to Chen Nian, the time spent getting a haircut had inadvertently affected another of Ji Yun's admirers, Wan Kuan. The outcome of Wan Kuan's situation had been determined, and the hospital was surely preparing for his dismissal. The arts troupe had also learned of Wan Kuan's assistance to Ji Yun in fabricating medical records. In the short term, Ji Yun would lack the time and energy to seek trouble with her. When Chen Nian arrived at the cafeteria in a fresh set of clothes, Wen Di and Wan Yuan had already ordered their meals in a nearby booth, accompanied by two individuals whom Chen Nian had not encountered before. Wow! You cut your hair. Upon seeing Chen Nian, Wan Yuan noticed her stylish short hair and could not help but exclaim, it looks rather nice. In recent years, fashionable hairstyles have been limited to a few types, either long or medium-length hair, or the Hullen cut. Women who are fond of beauty often adorn themselves with silk scarves or red ribbons. There are indeed those like Chen Nian who require no embellishments. Yet, whether it was due to her striking features or simply the fact that this short hairstyle suited her exceptionally well remained uncertain. In any case, Chen Nian, akin to a spark upon an iceberg, leaves an indelible impression on those who behold her. Wen Di, of course, also took note of Chen Nian, his hands seemingly beyond his control as they grasped his knees beneath the table, causing his trousers to wrinkle slightly. Wan Yuan observed that Wen Di appeared to be in a daze and quickly deduced the reason behind it. With a cheerful demeanor, he rose to introduce Chen Nian. These two are our teammates, Zhao Tan and Xie Yunhua. Given that Chen Nian had yet to join the team, Wan Yuan refrained from divulging the specific roles these two held within the group. Chen Nian, you may sit there. He continued, there are still two main dishes yet to be served. and the empty seat will be filled shortly. Wang Yuan enthusiastically directed the arrangement, indicating the vacant spot beside Wendy, remarking this way. It is safer. This reasoning was impeccable. Chen Nian had no inclination to speculate on Wang Yuan's underlying intentions. In truth, even if Wang Yuan had remained silent, it was highly probable that Chen Nian would have chosen to sit beside Wendy, as the other vacant seat was adjacent to Zhao Tan, whom she was entirely unfamiliar with. Hello, I am Chen Nian, she introduced herself before taking her seat. Zhao Tan and Xie Yunhua exchanged glances, witnessing Chen Nian settle beside Wendy, who exhibited no signs of dissent. Even without the extensive knowledge that Wang Yuan possessed, they could readily discern that Wendy's demeanor towards Chen Nian was far from ordinary. Chapter 53 Little Comrade Chen Nian, you are in charge of escorting her. I am Zhao Tan, just call me Lao Zhao in the future. Zhao Tan, a robust figure, could be succinctly described with a classic line from a future comedic skit. A large head and a thick neck? Either a wealthy man or a cook. However, if Zhao Tan were to smile with a more affable demeanor, he would appear far less intimidating from a distance. Today, he donned a short-sleeved shirt, revealing arms as muscular as Chen Nian's calves. Additionally, Zhao Tan possessed a slightly Mongolian appearance, embodying the quintessential image of a prairie man. I am Xie Yunhua. I have heard quite a bit about Comrade Chen Nian recently. Today I see it is indeed well-deserved. Compared to Zhao Tan, Xie Yunhua exuded the most cultured aura among the gathering. In simpler terms, one glance at Xie Yunhua's visage would indicate that he had undoubtedly indulged in considerable scholarly pursuits. The saying, a wealth of knowledge brings grace, perfectly encapsulated Xie Yunhua's countenance. Is that so? Chen Nian responded positively to her initial impressions of the two, smiling as she inquired, what reputation have you heard about me? Was it about a tumultuous family matter, or perhaps that I triumphed over Lu Qi again? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tan could not contain his laughter, which, surprisingly, sounded akin to a large goose honking in the cafeteria. My apologies. Honk honk honk. It just reminded me. Honk honk honk. Of Lu Qi's face. The fact that Lu Qi had lost to Chen Nian on 2 occasions had now become a running joke. Teasing Lu Qi or jesting with other comrades often involved mentioning this incident. Chen Nian, unable to suppress her laughter, found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lu Qi. His overall capabilities were indeed commendable. Otherwise, he would not have ranked 8th. It was merely a coincidence that she had encountered Lu Qi first, and their subsequent registrations had occurred in quick succession, leading to the present situation. No, not laugh anymore. Wang Yuan feels quite helpless. However, Wang Yuan does not harbor much sympathy for Lu Qi. Anyone who has ventured to Baifeng Mountain in the past is aware that, on flat ground, one might stand a chance against Chen Nian. But within the mountains, it is undoubtedly Chen Nian's domain, particularly Baifeng Mountain. The cliffs and precipices present no barriers that Chen Nian cannot surmount. By the way, were they also at Baifeng Mountain back then? Chen Nian scrutinized Zhao Tan and Xie Yunhua. If Zhao Tan had been present, given his physique, it would be impossible for Chen Nian to have no recollection whatsoever. Wang Yuan's previously relaxed demeanor evaporated in an instant. Zhao Tan's laughter ceased. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chen Nian hesitated before speaking. Should I not have they have all sacrificed? Wendy, seated beside Chen Nian, spoke with a somber tone. The mission from 6 months ago ended in tragedy. They perished due to various circumstances. 2 others are severely injured and still remain in the hospital. What Wendy did not mention was that one of them had lost a limb while the other had been rendered blind. Their presence in the hospital is not solely due to the need for further medical treatment, but also to ensure that they receive adequate care, alongside the intervention of doctors, which can assist them in adjusting to their current circumstances. The purpose of Wendy's outing this time, apart from resolving lingering issues and conducting investigations, was to secure greater benefits for those 2 teammates. Although the subsequent remarks may sound somewhat mercenary, it is far from easy for 2 disabled individuals to adapt to the realities of contemporary society, especially considering the multitude of factors they must contemplate regarding their future work and lives. What Wendy is doing is precisely this. He cannot bear to see his comrades, his brothers who have shed blood and sacrificed their lives, deprived of even the most basic means of sustenance. Chen Nian's expression grew grave, and in his mind's eye, he conjured images of faces marred by hardship, their features somewhat indistinct. Yet, each of those faces bore a pair of identical, vibrant eyes. It was those very eyes that initially drew Chen Nian to them when he was on the mountain, their mysterious backgrounds only adding to their allure. This fascination prompted him to follow them, accompanied by Wolf Girl, for 3 days, until it was ultimately Wolf Girl's inadvertent slip that betrayed their presence. Chen Nian inhaled deeply and stated, "Back then when you were at Baifeng Mountain you treated me to quite a few delicacies. Are they still in the capital? I wish to pay them a visit." When Di understood that Chen Nian's reference to them extended beyond the two still hospitalized, he nodded. Let us wait until the selection is over. Once it concludes and you become our teammate, I shall take you to see them. Excellent. Chen Nian replied without a hint of hesitation. As for whether he could join the team, Chen Nian felt there was no need for concern regarding this matter. With the abilities he has demonstrated, what could possibly be doubted? Wang Yuan glanced around, eager to dispel the somewhat disheartened atmosphere. All right. Old Liu Yadan and the others would not wish for us to be so forlorn. Later, you all should drink less. I will take the remaining half bottle of liquor along with some peanuts to share with old Liu and the others. Wang Yuan's lively words, although meant as a tribute, sounded more like reminiscing. Zhao Tan nodded in agreement. I will accompany you this afternoon. Old Xia is occupied as he needs to assist with the arrangements for the shooting range later on. Zhao Tan remarked, turning to the side to address Chen Nian. The shooting selection behind you is managed by Lao Xia. He is undoubtedly the most exceptional talent in our squad. Aside from the leader, truly formidable. Having conveyed this, Zhao Tan chose to remain silent, adhering to the established decorum. The meal itself was quite satisfactory, as the chef in the cafeteria was skilled enough to prepare dishes for a national banquet. However, age had taken its toll, and he was preoccupied with his apprentices. The large hotels and banquet halls where he previously worked could not accommodate his trainees. Upon hearing this, the military district confidently pledged that as long as they passed the vetting process, all would be welcome. After all, their cafeteria was quite spacious. These young soldiers, though appearing lean, devoured food as if they had insatiable appetites. The need for assistance only increased. Ultimately, the chef's apprentices all arrived, yet there still weren't enough hands to help. To everyone's surprise, the cafeteria harbored hidden talents. This was Chen Nian's first experience of feeling completely full in the cafeteria. As she exited, she couldn't help but exclaim, I was truly foolish in the past, running back to the Ji family to cook for them instead of utilizing the cafeteria. When Di, observing her, let out a wry smile. It was evident from Chen Nian's tone that she had completely moved on from the Ji family. After all, what was there to quarrel over with strangers? Indeed. Wang Yuan, slightly inebriated, slurred, you were really foolish back then. The Ji family is a den of wolves. Noticing that Wang Yuan was about to elaborate further, when Di approached with a look of disdain, covering Wang Yuan's mouth with a hand and then tossing him toward Zhao Tan and Xie Yunhua. Take him away. He needs to sober up and find Lao Lu and the others. Don't worry, leader. Xie Yunhua nodded solemnly before winking at Wen Di. Little Chen, I'll leave you in his capable hands. Do take good care of her. Chapter 54. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. Spring breezes bring new growth. Wen Di shot a furtive glare at Xie Yunhua. Once the trio departed, he turned to seek out Chen Nian. They are just rambling. Do not take it to heart. Wen Di felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. As if a weight pressed against his chest, causing his tongue to stiffen. Chen Nian smiled and shook her head. What is there to mind? I am actually looking forward to joining your squad after the selection ends. By the way, I have always heard others refer to the squad. Does your team not have a name or a code of some sort? Seeing that Chen Nian was entirely unfazed by these details, Wen Di felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he was also grateful. Truth be told, he was still unclear about his feelings towards Chen Nian, whether they stemmed from romantic interest or guilt. At least initially, it was the latter. He had met Chen Nian at Baifeng Mountain, and his decision had altered the course of her life. If she had been happy and content in the Ji family, Wen Di would not have harbored such emotions. However, the reality was that Chen Nian was neither happy nor content. She was the one who was bullied and discriminated against. If she had not resisted, even if Wen Di had wished to assist her, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Now witnessing Chen Nian's radiant spirit, Wen Di felt a sense of joy. You will have to wait until you join the squad to learn its name. So mysterious? Chen Nian was somewhat taken aback at no wonder she had never heard of Wen Di's name in her previous life. The team they belonged to was shrouded in such mystery that it was likely that Wen Di and his companions had also entered the realm of classified files. All right, you may go, she said. As for the pace of those two individuals, the distance from the cafeteria to Chen Nian's current dormitory was truly not far at all. When the military district initially planned the layout, the living quarters were arranged together, primarily to facilitate everyone's daily lives. Chen Nian nodded, her thoughts drifting to the fallen comrades and the expression Wen Di wore when he spoke of them. Biting her lip, she hesitated before stepping in front of Wen Di. Please do not be too distressed. I believe your comrades would not wish for you to be sorrowful. I cannot claim to fully understand their thoughts. But as a soldier, sacrifice might also be considered a commendable conclusion. The people will remember them. Rest assured. Chen Nian frowned slightly, admitting, I am rather clumsy with words, so my attempts at comfort may not be very effective. Regardless, aside from the issues surrounding his concealed identity, whether during the events on Baifeng Mountain or now at the shooting range, Chen Nian was always the one under Wendi's care. She yearned to do something, not entirely to repay Wendi, but to contribute in some way that I understand, Wendi replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. His eyes, usually sharp like blades, now resembled a tranquil spring pool. Thank you that I feel much better now. Really? Chen Nian exclaimed, her surprise evident. This was the first time she had seen Wendi look so directly and clearly at her, revealing the youthful vigor and vitality that belonged to a girl. The past Chen Nian was admirable, resilient as wild grass, surviving even the fiercest flames, reborn with the gentle spring breeze. The jubilant Chen Nian of the moment was equally commendable, her eyes sparkling like an alluring vortex, making it difficult for Wendi to tear his gaze away. Yes, truly, Wendi affirmed earnestly. That is wonderful. Chen Nian felt a sense of pride. She had thought she possessed no talent for offering comfort. Take a good rest in the coming days. There are still 2 selection rounds ahead in terms of shooting. You will face no significant challenges. I am quite confident in this. However, you must pay extra attention to the next event, as there are quite a few individuals in the military who have practiced martial arts since childhood. Some folk martial arts are indeed formidable. Wendi had learned a bit of martial arts, though he was not proficient, more of a hodgepodge style coupled with his later military training. His skills resembled a diverse amalgamation that had eventually coalesced into a unique fighting style. Wendi chose not to press Chen Nian about the elderly man she mentioned. Back when they were on Baifeng Mountain, he had sensed her reluctance to speak and had refrained from inquiring further. The same held true now. After parting ways, Chen Nian ascended the stairs with a light step. Upon opening the door to her dormitory, she discovered not only Pan Meifeng and Li Chunyan were present, but also the long-missing Su Balian. However, at that moment, Su Balian was busy packing her belongings. Perfect timing, Su Balian said succinctly, her first reaction betraying a hint of evasion and embarrassment. Holding a blanket, she added, I am transferring to another military district. I have applied for a transfer. Mainly, having been under my parents' care for so long, it seems I have not grown much. As Su Balian spoke these words, a self-deprecating smile adorned her face. She had always considered herself quite capable. However, after the recent fallout between Chen Nian and the Ji family, Su Balian suddenly realized that she was utterly inept at forming friendships. Could she truly have been oblivious to Ji Yun's subtle schemes? The answer was no. She simply chose to trust Ji Yun wholeheartedly. Perceiving her as the pitiable victim. It was precisely this mindset that Ji Yun exploited, continually manipulating Su Balian. I believe I owe you a sincere apology, Su Balian said, bowing her head in apology to Chen Nian. I'm sorry. I nearly caused you great harm last time. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback by the cascade of messages and actions from Su Balian, but quickly regained her composure and graciously accepted the apology. Whether it was genuine or merely perfunctory, Chen Nian could discern the truth that in reality, Su Balian was quite admirable. At least she was loyal. In a world where parents and children could become adversaries, siblings might betray one another, and even neighbors could harbor suspicion, Su Balian's unreserved trust in another, coupled with her willingness to charge into battle for them, was undeniably foolish. Yet, from Ji Yun's perspective, such unwavering faith would surely evoke a sense of gratitude. This kind of selfless trust was something that even some parents might struggle to extend to their own children. Moving forward and venturing into unfamiliar territory, one must remain alert and cautious, never accepting everything at face value. It was wise to observe keenly. If one felt tongue-tied, it was better to speak less and adapt over time. Chen Nian reminded Su Balian, safe travels. Su Balian felt a lump in her throat, realizing for the first time how profoundly she had erred. Yet she also recognized her fortune. Although she and Chen Nian had not become close friends, the mere acquaintance with Chen Nian felt like a stroke of luck. Chapter 55. This is Lu Qi's day experience card. After bidding farewell to Su Balian, the dynamic of the dormitory remained largely unchanged. From the very beginning, Su Balian had seldom spent time in the dorms. However, following her departure, Li Chunyan took small, tentative steps to the dormitory entrance and cleared her throat. Upon seeing the expression on Li Chunyan's face, Chen Nian felt a flicker of suspicion. Meanwhile, Pan Meifeng rose from her bed, a piece of fruit candy still in hand. What's the matter with you? Today has been lively with a roommate leaving. You're not suggesting you're planning to leave too, are you? Li Chunyan, blushing and somewhat bashful, replied, I might leave but not entirely. Pan Meifeng detected a hint of something amiss. What do you mean by that? Is this some kind of tongue twister? I've been accepted into a performing arts troupe, Li Chunyan exclaimed, her shoulders rising in excitement as if she were still dreaming. The director said my voice is exceptional and particularly suited for singing. However, the accommodations at the troupe are somewhat limited. So I've been asked to stay here for now until a bed becomes available over there. After sharing her news, Chen Nian stepped closer to Chen Nian, grasping one of her hands with both of hers and expressing heartfelt gratitude. Chen Nian, thank you. If it weren't for your encouragement, I wouldn't have taken this step. Truly. I believe this will alter the course of my life. Chen Nian's voice was indeed remarkable. Even her speech was a delightful melody to the ears. Chen Nian did not reject Chen Nian's approach. When Li's emotions had calmed down a bit, she withdrew her hand and said, I merely spoke a few words. It was your own choice and the result of your efforts. Keep striving and I hope to hear you sing on stage one day. Yes. I definitely will. Chen Nian exclaimed, her excitement causing her to jump in place. It would be impossible to say she was entirely unprepared. Chen Nian was confident in her vocal abilities. Yet, when the day truly arrived, a surreal feeling enveloped her. In contrast to Chen Nian's elation and Chen Nian's joy for her, Pan Meifeng sat in stunned silence for quite some time. Despite her insistence that she was indifferent to such matters, the reality of Chen Nian's success and Su Balian's impending departure weighed heavily on her. In the dormitory, there were only 4 of them, and the other 3 were all pursuing brighter futures while she felt stagnant. Suddenly, a sense of dissatisfaction stirred within Pan Meifeng. Was she not good enough? While she couldn't compare herself to Chen Nian and Su Balian, could she truly be overshadowed by Chen Nian? However, at that moment, Pan Meifeng chose not to voice her feelings. More than anyone else, she understood herself. She was acutely aware of her own shortcomings. If she were to declare her intent to work hard now, only to later fail to deliver, it would be utterly humiliating. Keep it down. I need to sleep, Pan Meifeng huffed, placing her fruit leather aside, turning over in bed to face away from Chen Nian and Chen Nian. The two exchanged a knowing glance and smiled quietly, refraining from making any noise. When the third selection commenced, Chen Nian had already rested for 2 days. The fatigue from the weighted cross-country exercise had long since dissipated. During these 2 days she had not idly waited. Each morning she practiced her focus and engaged in fundamental physical training. Were it not for the ongoing preparations at the shooting range, she would have sought a way to try out her shooting skills. Chen Nian remained among the frontrunners in the competition, but coincidentally, this time she and Lu Qi were not in the same group. Despite the carefulness taken during the second round of the weighted cross-country, injuries still occurred along the way. Naturally, this led to several vacancies. As Chen Nian stood in line outside, preparing to enter, Lu Qi emerged triumphantly. I scored all 10s, perfect 10s, Lu Qi exclaimed, crossing her fingers in a display of pride as she showcased her results to Chen Nian. Keep it up. Don't let me outshine you. Chen Nian had few acquaintances, and Lu Qi was certainly one of them. She lifted her chin slightly and replied, rest assured, I certainly won't. If I manage to surpass many, that would be my accomplishment. Hey, Lu Qi laughed, hands on her hips. Alright, I'm looking forward to your impressive score. Lu Qi's expectations were high. Even if Chen Nian also achieved all 10s, they would merely tie. A tie would still be commendable. Contemplating this, Lu Qi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for herself. She was a remarkable individual too. In the past, she had rarely been bested by others in the military district. Yet, time and again she found herself bested by Chen Nian. If she were to lose again this time, Lu Qi felt that the joke of being outperformed by Chen Nian would become stale. Once a situation becomes a fact, the humor dissipates, leaving only awkwardness. Chen Nian was unaware of Lu Qi's thoughts as she had already secured her wooden gun and positioned herself according to the number's placement. As the flag in front dropped, the shooting range resonated with the continuous sound of wooden guns firing. Given the time constraints, each participant had 10 wooden guns to shoot in succession. Consequently, following the barrage of gunfire, their Group S competition concluded as well. The individual responsible for tallying the scores approached only after confirming that all participants had safely set down their wooden guns and secured the safeties. Commencing from the opposite end, despite being the first to enter, Chen Nian would be the last to have her score recorded. 85.70 to such a disappointing score, with so many misses. What a waste of ammunition. 85.9 at the recorder, glancing at the final target, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A perfect 100 yet. Why was there only one large hole? Upon this realization, the pen trembled with excitement as he inscribed the number 100, and he hurriedly removed Chen Nian's target, rushing over in exhilaration. Impressive. Almost all shots landed in the same spot. Look at this hole, no larger than half a fist, and it has never deviated from the 10-ring position. After speaking, he quickly bent down to check whose score it was. Chen Nian's name stood out prominently. No wonder. She had been trained by Wendy. Upon hearing her score, Chen Nian felt at ease and stood calmly to the side. In contrast, her teammates gazed at her as if she were a marvel. They had heard of Chen Nian and were aware of her commendable performances in the first two events. While they had all prepared for the first event, many understood that in the second event of weighted cross-country, Chen Nian was undeniably a novice. Yet, even as a newcomer, she had achieved an impressive score. Now, upon learning that she had secured a perfect 100, several members felt envious, particularly the one who had missed the most shots. They truly began to empathize with Lu Qi's previous emotional journey. Was this a shooting selection? No, this was Lu Qi's experiential card for the day. Chapter 56. Live up to youth remarkable. Now I understand how Lu Qi could lose to her. She could probably challenge Wendy. And what about the fourth event? Perhaps she will falter there. Despite her height, her slender arms and legs suggest a lack of strength. It's uncertain. It's uncertain. Some admired Chen Nian's prowess, while others were skeptical regarding her performance in the fourth selection. Moreover, there were those who anticipated encountering her during the fourth event, hoping to secure a glorious victory, thus gaining a modicum of fame. Chen Nian paid little heed to these discussions. After confirming her score with a signature, she was the first to depart from the shooting range. Meanwhile, her target was swiftly delivered to Lu Jiming and his companions. Impressive! Wang Yuejun exclaimed, slapping his thigh. In my youth I possessed such skills, but my eyesight has deteriorated. Shi Mingsheng nodded repeatedly, uncertain whether he was endorsing Wang Yuejun's statement or expressing his acknowledgement of Chen Nian's talent. Perfect tens were not to be feared. Even Lu Qi is capable of achieving this. However, each shot from the 10 rings nearly lands in the same spot, which truly tests one's mentality. It's not as impressive as it seems. Sitting nearby, Wendy noticed that Wang Yuejun and his companions were becoming increasingly excited, and quickly doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. This is a stationary target. Next time we must attempt a moving target to truly assess one's skill. Wang Yuejun shot him an irritated glare and retorted, "Do you think everyone is like you? Such a prodigy. What Chen Nian has accomplished is already remarkable. Moreover, did you not observe her calm demeanor just now? Is that something an ordinary person can rival? I believe we should decisively allow Chen Nian to join the team." Wang Yuejun genuinely admired Chen Nian, that he initially thought he was merely aiding a seemingly talented young girl. Yet this girl had astonishingly impressed him by wielding a rocket launcher. This only strengthened his conviction. There exists a plethora of martial arts in the community that they ought to learn from and absorb. One cannot dismiss all of it merely due to the current circumstances. There is no need to rush. Lu Jiming also sought to temper Wang Yuejun's enthusiasm. I have faith that this young lady will surprise us, but we must adhere to the proper procedures. Otherwise, if others start to criticize Chen Nian, it will be difficult for us to stand up for her. Lu Jiming believed that with Chen Nian's current state and achievements, she would eventually capture everyone's attention. By that time, she might attract the scrutiny of certain individuals. Lu Jiming had confidence in their unit but understood that wherever there are people, there exist complexities. They were sincere, yet some were driven solely by self-interest. That as long as it does not jeopardize the nation, Lu Jiming could comprehend the ambitions of certain individuals. Having faced life and death, with the nation now at peace, it seemed reasonable to focus on oneself. Who wouldn't want to treat themselves a bit better? Indeed. Shi Mingsheng also concurred with Lu Jiming's sentiments. Old Wang, exercise some patience. Chen Nian is right here. She can't possibly escape. Besides, Wendy is also here to assist. Shi Mingsheng glanced at Wendy, who wore a serious expression, and jested, "A couple of days ago in the cafeteria I saw you having a meal with Chen Nian." Shi Mingsheng understood this student all too well. If Chen Nian, as she currently presents herself, is a genius, then Wendy is a genius among geniuses. Chen Nian's abilities are a result of meticulous guidance since childhood on Baifeng Mountain. However, Wendy truly excels at learning swiftly. Shi Mingsheng had cared for Wendy more than his own family. It is no exaggeration to say that Shi Mingsheng resembled a father figure to Wendy. When he witnessed Wendy sitting alongside Chen Nian, his jaw nearly dropped. The sight of Wendy serving food to Chen Nian was a stark contrast to his usual taciturn self. When he spoke, even teammates found it hard to endure his sharp tongue. Because of this, Shi Mingsheng had spent the past couple of years worrying about Wendy's marital prospects and lifelong happiness. To his astonishment, all his concerns vanished with Chen Nian's arrival. Wendy hadn't anticipated Shi Mingsheng's presence that day and had to clarify, "It wasn't just us. Old Zhao, Old Xia, and Wan Yuan were also there." "I know," Shi Mingsheng replied, "I just have a bit of presbyopia. It's not that I can't see anything clearly. It appears that you inadvertently served someone food at this moment." Shi Mingsheng genuinely wishes to understand the relationship between Chen Nian and Wendy. Indeed, gossip knows no gender. As long as one has an interest, anyone can engage in such discussions. Ironically, his demeanor only causes Shi Mingsheng to chuckle with a grin that nearly reveals his teeth. his expression tinged with a hint of lewdness. "Old Shi, restrain yourself a bit. Looking at you like this is somewhat unseemly," Wang Yuejun reminds him with utmost seriousness and the presence of Wendy. None can claim to be particularly attractive, but when Shi Mingsheng's laughter turns lewd, it becomes rather unsightly. Shi Mingsheng casts a sidelong glance at him, humming a tune from Sha Jiabang, and glances back at Wendy. Laughing even more joyfully, Chen Nian, not wasting her talents in the archives, seems to be hinting at blossoming romance with Wendy. How delightful! Shi Mingsheng revels in this vibrant spectacle. Both youngsters are exceptional. Regardless of the outcome, Shi Mingsheng is elated. Naturally, Wendy understands the reason behind Shi Mingsheng's attitude. For the first time, he feels as if sitting on pins and needles, as if pricked by thorns. He believed he was concealing his feelings well, yet little does he realize that emotions cannot be hidden. Even when one strives to conceal them, subtle hints may emerge through unguarded glances and gestures. Given Shi Mingsheng's keen understanding of Wendy, how could he possibly remain oblivious? Chen Nian emerges from the shooting range, not forgetting to share her results with Lu Qi, who waits outside. Upon hearing that Chen Nian had made a hole the size of a child's fist at the 10-meter mark, the smile on Lu Qi's face becomes rigid, ultimately fading away. What a misfortune! Lu Qi laments his fate of facing such a formidable opponent in Chen Nian as there no respite. Lu Qi had witnessed Chen Nian overpowering Wan Kuan that day. While he won't claim her skills are extraordinary, they are certainly commendable. Watching Chen Nian's retreating figure, Lu Qi smiles faintly, then shakes his head with a sigh. One must learn to accept that there are always those who surpass oneself. It's a lesson in humility. Only through this acceptance can one avoid being swayed by emotions. At this moment, he truly comprehends the meaning of there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. Yet, he is relieved that Chen Nian has chosen this particular path and this environment. Lu Qi is confident that Chen Nian will unleash her full potential, living up to her country and her youth. Chapter 57. The opponent is He Dongsheng. In comparison to the previous two selections, the third selection proceeds with remarkable speed. After a brief respite of merely 2 days, the final selection commences. According to the results of the lottery drawn post the shooting selection, Chen Nian's number falls a little further down the list. Before Chen Nian could inquire about her opponent, Lu Qi has already gathered information about who it is. What kind of luck is this? Lu Qi exclaims with a resigned expression upon discovering the outcome. This fellow named He Dongsheng possesses some skill. When compared to previous results, he might barely hold his own. But his prowess in martial arts is truly formidable. He Dongsheng. Chen Nian pauses, asking Lu Qi, how many He Dongshengs are there in our military district? Lu Qi, puzzled by her inquiry, nonetheless replies earnestly, there should only be one. I suppose? That name doesn't seem common enough to have many namesakes. Though Lu Qi is uncertain, Chen Nian harbors a vague intuition. The individual known as He Dongsheng is indeed the same one I encountered previously. I failed to recognize him last time. It turns out He Dongsheng is quite the adept martial artist. However, even so, Chen Nian harbors no fear. What is this? Your expression suggests some animosity. Lu Qi and Chen Nian have become somewhat acquainted over the past few days, and Lu Qi understands that Chen Nian possesses a generous and forthright character, expressing whatever is on her mind. Suddenly inquiring about someone entirely unfamiliar and displaying such astonishment undoubtedly indicates some prior connection. Perhaps there is more to their relationship than meets the eye. Are you aware of the fallout between me and the Ji family? Lu Qi nodded. How could one not know? The entire military district is abuzz with the news, particularly the revelation regarding Chen Nian's disappearance, which has shattered many people's perceptions. Furthermore, with Wan Kuan's arrest and Ji Yun's fractured bones, Chen Nian has become the focal point of gossip within the military district. Each incident, when considered individually, ignites considerable curiosity. Observing Lu Qi's expression, Chen Nian discerned that he must have mentioned her affairs rather frequently. What? Lu Qi exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, his voice rising to a volume that attracted the curious gazes of those nearby. Chen Nian discreetly distanced herself from Lu Qi. She had no desire to draw such attention in a way. Is that true? Lu Qi glanced around before lowering his voice to address Chen Nian. Is the Ji family out of their minds? Are they unaware of the circumstances surrounding He Dongsheng's family? After stating this, Lu Qi's expression shifted to one of discomfort. It's not that I'm materialistic, that if I were to form a brotherly bond with He Dongsheng, I would have no objections whatsoever. However, if I had sisters, I would vehemently oppose any notion of my sister marrying He Dongsheng. His family's conditions are far too dire. If his family were striving to elevate their circumstances, that would be a different matter altogether. Noticing Chen Nian's perplexed demeanor, Lu Qi hurried to clarify. I have always believed that with hard work, one can eventually lead a good life. But He Dongxing's family is not in that position. They have pinned all their hopes on him, waiting for him to extricate them from their misfortune. Did you not assume that men are devoid of gossip? Lu Qi, having been bested by Chen Nian, found that the entire military district was aware of it for He Dongxing's situation. People only discuss it in hushed tones. While disdain may exist, it is largely absent in these times. How many truly wealthy families are there? Lu Qi's own family is not affluent either. Yet, despite their lack of wealth, Lu Qi's family is resolutely striving to improve their circumstances. In contrast, He Dongxing's family appears to be solely reliant on his success for their comfort. I do not wish to speak ill of others behind their backs, but your decision not to agree to a match with He Dongxing is entirely justified. How should one put it? While He Dongxing may serve well as a comrade, he would not make a suitable husband. His family members are not particularly easy to get along with. Lu Qi did not grasp the entirety of the conversation, but the few phrases he caught were sufficient to leave him astounded. Did I understand? Chen Nian nodded. She was not surprised by this outcome. If Ji Yongjun were truly as exceptional as rumored, finding a flawless partner would indeed astonish Chen Nian. Could she truly encounter such good fortune within the Ji family? That would be a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, you must exercise caution. I have heard that He Dongxing trained in martial arts under a master from his village since childhood, demonstrating prodigious talent. When the recruitment for soldiers commenced, it was specifically He Dongxing's skills that earned him an exceptional opportunity. Otherwise, He Dongxing's physique at that time was rather inadequate, being quite frail. Chen Nian nodded, indicating her understanding. Upon hearing Lu Qi's words, Chen Nian's curiosity regarding He Dongxing's abilities only intensified. Fortunately, this curiosity did not linger for long, as the higher-ups soon arranged for Chen Nian and He Dongxing to face each other. Dressed in a sports outfit specially purchased by Chen Yi, and sporting a pair of loose canvas shoes, Chen Nian made her way to the center of the playground. Upon seeing her, He Dongxing's eyes betrayed a clear disdain. Sui Liang, responsible for maintaining order during this event, was tasked with ensuring that the participants did not escalate their actions beyond reason. This was a selection process, not a life-and-death match. Just as Sui Liang was about to explain the rules, He Dongxing contemptuously remarked to Chen Nian, "You still have the option to forfeit and leave the field. I generally refrain from striking women, so I hope you won't take offense." Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Taking some time to comprehend his implication, was He Dongxing suggesting she surrender without a fight? What was he thinking? Chen Nian would not let him off lightly. "Are you so confident that you will win?" With a subtle smile and an air of self-assurance, He Dongxing replied, "Of course, Chen Nian, I am aware of your capabilities. I have heard about them. Your name is well known in the military district now." If Lu Qi had made such a statement, it would likely have stemmed from the selection process, considering that Chen Nian was not the only female soldier who had signed up initially. However, by the third event, only Chen Nian remained. It was not that the other female soldiers were incapable, but rather that they paled in comparison to those who had undergone rigorous training in load-bearing cross-country exercises. Yet, He Dongxing's words appeared to be an attempt to undermine Chen Nian solely based on her gender. Not only was Chen Nian displeased with his comments, but even Sui Liang, who was overseeing the order, found them intolerable. Had the match already occurred? Did he presume to know the outcome? They had yet to compete, so they should hasten to engage rather than indulge in meaningless chatter. Sui Liang stepped forward to issue a warning. Observing He Dongxing's frustrated demeanor, Chen Nian began to understand. No wonder Ji Yongjun considered He Dongxing as a potential son-in-law. It was apparent that their fundamental natures were strikingly similar. They truly were a pair of kindred spirits. Chapter 58. No different from the men's soccer team winning the World Cup decades later. They looked down upon Chen Nian, yet found themselves at a loss against her. After receiving the warning, He Dongxing toned down his bravado slightly but stubbornly insisted, "Fine, let us have a match so you may be thoroughly convinced." Throughout the exchange, Chen Nian remained silent, merely awaiting He Dongxing's initial move. When he finally acted, she calmly executed an opening stance. Unbeknownst to the two engaged in the contest, Wang Yuejun and several others nearby were closely observing the bout. Especially upon witnessing Chen Nian's opening move, Wang Yuejun was about to leap to his feet, only to be restrained by Lu Jiming beside him. "Just wait and see." Although Lu Jiming's words suggested patience, the excitement in his tone was undeniable. This particular motion was undeniably iconic. Should they later observe Chen Nian's subsequent techniques and demeanor, they would ascertain whether the elder who had trained her at Baifeng Mountain was indeed the person they had in mind. Unlike the earlier incident where she had subdued Wan Kuan, Chen Nian's actions at this moment were deliberate and measured, consistently adopting a defensive posture. Moreover, each time He Dongxing threw a punch, Chen Nian nearly always interposed her hands in a cross to block it, subsequently retaliating to neutralize He Dongxing's force. Consequently, after 6 minutes had elapsed, not only did Chen Nian hardly break a sweat on her forehead, but she also remained largely stationary. In stark contrast, He Dongxing was not only gasping for breath, but his emotions were evidently frayed by Chen Nian's formidable defense. Shi Mingsheng scribbled something on the paper before him, sighed and remarked, He Dongxing possesses commendable martial skills, however, his temperament is woefully inadequate. I have reviewed his prior performance. In 4 years of military service, He Dongxing has shown little progress. Learning is akin to rowing upstream. Without advancement, one inevitably regresses. This adage applies equally to martial arts. Once He Dongxing, despite his dismal conditions, exhibited remarkable prowess in combat, which warranted his exceptional enlistment. Given the expectation of adequate sustenance and improved physical condition within the army, one would anticipate a more formidable display of his capabilities. Yet, He Dongxing's progress has not only failed to meet the expectations of Shi Mingsheng and his colleagues, but it has also revealed a troubling lack of emotional control. That a person incapable of regulating their emotions and possessing a wavering resolve would hardly serve as the most reliable ally for Wen Di and his comrades. Rather, they might prove to be a burden in critical moments. In light of previous events, Shi Mingsheng and his peers approached this selection process with meticulous scrutiny, unwilling to witness a recurrence of similar incidents. Such occurrences were detrimental not only to Wen Di but to them as well. However, Shi Mingsheng could not single-handedly determine He Dongxing's fate regarding squad inclusion. The performances of the other 2 individuals would also play a pivotal role. On the playground, Chen Nian perceived that He Dongxing's footwork had become disordered, recognizing the futility of continuing in the same defensive manner. Thus, she altered her strategy, her movements gradually accelerating, previously reminiscent of Tai Chi. Her style now incorporated elements of Baguazhang, creating a semblance of Wing Chun. Shi Mingsheng nodded in appreciation, clearly admiring Chen Nian's approach. Furthermore, he engaged Lu Jiming in analysis. Qi Lao in his youth traversed the south and north, brimming with youthful vigor, exchanging techniques with numerous practitioners of Southern Fist in Guangdong province. Eventually, his skills became a synthesis of northern and southern styles, embodying the expansive and leg-focused characteristics of northern boxing, as well as the compact yet explosively powerful techniques of southern boxing, observed Chen Nian. Her hand techniques exhibit the essence of Wing Chun, yet her leg work is equally formidable. In less than half a minute since her offensive commenced, she has already reversed the dynamics of the match. Unless He Dongxing unleashes an extraordinary display of prowess, it will be challenging to alter the current state of affairs. Lu Jiming, though average in his own martial skills, possessed keen insight and could discern that He Dongxing was now struggling, whereas Chen Nian appeared to be in complete control. This young comrade displayed remarkable astuteness. She understood that directly matching her strength against He Dongxing might not yield victory. Given the inherent physical disparities between men and women. Of course, this is not an absolute rule, as there are indeed strong women. Yet, Chen Nian was evidently aware of this fact. Thus she initially adopted a defensive stance, deliberately provoking He Dongxing. Lu Jiming found himself increasingly impressed by Chen Nian. Her capabilities were sufficient to overshadow her gender. With such talent joining the squad, Lu Jiming could envision the remarkable achievements that lay ahead for Chen Nian. Seated beside him, Wang Yuejun showed no inclination to analyze the situation. He merely observed as Chen Nian expertly pressed her advantage, cornering He Dongxing to a point of no escape, causing a palpable excitement to ripple through him. He was not alone in his sentiments. A significant number of spectators shared Lu Qi's apprehensions, believing that Chen Nian's confrontation with He Dongxing would spell disaster. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it was He Dongxing who found himself utterly defenseless against Chen Nian's onslaught. It felt surreal while the crowd hesitated, contemplating when Chen Nian would decisively vanquish He Dongxing. She deftly delivered a punch with one hand, feigning a move that deceived He Dongxing, and then executed a side kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the playground. Tio put it plainly. Prior to this unfolding drama, no one had anticipated that Chen Nian could triumph over He Dongxing. The shock of the scene resonated with the same magnitude as if the men's soccer team had secured the World Cup decades later. He Dongxing lay on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. He had lost. This was impossible. Chen Nian, that how could a woman possess such prowess? Clenching his fists, He Dongxing attempted to rise, but Sui Liang had already stepped onto the field. Their selection process was not a mere combat competition. A downfall as disheveled as He Dongxing signified defeat. There was nothing more to discuss. Should He Dongxing wish to cause a scene, it would depend on Sui Liang's consent. Chen Nian victorious. Even if Sui Liang harbored disdain for He Dongxing, He recognized that some matters were best approached with restraint, reminding He Dongsheng, the selection evaluates 4 criteria. Do not let a moment of indignation lead you astray. Indeed, the evaluation hinged on 4 distinct performances. Having lost merely to Chen Nian did not imply that his overall standing was the lowest. Moreover, Chen Nian still had other adversaries to contend with. Her reign could not last indefinitely, with such emotions swirling within him. He Dongsheng seethed silently as he departed. It was evident to all that He Dongsheng had begun to harbor a grudge against Chen Nian. Among the crowd, similar to Lu Qi's earlier sentiments, those who believed He Dongsheng was ill-suited for kinship yet appropriate as a friend frowned in disapproval. How had they not noticed He Dongsheng's petty nature before? A loss was simply a loss. Although many jested about Lu Qi's defeat at the hands of Chen Nian, implying he ought to retreat into his dormitory, in reality, a significant number admired Lu Qi. They recalled that his abilities were not easily undermined. If Chen Nian could secure victory, she must possess her own merits. And stark contrast, the scowling He Dongsheng was worlds apart from Lu Qi. Chapter 59. I fear you might be beaten to death outside without anyone knowing. Chen Nian's victory over He Dongsheng did not afford her the luxury of rest while awaiting results. The 4th selection comprised multiple rounds, and each victor would draw lots until the final top 10 were established. There would be instances of byes, yet Chen Nian's subsequent performances were commendable. The 4th selection also spanned the longest duration, lasting until the 6th day, when Chen Nian finally awaited her last match. A victory in this bout would secure her a place among the top 10. While these top 10 would not be ranked, the advantages they conferred in the final selection results were substantial. Hence, the title of being among the top 10 was indeed significant. Accompanying Chen Nian this time were not Lu Qi but Aunt Chen, along with her dormitory mates Li Chunyan and Pan Meifeng. Chen Nian, you are in trouble. I have inquired, and it appears that your opponent this time is Xiao Hamer, whose father is a high-ranking official from another military district. Groomed from a young age, he was transferred here last year and is determined to compete with Wendi. Pan Meifeng feigns delight at your predicament, yet her eyes betray concern. Standing awkwardly nearby, she advises if you truly cannot manage, it may be wise to concede. Being thoroughly beaten would not reflect well, especially since you are a girl. That fellow Xiao Hamer is reputed to be quite ruthless. It is said he has previously laid hands on female soldiers in his former military district, nearly facing a court-martial. Somehow, he ended up here. Li Chunyan is unperturbed by the possibility that Chen Nian might take offense at her words. They share a dormitory and thus see each other daily. Chen Nian understands Pan Meifeng well. Her tongue rarely speaks kindly. However, Li Chunyan, fearing Aunt Chen might misunderstand, quickly interjects, is that so? Meifeng, you must have put in quite an effort to gather this information. Pan Meifeng, oblivious to Li Chunyan's intent to defend her, assumes the latter is merely admiring her, and with a hint of disdain replies, of course. I spent a fabric ticket and a meat ticket on this. That is a meat ticket, mind you. I can hardly part with a fabric ticket. I haven't worn a new dress in ages. The 1970s may appear drab in the eyes of many, yet this era possesses its own sense of fashion. The fine cotton and floral prints, cinched waists and green military attire, and lovely skirts all reflect that. Pan Meifeng's family is not particularly affluent, yet she still manages to save some money for her embellishments. After Su Balian's departure, Pan Meifeng has become the most avidly fashionable in their dormitory. Hearing about the new dress, Chen Nian chuckles softly. Thank you, your wallet must be feeling the strain. Although Chen Nian had no pressing need to probe into her opponent, she cannot help but appreciate Pan Meifeng's efforts. Aunt Chen, attuned to the banter among the girls, finds amusement in Pan Meifeng's lament over her new dress. Her irritation dissipating, her gaze shifts to Li Chunyan, now filled with a touch of admiration. Due to her connection with Chen Nian, Aunt Chen has a limited understanding of the dormitory's dynamics. However, today, she observes that Li Chunyan possesses a knack for fostering harmony among them. It is likely that Li Chunyan's presence as a peacemaker has prevented any altercations between Chen Nian and Pan Meifeng. Otherwise, they would not be rallying around Chen Nian in support. On the playground, the outcome between the two contenders is already determined. Lu Qi is drenched in sweat, his chest heaving from exertion, yet his eyes sparkle with exhilaration. He has triumphed. He is one step closer to joining the team. That must be Lu Qi, right? He truly is impressive. Pan Meifeng remarks, her tongue never at rest. I did not expect him to have lost to you before. Just bad luck. Had he faced you this time, he might have emerged victorious. Li Chunyan, weary of the incessant chatter, finds herself at a loss for words. She has never encountered anyone quite like Pan Meifeng, whose speech flows like venom from a serpent. Indeed, Pan Meifeng is fortunate, encountering individuals like Chen Nian. If she were to meet someone with a temper, one can only imagine how many beatings she would have endured by now. It was no surprise that this thought crossed Li Chuanyan's mind. Chen Nian, with a serious expression, advised Pan Meifeng, "It would be wise for you to speak less when you go out." "Why?" Pan Meifeng retorted. Her tone far from pleasant. "I fear you might get beaten to death outside. And no one would know," Chen Nian replied, rolling her eyes. That it was only due to Chen Nian's current good temper that she restrained herself from laying hands on Pan Meifeng. Some people's mouths are fit solely for eating, truly ill-suited for conversation. "Why?" Pan Meifeng, oblivious to the sarcasm, asked naively. Chen Nian's lips twitched. Indeed, some people's first impressions do not encapsulate their entirety. Who could have imagined that the seemingly harsh and willful Pan Meifeng would turn out to be rather simple-minded? "You are indeed quite fortunate," Chen Nian remarked with genuine admiration as Pan Meifeng continued to pry. Chen Nian had no choice but to say, "It's almost my turn, I need to prepare ahead." Aunt Chen and Li Chuanyan couldn't help but laugh at Chen Nian's seemingly evasive demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, they hoped Chen Nian could approach the selection process with a lighter heart. Having made it this far, she had already proven her mettle. Upon arrival, Sui Liang continued to oversee the fourth selection. Marking names on the roster, when he saw Chen Nian approach, he smiled and raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to look to the other side, saying, "Wen Di is here today as well. Make sure to perform well." Chen Nian frowned, puzzled as to why Sui Liang felt the need to add such a remark. Even without Wen Di's presence, I would perform admirably. Sui Liang was taken aback, but then a realization struck him, and he beamed even brighter. Yes, your performance is indeed remarkable." Chen Nian shot Sui Liang a bewildered glance, signed her name on the list, and began to warm up slowly in the waiting area. Accompanying her was her upcoming rival, Xiao Heimo. Xiao Heimo bore a resemblance in temperament to Wen Di, albeit with a more overt sharpness. Just standing beside him, Chen Nian could sense his constant need to assert himself, effortlessly becoming the center of attention in any crowd. This was not merely due to Xiao Heimo's good looks, but rather his commanding presence. "That I've heard you are quite formidable," Xiao Heimo suddenly spoke, a glint of combativeness in his elongated eyes. "But I am no slouch either. Let us all give our utmost in the forthcoming challenge, shall we?" Chen Nian was taken aback. He'll be honest, in her previous encounters, although her opponents had not been as foolish as He Dongsheng to openly express their disdain, their gazes, tones, and body language all conveyed their contempt and disregard for her as a competitor. This was the first time someone had so directly declared war against her. "I have always given my all," she replied. "Whether through wit or strength, I have never underestimated anyone in any of my victories." Xiao Heimo nodded. "That is the best approach." After uttering this, he returned to his own endeavors, as though his earlier words had merely served as a reminder to Chen Nian not to hold back. Chen Nian let out a chuckle. Her current capabilities were not yet sufficient to the extent of going easy on them. However, if the old man were present, dealing with these individuals would likely be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The reason was quite simple. They would have 3 months to remain in the Beijing military district for basic training, after which they would proceed to several secret bases for further training. Aunt Chen was unaware and would not inquire about the whereabouts of these secret locations. She merely informed Chen Nian that, based on experience, they would likely traverse several typical regions to better acclimate themselves to executing tasks in various environments. China, vast and rich in resources, boasts an expanse of approximately 9.6 million square kilometers, encompassing 5 distinct tropical climates: tropical monsoon, subtropical monsoon, temperate continental and alpine climates, along with 8 major landforms. While it may not encompass all climatic types and landforms, it was indeed a remarkable opportunity for their training adaptation. Aunt Chen conveyed this information to remind Chen Nian that following a half-month vacation, there would likely be at least 1 to 2 years ahead without any respite. As the wife of Shi Mingsheng, Aunt Chen, though not one to inquire directly, could glean certain insights from her partner's reactions. The last mission of Wen Di's squad had resulted in significant losses, and the leaders at the military district would undoubtedly be paying close attention to this training. Having resolved to achieve the utmost excellence, if they were to remain in the mountains, she would need to bring along more supplies. She had already begun mentally listing what to pack. As Sui Liang began calling names after a few days, many had come to recognize Chen Nian's prowess, understanding that she possessed not only courage but also strategy. Even though some still looked down upon her, believing her presence to be a breach of decorum, they dared not voice their thoughts. He Dongsheng was now in a far worse predicament than Lu Qi. While Lu Qi had lost to Chen Nian, he had done so with dignity, unlike He Dongsheng, who could not bear to lose and felt that Chen Nian had deliberately set a trap, provoking his emotional turmoil, thus allowing her to seize the opportunity. Few supported this sentiment. In terms of strength, Chen Nian was not significantly inferior to He Dongsheng, and it was worth noting that she had triumphed through intellect. A win is a win. That is the undeniable truth. With 3 blasts of the whistle, Sui Liang stepped forward, hands on his hips, ensuring that both Chen Nian and Xiao Heimo were prepared before retreating a few steps. 3, 2, 1, begin! The moment the whistle sounded, Xiao Heimo launched himself at Chen Nian with a swift kick. Chen Nian promptly evaded, her elegant short hair dancing in the air as she maneuvered behind Xiao Heimo. He was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the speed and reflexes she displayed, having only witnessed Chen Nian in 2 matches, one of which was against He Dongsheng. His impression of her had always been one of composure, strong fundamentals, and a diverse skill set. Indeed, Xiao Heimo perceived her eclectic training as a fusion of northern and southern styles, and he believed she executed this blend remarkably well, far superior to many individuals he had encountered previously. However, he had not expected Chen Nian to exhibit such rapidity and reflexes. In addition to those 3 attributes Tio exaggerates slightly, it felt almost as if she possessed the ability to foresee events before they unfolded. As Xiao Heimo unleashed a kick, Chen Nian had already begun to evade, preparing to maneuver behind him. Due to the exertion of force, Xiao Heimo realized too late that he could not hastily withdraw his strength. The two engaged in a spirited exchange on the playground, their fists and feet colliding in an exhilarating display. Sui Liang, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel his eyes sparkle with excitement. Noticing someone approaching, Sui Liang didn't need to turn his head to know who it was. Isn't this Captain 1? Sui Liang jested, I've heard you've been pining after someone lately. Given Chen Nian's earlier reaction, Sui Liang was certain she was oblivious to Wendi's affections. He had thought Wendi had made some progress, only to discover there had been none at all. Wendi understood Sui Liang's implication and replied coolly, Are you challenging me to a match? Let us compete. Sui Liang spread his hands, I'm not afraid of you. In fact, he welcomed the challenge. Sui Liang had retreated to the sidelines due to an injury but was still seeking ways to train on his own. Now that Wendi had expressed a desire to spar with him, he was more than willing to accept. You really ought to share your struggles with the brothers if things aren't going smoothly. While we may not be as formidable as you, we certainly possess more experience in this realm, Sui Liang remarked, glancing at Chen Nian on the field, unable to suppress his admiration. Chen Nian's skills are remarkably sharp. You can see her technique is rooted in a systematic training. She is truly impressive. After offering his assessment, he turned to Wendi and quipped, if you and Chen Nian do end up together, it'll certainly make for some entertaining domestic squabbles. Imagining this, Sui Liang laughed heartily. If Zhao Tan's laughter resembled the honking of a goose, then Sui Liang's was akin to a quacking duck. When the couple engages in a playful dispute, who will be called upon to mediate? They'll need a seasoned fighter to navigate the chaos, lest they inadvertently get caught in the fray. Even though Wendi had cultivated a calm demeanor, he couldn't help but be amused by Sui Liang's quacking laughter, and the absurdity of needing a fighter to intervene in domestic disputes. That's enough, Wendi said, turning serious once more. Mind your words. We wouldn't want to mislead anyone about our relationship and affect Chen Nian. As that all? You're considering others' feelings before your own? How disappointing. I'm truly let down. Are you this considerate of us brothers? Sui Liang continued to tease. There was no doubt about Wendi's loyalty to his friends, though they seldom voiced their sentiments aloud. If not for Wendi's exceptional character with his temperament, he would hardly have garnered so many friends and followers. While strength is essential, as a leader, charisma and integrity are equally vital. The outcome was imminent. Wendi ceased to banter with Sui Liang and gestured towards the ongoing match. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Chapter 61. In this contest, Chen Nian triumphed. Sui Liang looked on, witnessing Xiao Heimo deliver a punch to Chen Nian's cheek. The force was so considerable that by the time she lifted her head again, a distinct bruise had already formed on her face. Yet, Chen Nian did not simply endure the blows with her hands interlocked to withstand Xiao Heimo's next strike. She exerted force with her feet and, in a swift motion, transformed her hands into claws, advancing to seize Xiao Heimo's shoulders before the onlookers could fully comprehend the unfolding events. She executed a stunning shoulder throw, catching Xiao Heimo off guard. Even Sui Liang could detect the terror etched upon Xiao Heimo's face amidst that rapid sequence of movements. Despite their words of disdain toward Chen Nian, the spectators secretly contemplated her techniques. For Chen Nian never relied on sheer brute strength in combat. Instead, she wielded her intellect. Her mind orchestrated her maneuvers, allowing her to engage in battles with remarkable composure. Witnessing an individual who had never undergone military training, an archive administrator, gracefully overpower numerous male soldiers on the playground was indeed a spectacle that captivated and astonished many. Furthermore, being spirited young men, who wouldn't aspire to emulate Chen Nian's poise in a fight? It was undeniably impressive, however. Today marked Chen Nian's most disheveled performance, and the early stages, her defensive tactics proved futile against Xiao Heimo, who adeptly exploited several of her weaknesses, landing multiple hits as she turned crimson from the blows. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Heimo with widened eyes, stunned. My friend, you truly fight fiercely. Although they understood that such a selection match demanded no leniency, even towards a female contestant like Chen Nian, Xiao Heimo's mercilessness surpassed their expectations. Observing Chen Nian's swollen cheeks and a split lip, alongside her earlier spitting of blood, left many appalled. After all, Chen Nian was quite attractive, yet she was being so brutally beaten, targeted specifically by her opponent. How barbaric! While not all felt sympathy for Chen Nian, they were undeniably shocked by Xiao Heimo's actions. As Sui Liang watched Chen Nian momentarily topple Xiao Heimo, both combatants briefly separated, panting heavily, their eyes glinting with the fire of determination, awaiting the other to make a move. It was evident that this next exchange would determine a victor. Both Chen Nian and Xiao Heimo appeared to be struggling to maintain their stamina. At this juncture, Sui Liang remarked, "It's Chen Nian. She seems to be in slightly better condition than Xiao Heimo." However, he hesitated, adding, "She truly is fearless. Her stamina is only marginally superior to Xiao Heimo's, and that primarily accrued through enduring blows." He pondered whether it was worth it. Despite the possibility of losing this match, based on her prior performance, Chen Nian would still likely be selected. In truth, she could have opted for a more conservative approach. Why subject herself to such humiliation? A young lady battered and bruised before so many eyes, was it truly worth it? Sui Liang remained unaware that he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. Wen Di fell silent for a moment, suddenly sensing the unfairness of the environment toward Chen Nian. She had already surpassed many. Yet to silence the naysayers, she had to exert even more effort. Wen Di furrowed his brow. Chen Nian, seemingly oblivious to her own pain, seized the opportunity to employ a grappling technique, once again lifting Xiao Heimo off the ground, flipping her onto the earth while firmly securing her grip. If Chen Nian were to hold on, Xiao Heimo would find himself ensnared, unable to break free from her grasp despite his struggles. After several minutes of futile effort, Xiao Heimo pressed his lips together and, with a sense of resignation, released his hands. His arms fell heavily to the ground of the playground. The spectators outside fell silent, waiting for the final outcome. I lost, Xiao Heimo's voice echoed. Moments later, the crowd erupted in cheers. For Chen Nian, Sui Liang clapped Wen Di on the shoulder and remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Nian is truly admirable." He then stepped forward, assisting Chen Nian to her feet while raising her arm triumphantly, declaring, "In this contest, Chen Nian emerges victorious." The crowd cheered once more. Chen Yi and Li Chunyan instinctively ran to the playground, celebrating Chen Nian's victory by her side. Even Pan Meifeng, though slightly delayed, was visibly moved, approaching Chen Nian with a handkerchief. "You really gave it your all. Hurry and wipe your face," she said, her heart aching at the sight of the bruises on Chen Nian's face. Chen Nian smiled as she wiped her face, then joined Chen Yi and Li Chunyan to confirm her results with Sui Liang. Noticing Wen Di standing nearby, Chen Nian raised an eyebrow in mild discomfort. "This should be fine now, right? I'm waiting for you to tell me your name." Wen Di hesitated, his lips moving silently before he finally averted his gaze with a resigned smile. "All right, Dio, you still have the ointment I gave you last time?" As if in a daze, he followed Chen Yi to the infirmary. The stinging sensation of iodine-soaked cotton swabs on her mouth awakened Chen Nian from her reverie. "You still feel pain?" Chen Yi, with reddened eyes, stood beside her, her tone a mix of reproach and pride. "It seems you haven't had enough of being hit on the field." She had watched in anguish as Xiao Heimo's fists landed repeatedly on Chen Nian, nearly rushing in to separate them, contemplating abandoning the selection altogether. Yet, recalling the immense effort Chen Nian had invested in preparing for the selection, Chen Yi restrained herself. "Is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable?" Li Chunyan assessed Chen Nian with concern, urging, "If there's anything, just let us know, and we'll head straight to the hospital." "No, there isn't," Chen Nian replied helplessly. "I just look worse than I am. The injuries aren't severe." In fact, Xiao Heimo might be feeling worse. As she spoke, she pointed to the wound at the corner of her mouth, saying, "When I was younger I learned these things, and the first lesson was how to take a hit. My teacher told me that to learn how to fight, one must first learn how to endure pain." During her time on Baifeng Mountain, she had been toppled by monkeys and knocked over by wolves. What hardships had she not faced? Compared to those experiences, Xiao Heimo's ordeal was trivial. There is such a bizarre method? Pan Meifeng gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "Thank goodness I don't have your kind of luck." Chapter 62. Aunt Chen, I wish to return to Baifeng Mountain. Chen Yi fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, it was Chen Nian who could no longer hold back, addressing Pan Meifeng. "Why don't you take a moment to rest over there?" Pan Meifeng pouted, eager to voice her thoughts, but upon seeing Chen Nian's battered appearance, she huffed softly and departed without saying a word. Chen Nian watched Pan Meifeng leave, offering a nervous laugh as she explained, "Chen Nian, she means well. It's just that her words can be a bit harsh. Chen Nian and Pan Meifeng have known each other for such a long time. How could they still be unaware of each other's true nature?" Observing that Chen Nian was still attempting to ease the tension, she could only respond, "It's nothing. I generally do not take her words to heart." Chen Nian promptly broke into a smile. Indeed, she harbored a certain disdain for Pan Meifeng. After all, the former Pan Meifeng often treated Chen Nian as her subordinate, akin to a servant. Chen Nian possessed her own sense of pride. However, she also deemed it unnecessary to seek revenge on Pan Meifeng. The current state of their relationship was quite satisfactory. They maintained a respectful distance from one another. Each had their personal aspirations, and Chen Nian had already achieved considerable success. Chen Nian believed that her hard work would not only yield her success but also filter the individuals around her. Should Pan Meifeng remain unmotivated, she would eventually fade from both her and Chen Nian's social circles. Given this, why should she take on the role of the villain? "Now surely you can be selected, right?" Chen Nian inquired curiously. There were no female soldiers from the combat unit by her side yet. Moreover, observing the military district's evident emphasis on the selection process, Chen Nian felt that the team Chen Nian was about to join seemed to be quite formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Nian refrained from making any absolute statements. "There shouldn't be much of an issue. I've been giving it my all these past few times, and my results have been quite satisfactory. Unless something unexpected arises, it should be fine at this point." Chen Nian felt her emotions had slightly eased. If the conversation continued, Aunt Chen would soon arrive with an egg to apply to the bruises on Chen Nian's face. Her demeanor clearly indicated an intention to interrupt any further inquiries from Chen Yi, and Chen Nian, being quite emotionally intelligent, sensed Aunt Chen's implications and recognized that the two had other matters to discuss. She smiled and stood up, saying, "I'll go check on Meifeng. Do you?" After Chen Nian departed, Aunt Chen began tending to Chen Nian's wounds and quietly advised, "In the future, do not divulge everything when others inquire. While I may not know the specifics of that team, I can make educated guesses. Your uncle sure wouldn't share such details with me at home either. If we, as a married couple, maintain such discretion, you must be even more vigilant around others." Aunt Chen was not overly concerned about Chen Nian inadvertently revealing secrets but feared that internal discord might arise. Over the past few years, Chen Nian had lacked close friends. Although Aunt Chen was aware that Chen Nian and Pan Meifeng had only grown closer after Chen Nian moved into the dormitory, the timing was too sensitive. With a sigh, Aunt Chen remarked, "Consider me overly cautious. You've endured so much pain and have worked hard to achieve such commendable results. Do not let trivial matters hinder your progress." Chen Nian understood this was Aunt Chen's way of protecting her. Nodding obediently, she assured her that she would certainly be mindful of such matters. This was not confidential information. Not only did Aunt Chen know, but likely many others were aware as well. Aunt Chen paused momentarily, then recalled where Baifeng Mountain was located. Upon realizing this, a look of concern appeared in her eyes. "It's good to visit, however, after being away for so long. Do you think those wolves will still remember you?" "They will definitely remember," Chen Nian replied with conviction. "Wolves have quite good memories. Besides, I made sure to say a proper farewell to Mama Wolf and the others before I left. They won't easily forget me." Perhaps in the eyes of the wolf mother and her kin, Chen Nian has grown into a wolf seeking her own territory, aspiring to become the leader of a pack. This is not an unusual notion in the realm of nature. Spring Ant did not oppose this idea. Instead, she awkwardly inquired of Chen Nian, "Should I prepare some local specialties for you to take along? Is this akin to visiting relatives?" Yet, this relative is not a human, but rather a gathering of wolves and perhaps even other small creatures. Chen Nian shook her head that if she were to bring gifts for the wolf mother and her companions, she could simply hunt in Baifeng Mountain. To recklessly carry human food over, even if it were just for one meal, could still have some repercussions. During her previous life, when Chen Nian had a bit more leisure time, she would travel. She had seen the monkeys of Amei Mountain and the wolves savoring egg yolk pies. However, she never fed them. When venturing into the mountains, she would refrain from carrying a backpack or plastic bags, particularly the latter, as it significantly diminished the likelihood of attracting the monkey's attention. To feed wild animals without permission is truly not a commendable act. "All right, then you shall arrange it yourself." Spring Ant gently massaged the last of the bruises away, and the scent of the medicinal oil on her hands made her sneeze several times. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome ultimately remained positive. Even bearing a multitude of injuries, at least Chen Nian bore no regrets. Following this, there was the selection of others. 2 days later, the selection process, which had spanned nearly half a month, finally concluded. The results were made public and transparent, displayed on 4 sheets of red paper with each individual's name and final score affixed to the notice board. Chen Nian, you placed third. Pan Meifeng, taking advantage of her status as a female, boldly dashed to the forefront of the crowd. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Chen Nian's name in third place and immediately shouted with glee. The high-pitched tone of her voice resonated vividly. Indeed, even from a distance of at least 4 meters, both Chen Nian and Li Chunyan could hear her clearly. Congratulations, Li Chunyan remarked. She had sensed Spring Ant's wariness towards her previously, but she could understand it well enough. Many matters within the military are not to be spoken of lightly. Li Chunyan had encountered similar situations in the artistic troupe. One must think before speaking. This is undoubtedly the foremost rule after obeying orders. You are not so bad yourself, Chen Nian replied, her arms crossed over her chest. Pan Meifeng mentioned you now have the opportunity to be a lead singer? Li Chunyan blushed, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, but it is merely an opportunity. Whether I can take the stage remains to be seen. Li Chunyan lowered her gaze, somewhat surprised that Chen Nian would remind her in such a manner. However, she quickly recalled that Chen Nian was not entirely unconnected to the artistic troupe. She raised her eyes, speaking earnestly, rest assured, I will remain vigilant against Ji Yun. Chen Nian paused for a moment, curious about how clever and cautious Li Chunyan appeared. She wondered how Ji Yun had entangled herself with Li Chunyan in her past life. Chapter 63. The generosity of others. I came to know of Ji Yun's unkind nature because of you. Although I am not particularly astute, I have always heard my mother say, if we cannot provoke them, we can at least keep our distance. I cannot provoke Ji Yun, but I can certainly stay far away. Li Chunyan explained with a smile. She understood that Chen Nian was likely surprised by her certainty regarding the need to guard against Ji Yun. In truth, even without Chen Nian's words, Li Chunyan had no intention of getting too close to Ji Yun. Moreover, it should be noted that Li Chunyan was not one to curry favor with the powerful. Even if one is the adopted daughter of a chief of staff and the other, Chen Nian is someone who is highly likely to surpass the chief in the future. The former has no connection with her, while the latter shares the bond of being dormitory mates. This presents an exceedingly straightforward choice. As long as Chen Nian encounters no unforeseen circumstances, even if she does not exude the same commanding presence as Wen Di, she shall not fall far behind. Chen Nian nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. The subsequent proceedings were rather uncomplicated. A series of individual discussions were held with the members selected for the team, and the final confirmation would require an additional 2 weeks. This fortnight serves as a holiday for all involved, as well as a period for the authorities to conduct political assessments. Upon receiving this news, Chen Nian promptly made her way to the train station to purchase a ticket. There was no need to pack excessively for her return to Baifeng Mountain. Traveling light, she carried only a green duffel bag. After bidding farewell to Aunt Chen, she headed straight to the train station. Consequently, when Wen Di arrived, he found himself perplexed before the tightly shut door of the archives, unsure of where to locate Chen Nian. It was Wang Yuan, who with a bold face sought out Aunt Chen, from whom he learned that Chen Nian had departed for Baifeng Mountain. Upon relaying this information, Xie Yunhua, adjusting his glasses, remarked, could it be that she knows Baifeng Mountain is? Baifeng Mountain is her home. Wen Di interrupted Xie Yunhua's speculation, and as he contemplated the forthcoming plans, a smile escaped him. Baifeng Mountain, you certainly have a knack for selecting locations. In truth, Xie Yunhua did not partake in the mission at Baifeng Mountain years ago, and thus remained unaware of Chen Nian's circumstances, possessing only a vague understanding of the situation. Indeed. Wang Yuan chuckled beside him. Old Xie, just wait and witness our comrade Chen Nian showcase her prowess at Baifeng Mountain. Xie Yunhua was taken aback. He had heard of showcasing one's might, but what did showcasing beastly prowess entail? As Chen Nian boarded the train, she gazed at the receding scenery, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. Despite her firm declarations in front of Aunt Chen that the wolf mother would not forget her, in Chen Nian's memory, her departure from Baifeng Mountain had not been a matter of mere years, but rather decades. This left her in a state of confusion, even harboring a touch of self-reproach. Young lady, could you perhaps make some room? My back and legs are not in good shape, and I was unable to secure a seat. Suddenly, Chen Nian felt a tap on her shoulder. Shifting her gaze from the window, she noticed an elderly woman awkwardly leaning towards her. Chen Nian paused for a moment, then glanced at the individual seated beside her. Her spot could accommodate 3 people. She was seated by the window, with a middle-aged woman occupying the middle seat, and next to her was a middle-aged man, both appearing to be a couple. Across from them sat three individuals of considerable age, one of whom bore a resemblance to Chen Nian but had a rather fierce countenance, suggesting he might not be easy to engage with. After observing this scene, Chen Nian turned her attention back to the elderly woman. While claiming to have issues with her back and legs, the woman seemed to exert no effort in maintaining her precarious position. What more could Chen Nian deduce from this situation? Clearly, she was attempting to pick on an easy target. At that moment, Chen Nian felt relieved that she had not donned her military uniform. Had she been recognized due to her profession, it would have indeed posed a significant complication. Madam, I must say, you appear to be quite well despite your claims of discomfort. Chen Nian cast a cold glance at her adversary, her expression inscrutable as she spoke. What? Do you think I am an easy target simply because I am young? Or do you believe that women are easily manipulated? You cannot secure a seat. So why do you seek me out instead of your dutiful descendants? The elderly woman appeared taken aback by Chen Nian's blunt rebuttal. That in her previous outings, she had often employed such tactics to dominate the younger, more timid girls, enjoying a smooth journey. On fortunate occasions, she would even manage to recline in the sleeper section, feigning gratitude as if to kneel and thank them upon parting. Those young ladies would not only refrain from anger but might even express their thanks. Yet, why was this particular young woman not adhering to the conventional norms? What an audacious girl, so discerning in her judgment! The elderly woman was about to retort, but Chen Nian averted her gaze and chose to ignore her. Engaging in a debate with such a person would only embolden her further. Did the surrounding onlookers truly fail to recognize the elderly woman's pretense of illness? Chen Nian suspected they were all aware. Yet no one wished to intervene, leaving the situation to unfold at her expense. Furthermore, the old woman was clearly seeking a soft target to exploit. After a lengthy tirade of spittle-flecked complaints, the elderly lady realized she had encountered a formidable opponent when Chen Nian remained unresponsive. At that moment, a middle-aged woman seated diagonally across from Chen Nian stifled a laugh. Unable to contain herself, this laughter acted as a fuse, igniting the elderly woman's ire. Strangely enough, her fury was directed not at the laughing woman, but at Chen Nian. You little wretch, stand up! The elderly woman pointed aggressively at Chen Nian. Yet, Chen Nian continued to disregard her. Let her shout. Chen Nian found the scenery outside quite pleasant, while Chen Nian remained at ease. Her fellow passengers were not so fortunate. No one enjoys having a loud-mouthed crone suddenly intrude upon their tranquility. Moreover, the elderly woman's shrill voice was particularly grating. Hey, they asked you to give up your seat. What is the harm in complying? The woman who had laughed glared at Chen Nian. When Chen Nian refused to respond, the woman attempted to kick her. Chen Nian deftly sidestepped, casting a cold glance at her and retorted, how generous of you. If you believe this is the right course of action, then you should stand up and offer your seat yourself. They are not seeking my seat. The woman, taken aback, had not anticipated being drawn into the fray herself. If one is to demand something, must it be given? Would this lady expect others to yield to her demands in the future? With a cold smile, Chen Nian turned her head away, unwilling to continue the discourse. They merely felt secure because the situation had not yet befallen them. Chen Nian's words left the woman speechless. Yet the elderly woman persisted, frustrated by Chen Nian's refusal to relinquish her seat. She seized a cane from her belongings and swung it at Chen Nian. Chapter 64. Mine, mine, all mine. The onlookers were taken aback. None had anticipated that the elderly woman would resort to physical aggression. As everyone instinctively closed their eyes in fear, Chen Nian stood up with a swift motion. She accurately grasped the elderly woman's cane, her expression growing colder. Madam, I observe that your waist and legs appear quite robust, possessing enough strength to strike someone on the train, yet you still expect others to yield their seats to you. To live long without dying is akin to being a thief. What audacity grants you such a thick skin? Chen Nian scoffed, applying a slight pressure to her wrist, causing the old woman to stagger a few steps. Afterward, she turned her gaze to the woman who had spoken earlier. She is of kind heart. You might as well request a seat from her. Moreover, I shall state this once more. Your quarrels and disturbances bear no relation to me. However, should you involve me or expect me to relinquish my seat, do not even entertain the thought. The elderly woman, who had previously believed she could assert her authority, now regarded Chen Nian with fear. She had never encountered such a fierce young lady. How could one be so merciless? The middle-aged woman shared her sentiments, her voice rising in panic. Why should I give up my seat? She is too stingy to purchase a ticket. Now she seeks to impose on others. No one's money comes from the wind. I refuse to yield it. So you do comprehend that money does not blow in from the breeze. I had thought you were oblivious. Chen Nian continued her mockery. The woman who had spoken previously now bore a faltering expression. Chen Nian understood that some matters are best left unspoken. The collective ire of the passengers had shifted toward the troublesome elderly woman. And if she persisted in this quarrel, she too would be deemed in the wrong. Could someone please summon the train attendant? This situation must be resolved, does it not? If she can demand my seat now, soon enough she will seek to impose on others. Everyone here is embarking on a long journey for significant reasons, wishing to rest on the train to attend to their affairs. This uproar benefits no one. Chen Nian's words swiftly garnered the approval of those in the carriage. The elderly woman's face twisted in realization of her defeat. Seizing the moment before the train attendant arrived, she shot Chen Nian a venomous glare and hastily departed with her luggage. Her earlier claims of physical ailments seemingly forgotten after this incident, it became evident to all present that while Chen Nian appeared youthful, she was not to be trifled with. Even as the journey continued, with others attempting to occupy seats or beg for food, no one dared to disturb her. The 5 individuals seated beside Chen Nian remained quiet, even tiptoeing to the restroom, as if to avoid disturbing her. Observing their reactions, Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling as though she had transformed into a tyrant of the rustic 1970s. Yet, there was no harm in this. After all, no one knew her. And she was merely indulging in a moment of bravado. As she anticipated their arrival at Baifeng Mountain, Chen Nian's heart raced with excitement. Upon disembarking the train, she transferred to a bus and ultimately paid a penny to ride in a local's ox cart, jostling along until she finally reached the foot of Baifeng Mountain before sunset. Gazing upon the familiar mountain, she felt as though every pore in her body exuded an essence of freedom. Howling, Chen Nian stood at the base of the mountain, finding a spot where the wind was favorable, and unleashed as as dusk descended. The night began to unfurl. The sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, with shades of blue, purple, orange, and golden hues blending seamlessly together. Beneath this resplendent sky, the majestic Baifeng Mountain appeared even more enigmatic. The voice of Chen Nian seemed to be carried by the wind, resonating throughout the entirety of Baifeng Mountain. Soon, she heard a familiar wolf howl echoing from afar. The sound was not particularly clear, yet she was certain she had not misheard. It was Wolf Mother. It was Wolf Mother. Chen Nian's eyes instantly welled with tears, and taking a deep breath, she emitted another wolf howl. Moments later, a chorus of howls erupted in the forest. Chen Nian could discern amidst the seemingly identical sounds which belonged to Wolf Mother, and which to Wolf Brother and Wolf Sister. Stretching for miles at the foot of Baifeng Mountain lay a village. Goodness, had the wolves in the mountain gone mad? Howling so raucously at night. Dear, you should refrain from going up the mountain these days. Just wander around the foot of the mountain, but do not encounter the wolves, a voice cautioned. Yes, the captain will certainly notify us as well. Quickly eat and after finishing, rest early. Make sure to secure the doors and windows at night, lest the wolves sneak in and snatch the lambs. As the howls echoed across Baifeng Mountain, the wildlife seemed to awaken throughout the entire region. Chen Nian remained still, finding a large rock to sit upon, patiently waiting for Wolf Mother to seek her out. Perhaps it was the pleasantness of her mood, but everything about Baifeng Mountain appeared beautiful to her. The night sky was enchanting. The dark, dense forest in the distance was captivating, and even the clumps of earth at her feet appeared remarkably lovely. Unlike the southern forests, where villages lay at the base of mountains, Baifeng Mountain was surrounded by vast grasslands, with lakes visible in the distance. Suddenly, Chen Nian felt something drop from above, striking her forehead. Just as she was about to look up, another wild fruit was hurled her way, nearly hitting her eye. In an instant, a mischievous monkey face flashed through her mind. You cheeky monkey! You are still around! Chen Nian exclaimed as she turned towards the direction from which the fruit had been thrown. In the distance, a nimble figure darted among the branches of a tree, emitting sharp, human-like laughter. Chen Nian was so infuriated that she felt like rolling up her sleeves. When she was 8 years old, a troop of monkeys had made their home on Baifeng Mountain. These monkeys were quite clever, quickly learning what could provoke them and what could not. They soon settled in the mountain. Later, when Chen Nian ventured out to play with Wolf Sister, she encountered this troop of monkeys. Perhaps they had mistaken Chen Nian for a cousin, for they had formed a surprisingly close bond with her. However, as time passed, Chen Nian had spent most of her time with the wolves. Eventually, the monkeys harbored a grudge, feeling as though their affections were unreciprocated. Each time they saw Chen Nian, they would mischievously tease her. You all wait for me. Chen Nian knew that if she approached, the monkeys would undoubtedly flee at lightning speed, making it impossible to catch them. The warmth she had anticipated from reuniting with Wolf Mother was now overshadowed by the antics of these clowns. Just as her anger simmered, she suddenly heard faint rustling sounds behind her. She quickly turned around to find a macaque frozen in place, its hand caught in the motion of zipping up a zipper. Upon noticing Chen Nian's gaze, The monkey showed no sign of embarrassment but instead chattered defiantly at her. Having spent considerable time with this troop of monkeys, and growing up alongside various beasts, Chen Nian was unsure if it was a flaw in her linguistic system or a sign of her remarkable talent. The creatures inhabiting Mount Baifeng, those species with which she had long been acquainted, she could discern the meanings conveyed through their movements and sounds. Beyond the confines of Mount Baifeng, she could only grasp the emotions expressed by others with some difficulty. Chen Nian widened her eyes, feeling that this troop of monkeys was utterly unruly. Their incessant chattering conveyed a singular message. Mine, mine, all mine. Chapter 65. Not enough to fill their gaps? Chen Nian was both amused and exasperated. Had her prolonged absence caused these monkeys to forget her past prowess? She first feigned a movement, then swiftly advanced, grasping the nape of a little monkey. It struggled in vain, for it was merely a small creature, and Chen Nian was well acquainted with them, easily securing her hold. Pray tell, whose little one is this? Could it possibly be one I recognize? Chen Nian exclaimed, standing triumphantly on a large rock, addressing the monkeys perched in the tree. The monkeys, unable to comprehend her words, nonetheless recognized her from years past. Through her tone and gestures, they could infer her intent. A cacophony of chattering erupted from the tree, and a mature female monkey swiftly descended, scampering to Chen Nian's feet where she paused, hands on hips, bouncing a few times. Chen Nian, with pursed lips, regarded the female monkey with a serious demeanor. The initially defiant expression of the mother monkey faltered under Chen Nian's seemingly emotionless gaze. Her eyes flickered, and she brought her hands together in a gesture of supplication, pathetically bowing before Chen Nian. Taken aback, Chen Nian hastily released the little monkey and grasped the mother monkey's hand, saying, Jiao Jiao, I remember you. I was merely teasing you. If that troop of monkeys could be likened to bullies, then this mother monkey Jiao Jiao was akin to a delicate flower among them. The amicable relationship Chen Nian enjoyed with the troop was largely due to Jiao Jiao's presence. Observing Jiao Jiao, who had evidently matured, Chen Nian remarked with a hint of nostalgia, I never imagined you would become a mother. Jiao Jiao, sensing Chen Nian's gentle tone, reminiscent of old times, leaned affectionately against her palm, yet did not forget to cradle her own little one. After performing these gestures, Jiao Jiao jumped a few times in frustration, pointing towards the expanse beyond Mount Baifeng. Chen Nian immediately offered her apologies, her heart heavy with sorrow. If Jiao Jiao missed her this much, how much more did the wolf mother long for her? Chen Nian found it incomprehensible why she had been able to refrain from visiting Mount Baifeng in her previous life. Jiao Jiao, cradling her little monkey, had tears welling in her eyes upon seeing Chen Nian, and she gradually ceased her jumping, approaching to pat Chen Nian's knee. Her gaze softening. In Jiao Jiao's world, the concept of time was not as pronounced as it was for humans. Nevertheless, she was still upset about Chen Nian's prolonged absence, though that frustration was overshadowed by the joy of their reunion. Yes, I understand, Chen Nian responded to the soft sounds emitted by Jiao Jiao, grasping the emotion she conveyed. Perhaps they had come to an understanding, for Jiao Jiao even entrusted her little one to Chen Nian. Embracing the small monkey, Chen Nian was filled with astonishment. She recalled when she first met Jiao Jiao. The latter had been no larger than this. As for why she was named Jiao Jiao, the name was given by the old man. The reason being that Chen Nian once descended the mountain to accompany Jiao Jiao in pilfering bananas from a household in the village. They could have left without incident, but Jiao Jiao in her hubris, threw banana peels out of the window, resulting in both her and the monkey being apprehended on the spot. At that time, Chen Nian had already begun to learn martial arts from the old man, gradually acquiring literacy and understanding. Ultimately, someone was sent to fetch the old man from the mountain. After that, every time the old man saw Jiao Jiao, he would call out, occasionally pulling Chen Nian aside to train her while Jiao Jiao was eating or foraging for food. Both Jiao Jiao and Chen Nian were rigorously trained, instilling in them a deep-seated fear of stealing from others' homes. Naturally, Chen Nian recognized the wrongness of her actions. When the old man reprimanded her, she harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Not long after reminiscing with Jiao Jiao, the calls of monkeys echoed from the trees. Jiao Jiao cradled her little monkey and nuzzled Chen Nian's leg with her cheek. After this, Jiao Jiao departed, disappearing into the night with the monkey troop. However, as soon as Jiao Jiao vanished, a flicker of green light pierced the darkness. Before Chen Nian could utter a word, a massive wolf's face lunged out from the shadows, charging towards her. Chen Nian instinctively fell back, feeling the wolf's paw on her shoulder, which was surprisingly gentle. Seizing the moment, she playfully rubbed the wolf's head. Wolf brother, you've become even more handsome. You look stunning now. In the night, the young girl embraced the enormous gray wolf, incessantly stroking its fur. The wolf's front paw rested on her shoulder but did not deter her from her playful antics. Wolf brother, you're so fast. You're far more majestic than when I left. Are you the alpha now? You must be the alpha with that demeanor. Chen Nian prattled on, only to quickly contradict herself. No, Wolf Mother is certainly the strongest. You still fall short compared to her. Humph. The gray wolf exhaled sharply, seemingly displeased with Chen Nian's previous remarks. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a piece of jerky. The wolf sniffed it but did not open its mouth. Instead, it nudged Chen Nian's hand with its head, implying she should eat it herself. That little bit of meat isn't enough to satisfy you. Chen Nian sensed a hint of disdain in those glimmering green eyes from the surrounding darkness. A dozen gray wolves slowly emerged. The leading wolf was notably larger than the others, exuding an aura of strength. Yet it was evident that it was an elder wolf, Wolf Mother. Chen Nian immediately abandoned her affectionate interaction with Wolf Brother and rushed towards the elder wolf Dian Wolf Mother's cold, beastly gaze. There was a warmth that only Chen Nian could comprehend as she leapt into her embrace. Wolf Mother gently rubbed her neck against Chen Nian, displaying a demeanor that commanded the loyalty of those nearby wolves. Witnessing this, Chen Nian's heart swelled with emotion. When she had departed, Wolf Mother was already quite aged. Chen Nian was uncertain of Wolf Mother's age when she found her, but after 15 years living on Baifeng Mountain and 3 years away, Wolf Mother must have been at least 18. The average lifespan of a wild wolf ranges from 10 to 16 years. The Wolf Mother can live until the age of 18. Aside from the unwavering position of the wolf pack in the Baifeng Mountains, it is also due to the fact that Wolf Brother, unlike most wolves, seems to be influenced by Chen Nian, as he did not immediately overthrow the Wolf Mother. Instead, he protected her dominance. The discontented wolves within the pack were subdued by both Wolf Brother and Wolf Sister. Even those who wished to challenge the Wolf Mother either faced expulsion or were beaten into submission, no longer daring to entertain such thoughts. In Chapter 66, the Wolf Mother opened her mouth and enveloped most of Chen Nian's head. Wolf Mother, I miss you so much. Chen Nian sensed the Wolf Mother's affection. The emotion she had been suppressing throughout her journey suddenly erupted here. She had endured numerous hardships outside, yet upon reflection, it seemed they were all self-imposed. Though she shared no blood ties with the Wolf Mother and was not even of the same kind, the Wolf Mother had taken her in at the tender age of 1.5, tenderly caring for the unsteady Chen Nian back then. At that time, other wolves in the pack had eyed her with predatory intent, for the young Chen Nian resembled more of a meal than a companion. After the Wolf Mother had killed 2 wolves over this matter, none dared to lay a paw on Chen Nian again. Moreover, with Wolf Brother eventually accepting her, he became her protector in the absence of the Wolf Mother. Chen Nian wept like an innocent child, her shoulders trembling, tears cascading down, disappearing into the gray-black fur of the Wolf Mother. It seemed the Wolf Mother understood her words, standing silently in place, allowing her child to lean in more comfortably, while gentle sounds emanated from her throat. After a moment of contemplation, the Wolf Mother opened her mouth and enclosed most of Chen Nian's head. Just as Chen Nian was crying fervently, the sudden act of the Wolf Mother grasping her head rendered her unable to continue. Instead, she found herself amused by the gesture. The expression of affection among wolves, aside from licking and rubbing against one another, is most directly conveyed through nipping at each other's heads and grasping their mouths. Chen Nian had witnessed the Wolf Mother bite Wolf Sister's mouth before. However, due to anatomical limitations, it was challenging for the Wolf Mother to grasp Chen Nian's mouth in the same manner. Thus, she often resorted to the action of cradling Chen Nian's head as a substitute. I know you love me dearly. Chen Nian broke into a smile, planting a kiss near the Wolf Mother's mouth after she withdrew. No sooner had this gesture been completed than Wolf Sister, who had been waiting patiently nearby, could no longer contain herself. She rushed over, her tail wagging like a propeller, eagerly nudging Chen Nian with her head and occasionally licking her cheeks and chin. If the Wolf Mother and Wolf Brother's affection for Chen Nian was more protective, then Chen Nian and Wolf Sister were akin to sisters growing up together. Most of the time, Chen Nian spent with Wolf Sister. Even during the years when she was mentored by the old man, Wolf Sister dedicated much of her time to Chen Nian, following her around whether hunting or frolicking across the mountains. They even slept side by side. When Chen Nian left, it was Wolf Sister she found hardest to part with. Had the vehicle that took Chen Nian away not been so swift, Wolf Sister would have chased after her for much longer. I know. Listening to Wolf Sister's plaintive whines, Chen Nian quickly nodded, embracing her as she affectionately nuzzled her head. Only after Chen Nian kissed her face did Wolf Sister finally settle down. Chen Nian, perspiring slightly from the pressure exerted by the she-wolf, cast a resigned glance at her. As adults of their kind, could they not exhibit a modicum of maturity? After reminiscing, Chen Nian gathered her belongings, preparing to follow Wolf Mother to the resting place of the current wolf pack. When dawn broke, she intended to visit the wooden cabin constructed by the old man. which also held the essence of home for her. Under the moonlight, Chen Nian traversed the wilderness alongside the wolves, entering the dense forest. The night enveloping Baifeng Mountain was particularly serene, yet the distant sounds of small creatures could still be discerned. As she walked through the thicket, Chen Nian felt an unusual sense of relaxation. Wolf Mother, how have the mountains fared these past years? Have the bears encroached upon our territory? And what of that group of foxes? I must tell you, I am reborn. In my previous life, I once saw a white fox resembling a gas canister online. I doubt we could breed such a creature here. Wolf Mother, is the snow leopard still residing on the other side of the mountain? I have ample time this visit and plan to seek it out. And the lynx, I yearn to pet that magnificent cat. I wonder if the little eagle on the cliff remembers me. The old man had me train a falcon for 10 days. Yet, when he departed, he insisted I release it, but I suppose I have not suffered unduly, have I? It seemed that Chen Nian's words had unlocked a floodgate upon reaching Baifeng Mountain, her chatter flowing incessantly. Initially, Wolf Mother would respond with soft whines, but soon she ceased to engage. However, the she-wolf was brimming with excitement, leaping and bounding beside Chen Nian, vocalizing with enthusiasm at her words. Just as Chen Nian was about to affectionately rub the face of the exuberant she-wolf, the lead wolf suddenly halted, prompting Wolf Mother to do the same. The other 10 or so wolves trailing behind instinctively came to a stop, their ears pricked and alert to their surroundings. Even the previously exuberant she-wolf stood still, vigilantly observing the area, her eyes gleaming as if illuminated by the night. A sudden crack of a gunshot echoed through the tranquil Baifeng Mountain, startling the birds from their perches. The lead wolf dashed forward, followed closely by Wolf Mother. One the de facto wolf king, the other the nominal king. As the two wolves moved, the rest of the pack instinctively followed suit. Chen Nian glanced at her bag, swiftly leaping to a nearby tree, securing her belongings high above before gracefully descending. Once firmly on her feet, she hastened to catch up with the wolves. The gunshot reverberating through Baifeng Mountain triggered immediate suspicions in Chen Nian's mind. Located in the northwest, Baifeng Mountain spans 2 provinces and is in close proximity to Tibetan regions, with portions extending into them. This vast, sparsely populated area is home to numerous rare animals, thus attracting a fair share of poachers. The red foxes, brown bears, snow leopards, white-lipped deer, gray wolves, prairie wolves, and golden eagles of Baifeng Mountain are treasures in the eyes of these hunters. At this moment, the concept of protecting endangered species was scarcely acknowledged, and hunters did pursue foxes and similar creatures. However, those hunters at the mountain's base rarely targeted ferocious beasts, and even when hunting foxes or wolves, they seldom killed in large numbers. While capability played a role, the hunters understood the wisdom of sustainable practices, adhering to the most rudimentary natural laws. Poachers, on the other hand, were a different breed altogether. Each time they set foot on Baifeng Mountain, they left a trail of devastation in their wake. The flesh of animals in their realm is regarded as the least valuable commodity. It is the pelts, horns, and even specimens that command the highest worth. From a young age, Chen Nian has encountered numerous poachers of this ilk. Under the subsequent tutelage of the old man, her disdain for that group deepened profoundly. As Chen Nian and the wolf pack hastened toward that direction, yet another gunshot rang out. "Boss, why do I feel there are fewer wolves today? Did they scatter earlier? What does it matter to you? This haul is substantial. We even caught a bear cub. Let these wolves take it away first, and look for the carcasses with the best pelts. Hurry up, or else when that blind bear discovers us, we'll be in serious trouble." Chapter 67. Tracking the poachers at the forefront stood a one-eyed man. The marks at the edge of his eye patch indicated that his eye had been clawed out by some ferocious beast. He cast a glance at the speaker, then surveyed the dozen or so wolf carcasses strewn across the ground, sneering, "What of the blind bear? The true menace on Baifeng Mountain is not the blind bear." The man noticed a wolf carcass that still had a relatively intact pelt and no bullet holes. Swiftly, he hoisted it up, as if the weight of the 100-odd pounds posed no burden at all. "What is that? Could it be a wild boar? Back in my hometown there's a tale of 3 wild boars that took down a blind bear." "Oofed." The one-eyed man pointed to the wolves on the ground. "These beasts." The wolves of Baifeng Mountain seem to have become sentient. Unlike other wolf packs, where the elder leaders have long been ousted, I have observed that the weak mother wolf still holds the position of alpha. The one-eyed man gritted his teeth in hatred at the mention of the wolf matriarch. Before the arrival of that wolf pack, he had reigned as the sovereign of this land. To be precise, it was before that mother wolf appeared. Were it not for her, he wouldn't have to resort to such stealthy measures to capture these beasts. "I don't find them particularly impressive," one of his subordinates mumbled, as he stumbled upon another decent wolf carcass. Grinning as he approached, "I show them. These deceased wolves were not lives but mere commodities. Money. Currency. Currently, selling such items domestically is quite challenging. Aside from the registration left by the old hunters from years past, possessing such things could lead to someone reporting you. It is not the act of slaughtering animals that poses the issue, but the indulgent excess that it signifies nonetheless. The one-eyed man's connections have always been abroad. The vast expanse of the nation teems with peculiar creatures around Baifeng Mountain. What they deem worthless, others abroad fervently pursue. The one-eyed man surveyed his surroundings. By coincidence, he had stumbled upon this place today. Upon realizing that the wretched mother wolf and the particularly large male wolf were absent, he began to entertain ulterior motives. In truth, it wasn't solely the mother wolf he loathed. The male wolf was also a significant source of concern. The wolves of Baifeng Mountain truly seem to have become sentient in other locales. Wolves of a similar age to the mother wolf had long succumbed to old age. The male wolf, in comparison to others in different packs, would be considered an elder. Yet here they are, these two wolves firmly entrenched in the leadership of the Baifeng Mountain pack. The male wolf could easily claim the title of Wolf King. Not only has he never attacked the mother wolf, but he has also subdued those who dared to challenge her. Hence, even though the weaponry at the one-eyed man's disposal is considerably superior to that of previous years, he still dares not confront that pack of wolves. Hurry up! The one-eyed dragon gazed at the moon ascending high into the sky, urging his subordinates to hasten their actions. The lackeys remained silent, grinning broadly, their smiles revealing teeth but obscuring their eyes, and they quickly became nimble in their movements. After all, they had amassed considerable gains on this venture, particularly with that bear cub. It is said that some wealthy individuals abroad have a penchant for bear bile, and a deceased bear yields but a single gallbladder. However, this living bear cub promises a continuous supply of bear bile, which could fetch a handsome price. Chen Nian followed the wolf pack as they sprinted forward. Even after all these years, she still recalled the route through Baifeng Mountain. Her figure occasionally leaped into the trees, deftly navigating paths that were difficult to traverse, shadows of both humans and wolves intertwined, and had it not been for the need to keep her voice subdued, Chen Nian would have felt compelled to shout in exhilaration. At that moment, she even believed that the thrill of successfully passing the selection process paled in comparison to her current elation. Before long, Chen Nian and the wolf pack reached their destination. Even prior to their arrival, she had already caught the scent of blood in the air. Upon witnessing the multitude of wolf corpses strewn across the ground, she was initially taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of fury thereafter. The wolf matriarch leaped onto a large rock, surveying the expanse of Baifeng Mountain, before letting out a mournful howl in a specific direction. With that howl, the tranquil night of Baifeng Mountain seemed to stir restlessly. Birds in the forest took to the air, creating a cacophony under the night sky. The wolf brother, having sniffed the surrounding scents with several other wolves, responded with a few low growls to the matriarch and swiftly led the others towards the direction from which she had howled. Their movements were so rapid that Chen Nian almost failed to catch a glimpse of their forms. Meanwhile, the matriarch was not idle. She assigned a few wolves to remain behind while leading Chen Nian and her sister down a steep slope off the cliff. Chen Nian grasped a nearby branch. Though not as resolute as her wolf sister, she acted quickly and with precision, soon catching up to the matriarch and her sister. After leaping down the cliff, Chen Nian continued to pursue the wolf pack. This was far more exhilarating than the weighted cross-country training in the military. Demanding even greater physical stamina, Chen Nian could feel the rushing wind against her ears and sensed her own strength nearing its limits. Wolves are known for their exceptional endurance, capable of reaching speeds of 60 km per hour and maintaining that pace over distances of 20 km without difficulty. Although Chen Nian had been raised alongside wolves, she was, after all, still human. Boss, have we been detected by that pack of wolves? One of the burly lackeys, his voice tinged with anxiety, glanced nervously at the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon did not slow his pace, and upon hearing the howl, he quickened his speed further. He cast a glance back at his companions, nodding slightly. No talking. We'll discuss it once we've exited Baifeng Mountain. These wolves are formidable, so stay alert. The one-eyed dragon had already devised a plan. In the bag on his back lay that wolf cub. Just from that cub alone, he could make a substantial profit. As for the others, those in this line of work must always be prepared for the possibility of meeting their end at the jaws of beasts. The world is unpredictable. If he could handle the wolf pack, would he have lost an eye? The others had never entertained the thought of being abandoned by the one-eyed dragon. They had come together, and they still bore the spoils of this venture. However, they had barely covered 100 meters when suddenly, a shadow darted out from the darkness. The one-eyed dragon remained on high alert as the figure appeared. He immediately leaned to the side, noticing a slope nearby, and rolled down it with the momentum. The remaining entourage was swiftly brought down to the ground by several wolves led by the wolf brother. Sensing the scent of their companion's blood on them, 2 individuals among them bore the corpses of their wolf pack mates. The wolf brother bared its teeth, emitting a series of low growls had the wolf brother not yet taken action. The other wolves would undoubtedly have already lowered their heads to sever the throats of these people. The wolf brother raised its head, letting out a howl moments later. A distant howl from the wolf mother echoed through the air. Chen Nian, standing beside the wolf mother, instantly understood upon hearing those howls that someone had escaped, and it was the leader among them. Chapter 68. They are capturing children. Someone has come to capture the children. Both Chen Nian and the wolf mother realized they should pursue. The one-eyed dragon, fleeing, had a clearer understanding of his adversary. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his blinded eye. In the past, he had worked alongside another leader, and during a routine task, he had carelessly slain a wolf cub. That mother wolf relentlessly pursued him through Baifeng Mountain, as if she would not relent until she had slain him. Eventually, the one-eyed dragon lost his eye to that mother wolf's claw. Had he not run swiftly, he would have met the fate of having his neck bitten through by her. Each time he returned to Baifeng Mountain thereafter, the one-eyed dragon paid special attention to that pack of wolves. Upon comparison, he discerned that the wolves of Baifeng Mountain were anything but ordinary. While wolves typically live in packs, their numbers were usually not excessive, often averaging around 7. Even if there were more than 30 wolves, they would generally be grouped by family, sharing blood ties. Such numbers were rare. Yet, the wolves of Baifeng Mountain encompassed 2 distinct groups. The one-eyed dragon had witnessed this peculiar pack accepting another group of wolves. The mother wolf had forcefully subdued the leading wolf. He had never heard of a wolf pack that could assimilate others. Not to mention the strange leadership mechanism of this pack, that I refuse to believe that you have truly become a spirit. The one-eyed dragon pondered for a moment and then decided to carry the bear cub towards the village at the foot of the mountain under the cover of night. He secured the backpack containing the bear cub in front of him and hurried down Baifeng Mountain. Chen Nian and the wolf mother, naturally, detected each other's scents as they made their way down the mountain. Beasts from Baifeng Mountain seldom ventured into human settlements. The last time they descended was likely when Chen Nian followed Wendy away, and the wolf sister pursued the vehicle down the mountain. After all, the mountain provided ample resources for their survival. Recklessly descending would primarily impact their own kind, as humans wielded firearms. Wolf mother, do not pursue just yet. It is dark now, and that individual has deliberately descended to blend in with the crowd. I will go to the village at dawn, Chen Nian interjected, nuzzling against the wolf mother, gesturing with his hands, and baring his teeth while emitting low growls. How could the wolf mother not comprehend the intentions of the child she had raised? Rather than following the wolf pack, Chen Nian retrieved his belongings and, after conveying his intentions to the wolf sister and wolf brother, set off towards the foot of the mountain. The villagers at the base of Baifeng Mountain comprised a blend of Han Chinese and certain ethnic minorities. Those ethnic minorities were once nomadic tribes around Baifeng Mountain and continued to engage in pastoral activities. Their primary source of income remains herding rather than farming. The Han villagers, on the other hand, sustain themselves through agriculture. The predominant crops here include barley, wheat, and corn, with a small amount of rice. As Chen Nian traversed the farmland, she quickly noticed footprints on the ground. As she had suspected, the individual had deliberately headed towards the residential area. It appeared that this poacher was quite familiar with the terrain of Baifeng Mountain, as well as the habits of the animals residing there. The creature that had come to greet her today, Jiao Jiao, was situated at the boundary where slightly larger animals of Baifeng Mountain would roam. Smaller creatures such as wild rabbits were not within this range. Most of the villagers primarily hunted small animals like wild rabbits. After a short while, Chen Nian soon spotted a household faintly illuminated by light. Given that a poacher had just descended from the mountain, she refrained from approaching recklessly. The one-eyed dragon was indeed present here. He carried a pack and unceremoniously consumed the provisions offered by the locals, shedding tears as he lamented, "The wolves up there are merciless. We are part of the investigation team established by the authorities, intending to examine the environment of Baifeng Mountain and assess the soil, in order to research suitable economic crops for the region." Unexpectedly, all of it was thwarted by that pack of wolves. Aside from his blind eye, the one-eyed dragon appeared remarkably ordinary in appearance. Ignoring his sightless eye, one could discern that, at this moment, he bore no menacing demeanor and resembled a scholar. Meanwhile, the male host scrutinized the one-eyed dragon in the light of the oil lamp. His father and grandfather were both hunters, yet he was too frail to pursue the family trade, barely able to ride a horse. Nevertheless, he had heard tales about the wolves on Baifeng Mountain. Despite the one-eyed dragon's evident sorrow, His lowered gaze held only a chill. It was his oversight. He understood the habits of the beasts on Baifeng Mountain, and the villagers residing there would undoubtedly have an even deeper understanding. Moreover, he had clearly observed that this family had a stable in their yard, which housed a horse. It seemed that this family were herders, and as herders they were likely hunters as well. The one-eyed dragon knew he must not act impulsively. He could only suppress his irritation and continue to engage the male host. Chen Nian stood at the entrance of the yard, contemplating how to discreetly enter the house without alarming anyone. She had not forgotten that there had been sounds of gunfire emanating from Baifeng Mountain earlier. Reflecting on this, Chen Nian felt a pang of regret. She should have first visited Wolf Brother. The poachers surely had firearms in their possession. Now without weapons, she found herself hesitant and apprehensive. She could only hope that the poacher inside was adept at concealing himself and if not discovered, would refrain from taking drastic actions. The atmosphere within the house was not as favorable as Chen Nian had anticipated. The one-eyed dragon clearly sensed the male host's wariness towards him. He placed his belongings down in the gaze of the other. He was about to rise and express his gratitude. Just then the bedroom curtain was lifted, and a naked child emerged. "Daddy, I need to pee," the little boy mumbled, appearing dazed and half asleep. The male host's expression immediately soured, and he stepped forward to grab the child. However, the one-eyed dragon was quicker. The bear cub clung to his back, and with a swift extension of his long arm, he pulled the little boy into his embrace. A smile on his lips that did not reach his eyes, hastily uttering, "I'm borrowing your son for a moment. If all is well, you may find him along the way." With that, he shattered the window and, in the blink of an eye, mounted his horse, breaking the latch of the door with a wooden gun, and galloped away with the child in tow. The master of the house, momentarily stunned, could only watch in horror as the horse bolted from his home, exclaiming, "They've taken the child! Someone is taking the child!" Outside, Chen Nian was equally startled by the commotion. She had intended to intervene, but at that moment the courtyard gate was flung open, forcing her to dodge aside. When she rose again, the one-eyed dragon had already ridden off into the distance. Chapter 69. "Get down! Everyone down! It's a golden eagle, my child!" The master of the house dashed out, frantically bouncing in place. The horse, raised well in his household, recognized his father, not him. His father had passed away 2 years prior, and the horse had been entrusted to him. Nevertheless, the master whistled incessantly, but due to his anxiety and the rush, he failed to produce a sound. Multiple times behind him, the mistress of the house burst forth in tears. The noise quickly attracted other villagers. As a group of people, still donning their garments, encircled the mistress to inquire about the situation. Chen Nian, standing to the side, caught their attention. Chen Nian awaited the presence of someone capable within the village. Speaking rapidly, she ensured that her credentials and introduction letter were clearly visible before stating, "Is there a horse available? I will ride to pursue. Are there any skilled marksmen in the village who can accompany me?" The leader of the group was an elderly man. It was evident that he was anxious, yet he remained composed as he meticulously examined Chen Nian's credentials and introduction letter. "Visiting relatives? Which family do you belong to?" Old Zashi scrutinized her, not readily convinced by this seemingly fragile young girl. Chen Nian pointed towards Mount Baifeng. She had grown up on the mountain, where tales of the wolf girl circulated among the villages surrounding it. When she was taken by Wendy, she had departed from this very village. Thus, compared to the other villages where legends merely existed, this place was acutely aware of the truth. Indeed, a child had been raised by wolves in the mountains. I was raised by wolves. As soon as Chen Nian uttered these words, the eyes of those behind old Zashi widened, and someone gasped, "You are the wolf girl. You are the very wolf girl." Old Zashi recognized the urgency of the matter and promptly instructed several men behind him, asking Chen Nian, "The main group has dispersed. The roads outside are numerous. How shall we locate them?" Old Zashi frowned, his face etched with concern. "Our group lacks falconers, regardless of which side of the mountain one considered. Many residents around Mount Baifeng belong to ethnic minorities. On the other side, near the Tianshan Mountains, it was said that there were individuals who specialized in falconry. While their ancestors possessed this skill, it had gradually faded away, primarily because hunting was no longer a necessity as people settled down." Chen Nian took a deep breath. "I will give it a try." With that, she extended her hand to test the wind direction and effortlessly leaped to a higher vantage point. Following the wind, Chen Nian pressed her index finger and thumb together, placing them against her lips and blowing forcefully. The piercing, shrill whistle resonated through the air. Carried by the wind, Chen Nian was not yet finished. He howled towards the direction of Baifeng Mountain. The villagers watching from the side were momentarily taken aback, some young individuals who appeared to be of a similar age to Chen Nian. as well as children, gazed at him with wide eyes. They had heard tales from their elders about the wolf child residing on the mountain since childhood, yet they had never laid eyes on him. Even when Chen Nian departed, none had seen him. They merely knew that such a person had left. However, when the horses were brought over, there was still no sign of movement. My luggage and documents are with you. May I borrow a wooden gun? Chen Nian did not mince words with old Zaxi, taking a wooden gun and swiftly mounting his horse. Wait. Old Zaxi, feeling anxious, quickly inquired, how will you find him? The nearby horses were also twitching their tails nervously, emitting warning sounds. In the darkness, several figures leapt up from the side of the road, glowing with a greenish light, causing the villagers present to gasp in alarm. Old Zaxi, observing the emerging wolf pack, found himself at a loss for words to convey his current feelings. Although he was not a hunter, he recognized that the leading wolf with such stature undoubtedly held a significant position within the pack. Chen Nian steadied his horse, slinging the wooden gun across his back, remaining silent until suddenly, a series of delicate sounds resembling a chicken's crowing echoed above. Giagio. Those from the older generation who had hunted on the mountain instantly recognized the sound. They hurriedly pulled the nearby children close, shielding them beneath, and shouted anxiously, "Lie down! Everyone lie down! It's a golden eagle!" A shadow swept over the heads of the crowd. Yet, Chen Nian broke into a broad smile. He raised his left arm, his right hand forming a finger against his lips, and whistled again. A gust of wind stirred, and old Zaxi, standing at the front, beheld a massive golden eagle gracefully landing on the arm of the girl seated on the horse ahead. Old Zaxi was so astonished he could hardly speak. He clearly observed that the girl wore no leather gloves on her arm. How could the golden eagle land there through merely a layer of clothing? Either the girl was unafraid of pain, or the eagle had the restraint not to harm her with its talons, but could the latter scenario truly exist? After all, it was a golden eagle, a raptor with a wingspan of 2 meters. The poacher has killed numerous wolves. We will not let him go unpunished. Chen Nian held the reins of the horse, a golden eagle perched on his arm. Surrounded by gray wolves with fierce gazes, this scene left even old Zaxi, not to mention the village's most seasoned hunters, utterly speechless. Yet, in the eyes of many children, Chen Nian's figure resembled that of a legend. He was the wolf of Baifeng Mountain, capable of snatching away even children with the golden eagle. At that moment, both the ferocious beasts and the raptor seemed to merge into one with the girl, who had transformed into an embodiment of both predator and prey. Chen Nian wasted no time. As he turned his horse around, he instructed old Zaxi, "Have someone follow closely behind me. The other horses may become frightened. Maintain a safe distance and ensure you do not lose track of me." Old Zaxi nodded vigorously. Chen Nian took the lead, riding away, the golden eagle soaring into the air, the formidable lead wolf racing at the forefront. Flanked by several others. It was as if a solitary figure conjured the might of 1,000 troops. If old Zaxi had harbored any doubts about Chen Nian prior to this moment, at this moment, witnessing Chen Nian's prowess, he harbored no doubts whatsoever. Old Zaxi's gaze drifted towards the nearby Baifeng Mountain. This mountain was the lifeblood of the local populace, yet unexpectedly, it not only nurtured them but also birthed such a formidable she-wolf. Old Zaxi tightened his grip on the smoking pipe in his hand, convinced that this wolf girl named Chen Nian would certainly astonish others in the future, just as she had startled their village today. Chapter 70. A colossal wolf's head loomed before him. Before long, Chen Nian encountered the male figure who had been rendered unconscious and discarded by the roadside. "Wolf brother, leave him by the path," she instructed. Tilting her head slightly, she added to the golden eagle, "Little eagle, assist me in locating someone. He rides a horse and carries a child. If you find him, I shall reward you with some delectable rabbit meat." Chen Nian patted the eagle's neck and caressed it a few times, her fingers forming a series of commands. The golden eagle emitted a series of soft calls and, at the instant Chen Nian raised her hand, ascended into the sky. The one-eyed dragon had tied the young boy and hung him on the horse. He thought to himself that if he could just run a little further ahead, even a slight distance, he could escape. The pack of wolves at Baifeng Mountain wouldn't pursue him that far. The only regret was that he would have to wait a few years before returning to Baifeng Mountain, at least until that damned she-wolf had perished. Otherwise, due to the wolf's vengeful nature, as long as he appeared at Baifeng Mountain, he would not be spared by the pack. The one-eyed dragon glanced at the boy bound on the horse. This time, he lacked sufficient allies, and gathering a new group in a short span would not be an easy feat. Having suffered a grave injury to his manhood years ago, he would never father children in this lifetime. Since this young boy fortuitously crossed his path, he considered him a gift from the heavens, a son to claim without hesitation. The bear cub he had captured and rendered unconscious was more than enough to sustain him for a while. However, upon reaching a desolate area, the one-eyed dragon felt an uncanny sensation, as if he were being watched. Yet, no other creatures appeared in his vicinity, not a single wolf or even a stray dog was in sight. Unbeknownst to him, a golden eagle had firmly locked onto his position from above. As it neared, Chen Nian dismounted, leaving the horse in a conspicuous spot, considering this was, after all, the property of a fellow villager. She left a wolf nearby to keep watch. Only those villagers who had accompanied her could take the horse. Anyone else approaching would be ambushed by the wolves lurking in the grass. With her wooden rifle slung across her back, Chen Nian, alongside Wolf Brother, hurried towards the direction of the one-eyed dragon. The golden eagle observed the one-eyed dragon with a measured pace until Chen Nian was close enough, at which point it dove down, its sharp talons sinking into the one-eyed dragon's shoulder. The expansive wingspan and weight of the eagle caused the one-eyed dragon to lose his balance and tumble from the horse. He could not fathom why the golden eagle had chosen him as its target. Typically, such creatures would not fixate on horses or adults, considering that the eagle had to assess whether the prey's weight was suitable for capture. A meager meal was not as advantageous as finding a spot to feast leisurely. Before the one-eyed dragon could react, he sensed several shadows flitting past him. A familiar whimper echoed in his ears, reminiscent of the sounds made by the emissaries of death. Instinctively, he reached for his wooden rifle, but his hands and feet were firmly grasped by the wolves that had followed closely behind. The one-eyed dragon never anticipated that he would find himself here, pursued by the pack of wolves from Baifeng Mountain. The golden eagle, disdainful of such prey, turned to seek out Chen Nian. It was then that the one-eyed dragon beheld a colossal wolf's head looming before him. He gasped, his mouth agape, locking eyes with the emotionless gaze of the beast. Rendered speechless in that moment, he could not fathom how he had been caught by this pack of wolves. Hadn't the wolves of Baifeng Mountain always refrained from descending the mountain? As the one-eyed dragon found himself ensnared by the wolves, Chen Nian had already caught up to the horse. The child, startled awake on the horse's back, screamed in terror. Bare beneath the moonlight, Chen Nian grasped the reins, exerting force beneath him, and leapt gracefully onto the steed. He gestured for the golden eagle to ascend higher, managing to regain control over the frightened horse. "All right, cease your crying." Chen Nian, having had little interaction with children throughout both of his lifetimes, offered a rather dry consolation upon hearing the boy's heart-wrenching wails. The young boy sported a perfectly round, shaved head. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, he sniffled, yet 2 glistening tears remained conspicuously evident beneath his nose. "Are you here to rescue me?" The boy spoke, his accent heavily tinged. In the village, where both ethnic minorities and Han people resided, most children learn not only Mandarin but also their native tongues. Thus, the boy's speech had an unusual cadence, as if each word were being forcefully extracted. "Yes, hold on tight." Chen Nian untied the ropes binding the boy and settled him securely on the horse. He then leisurely urged the steed closer to the one-eyed dragon's side. At this moment, the one-eyed dragon's hands and feet were nearly severed by the wolf's bites, and the ground was soaked in blood. Chen Nian covered the child's eyes with his hand, gazing down at the one-eyed dragon from his elevated position. Recognizing the dragon's blinded eye, Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. "So it is you." The one-eyed dragon froze for a moment upon seeing Chen Nian, but soon, just as Chen Nian had recognized him, he too recognized Chen Nian. "You are that wolf cub." The one-eyed dragon had been observing the wolves of Baifeng Mountain for many years and had not entirely avoided confrontation. Were it not for the mountain's abundance, he would not have returned repeatedly. The female wolf harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, often pursuing him the moment she caught sight of him from afar. Yet, the one-eyed dragon had always been prepared, managing to escape on several occasions. "I ought to deliver you to the wolf mother, so you may pay for the life of her pup." Chen Nian regarded the one-eyed dragon with indifference. He was well aware that turning this man over to the authorities would undoubtedly lead to the unearthing of numerous smuggling leads. However, this one-eyed dragon, aside from their current enmity, had also caused the death of the wolf mother's child. Years ago, the wolf mother had adopted Chen Nian primarily because she had just lost her own offspring. That little wolf had yet to learn the ways of hunting, still a mere cub. Upon being discovered by the one-eyed dragon, he had been mercilessly slain without a second thought. In a desperate attempt, the wolf had charged, blinding one of the one-eyed dragon's eyes, but was thwarted by the weapon in the dragon's grasp, forced to retreat. Thus, the enmity between the wolf pack and the one-eyed dragon had been forged. "It is indeed you." The one-eyed dragon now comprehended why the wolves of Baifeng Mountain dared to descend. Yet, the thought of having spent the majority of his life hunting on Baifeng Mountain, only to meet his downfall at the hands of Chen Nian, the very wolf cub raised by the pack, filled him with seething rage. Chapter 71. The person who walked in was actually Wendy at the village entrance. Old Joshua sat nearby, anxiously puffing on his pipe. A few robust men beside him were equally troubled. They had found the unconscious Tanzing on the road and initially intended to pursue further, but upon reaching the place where Chen Nian had tied up the horses, they were deterred by the presence of a wolf standing nearby, which caused the other horses to shy away. These men were aware that these wolves were connected to Chen Nian. The fact that she had left the wolves there was a deliberate measure to prevent anyone from leading away the village's horses. Although it was late at night and the likelihood of encountering anyone was minimal, one could never be too cautious. The value of a single horse was exceedingly high, to put it bluntly. The price for which a person could be sold might not even equal that of a horse. At this moment, as they spotted a figure in the distance accompanied by the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves, excitement bubbled among the gathered crowd. A small boy, bare-bottomed atop his horse, had grown accustomed to the presence of wolves and golden eagles, and he began to cheer enthusiastically. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as though the wolves and the eagle were following him. Old Joshua, upon hearing the child's exuberant cries, discerned that the commotion was not indicative of injury or fright. Overcome with excitement, he sprang to his feet. Chen Nian soon rode forth on her horse, raising her hand to signal the golden eagle. Following her gesture, the eagle swiftly descended onto a nearby dead tree. Wolf Brother, accompanied by several wolves, maintained a watchful distance from the crowd. However, both the gray wolves and the golden eagle regarded old Joshua and his companions with a hint of wariness. Should they harbor any ill intentions towards Chen Nian, Wolf Brother and the eagle would be the first to charge forward. Dismounting with agility, Chen Nian held the child in one arm. The little boy, barefooted and bare-bottomed, dashed excitedly to old Joshua, flailing his arms in delight. Grandfather Joshua, a warrior. She is a true warrior. Old Joshua effortlessly lifted the child, fully aware that Chen Nian was the wolf girl raised in the 100 Peaks Mountains, who had now rescued a child from their village. He regarded Chen Nian as if she were family. Meanwhile, the poacher they had captured was being dragged along, his limbs having been severed by the wolves. This man had previously caused the demise of many wolves and had recently slain members of a wolf pack. Additionally, Chen Nian carried the backpack of the one-eyed dragon on her back. Upon her return, she had discovered a bear cub nestled within the backpack. When she opened it for old Joshua and the others to see, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Who among them was unaware of how troublesome the brown bears on the mountain could be? Bears could even mimic humans knocking on doors. If a bear were to fixate on them, even the bravest men of the village would face dire consequences. Moreover, this man had passed through their village with a bear cub. The sense of smell in bears was not inferior to that of dogs. What if that bear assumed that villagers had captured its cub? Damn it! Such a person deserved to perish. Old Joshua tightened his grip on the pipe, and those around him echoed his sentiments. The residents living near the 100 Peaks Mountains held a profound disdain for poachers. Those who profited from their actions paid no heed to the consequences faced by ordinary villagers at the foot of the mountain when they angered the wild beasts. Furthermore, the mountain had its own ecological balance. While these individuals might not fully comprehend the concept of ecological balance or natural laws, they understood that the beasts of the mountain adhered to their own rules for habitation and reproduction. Humans may engage in modest hunting at the foot of the mountain or within its depths, as long as they can ensure their sustenance and warmth. However, once they overreach, even the beasts of Bifeng Mountain know. It doesn't even require ferocious creatures. Just a few wild boars can impart upon them a profound lesson about the wrath of nature and the fury of the mountain gods. That's a grizzly bear. Chen Nian understood their implication and said, I shall borrow this horse for a while. I assure you no harm will come to it. Should there be any damage, I will compensate you accordingly. Old Zaxi, upon hearing this, repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. No, you have assisted us so much. Merely borrowing a horse is too much. If anything happens, Old Zaxi, will bear the cost. There is no need for that. Chen Nian chuckled, for she was a person of means, far more affluent than the villagers residing in this mountain hollow. Rather than prolong the discussion with old Zaxi, she continued, I must trouble you further. I wonder if anyone in your family has fresh rabbit meat. There's no need to concern ourselves with the wolves but the golden eagle. It's I who summoned it and I promised it rabbit meat. I am willing to pay for it. Seeing old Zaxi still hesitating, Chen Nian insisted, as a soldier, I do not take anything from the people without recompense. Very well, old Zaxi conceded, somewhat moved. Men of his age had often heard such sentiments. However, in these peaceful times, with no visitors to their village, the phrase had nearly slipped from their collective memory. We do have rabbit meat, plenty of it. Old Zaxi nodded emphatically and added, but you must allow us to express our gratitude to that golden eagle, as well as to the gray wolf beside you. Had it not been for this bear cub, Old Zaxi would not have considered such matters so deeply nonetheless. The bear cub's intervention spared their village from unnecessary troubles. While they could not offer much, they had hunters in the village who could procure some meat. Though they lacked formidable prey, a group venturing out would certainly yield some rewards that it may not be possible to satiate their ancestors. But providing a modest feast is certainly feasible. Aside from the one-eyed dragon lagging behind, none present were dissatisfied. It was at this moment that Chen Nian learned that the bare-bottomed child was named Duoji, with familial ties to Old Zaxi. The village was currently known as Debaisi Brigade. The commune had considered renaming it to something more fitting, a name that rolls off the tongue and exudes vitality. Yet, Debaisi Brigade had historically been Debaisi Village, and the older generation had grown accustomed to this name. A sudden change would not sit well with many. Fortunately, as it was not a matter of urgency, the name persisted. As for the meat prepared by the brigade, there was no hurry. The Golden Eagle, however, had been left in Chen Nian's care. I truly did not expect you to remember me, Chen Nian said, emotionally caressing the Golden Eagle as she stood before the perch. Her falconry skills were quite limited, and the Golden Eagle had been an unexpected acquisition. During an outing with Wolf's sister, she had stumbled upon the injured eagle. Without Chen Nian and her companion, the eagle would likely have perished on the cliff. Most of the time, it was the old man directing the efforts, and Chen Nian merely followed his instructions. Before departing Baifeng Mountain, Chen Nian had collaborated with the Golden Eagle several times to catch prey. It had been a few years since she left, and she had thought the Golden Eagle had taken to a different habitat. As Jin Diao and Chen Nian reminisced, the dawn broke. So much had transpired during the night that Lao Jiaxi hurriedly sent someone on horseback to report the situation to the commune. Chen Nian, without much thought, acknowledged that the one-eyed dragon had enmity with the wolf pack. However, having lived in a society governed by law for so long, she leaned towards handing the one-eyed dragon over for legal retribution. Little did she expect that the person entering through the main gate at that moment would be Wendy. Chapter 72. Who do they think they are? Do they think they can bypass us? How did you end up here? Chen Nian was taken aback. She had just concluded matters in the capital and immediately purchased a ticket to Baifeng Mountain, without pausing for rest during the journey. Surely, Wendy couldn't have followed her here. She had done nothing wrong. Wendy regarded Chen Nian, momentarily at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, who had entered behind him, chuckled and said, "Impressive. No wonder you are the renowned Chen Nian, who ranked third in the military district of the capital. Do you know who that person tied up outside is? We've been pursuing him for many years, and who could have imagined that you would be the one to capture him?" Wang Yuan's statement was somewhat vague. The endeavor to capture the one-eyed dragon had commenced a decade ago, back when both Wang Yuan and Wendy were still children. That man was a wanted criminal, involved not only in the smuggling of animals but also in various other illicit activities. His deeds notorious. Yet, he was exceedingly cunning, having evaded capture multiple times. Recalling this matter, Wang Yuan felt a twinge of indignation. This was merely the situation outside. Otherwise, he would have unleashed his frustrations vocally. The one-eyed dragon had managed to escape from Wendy and his associates several times, primarily due to their bribing of a few individuals to act as traitors. Although they were unaware of Wendy's specific plans, the mere knowledge that preparations were in place made the one-eyed dragon exceedingly cautious in his actions. This time, Wendy's appearances in the selection competition of the military district had also served to distract that group. Once matters in the capital concluded, Wendy had applied through official channels and flew directly over. Just as they were strategizing on how to apprehend the entire gang of the one-eyed dragon, news arrived from the Debaisi Brigade. The target had been captured? Or had he been caught by wolves and eagles? Such a claim seemed utterly fantastical. Wang Yuan noticed the golden eagle perched on the rack and marveled, "I knew you had a good relationship with wolves, but I didn't expect you to possess such a golden eagle. If that's the case, aren't you walking on the ground with a scout soaring above?" Wang Yuan was utterly astonished. He found it challenging to articulate Chen Nian's predicament. To say she was unfortunate. Indeed, she was unfortunate. While she might not have lived in luxury within the capital's courtyard, at least she wasn't starving in the mountains, inadequately clothed. Yet, Chen Nian's current capabilities elicited envy from those who understood her strength. After all, she commanded wolves, and now, a golden eagle. Wang Yuan had previously witnessed Chen Nian in a tender bond with a wolf, with the mountain monkeys obeying her commands. Little did he realize that was not the entirety of Chen Nian's prowess. Even the golden eagle heeded her directives. Observing Wang Yuan's hesitant approach, fearful of startling the eagle, Chen Nian smiled helplessly and said, "Come closer. You won't frighten the little eagle. Rather, I worry you might be frightened by it." As she spoke, Chen Nian extended her hand before the golden eagle. "Be careful. Wan Yuan exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this scene. He has indeed witnessed individuals training falcons, their arms adorned with thick leather gloves. Some even wear them on their shoulders, allowing the eagle to perch comfortably while simultaneously providing protection. Rest assured, the young eagle shall not harm me. Chen Nian extended his hand, and the golden eagle perched steadily upon it. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the eagle's talons did not inflict any harm upon Chen Nian. Remarkable, Wan Yuan had yet to encounter anyone like Chen Nian, who exuded a sense of unity with the creature he stood beside. Wan Yuan slowly approached. The golden eagle's gaze appeared fierce, yet from certain angles, it also bore a certain endearing clumsiness. As Wan Yuan drew nearer, the eagle seemed poised to spread its wings, letting out a delicate and crisp sound. Jiao. Wan Yuan. Wendy. Is that the sound of the golden eagle? Wan Yuan had seen other birds of prey, but this was his first encounter with a golden eagle. Chen Nian nodded, understanding Wan Yuan's thoughts, and remarked, despite its ferocity, it is ultimately a bird. This is simply too. Wan Yuan chuckled, covering his mouth as his shoulders shook. Adorable. It was indeed difficult to associate such a sound with a formidable raptor. Chen Nian did not refuse. Upon learning that the one-eyed dragon, also known as Yao Yong, was a wanted criminal, Chen Nian anticipated this process. However, I have a request. Chen Nian set the golden eagle down and stated, Yao Yong caused the demise of Wolf Mother's offspring. It was this incident that led Wolf Mother to project her maternal feelings onto me, raising me as her own. Later, Wolf Mother would arrive, and I can assure you that Yao Yong will not meet his end, but it will depend on how Wolf Mother chooses to punish him. Beyond past grievances, Yao Yong also caused the death of many wolves this time. Chen Nian could not allow the Wolf brothers to pursue him for so long only to deny them their vengeance by taking Yao Yong away. Even if Wolf Mother might not mind, Chen Nian himself certainly did. Very well. Wendy agreed, knowing that the individuals Yao Yong had bribed had already been apprehended. As for his smuggling route, based on their previous investigations into Yao Yong, it was tied to a significant criminal organization. Yao Yong was merely a minor player within it. The smuggling routes he oversaw were likely dismantled, and further inquiries would yield little in terms of new leads. The possibility of uncovering additional information from Yao Yong was slim. I will provide you with detailed information upon your return to the team. Wendy, mindful of discipline, refrained from divulging too much to Chen Nian, merely advising, remember, Yao Yong must not die, nor can he lose his sanity. This involves numerous matters. Do not allow a moment of anger to jeopardize your well-being. Wendy was concerned that Chen Nian, at this moment, lacked a sense of discipline, and that a rash decision could lead to unforeseen complications just before the finish line. Should that occur, even Wendy would find it challenging to resolve the situation. Furthermore, it would tarnish Chen Nian's prospects for advancement. It is better to avoid such outcomes whenever possible. Chen Nian understood Wendy's intent and nodded promptly. Little eagle, go play elsewhere. If there's anything, I will call for you with a whistle. Chen Nian performed several gestures before the golden eagle, accompanied by a few crisp calls that bore resemblance to the earlier sounds of the golden eagle. After the departure of the golden eagle, Wendy briefly recounted the situation regarding Yao Yong. Just as he was about to discuss other matters, a man who had been closely following old Jiaxi rushed over. Were they intending to take Yao Yong away? Why? Wan Yuan, still with his hands on his hips, gazed at the majestic flight of the golden eagle, and upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and spoke in an audacious tone. Who do they think they are? Do they believe they can act without our consent? Is that so? And who do you consider yourselves to be? The slightly ajar gate of the courtyard was suddenly kicked open, and a swarm of individuals surged in, led by a man whose face was adorned with excessive flesh, draped in a green coat, exuding an air of arrogance. That Yao Yong is a wanted criminal, and he is implicated in matters concerning our revolutionary association. He must be taken away immediately. This is a notification, not a negotiation. As he pointed at Chen Nian and her companions, the flesh on his face quivered with each word. His gaze swept over Chen Nian's face, and he stroked his greasy chin. And this female comrade, I suspect she is in cahoots with Yao Yong, and she too must be taken for interrogation. Chapter 73. In Wunan County. I am the law. Who among those present failed to grasp the implications of his words? Wan Yuan stepped forward, his brows knitted, fury blazing in his eyes. What did you say? Repeat that. The man who had arrived was named Wei Baojun. His original name had been Wei Bao. He was born into the Wei family, which had produced 9 daughters in quick succession, with 2 drowned, 3 sent away, and 4 left to toil like beasts of burden. Ultimately yielding this precious offspring, however, due to the unfavorable atmosphere over the years associated with the name Wei Bao, coupled with the family's past misdeeds, Even if they concealed the drowning and sending away of children, it always left them vulnerable to scrutiny. Thus, Wei Bao's parents renamed him Wei Baojun. Wei Baojun's elder sister had married the director of the Revolutionary Association in Wunan County, and bolstered by this influential brother-in-law, the Wei family began to flaunt their status. Wei Baojun even held a minor leadership position within the association, exerting considerable power within the county. In just a few years, numerous families in Wunan County had suffered, while Wei Baojun grew robust and well-fed. Many young women, upon catching his eye, met unfortunate fates. The more defiant among them resisted, only to provoke Wei Baojun's wrath, bringing calamity upon their families. Once the others recognized this reality, they dared not oppose Wei Baojun, though many young women chose to take their own lives. Wunan County echoed with grievances, but there was little recourse, for Wei Baojun had powerful protectors. Wan Yuan and his companions had not been in Wunan County long, and their dealings were not with the Revolutionary Association but rather with the Armed Department and Public Security, thus they were unaware of Wei Baojun's notoriety. Wei Baojun sneered, displaying utter disdain for Wan Yuan's inquiries. "Did you hear? Take that woman as well. I intend to interrogate her thoroughly. Perhaps we might uncover some crucial clues." Ignoring Wan Yuan altogether, Wei Baojun directed his henchmen to move forward and seize Chen Nian. Before anyone could react, the golden eagle, perched on a nearby structure, sensed the malice directed at Chen Nian and spread its wings, emitting a cry, regardless of whether the eagle's call matched the title of the first fierce bird. It soared into the air, landing gracefully on Chen Nian's shoulder. In that moment, it appeared as though the golden eagle was her most loyal and valiant guardian, refusing to allow even the slightest harm to befall her. Although the golden eagle cannot engage in as many anthropomorphic actions to communicate with Chen Nian as the monkey Jiao Jiao does, it is nonetheless a creature that Chen Nian has nurtured back to life. After spending 5 years together day and night, even if released by the old man, the eagle occasionally joins Chen Nian for hunting. The bond it shares with Chen Nian is scarcely distinguishable from that which she has with the wolf pack. Otherwise, it would not heed Chen Nian's whistle from afar, abandoning its quarry to soar in her direction. Wei Baojun and his companions were taken aback to discover that the girl was accompanied by a golden eagle. It was only due to the eagle's earlier silence, coupled with Wan Yuan and Wen Di standing in front of it, both tall figures obscuring much of the eagle, that Wei Baojun and the others failed to notice it. Wei Baojun viciously struck his subordinate standing before him, who was retreating in fright, stepping on his own feet in the process. "You are resisting arrest. You are finished." Although Wei Baojun was trembling with fear, he still attempted to sound threatening. After all, he was Wei Baojun. How could he be intimidated into retreating by a mere feathered creature? Resisting arrest? Wen Di, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. In stark contrast to Wan Yuan's earlier aggressive inquiries, Wen Di merely stood there, his gaze sharp as a blade, effectively diminishing Wei Baojun's bravado. Even during a revolution, one requires official documentation to apprehend relevant individuals. What is this? The Revolutionary Committee of Wunan County cannot even manage such basic procedures. Wen Di harbored a deep disdain for those who, taking advantage of the current unstable situation, abused their newfound authority to oppress the populace. In times of war, these individuals would likely be the first to surrender, or perhaps even turn traitor on the spot. The case of Yao Yong is not under the jurisdiction of the county. The armed forces and public security of Wunan County are merely there to assist. From where does your county's Revolutionary Committee acquire the authority to transfer Yao Yong? Is it from the city or the province? Who made the decision? Clarify this. Wen Di's imposing presence, combined with his demand for procedural documentation from Wei Baojun, rendered the latter speechless. Having operated in Wunan County for so many years, when has he ever needed such documents to arrest someone? This time they came to Debaisi Brigade solely because they heard that Yao Yong, who had been apprehended here, was involved in considerable lucrative dealings with money beyond counting. Wei Baojun was entirely motivated by Yao Yong's wealth. Who do you think you are? At this moment Wei Baojun realized he might have kicked a metal plate. Yet he was still Wei Baojun. If he couldn't handle such a minor issue, how could he maintain his status as the leader in front of his brothers? Do you know who I am? Wei Baojun squinted, aware that the armed forces and public security were under the management of the military district, and that they generally did not interfere with one another. Furthermore, those individuals seemed to maintain a decent relationship with his brother-in-law. As for public security, there was even less reason to fear them. Their duties had been usurped by the Revolutionary Committee, relegating them to merely dealing with petty thieves and minor arrests. My brother-in-law is Wang Hai. You better think twice. Moreover, Yao Yong is precisely the individual we seek. Do you dare obstruct someone sought by the Revolutionary Committee? Believe me, I will report this. Not only you but even your superiors will be implicated. Wei Baojun had long held dominion over this small territory of Wannan County. Here, he and his brother-in-law Wang Hai were akin to tyrants. One can easily fabricate a trivial charge to ensure those individuals face consequences. For years, this has been their modus operandi, never contemplating that anyone might defy their authority. I have no need to ascertain your identity. I merely require the evidence pertaining to the transfer of Yao Yong and the documentation regarding the removal of my colleague. Wen Di regarded Wei Baojun and the others with a cold, disdainful gaze. His contempt unmistakable. Wei Baojun, taken aback, had not anticipated that despite the gravity of his words, there would still be audacious individuals willing to oppose him. Observing Wen Di and his companions, who appeared rather youthful, he noted that even with a golden eagle by their side, they were still outnumbered, having exhausted both pleasantries and threats. If they refused to listen, they should not blame him for being impolite. Wei Baojun bared his teeth menacingly, commanding, "Advance. These individuals obstruct our investigation, even with my brother-in-law backing you." The lackeys trailing behind were well aware of the formidable nature of Wei Baojun and Wang Hai. They reasoned that if they could curry favor with Wei Baojun, rewards would surely follow. One by one, their fear of the golden eagle dissipated, and they eagerly prepared to charge forward. Wan Yuan gritted his teeth, witnessing their blatant disregard for the law, exclaiming, "Do you not recognize the existence of the law?" Wei Baojun sneered, hands on his hips, exuding an air of superiority as he declared, "In Wannan County, I am the law." Chapter 74. Burn this pack of round-haired beasts alive. Wei Baojun did not perceive any wrongdoing in his proclamation. As long as he remained in Wannan County, there was nothing he could not accomplish. "If you are wise, you will stand aside and refrain from obstructing our investigation." Glaring at Wei Baojun's brazen demeanor, which was replete with claims of conducting an investigation, Wan Yuan felt an inferno igniting within him. He had encountered numerous heinous criminals, but none had instilled such revulsion in him as the odious Wei Baojun before him. Prior to his arrival, Wei Baojun had ordered the other members of the Dabozu team to be restrained, leaving only Chen Nian and two others in the courtyard with their numbers. What was there to fear? Wei Baojun stepped forward, his gaze grotesquely scrutinizing Chen Nian, as if his eyes were coated in some repugnant substance, lingering on certain areas as if he could see through her clothing. "If you move those eyes again, I shall gouge out your eyeballs." Chen Nian was not one to be bullied. Her earlier silence was due to Wen Di and Wan Yuan being in front. She feared disrupting Wen Di's strategy. However, at this moment, she could no longer contain herself, her temper flaring. Wei Baojun leered lewdly, "You may not know, but I have a penchant for riding fierce horses. The more ferocious, the better." Unaware of his impending doom, Chen Nian glanced at Wen Di. "May I take action now?" "Rest assured, I shall leave one life intact to file a report." Wen Di took a step back, signaling his stance, and cautioned Chen Nian, "Be mindful of your limits. We are outnumbered, and the others, like Lao Zaxi and his group, remain restrained. In such circumstances, employing necessary measures for self-defense is understandable. Besides, those are mere beasts of the mountains. They do not comprehend restraint, and any harm inflicted is merely an unfortunate consequence." Wei Baojun seethed with rage as he watched Chen Nian and Wen Di exchange glances, whispering to one another. Further inflaming his ire, it felt as though he were adorned with a green hat, as if he were the object of ridicule. Two individuals, who clearly had no connection, were perceived by Wei Baojun as his possessions. His to command without question, the lackeys, seemingly invigorated by some unseen force, surged towards Chen Nian and her companions. Chen Nian let out a sharp whistle, and in an instant the golden eagle took flight, accompanied by the ominous, echoing howls of wolves from outside. "Boss, what nonsense are you spouting about spirits? We live in a new society now, devoid of any supernatural beings. Dare to utter such words again, and you shall see." At that moment, Wei Baojun was thoroughly intimidated. He had never anticipated that this group would truly set the golden eagle upon him. After all, he was Wei Baojun. In Wannan County, aside from his brother-in-law Wang Hai, he was the most formidable presence. How dare they treat him in such a manner? What a profound disgrace! With a surge of determination, Wei Baojun drew a wooden gun from his waist. Pointing it menacingly at Chen Nian, he had discerned the connection. Both the eagle and the howling wolves were linked to this woman. If he could eliminate her, the rest would be mere trifles. Easily dispatched. As for the two men accompanying her, he would leave their fates to his brother-in-law, as it would merely require a bit of bribery. Wei Baojun's swift action did not escape the notice of his adversaries. Wen Di, no longer content to merely observe, kicked aside those obstructing his path to subdue Wei Baojun. However, The sheer number of Wei Baojuan's associates made it difficult for Wendi to reach him in time. And Wei Baojuan's finger was already poised to pull the trigger. Wei Baojuan's eyes glinted with malice and resolve. He refused to believe that he could not rid himself of these nuisances. Just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, a massive gray wolf leaped over the wall, sinking its teeth into Wei Baojuan's wrist and toppling him to the ground. Although he managed to fire the wooden gun, the bullet, due to his fall, struck one of Wei Baojuan's lackeys instead. In an instant, the courtyard fell silent, as the lackey stood frozen, either terrified by the gunshot or the sudden appearance of the wolf. To make matters worse, several wolves dashed through the wide-open gate, one of which, after knocking over a man, joyfully bounded over to Chen Nian, its tail wagging as if it were a playful puppy. Seeing the wolf cub, Chen Nian smiled and crouched down to affectionately rub its neck and chin. The wolf cub reveled in her attention, wagging its tail even more enthusiastically, its eyes squinting with delight. The golden eagle also descended, playfully pecking at the wolf cub, extracting several tufts of fur in the process. Wang Yuan, observing the situation stabilize, breathed a sigh of relief, watching the interaction between the wolf cub and Chen Nian. He couldn't resist teasing Wendi. If it weren't for the fact that dogs evolved from wolves, would you not agree that their movements are indistinguishable? However, he added in a hushed tone, but boss, you truly have some nerve. Aren't you concerned that Chen Nian might call upon the wolves for backup in the future? Utter nonsense, Wendi retorted, casting a glance at Wang Yuan, who noted that the gray wolf still had Wei Baojun pinned down. He then cautioned Chen Nian, this individual appears to have some influence. Let us bind him before proceeding. This implied that they would temporarily spare Wei Baojun from the wolf's wrath. Chen Nian had no objections and was quite pleased with Wendi's attitude. Wendi did not issue a command requesting Chen Nian to allow Wolf Brother to depart. Rather, he articulated the rationale behind why Wei Baojun must not perish. Chen Nian. The death of Wei Baojun would be seen as an act of celestial justice. However, one cannot disregard the possibility that those behind Wei Baojun might seek retribution against the wolf pack of Baifeng Mountain due to this incident. While it would be relatively straightforward for Chen Nian to leave with Wendi, the likelihood of those individuals retaliating against her and her companions seemed slim. Yet, should they wish to exact vengeance upon the wolf pack, it would suffice to find a modicum of justification and then contact the local armed forces and militia to ascend the mountain and hunt the wolves. No matter how vast Baifeng Mountain may be, it would inevitably suffer losses. Chen Nian nodded and howled a few times. Wolf Brother released Wei Baojun and positioned himself alongside Chen Nian, guarding her with the pack. Lo and behold, have the wolves of Baifeng Mountain truly become sentient? Wang Yuan exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the fallen Wei Baojun. Upon examining his wrist, he was astonished to find merely a bite mark that was bleeding. Yet the depth of the wound indicated that neither tendons nor bones had been harmed. Had that wolf not restrained its power, such an injury would have been inconceivable. Wei Baojun, however, was oblivious to such nuances. His mind was consumed with the thought of his hand being severed by the wolf. Even though he saw his hand still attached at the wrist, he felt as if it had ceased to exist. While he lay on the ground, he continued to wail, incessantly cursing and berating Chen Nian and her companions. Just wait, my brother-in-law will not spare you. I shall have him find someone, you shall see. Our family is not so easily trifled with that if my hand is lost, I shall ensure yours are severed too. Damn it. You vile creatures, I will have Baifeng Mountain set ablaze tomorrow. Burn you round-furred beasts to death. Chapter 75. The depths of Wunan County. Wei Baojuan's rants gradually diminished in volume. Chen Nian stroked the head of Wolf Sister and addressed Wendi. Can you handle the matters here? She cast a glance at Wei Baojun. It would be easy for us to depart, but Baifeng Mountain remains here. The latter part of her statement was uttered in a hushed tone. Wendi grasped Chen Nian's implication. She was merely concerned that Wei Baojun and his backers might target Baifeng Mountain after their departure. Wendi deemed Chen Nian's worry somewhat unfounded that he and Wang Yuan had come not only to address the situation with Yao Yong but also to survey the terrain, determining its viability as a training ground should they decide upon this location. Any requests made by Wei Baojun to take action against the animals would likely be denied by higher authorities. If he were to act independently, those stationed here would apprehend him, resulting in more severe consequences for Wei Baojun. In such a scenario, it was even more prudent not to disclose this information to her. Rest assured, Wendi affirmed with a nod, providing Chen Nian with a reassuring promise. He then stepped forward and seized Wei Baojun from the ground, stating, "You are suspected of obstructing official duties, as well as assaulting and threatening law enforcement personnel. Your actions are highly suspicious." Yao Yong has long been known to bribe relevant individuals to receive advance warnings, allowing him to evade capture on multiple occasions. I suspect your unaccompanied arrival, without any documentation? To extract Yao Yong is indicative of collusion. Should you release him, our case would remain unresolved. What do you intend to do? Wei Baojun, once so arrogant and brazen in Wunan County, now found himself in a precarious position. By now, I have gradually come to a clearer understanding that it seems that those few individuals before me are not ones he can confront, particularly this man in front of me. He opened his mouth only to condemn Wei Baojun, attributing to him charges that are nearly impossible to overturn. As for Yao Yong, Wei Baojun possesses only a general knowledge of him. However, the fact that he still wields a wooden warehouse and possesses considerable wealth surely indicates he is no upstanding citizen. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Baojun is all too familiar with Wendi's tactics. Wendi, adhering to Wei Baojun's own methods, proceeded to outline the charges and cast reasonable doubt. Wei Baojun has ensnared those he targeted in a web of accusations, leading them either to the cattle pen or to the frontier to blow sand. Wei Baojun has grown accustomed to his rampant ways in Wunan County, believing that no one can hold him accountable at this moment. Yet he is aware that his brother-in-law has powerful connections. He even attempted to threaten Wendi, only to be silenced by the approaching Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan regarded the lackeys with cold disdain. Am I to request you to rise? Or shall these wolfish gentlemen do so? The group of lackeys trembled like leaves in the wind, hastily scrambling to their feet and obediently following in Wang Yuan's wake. Can you two manage? Chen Nian stepped forward with the wolf girl. Her doubt did not lie in Wendi and Wang Yuan's capabilities, but rather in the sheer number of these individuals. Should a conflict arise, even if Wendi could handle it, it would still pose complications. We have others following behind, so fear not, Wang Yuan replied, his teeth clenched in determination. He could not fathom that, amidst all this commotion, those people would remain oblivious. To put it plainly, they were still wary of Wei Baojun's brother-in-law, the director of the Revolutionary Committee. What a lofty title! Chen Nian recalled Wendi's position, recognizing that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with division leaders in the military district of the capital. In Wunan County there were few who could claim a higher status than he. She nodded. Then be cautious on your way. Are you taking Yao Yong with you, or leaving him here for now? Let him stay for the time being. Wendi glanced at his watch. Time was not on their side. His hands and feet are injured, rendering him incapable of escape. Rather than risk unforeseen complications in transport, it is better to leave him here. Clearly, Wendi did not trust that Wei Baojun's entourage would remain composed during their journey. After Wendi and his group departed, Lao Zaxi and the others finally appeared. Chen Nian, it's not that we do not wish to assist you, but they are watching us. Danzeng had already regained consciousness. He had been knocked unconscious by the one-eyed dragon Yao Yong and discarded by the roadside. Aside from a large bump on his head, he had sustained no other injuries. Earlier, when they were intercepted, Danzeng had been the most anxious. Seeing Chen Nian safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained the situation. That man is called Wei Baojun, a notorious bully in our county. However, everyone only dares to refer to him in whispers. Should he catch wind of it, one would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Danzeng sighed. Even from our mountain stronghold, so far from the county seat, we have heard tales of him. In stark contrast to Danzeng's relief, Lao Zaxi's thoughts were far less optimistic. He approached with one arm cradled, causing the pack of wolves in the yard to retreat. Unlike Chen Nian, he could face these wolves without flinching. Young lady, are your two friends capable? Wei Baojun's brother-in-law has formidable backing and is not to be trifled with. Old Zaxi had limited knowledge of the affairs outside. Yet he was the secretary of the brigade and had to attend meetings at the commune. Each time he gleaned snippets of information at the commune, he gradually pieced together a rough understanding of the situation. Wei Baojun's flagrant disregard for the law in Wunan County stemmed from his awareness that his brother-in-law's significant connections could resolve many issues. Who that was I cannot say, but last year, Wei Baojun had provoked an officer from the military by harming the officer's sister. The child's parents sought justice. One was left crippled from a beating, while the other fell gravely ill. Old Zaxi, gripping his cigarette holder, lowered his voice to caution Chen Nian. I have heard that the officer is on the verge of becoming a leader. Yet it was his brother-in-law who smoothed things over. It was only after that incident that Wei Baojun truly became fearless. Prior to that event, while Wei Baojun acted brazenly, he had not yet reached the level of audacity he displayed today. He had knowingly approached Wendi and his associates, aware of their formidable backgrounds. Are you suggesting that Chen Nian recognized the considerable influence of the Revolutionary Committee at that moment but had not anticipated its extent? According to Old Zaxi's insinuation, would Wendi and his companions face peril? I could not assert that it would certainly unfold this way. Old Zaxi waved his hand dismissively but still expressed his deep concern. Wei Baojun is not easily dealt with. He gazed at the pack of wolves in the courtyard and the golden eagle. If this matter were not handled appropriately, the creatures of Baifeng Mountain would surely suffer due to Wei Baojun's vengeful nature. Little Eagle, accompany them and lend assistance if necessary. Chen Nian was astonished that such profound undercurrents existed in the seemingly insignificant Wunan County. He immediately stood up and signaled to the golden eagle. After a series of gestures, the eagle took flight, swiftly vanishing into the sky. Chapter 76. The Mountain. A fire has broken out on the mountain. Meanwhile, Wendi and his companions indeed found themselves in a predicament. Shortly after departing from the Debaizi Brigade, they encountered an oncoming jeep. Several individuals disembarked from the vehicle. Before Wendi could utter a word, Wei Baojun cried out urgently, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, save me. They intend to kill." Upon spotting his brother-in-law Wang Hai, Wei Baojun appeared as if he had seen a savior. Struggling to exit the car, he shed his earlier lethargy. Wendi signaled to Wang Yuan to keep an eye on Wei Baojun and opened the car door to step out. The followers trailing behind were considerably more composed than Wei Baojun. After all, those who accompanied Wendi were locals of Wunan County, and they were far more aware of Wang Hai's capabilities than Wendi and Wang Yuan. Now that Wang Hai had arrived, whether out of respect for him or fear of his prowess, they dared not detain the ruffians any longer. Wang Hai, tall and robust, though ostensibly a director of the Revolutionary Committee, now bore an air of thuggery. Casting a disdainful glance at his ineffectual brother-in-law inside the car, Wang Hai positioned himself before Wendi. Noticing that Wendi was taller than he, Wang Hai stepped back in mild dissatisfaction, creating distance between them. "How shall I address you? Given the circumstances, it appears you are from the military." Wang Hai greeted Wendi with apparent politeness but did not allow him time to respond. Continuing on his own, "My brother-in-law has proven somewhat inept, yet he has contributed significantly to the Revolutionary Committee. Some individuals present themselves as great benefactors, while in reality they are oblivious to the numerous malevolent deeds they have committed. To speak out recklessly may provoke unnecessary complications. My brother-in-law has engaged in numerous such activities for the organization, earning not only merit but also enduring hardship. Today's events were somewhat impulsive. Perhaps it would be wiser to let it go. Don't you think?" This statement seemed to inquire about Wendi's thoughts. However, upon closer listening, it was evident that Wang Hai was thoroughly confident in his maneuvering against Wendi. Wendi merely tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied, "I apologize, but we are currently undertaking a mission. Why can you not comprehend?" Wang Hai frowned, choosing not to argue further with Wendi, and gestured for those behind him to disembark. "Hurry, take everyone away. By the way, is someone named Yao Yong present? If he is, take him along as well." Wang Hai's purpose for this visit was indeed Yao Yong. It was apparent that Yao Yong not only evaded capture time and again but had also engaged in poaching at Baifeng Mountain countless times over the years. Were it not for Yao Yong's fear of the wolf packs in Baifeng Mountain, the situation regarding poaching could have escalated even further. Yao Yong also aimed to establish smuggling routes and navigate various inspections, a task far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. Wendi furrowed his brow. Realizing that Yao Yong's associates had begun to exert their influence, he had always been averse to such dealings. Although Yao Yong's smuggling might seem to involve merely animals, the individuals backing him were far more complex. Furthermore, could one truly disregard animal smuggling? The creatures inhabiting Baifeng Mountain, aside from a few that descended the mountain in search of food during years of natural disasters, posed no threat to the local populace at any other time. The order for Yao Yong's capture did not originate from within the county, nor even from the province. We were operating across provincial lines, with local law enforcement and armed forces assisting us. The organization has no authority to demand Yao Yong's apprehension. Wang Hai scrutinized Wendi, surprised to find him a formidable opponent. However, this did not concern him. Since ascending to the position of director of the organization, Wang Hai had relished the challenge of dealing with tough adversaries. "Then release the individuals in the vehicle. They are our people, dispatched under my orders to retrieve someone from Debaizi." "That is not possible," Wendi firmly refused once more. Wang Hai fixated on Wendi, letting out a few cold laughs. Just as Wang Yuan in the vehicle anticipated an imminent clash, Wang Hai abruptly stepped back, his gaze menacing as he regarded Wendi. "Kid, you possess some guts that I am eager to see if you have always been this audacious." With a wave of his hand, he unexpectedly turned and led his men back to the vehicle, instructing the driver to change direction and leave. Wei Baojun in the car continued to threaten Wang Yuan, convinced that as long as Wang Hai was present, he had nothing to fear regarding his release. Yet now it was Wang Hai who was departing. How could this be possible? "Brother-in-law, you cannot just abandon me. Brother-in-law." Regardless of Wei Baojun's desperate cries, Wang Hai's vehicle did not halt. Wan Yuan was not like Wei Baojun. He recognized that this situation was far more complex than it appeared and, while mulling over this predicament, caught sight of something standing on a nearby tree. Upon looking closely, he couldn't help but smile. Boss, Chen Nian is indeed thoughtful. Look, she has even sent a golden eagle to escort us. What an extraordinary privilege. An eagle escort. I dare say old Zhao and the others have certainly never experienced such treatment. Wan Yuan, brimming with arrogance, seemed to have completely forgotten about Wang Hai's earlier incident. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached Wendy and inquired, Boss, do you think Chen Nian is concerned for me or for someone else's safety? Wendy, driving the vehicle, paid little attention to the subdued group behind them. Upon Wang Hai's departure, those individuals dared not utter a word, hastily ushering their entourage onto the tractor, which then trailed behind Wendy's jeep. Maintaining neutrality was the best outcome for them under the circumstances. Wan Yuan's expression grew serious, his lips pressed tightly together, clearly lacking optimism about the unfolding events. Wei Baojun contemplated making a boastful remark but, upon meeting Wendy's icy gaze, found himself too intimidated to provoke further. He remained obediently by the side like a timid chick. Old Zaxi and his companions promptly fulfilled their promise, providing meat for the golden eagle and the gray wolf, while also assigning someone to keep watch over Yao Yong, who was tied up at the brigade's headquarters. Chen Nian, feeling the slight discomfort of a full belly, was arranged to stay at Old Zaxi's residence for the night. It was also on this evening that she encountered the educated youth of the brigade. The youth looked upon the wolf girl accompanying Chen Nian with trepidation, daring only to observe from a distance. Chen Nian gently patted the wolf girl's neck, and after freshening up, prepared to lie down just as drowsiness began to envelop her. A sudden rapping on the window startled her. The wolf girl sprang up from the floor. Emitting a low growl, Chen Nian quickly rose and pushed open the window, only to find the golden eagle outside, clutching her sleeve in its beak, seemingly intent on pulling her out. Chen Nian understood the golden eagle well. It would never act thus without a significant discovery. Hastily donning a jacket, she leaped out of the window. The Debaisi brigade was unusually quiet at night, however. Amidst this tranquility, as Chen Nian reached the entrance of Old Zaxi's home, she heard a distinct shout, Fire! There's a fire on the mountain. Chapter 77. Trouble from the capital. From a distance, a fiery glow was visible atop Baifeng Mountain, although it appeared small from afar. Chen Nian knew that, upon closer inspection, that flicker represented a vast area ablaze. The inhabitants of Debaisi brigade were roused from their slumber, and upon seeing the distant flames were struck dumb with shock. They, mere common folk, could deduce what had transpired. It was undoubtedly retaliation from Wei Baojun and his gang. Quick! Gather the men from the brigade to extinguish the fire. If Baifeng Mountain burns, the animals will descend upon us for food. And without the mountain, how shall we survive the winter? Old Zaxi, clad in his coat, glared at the distant flames with clenched teeth, furious at the scoundrels of Wei Baojun's ilk. They may have found satisfaction in their actions, but they were oblivious to the fact that any calamity befalling Baifeng Mountain would ultimately spell suffering for the villagers residing nearby. If the mountain were scorched, smaller animals would have no grass to graze, leading to larger predators being deprived of their prey. In the absence of food, those mountain creatures would be compelled to descend in search of sustenance. This was but a fraction of the ensuing chaos. More critically, if Baifeng Mountain faced disaster, the residents at its foot would contend not only with the threat of wild beasts, but also with issues of water supply and other concerns. The elderly often say we rely on the mountains for sustenance and on water for survival, a sentiment not to be taken lightly. Not only Old Zaxi but others too recognize this reality. The individual responsible for managing agricultural tools within the brigade immediately grabbed the keys and opened the storehouse, ready to procure whatever was necessary. Old Joshua urged the captain to hasten on horseback to the commune, insisting that even if it was known that Wei Baojun was responsible, the commune personnel should still lend their efforts. It would not be acceptable for the sturdy men of Debaisi brigade to bear the burden alone. Should the harvest next year prove poor or should calamity strike, the people of Debaisi would suffer, and the commune officials could expect no respite. After arranging these matters, Old Joshua intended to seek out Chen Nian to explain the situation, yet he could not catch sight of Chen Nian anywhere. Have you seen Chen Nian? Old Joshua inquired, grasping the arm of a nearby individual who was wielding a shovel, ready to ascend the mountain to fell trees. This person's reasoning was not without merit. Even if not for firefighting, it was possible they were dispersing the wolf packs in the mountains. For the villagers who depended on the mountains for sustenance, the significance of Baifeng Mountain held a different weight for Chen Nian. Since the Golden Eagle was the first to discover the situation at Baifeng Mountain, Chen Nian dispatched it to locate the arsonist. The flames had already spread, and even if Chen Nian rushed back, A solitary effort would scarcely alter the outcome. It was far more prudent to apprehend the one responsible for the fire first. In contrast, Chen Nian felt that their primary concern was the imprisoned Yao Yong. Proceeding cautiously with Wolf's sister, Chen Nian deftly avoided the villagers and gradually approached the office where Yao Yong was confined, presumably believing that everyone else had gone to the mountain. Those coming to escort Yao Yong from the office displayed no discretion whatsoever. The front door was left ajar, and an oil lamp was lit. "Yongzi, I warned you to be careful, but you would not listen. Now look at the mess you've gotten yourself into," he bellowed. "Stop your damn chatter and hurry up with the medicine. I will deal with those beasts eventually." Yao Yong groaned in pain. Having hunted for over half his life, he could dispatch even the fiercest of creatures with just a few bullets. Yet today, he found himself bested by a girl raised by wolves. "I should have dealt with that little brat back then. Had I known, I would have taken her out with a single shot." It appeared someone was tending to Yao Yong's wounds, and he snarled at that time. "I had considered taking that little brat with me, but seeing she was a girl, I thought her of little use." The few individuals who had accompanied Yao Yong into the mountains had perished there. Those men had slain numerous wolves, yet it was only through Chen Nian's intervention that Yao Yong had survived. The others had met their fate in Chen Nian's absence. To expect the enraged wolf pack to be restrained from attacking those men. It was utterly implausible. Yao Yong reflected on those individuals, feeling no sorrow for his fallen comrades, only contempt for their ineptitude. Their deaths were inconsequential. Knowing those men were so useless, he regretted not having taken the little cub from the wolf den back then. Now it seemed that girl was far superior to those men. The one who came to rescue Yao Yong scoffed, "You still have your eye on her. Those men have news. They hail from the capital and are not to be trifled with. You should take the time to recuperate from your injuries. You have earned a considerable fortune for the boss, and he will not forget your contributions." The mention of this, Yao Yong smiled with pride. Outside, Chen Nian listened intently, realizing that the organization behind Yao Yong was substantial and quite capable to end such a short time. They had already uncovered that Wen Di and his associates were from the capital. It is certainly not an era when messages can be casually transmitted via mobile phones. To investigate the origins of a few individuals, one must relay the information within a single day. This implies that these individuals are directly communicating through a telephone. Chen Nian lowered her gaze. Not to mention the considerable hassle and expense of installing a telephone line at this juncture. The crux of the matter lies in the necessity for a person to connect the call, indicating that a third party is eavesdropping on the conversation. Naturally, not all personnel responsible for connecting calls will eavesdrop on the content. However, significant matters are generally not discussed in detail over the phone. Chen Nian attentively listened to the situation within the room, while her mind raced with contemplation that if it were not for the telephone, could there be other means to transmit information so swiftly? Inside, Yao Yong was being assisted to his feet. His hands and feet had been grievously injured by wolves, with one hand even having sustained fractures. If not treated promptly, it would surely be rendered useless. "Are we really going to leave like this?" Yao Yong expressed concern. "Look at you, after just one encounter you've become timid." The person who had come to rescue him seemed quite familiar with Yao Yong. Jesting, "Rest assured, I've already sent someone to set a fire on Baifeng Mountain. Since those beasts cannot earn us any money alive, they are of no use. Now that everyone here has gone to fight the fire, no one will notice us. Let us make haste." Yao Yong nodded vigorously, even managing a smile, clearly pleased with the notion of setting the mountain ablaze. Chen Nian waited at the door, observing the two figures emerge into view. As they stepped into the light, she lunged forward with Wolf Sister. Chapter 78. The wolves of Baifeng Mountain are truly remarkable. The two individuals had not anticipated that, amidst the raging inferno on Baifeng Mountain, someone would still be stationed here. Yao Yong immediately recognized Chen Nian, swinging his arm to strike while cursing, "You little wolf cub, how dare you come here?" Among all his current grievances, Chen Nian topped the list of his hatred. If it were not for her, how could he be in such a dire predicament? "Quick! Lao Ma, fetch the shotgun and eliminate her." Yao Yong's rage was palpable. Yet, the response from Lao Ma was a cry of despair. As Wolf Sister pinned the opponent down, she seized Lao Ma's wrist with a grip as fierce as that of Wolf Brother when he had bitten Wei Baojuan's wrist earlier. Wolf Sister may not comprehend the nature of a shotgun, but she instinctively recognized its danger. Otherwise, Wolf Brother would not have attacked this weapon first. At that moment, Lao Ma experienced the same fate as Wei Baojun and Yao Yong had before. Useless. Yao Yong could hardly believe that Lao Ma was even less capable than Wei Baojun. He had barely exchanged glances before being taken down by a wolf. Although Yao Yong's hands were incapacitated, his arms still possessed strength coupled with his years of experience traversing various terrains. Yao Yong had some skills of his own. The reason he had been caught by Chen Nian was due to the unexpected assault of the golden eagle, which had momentarily disoriented his vision, before he could regain his bearings after falling from his horse. He found himself surrounded by wolves. Had it not been for Chen Nian's golden eagle assisting her, capturing Yao Yong would have required considerable effort, and success was not guaranteed, especially since Yao Yong had been armed with a shotgun at the time. Chen Nian, armed only with her determination, followed closely behind her opponent until Yao Yong's horse succumbed to exhaustion, ultimately bringing him to the ground. Yet, the final outcome remained uncertain at this moment. Yao Yong, now on guard, made his move against Chen Nian. Despite his limbs being constrained, he managed to roll over and pin Chen Nian down, using his forearm to press against her neck with clenched teeth, exerting immense pressure. Chen Nian felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. She struggled to resist with her hands, but Yao Yong's strength far surpassed hers. It was evident. Someone capable of carrying a young bear up the mountain for such an extended period undoubtedly possessed extraordinary stamina. As Chen Nian held her breath, her cheeks flushed crimson, and with clenched fists, she struck towards Yao Yong's temple. Disregarding everything else, Yao Yong deftly sidestepped, and in that moment of evasion, Chen Nian seized the opportunity to free herself. Delivering a kick to Yao Yong's vulnerable region, he cried out in pain, curling up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, unable to muster the strength to lift his head. Meanwhile, Lao Ma, having been bitten by the wolf sister, had lost all will to fight, continuing to wail pitifully. Once Chen Nian confirmed that only Lao Ma remained nearby, she gingerly touched her sore throat, gasping for breath, and proceeded to bind both Yao Yong and Lao Ma to a tree next to the courtyard. Then, enduring the pain, she joined the wolf sister in howling towards the distance. The scene atop Baifeng Mountain had descended into chaos. Lao Zaxi and his companions remained on the outskirts, while several men drew near the blazing flames, the heat rising so intensely that they were compelled to shed their garments, lacking any water source to extinguish the fire. Their only recourse was to fell the trees close to the flames and dig trenches to contain the inferno. This single task left many utterly exhausted, not to mention the numerous animals that panicked and fled from the mountain. Damn it! What a mess! One man wiped the sweat from his brow, tears glimmering in his eyes. Grumbling, if it's not our own, we don't care that if we don't control this fire, it will soon threaten our village. Less talk, conserve your strength, came the weary reply from another. What else could they do? Fortunately, there was no mountain wind at that moment, or even a few times their number would not suffice to tame the blaze. As the group, utterly fatigued, continued to avoid the frenzied animals, distant wolf howls began to echo. The howls persisted for several minutes, and just as the members of Dabaozi's team thought it was coming to an end, the sounds of monkeys erupted from deep within the forest. Compared to the haunting howl of the wolves, the cacophony of the monkeys was almost unbearable, especially under the oppressive heat of the raging fire. Yet, following the monkeys' calls, an array of animal sounds emerged. The creatures that had once scattered in panic now appeared to calm down. Those closest to the flames remained agitated, while the animals further away began to depart in an orderly fashion, as if waiting for the Dabaozi team to extinguish the fire. The man who had previously cursed swallowed hard, realizing he was both hot and exhausted, to the point of not noticing his own thirst. The wolves of Baifeng Mountain are indeed extraordinary, and a wonder. They say the wolves of Baifeng Mountain have become enlightened. The absence of the mountain's wildlife, coupled with the phenomenon that had just occurred, which seemed almost miraculous in the eyes of the crowd, appeared to reinvigorate many. Chen Nian remained unaware of the situation atop the mountain, merely hoping that her recent actions would alleviate some suffering for the animals and aid those fighting the fire. Reflecting on the fact that all this turmoil stemmed from this individual, Yao Yong, as she passed by him, Chen Nian kicked him a few more times in irritation. Yao Yong, now pale as a ghost, had his mouth sealed by Chen Nian, producing a few muffled groans, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain. She intended to seek out Wen Di in the county town to explain the circumstances. Chen Nian speculated that Wen Di likely remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The fact that those behind Wei Baojun could set fire to the mountain while Wen Di and his group had only just departed indicated Yao Yong's significance. The wolf girl, adorned with Chen Nian's letter, swiftly located old Jiaxi. Chen Nian did not wait long, noticing that not only old Jiaxi had arrived, but also several robust women, which eased her concerns slightly. Without engaging in idle chatter, they mounted their horses and set off towards the county town with the wolf girl in tow. On the journey, Chen Nian gazed at the distant scorched areas of Baifeng Mountain, her eyes swelling with pain and her nostrils tinged with sorrow. She understood that this was not the time for sadness. The priority was to locate Wen Di and capture that group in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the charred mountain and the animals that had perished due to the fire would all be in vain. With this thought, Chen Nian tightened her grip on the horse's belly, urging it to hasten. Just as they neared the county town, the sound of a golden eagle echoed above her. Shortly thereafter, the voice of a man, filled with curses and occasional pleas for mercy, followed suit. What on earth is this? She thought. Is by Feng Mountain only plagued by troublesome wolves? She felt exasperated, urging the creature not to follow her. Ouch, ouch, ouch! In the distance, the golden eagle soared up and down, occasionally swooping down to peck or scratch at someone, compelling that individual to approach Chen Nian's direction. Noticing a bundle of rope still hanging from the saddle, Chen Nian realized that if this person were not the arsonist, the eagle would not be so relentless in its pursuit. As the arsonist drew nearer, the fire on by Feng Mountain felt as though it was igniting within her heart. Without hesitation, she dismounted and seized the bundle of rope, intent on restraining the individual. Chapter 79. Who is he? The king of raptors. The man, pursued relentlessly by the golden eagle, appeared quite disheveled. It was only as Chen Nian approached that she discerned his features. He bore a rather foolish expression, and the spacing of his eyes seemed peculiar. Moreover, his gait suggested a certain awkwardness, making it evident that he was not particularly astute. Upon noticing Chen Nian's approach, the man flinched, shrinking his shoulders in fright. Chen Nian found this curious and inquired of the golden eagle soaring overhead. Little eagle, are you certain? Is it truly this man? The eagle descended, perching upon Chen Nian's shoulder, letting out an indignant squawk, tilting its head slightly as if to question her audacity and doubting its keen perception. Who is he? The king of raptors. How dare you question it? Chen Nian, feeling exasperated, clicked her tongue and reached out to stroke the eagle's head. Finally managing to quell its indignation, her displeasure was not directed at the eagle itself, however. If the individual before them is indeed the one setting the mountain ablaze, unless Chen Nian resorts to vigilante justice and takes matters into her own hands, surrendering this person to the authorities will likely result in no significant repercussions. It is evident that this individual possesses some intellectual deficiencies. Though he appears robust and had just uttered a stream of profanities, a closer inspection reveals that his mental capacity likely does not exceed that of a 10-year-old. The opposing party must have considered these factors, which is why they orchestrated for an intellectually impaired person to ignite the fire. Yet, their intelligence cannot be too low. They must at least comprehend the nature of their actions, while still being distinctly different from a typical individual, thus enabling them to exploit loopholes and evade legal consequences. It is unclear whether Chen Nian's emotions are too overt or if the man's intelligence is genuinely lacking. Upon meeting Chen Nian's gaze, he instinctively cowered to the ground, clasping his head and weeping. Chen Nian took a deep breath. Now was not the time to ponder whether this individual truly had intellectual issues. Even if he did, that fact must be acknowledged. It was more prudent to devise an alternative strategy. The most pressing concern was to summon aid to extinguish the flames. Even if the captain of Debaisi had informed the commune of the situation, the neighboring teams that responded could offer only limited assistance. If they could reach Wendi, enlisting his help to find more specialized personnel would yield far better results. Chen Nian secured the man, positioning him away from her on the horse's back, and proceeded towards the county town. In the county town, Wendi and Wang Yuan had met with several other officials. Observing the absence of any leaders from Wunan County in the office, they grasped the implications of the situation. This was utterly outrageous. Wang Yuan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "This is sheer lawlessness. I refuse to believe that Wang Hai wields such influence that he can meddle even in matters concerning the capital." Yao Yong was merely a small pawn in a vast smuggling syndicate. Within this extensive organization, he was responsible solely for the smuggling of animals. Compared to other enterprises, even if Yao Yong were apprehended for animal trafficking, the legal consequences would be minimal, with the severity of punishment contingent upon the specifics of the smuggling operation. Were the individuals from Wunan County truly so intimidated by Wang Hai's affiliations? Accompanying them was Xie Yunhua, who adjusted his glasses and lamented, "If the local forces are uncooperative, we may indeed find ourselves in a predicament. Unless we reach out to the military." Wendi remained silent for a moment, having gained some understanding of the local circumstances. In contrast to Wang Yuan's fury, Wendi had anticipated this situation. Wang Hai had cultivated his influence in Wunan County for many years, his stature surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Wendi surmised that someone in Wunan County must know who supports Wang Hai from behind the scenes. It was precisely this knowledge that instilled fear in them. The line concerning Yao Yong had been monitored for quite some time, and any misstep could prove disastrous. Moreover, it was highly probable that the smuggling syndicate had ties to the individuals backing Wang Hai. Baifeng Mountain stretches across 2 provinces, its impact reaching into both provinces and 2 autonomous regions. Particularly in the autonomous regions, Many regard Baifeng Mountain as a sacred site, holding a status only slightly inferior to that of the Himalayas and the Tian Shan Mountains. Yet, Yao Yong had trespassed into this domain multiple times to engage in poaching. As if he were in a lawless wilderness, Wen Di lightly tapped his fingers on the tabletop, contemplating before continuing. This is not our first encounter with Yao Yong. Our predecessors have organized 2 operations against him previously. According to the general consensus, having already faced a siege in Baifeng Mountain, it would be reasonable to assume that a considerable amount of time would pass before anyone dared to return. However, our investigation reveals that after our last apprehension at Baifeng Mountain, Yao Yong has made it a point to visit at least once each year. Wen Di's remarks brought a sense of composure to Wang Yuan and Xie Yunhua. This implies that Yao Yong is well aware of the safety he enjoys at Baifeng Mountain. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident that led to Chen Nian's encounter, coupled with the assistance of the Golden Eagle and the Wolf Pack, by the time we received the news, Yao Yong would have already vacated the premises. Xie Yunhua nodded in strong agreement. Due to the internal support Yao Yong has received, our intelligence was delayed by a day. By the time we deployed, Yao Yong was already engaged in poaching at Baifeng Mountain. What then shall we do? Wang Yuan had previously suspected that someone was aiding Yao Yong but had not anticipated that there would be no one from Wunan County willing to show their face. Are they truly that fearful of Wang Hai? Collaborating with the military district here is, when necessary, essential. Yunhua, please contact the capital and provide a detailed report of the situation. Wang Yuan and I, along with Zicheng and Kaishian, will head to Debaizi to bring Yao Yong back. Keeping him under our watch is the only way to ensure our peace of mind. The decision not to bring Yao Yong earlier was also influenced by the complications posed by Wei Baojun. We would have to navigate Wang Hai as well. As this thought crossed his mind, Wen Di's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. This is dire. What is it? Wang Yuan inquired, astonished to witness such a look on their leader's face for the first time. We had considered keeping Yao Yong at Debaizi, where there are villagers in Chen Nian. While we engaged with Wang Hai in the county town, this would guarantee our safety. But if Wang Hai is capable of ensuring that the county officials do not cooperate with our efforts, what would prevent him from rescuing Yao Yong under the cover of night? Wang Yuan grasped this point as well, swallowing hard as he tentatively stated. But Chen Nian is still there. Right. The wolf siblings are quite formidable. What if the wolf pack is unable to protect themselves? Do you believe Wang Hai is unaware of how Yao Yong and Wei Baojun were captured? At this moment, Chen Nian and the wolves of Baifeng Mountain are likely thorns in Wang Hai's side. Upon hearing this, the individuals present could no longer contain their urgency. It was at this moment that the sound of hooves approached. Previously, while at Debaizi, Wen Di and Wang Yuan had mentioned their collaboration with the local police. Thus, apart from the police station, Chen Nian would not readily know where else to seek assistance. The Golden Eagle had been dispatched. Yet this is the county town, not the mountains. It remains a relatively unfamiliar environment for the Eagle, and locating individuals would require some time. Chen Nian was surprised when, having only called out once, Wen Di appeared before him with several companions. Is their trouble at Debaizi? Baifeng Mountain is ablaze, and someone is attempting to rescue Yao Yong. Upon their first meeting, both spoke simultaneously. Although their words differed, their meanings were quite similar. Lao Zaxi is watching over Yao Yong. The fire in the mountains is significant, and it would be prudent to enlist the aid of the armed forces or nearby station troops to assist in extinguishing the flames. The situation at Baifeng Mountain is crucial for the safety of both the wildlife within the mountain and the villagers in the 2 provinces nearby. Should the fire continue to escalate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Nian succinctly recounted the sequence of events to Wen Di, stating, the individual who came to rescue has also been apprehended. You should contact the armed forces or the military. The others can accompany me to retrieve the person. Yao Yong cannot remain in Debaizi any longer. Chapter 80. Very well, hand over Yao Yong. Wen Di hesitated for a moment before quickly nodding in agreement. And this person, I captured him on the way. He was the one who set the mountain ablaze. However, he was summoned by someone. There appears to be some complications. Chen Nian subtly gestured towards his head. Wen Di furrowed his brow, gazing at the man bound tightly on horseback. Upon recognizing the expression of the individual, he immediately understood why this person had been chosen to ignite the fire on Baifeng Mountain. Zicheng, confine him, you stay and keep watch. Clearly, Wen Di harbored doubts about the individuals from Wunan County. Chen Nian assisted in lowering the captured man, while the man named Zicheng approached, effortlessly dragging the arsonist towards the police station. Having located Wen Di, Chen Nian chose not to allow Jindiao to continue searching in the county town and densely populated areas. It was not an ideal situation for either Jindiao or Lang Mei. Thus, the scene that had previously unfolded before the Dabaisi team re-emerged in front of Wendy and his companions as a small team executing a mission, they had certainly encountered a myriad of experiences. Jindiao landed steadily on Chen Nian's bare forearm without any protective gear. Impressive! Wang Yuan whispered in admiration from the side. Xie Yunhua adjusted his glasses and leaned closer to Wendy, lowering his voice to say, "Boss, you have an eye for talent. It's no wonder so many beautiful female soldiers from the art troupe have shown favor towards Wendy, only to be uniformly rejected." Xie Yunhua compared Chen Nian to those young women. It was not that they were lacking, rather Chen Nian was simply exceptional. At least from Xie Yunhua's perspective, while Chen Nian might not surpass several renowned beauties from the art troupe in appearance, the calm analysis and arrangement of the situation he had just demonstrated, along with his remarkable ability to summon Jindiao, coupled with his outstanding selection results. Xie Yunhua believed that both Wendy and Chen Nian were remarkable in their own right. Even though one was seated on horseback while the other stood before it, they seemed perfectly matched, unlike themselves, who appeared somewhat superfluous. "Boss, I will contact the military district and the armed forces immediately. You all head to Dabaisi first." Xie Yunhua was the first to speak. The group wasted no time and promptly set to work. The jeep sped along the rural dirt road, accompanied by a robust black stallion and a gray wolf, while overhead, a golden eagle soared closely behind Wang Yuan, seated in the front passenger seat, gripped the handle beside the door tightly to prevent being jostled out on this rugged path, that he had truly never experienced anything like this before. As dawn broke, the group finally arrived at Dabia in the distance. The flames on Baifeng Mountain continued to rage fiercely. However, shortly after, the soldiers from the nearby station troops quickly arrived to take over the firefighting efforts, replacing the local residents with military personnel. "Thank you for your hard work." Old Zaxi and several robust women, upon hearing the commotion outside, not only emerged themselves but also brought along Yao Yong and Lao Ma, who had been tied to a tree. This was to ensure that, should they attempt to flee, no one could stealthily rescue the two. The pair was brought forth, and until now there had been no significant disturbances. Old Zaxi observed the gradually contained forest fire and contemplated the grim, charred visage it would leave behind, filling him with profound sorrow. "Fortuitously, you all had summoned the troops. Otherwise, with merely our numbers, the situation would have been dire." Old Zaxi's anxieties rivaled those of Chen Nian. When he dispatched the captain to seek the commune director, he had already resigned himself to the notion that the director, deterred by Wei Baojun and Wang Hai, would hesitate to arrange assistance. Unexpectedly, not only were reinforcements summoned, but the commune also notified men from other teams to lend their support. This was quite a statement. Wang Yuan, a true socialite, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and began distributing them to those nearby. Approaching Old Zaxi, he kicked Yao Yong with irritation, declaring this is all his doing. Were it not for him, such troubles would never have arisen. Ultimately, it is a failure on our part. We ought to have foreseen this and prepared accordingly. Old Zaxi waved his hand dismissively. The cause of the situation mattered little to him. The Dabozi team was the closest to Baifeng Mountain. Although the fire would not reach them, any issue arising on Baifeng Mountain would undoubtedly impact them first. If possible, Old Zaxi still hoped for a harmonious coexistence with the creatures of Baifeng Mountain. Especially after witnessing the wolves' intelligence, this desire became all the more pronounced. "Chen Nian, what impact will this fire have on the mountain?" Chen Nian understood Old Zaxi's concerns. She shook her head. "I cannot guarantee anything entirely. After all, not all the animals on the mountain heed my call." Old Zaxi furrowed his brow. Chen Nian continued. "While animals lack a linguistic system, they possess their own means of communication. Within and among different groups, there exists a method of understanding that I cannot elucidate the principles, but you may consider Baifeng Mountain as a realm of animals. They are not entirely isolated from one another. However, in comparison to human social intricacies, the communication among the animals of Baifeng Mountain is undoubtedly simpler. Once I and the she-wolf alerted them, the wolf pack swiftly vacated the vicinity of the fire. With a clear direction, the surrounding animals will naturally follow suit. Of course, some may become disoriented out of fear, but such instances should be few." Old Zaxi grasped Chen Nian's meaning. Compared to his prior assumptions, this was indeed a favorable outcome. As dawn broke, the troops successfully extinguished the blaze on Baifeng Mountain. Wendy was tasked with liaising with the leading personnel. Considering the situation in Wunan County, they disguised Yao Yong and Lao Ma, concealing the two within the ranks of the troops for their safe extraction. Not long after the troops departed, the exhausted members of the Dabozi team spotted yet another jeep appearing at the village entrance. "Goodness, how many more are there?" One man, his face smeared with soot, remarked with irritation as he glared at the vehicle. Chen Nian and Wendy heard a sound. and the two turned simultaneously to see Wang Hai seated in the passenger seat. With a beaming smile, Wang Hai alighted from the vehicle, producing a piece of paper from his pocket, and triumphantly waved it before Wendy. "This is the document for removing Yao Yong. Now will this suffice? I acknowledge that our Revolutionary Committee previously acted inappropriately, bypassing protocols. Therefore, Comrade Wei Baojun, I sincerely hope that Comrade Wen will expedite Yao's release." Wang Hai's face, which should have exuded a sense of righteousness, now appeared particularly irksome. Ultimately, we are all striving for the nation, for society, and for the welfare of the common people. Though Comrade Wei Baojun may be somewhat hot-tempered, his intentions are noble. I trust Comrade Wen can comprehend this. We shall overlook your complicity in allowing the wild wolf to harm others this time. As he spoke, Wang Hai adjusted his sleeves and, with a dismissive tone, added, "Now, hand over Yao Yong. I'm afraid I cannot comply." Wendy replied, pinching the document between his fingers and returning it to Wang Hai. Chapter 81. Setting fire to the mountain, serving time behind bars. Wang Hai's expression darkened, believing Wendy intended to take a hardline approach. He threatened, "Initially, we sought special arrangements for Wei Baojun to lead his men away. You obstructed us at every turn, and your companion allowed the wolf to inflict harm. You even slandered Wei Baojun as an accomplice. Now that I have brought the document, you still refuse to surrender the individual. Comrade 1. Do not presume that just because you hail from the capital, we local officials will cower before you." Wang Hai did not afford Wendy a chance to respond, immediately instructing the three individuals who had arrived in another vehicle, "Go and search for him. Ensure that you locate the individual at all costs. Should anyone attempt to intervene, they may do as they please. We possess official documents. This is a matter of executing our duties." Wendy chuckled lightly, allowing no one to impede Wang Hai's men. At that moment he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the military personnel had departed swiftly. Otherwise, he might have indeed been caught off guard by Wang Hai. Most importantly, this experience illuminated the formidable backing that Wang Hai possessed. If this were the 21st century in an era of advanced networking, it would hardly be surprising. Yet, this was the 1970s, specifically 1973. A simple illustration. Even public security departments had to rely on colleagues bearing printed wanted notices, traveling by train to distribute them across various regions. In the most remote areas, delivery was not guaranteed. This was not merely a matter of time, but one of insufficient funding. The manpower and resources involved were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Wendy, aware of the modern conveniences, knew that Chen Nian, having experienced the efficiency of paperless offices in the 21st century, understood even better. Although Chen Nian did not occupy a particularly significant position at that time, obtaining a single document could take an entire day, contingent upon the speed of the individual processing it. Wang Hai's connections were indeed impressive. "Wendy, I care not whence you come from in the capital. Yao Yong is an individual we, the Revolutionary Committee, require. Your obstruction of our local committee's operations will result in layered reports, and we will thoroughly investigate your relationship with Yao Yong. At present, I have reasonable grounds to suspect that you are harboring Yao Yong." Wang Hai was genuinely taken aback that his associates had yet to locate Yao Yong. The intricate web of connections surrounding Yao Yong loomed large in his thoughts. If this individual was not swiftly apprehended, it would certainly jeopardize his own standing. No, it would jeopardize the significant matters of those above him. "Come forth, seize this Wendy. He is now a suspect." Wang Hai's face was twisted with malice, unable to locate Yao Yong. He was certain he would bear the consequences. "Dare you lay a hand on him?" Wang Yuan was the first to charge forward, a glint of hostility in his eyes. He abhorred individuals who, while occupying positions of power, exploited the common people. Yao Yong was a target of scrutiny since the time of their predecessors. The intricate web of relationships involved was far beyond the jurisdiction of a mere revolutionary committee. The next attempt to apprehend someone from that smuggling syndicate would be even more challenging. "What? Do you soldiers intend to resort to violence?" Wang Hai, emboldened, felt no fear. He belonged to the Revolutionary Committee and had backing from higher-ups. It was common knowledge that their faction was the most formidable. However, these soldiers in uniform were a different matter altogether. The discipline of the military was not something to be trifled with. Wendy chuckled softly, gesturing for Wang Yuan to step aside. "We certainly prefer to avoid conflict with local authorities, but Director Wang has arrived rather late." Wang Hai's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" Wendy stepped forward, standing before Wang Hai. "What I mean is, our mission has concluded, and prior to the appearance of Director Wang's document, we had already transferred Yao Yong to the military for handling." Wang Hai felt a ringing in his ears, suppressing his voice as he gritted his teeth. "Well, you truly are something else." The venom in his gaze seemed capable of devouring Wendy whole. Indeed, it is now widely acknowledged that the Revolutionary Committee is not to be trifled with. Yet, there exists a realm into which the committee cannot intrude, that being the military district. If one encounters someone with favorable connections, they may extend a courtesy, but it remains merely a courtesy. If a serious matter arises, the military is undoubtedly the most protective of its own. Moreover, their political scrutiny is far more rigorous. Even if the committee sought to exploit a flaw, they would find no avenue. It is genuinely an impermeable fortress. Now that Yao Yong has been taken under military supervision, even with the committee's documentation, it requires the military's endorsement should it ascend through the ranks, leading to a showdown among the highest echelons to determine whether Yao Yong is detained within the military or the Revolutionary Committee. Not only would it be humiliating, but the committee might also fail to retain him. After all, the military had gone to great lengths to have Wendy and his team fly from the capital to Wongshan. It could not possibly be for a trivial matter. Gazing at the seemingly unperturbed Wendy, Wang Hai felt his eyes bulging with incredulity. Wendy, you truly are remarkable. You even traveled overnight. With that, Wang Hai abruptly shifted his gaze toward Chen Nian, ominously remarking, I hear you were raised by the wolves of Baifeng Mountain. It is truly commendable that you disregard the wolves of the mountains and still convey messages to Wendy. You truly live up to the reputation of being wolf-raised. This was a veiled insinuation that Chen Nian was an ingrate. Chen Nian merely smirked. Thank you for the compliment. Whether she is an ingrate or not, the wolf mother would undoubtedly have a clearer understanding than Wang Hai's for being likened to a wolf. Well, that was, in Chen Nian's heart, quite a compliment. Director Wang, we have apprehended the arsonist responsible for setting the mountain ablaze. Like Wendy, Chen Nian remained unfazed by Wang Hai's provocations, instead stating, Baifeng Mountain spans 2 provinces and directly impacts the daily lives of the surrounding villagers. The recent blaze has been quite severe. By the time winter arrives or even next year, it will undoubtedly impact the residents of Debaizi and the surrounding areas of Baifeng Mountain. The act of deliberately setting fire to the mountains is truly heinous, constituting a provocation against national property and the safety of the populace, and thus this matter must be met with stringent punishment. Chen Nian harbors sympathy for that troubled man, albeit only for his ailment. In her eyes, those who set fire to the mountains deserve to languish in prison. Wang Hai of course comprehended Chen Nian's implication that it was not a direct threat, yet it bore the weight of one. Baifeng Mountain straddles 2 provinces, and the repercussions extend beyond just the Debaizi Brigade. As the director of the Wunan County Revolutionary Committee, could he truly wield enough influence to affect 2 provinces? He could not protect the arsonist. How infuriating! Wang Hai was on the verge of bloodshed from rage. Yao Yong remained unapprehended, and the arsonist known as Xiao Liuji eluded capture as well. With such a disgraceful incident occurring, how could he maintain his authority? Amidst his furious musings, Wang Hai's gaze fell upon the scorched Baifeng Mountain, sparking a sudden inspiration. Chapter 82. Xinyuan Sword Special Forces. Wang Hai was intentionally using Baifeng Mountain as a means of retaliation. Chen Nian frowned in displeasure, poised to speak, only to be restrained by Wendy, who remarked that Director Wang might not be fully aware that the military district in this region would soon have plans in place, with relevant documents likely to grace his desk by tomorrow. The earlier statements were, of course, true. Baifeng Mountain boasts excellent geographical conditions and is indeed home to station troops. As for the latter assertion, Director Wang could obtain a document overnight, and so could Wendy. Despite Wendy being from the capital's military district, should Baifeng Mountain be deemed suitable for training grounds, not only would their small team benefit, but the acquired experiences could also enable local troops to conduct smaller-scale drills within the mountain. If the local forces hesitated, Wendy could facilitate connections with the district's leadership. Thus, the prospects of this endeavor were exceedingly favorable. Wang Hai had attempted to flaunt a document in front of Wendy, yet his pretense had not succeeded, as Yao Yong had been sent away prematurely. Now, it was Wendy who turned Wang Hai's tactics against him. This time Wang Hai found himself truly at a loss. He had always perceived soldiers as lacking intellect, mere brash fools, much like the soldier who previously clashed with Wei Baojun, who was ultimately subdued. Yet, this Wendy before him, along with Chen Nian by his side, instilled a sense of foreboding in Wang Hai. His instincts warned him that these two were formidable adversaries. Moreover, news from above indicated that Wendy, along with his entourage, was being groomed for prominence. It would be prudent to avoid antagonizing them. Observing Wang Hai and his companions retreating in their vehicles, Wan Yuan, with an air of bravado, placed his hands on his hips and remarked, "I thought he was formidable. Truly, our leader excels beyond measure." "Less chatter," Wendy replied, his expression unsoftened by Wang Hai's departure. He gave Wan Yuan a light pat and turned to Chen Nian, asking, "Is it convenient for you?" There are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Chen Nian did not decline and followed Wendy, however. Despite the notion of privacy, Lang Mei and Jin Jiao trailed closely behind. They had arrived here with only 5 individuals. The original plan was to collaborate with the local armed forces and the police to carry out the operation. With 5 individuals involved, the speed would be manageable and not attract too much attention. However, due to Wang Hai's influence, the local forces became unavailable. Conversely, thanks to Chen Nian's connections, not only did they unexpectedly capture Yao Yong, but they also gained prior knowledge of the scheme to protect him. You see, if they intended to safeguard Yao Yong, they would not act so overtly. For instance, they might find a scapegoat, later claiming that Yao Yong escaped during his transport, and in a state of panic, they would eliminate the decoy. Even if we were to conduct a post-mortem, as long as they disfigured Yao Yong's face, we would be left with no recourse. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian nodded earnestly. This was precisely why they could not surrender Yao Yong to Wang Hai. Once in Wang Hai's hands, Yao Yong could indeed vanish without a trace. Of course, there was another possible outcome. After expending considerable effort to rescue Yao Yong, dissatisfaction might arise from both Wang Hai and Yao Yong's backers, leading to Yao Yong's demise. At that point, Wendy and his team would still gain no valuable leads, and all inquiries would end with Yao Yong. So, are you going to reveal the name of your team? Chen Nian raised an eyebrow, refusing to allow Wendy to dominate the conversation entirely. Wendy paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Though he appeared stern, it was only in serious matters. Privately, he was not devoid of humor. Moreover, it must be said that Wendy's smile was quite charming. At that moment, he embodied the popular image of a person with thick brows and large eyes. Yet, unlike most, his eyes were slightly upturned, resembling a quintessential Danfeng eye. Unlike the celebrities of later generations known for their Danfeng eyes, Wendy's possessed both spirit and form. Perhaps due to his sharpshooter background, his eyes were bright and expressive, and when he smiled he became even more captivating. Yes, Wendy affirmed, then asked Chen Nian gravely, are you willing to join us? Only after confirming her status as a team member could he divulge the next steps to her. How could Chen Nian possibly refuse? She stood tall and saluted Wendy, saying, former civilian personnel of the Beijing military district, Chen Nian, reporting to Captain 1. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian reflected on her previous speculations regarding Wendy's team. Yet, she had never imagined it would lead in this direction. After all, according to later disclosures, the first Special Operations Unit of Huagua was established in 1988 in the Jinling military district, known as Flying Dragon. However, due to a certain film's promotion in subsequent years, the name Jiaolong had become more familiar to the public. The Beijing military district also had a special operations team, named after a sword. But it was not Xinyuan sword. The name of Wendy's unit was entirely unfamiliar to her. A weight suddenly settled in her heart. Could it be that something had gone awry with Wendy's team? Otherwise, there should be some record of their existence. Chen Nian nodded, refraining from interrupting Wendy. Yao Yong was originally from Dian province, a region still struggling with unrest due to past turmoil, a lingering historical issue. This chaos had led to a mingling of personnel, with many enemies and spies frequently operating in the area. The smuggling group to which Yao Yong belonged had ties to those forces. Based on the clues discovered in the past, Yao Yong was solely responsible for the smuggling of animals. However, that smuggling route was also utilized for trafficking other items. Did the military deploy animals in coordination with their operations? Certainly, each military district has designated facilities for the breeding of military dogs. But what of the Golden Eagle? This is a first chapter 83. I regard you as a close sister, yet you wish to play the role of my mother? May I inquire under what circumstances you would require the assistance of the little eagle? Even though Chen Nian is now a member of the Xinyuan Sword Special Forces, she cannot casually acquiesce to Wendy's request. In the eyes of Wan Yuan and the others, no matter how majestic the little eagle appears, it remains merely a golden eagle. Yet in Chen Nian's heart, the little eagle is her dear friend. They once hunted and lived together on Baifeng Mountain. If it involves any perilous matters, Chen Nian would certainly refuse. Rest assured, it is not a dangerous undertaking, Wendy hastily assured her. I need the Golden Eagle to assist in aerial surveillance. If anything unusual arises, it must inform us promptly. Chen Nian blinked and tilted her head slightly as she replied to Wendy. You do realize, don't you? The little eagle is just a golden eagle. The golden eagle being discussed by the two was currently perched on the ground, stealthily approaching the wolf sister. If the golden eagle soaring through the sky exuded majesty, the wild wolf on the ground would hardly stand a chance against it. Now, as it walked upon the earth, the golden eagle resembled a little thief stealthily pilfering, exuding an air of mischief. Its talons were not particularly conspicuous, Yet its feathered legs drew attention when Dee gazed at the golden eagle. Cleared his throat to suppress a laugh. Although the aircraft was secure, the application process involved numerous departments, inevitably attracting scrutiny. While the railway was convenient, the train was filled with a multitude of passengers, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Had it not been for the document provided by Wang Hai, Wen Di would have opted for the railway. The weight of this decision compelled Wen Di to proceed with caution. The road? Chen Nian exclaimed in surprise, startling the wolf sister, who had been lying on the ground, to lift her head. The already mischievous golden eagle now resembled a comical little thief. Chen Nian patted the wolf sister's head and gestured several commands to the golden eagle, which promptly stood obediently by her side, emitting a call that belied its size. Even though a portion of the golden eagle had been domesticated and remained close, its tasks primarily revolved around hunting and guarding sheep. It merely needed to discern the types of animals. But humans were entirely different. Not to mention, if traveling by car, the golden eagle would have to accompany the vehicle, which complicated matters further. Chen Nian stroked the wolf sister's head. The coarse wolf fur was not particularly pleasant to the touch, at least in comparison to some domestic pets. Wolf fur was decidedly less inviting. I need to consult the little eagle, Chen Nian stated. Wen Di was somewhat taken aback, but upon reflecting on Chen Nian's past living conditions, it seemed entirely reasonable. Perhaps due to their differing upbringings, Chen Nian had developed her own method of communicating with these animals. The creatures on Baifeng Mountain that shared a closer bond with her understood her intentions better. Conversely, those less familiar were only vaguely aware of her meaning. Further afield, like the cats and dogs encountered in the capital, Chen Nian could sense their emotions, and those small creatures exhibited a sense of affinity towards her. Very well, I shall wait for your news nearby. Wen Di granted Chen Nian a semblance of space. Stepping back to a more distant position, Chen Nian knelt down, one arm embracing the wolf sister, while the other hand swiftly gestured before the golden eagle, as if engaging in a form of sign language. Punctuated by several vocal imitations of the eagle's calls, the golden eagle attentively observed Chen Nian. To an unfamiliar observer, or one unaware of the bond between Chen Nian and the eagle, the scene might appear somewhat comical, particularly given the eagle's intense focus on her. It even evoked the illusion that the golden eagle was genuinely contemplating something profound. With a flourish, the golden eagle unfurled its wings and approached Chen Nian with a stealthy gait. Rubbing its neck against her shoulder and neck, its sharp beak gently grazed the skin of her neck, conveying a sense of nostalgia, although it initially seemed that Chen Nian had successfully tamed the eagle with the help of the old man. As the eagle matured, their physical differences became evident. Chen Nian had scarcely changed, while the eagle had transformed significantly. Moreover, having previously released the eagle in its eyes, Chen Nian was not only a companion but also a figure worthy of protection. Golden eagles are notoriously protective of their young. There have been reports of a pair of golden eagles witnessing a villager named Yang and his accomplice stealing their chicks. After caring for the chicks for 4 days, which unfortunately succumbed, the pair resorted to consuming the young eagles. Subsequently, the young villager endured 2 retaliatory attacks from the eagles, one resulting in 21 stitches and the other in 12. The second incident only concluded with the aid of local villagers and law enforcement, allowing him to escape the eagle's wrath. In the eyes of the young eagle, Chen Nian could now be considered one of its chicks. Understanding the eagle's intent, Chen Nian raised her head, squinting her eyes while tousling the feathers on its neck. You've become formidable. After years apart, do you still wish to be my mother? I regard you as a dear sister, yet you wish to assume the role of a matriarch. The eagle proudly spread its wings, which spanned an impressive 2 meters, exuding an air of majesty. Furthermore, it lifted its head defiantly, as if challenging Chen Nian to a contest of strength. Amused, she laughed, for in comparison to the eagle's might and stature, being perceived as a being in need of protection seemed quite trivial. If the young eagle exerted itself, it could easily lift her into the sky. Very well, however, the journey ahead is not as simple as you might imagine. The outside world is entirely different from the realm of Baifeng Mountain. At this point, a note of melancholy crept into Chen Nian's tone. The world beyond was indeed starkly dissimilar to Baifeng Mountain. The affection of the wolf matriarch, the care of the wolf brother, the playful antics of the wolf sister, and the current display of the young eagle's protective prowess stood in stark contrast to her experiences outside. Chapter 84. Did you hear any sounds? The young eagle acquiesced, but insisted that before setting off, Chen Nian must divulge a detailed plan, so it could arrange the route and the necessary provisions for the journey. Chen Nian gazed towards the distant Baifeng Mountain. The young eagle has quite an appetite that if we venture into urban areas, there will be scarce food available for it. Surely, you wouldn't want the eagle to prey upon the animals raised by the nearby brigade. Chen Nian could control the eagle to avoid harming others, yet it was unthinkable to allow the eagle to starve for the sake of the brigade's mission. After all, the eagle was not a member of an elite force. Understood. It is simply inconceivable for Wendy to refuse Chen Nian's request. Such a notion is hardly extraordinary. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Golden Eagle, should any unforeseen events arise, they would be able to take preemptive measures. The raptor's sudden incursion into the city raises concerns among the populace, while Chen Nian herself harbors worries that the Golden Eagle may not adapt well. Wendy understands the rationale behind Chen Nian's request. In truth, even Wendy would not permit the release of such a formidable raptor within the city limits. However, with Chen Nian present, Wendy has witnessed the harmonious bond between her and the Golden Eagle. In her absence, the eagle would pose the greatest threat. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Chen Nian nodded, expressing no dissent regarding Wendy's plan as long as the safety and freedom of the Golden Eagle are assured. Chen Nian harbors no personal demands. Unbeknownst to the two conversing, they failed to notice the wolf sister's tail flicking in the air. Given the urgency of the situation, Chen Nian's holiday must come to an early end. Before departing, she took the wolf sister for another visit to Baifeng Mountain. The mountain, scarred by fire, was indeed not as picturesque as it once was, yet following the extinguishment of the flames, most animals resumed their former lives. The wolf pack had settled in a location not far from the rocky shore and water source. Despite the presence of brown bears and the echoes of tigers from her childhood, the wolf pack undeniably held dominion over Baifeng Mountain. This dominance stems not only from their unity but also from the remarkable genes of the wolf mother, which seemed to bestow them with superior size and strength compared to ordinary wolves. This superiority is exemplified by the wolf brother, while the wolf sister also boasts a larger physique than many of her kin. The wolf brother has even sired a litter of pups. Upon Chen Nian's arrival, the wolf brother eagerly nudged his pups towards her, allowing them to familiarize themselves with her scent. Wolf mother, I am departing, Chen Nian said with a heavy heart as she embraced the wolf mother, sliding down as she did in her childhood, nestling into the warmth of her embrace. At that moment, the wolf sister snuggled up beside Chen Nian, while the wolf brother lay nearby, permitting his pups to frolic around him and between Chen Nian and the wolf mother. The wolf mother nuzzled Chen Nian's head, gently brushing her damp nose against her cheek. Wolf mother, I shall miss you dearly, Chen Nian sniffled. In truth, the scent of wild creatures is not particularly pleasant. Unaware of what it meant to leave Baifeng Mountain, Chen Nian had not been instructed by the elder on how to discern pleasant aromas from unpleasant ones. In her world, there existed only pungent and non-pungent. However, after departing Baifeng Mountain and gradually reintegrating into human society, she began to understand the concepts of fragrance and foulness. The scent of the wolf pack would not be deemed agreeable by most, yet to Chen Nian it instilled a profound sense of comfort. The wolf mother remained still, shifting to a more comfortable position for Chen Nian while gently nudging the wolf brother's pups away, ensuring they did not disturb her. Together, Chen Nian and the wolf pack watched the sunset, hunting amidst the mountains, and howling at the moon, their voices startling many resting birds of the night in the distance. The large group of Dabaozi, along with Wang Yuan and Wendy, remained awake, preparing provisions for the Golden Eagle's journey. A mature Golden Eagle does not require an excessive amount of sustenance. Approximately 1 gene of beef and mutton, sliced into fine strips for convenient feeding. Overindulgence may impair the flight of the Golden Eagle. Wang Yuan, wielding a knife, swiftly carved the meat, captivated by the distant howls of wolves. Boss, I heard from the folks at Dabaozi that the wolves of Baifeng Mountain are quite remarkable. It is said that during the days when Xiao Rizi swept through this area, there were even packs of wolves that led the mountain's creatures to ambush him. With Chen Nian's emergence, discussions about the wolves in Dabaozi have surged in recent days. Tales abound of mother wolves protecting their young, wolves repaying kindness, and legends of wolves attacking Xiao Rizi. Wang Yuan recalled the scene from last night when he saw Chen Nian riding a horse with an eagle, accompanied by a wolf, and he still felt a sense of awe. He dared not entertain such thoughts. Wendy interrupted Wang Yuan's musings before he could finish his sentence, stating firmly, Chen Nian would not agree to that. Even with the Golden Eagle following them, Chen Nian was clearly worried. Wang Yuan's audacity is astounding. The wolves? I doubt Chen Nian would even consider this proposal. Moreover, Wendy's trust in the wolves of Baifeng Mountain and the Golden Eagle is rooted in his faith in Chen Nian. The decision to escort Yao Yong was a last resort. Otherwise, Wendy would never have contemplated such a plan. Only dogs can be tamed. Wolves cannot be domesticated. Observing Chen Nian's rapport with the wolves of Baifeng Mountain reveals that they regard her as one of their own. Their willingness to heed Chen Nian stems from the head wolf and the particularly robust wolf who listened to her, thus allowing her to command the pack. Without these two wolves, Chen Nian standing among them would not be as elevated. Very well, Wang Yuan nodded with regret that if possible, he too would like to experience what Chen Nian does at IT is truly impressive. Little did Chen Nian know of Wang Yuan's musings about the wolves below. If she were aware, she would merely roll her eyes, thinking he was overthinking. As dawn broke, Chen Nian bid farewell to the wolf pack with reddened eyes, once more taking a seat in Wendy's vehicle, departing from Baifeng Mountain. This scene mirrored her departure years ago almost exactly. Chen Nian stifled the ache in her nostrils, her gaze fixed on the distance. What is she looking at? Wendy inquired, intrigued by her expression. The last time she left, the wolf sister had chased her for a long way. Chen Nian had hoped to bid a proper farewell to the wolf sister this time as well. Wendy parked the vehicle and waited for a while. Yet the wolf sister's figure remained absent. Glancing at his watch, he softly told Chen Nian, "It's getting late. We must set off." Chen Nian nodded, recognizing Wendy's consideration for her, and refrained from further comments. The journey was uneventful until they neared the entrance of the station troops when Wendy abruptly pulled over, falling silent for a moment before asking Chen Nian, "Did you hear anything?" Chapter 85. Copperhead? Irontail, Tofu waste. Upon hearing Wendy's words, both Chen Nian and Wang Yuan seated in the vehicle held their breath. The source of the sound Wendy detected was equally alert. As they halted, the sound grew cautious. But soon, Chen Nian discerned a faint whimper. Taking a deep breath, she gazed with resignation, parting her lips to speak yet holding back. A smile adorned her face, mingled with a hint of tears. Chen Nian responded to the sound with two soft whimpers. The interior of the vehicle fell into silence. 2 minutes later, a series of scratching sounds emanated from behind the last row of seats, reminiscent of an animal's claws scraping against something. Soon, a wolf's head emerged from the gap beneath Chen Nian's seat. The wolf let out a couple of barks directed at Chen Nian. However, for reasons unknown, both Wendy and Wang Yuan seemed to perceive a sense of appeasement in the creature's furry countenance. Chen Nian gently tapped the wolf's forehead with her fingers. The wolf, with its sturdy head and tail but a surprisingly delicate waist, felt no more than a tickle from the light tap on its head. "You've shown some cleverness this time. Last time you couldn't catch up with the car, but this time you managed to sneak in ahead of us, and no wonder I didn't see where you went this morning." Chen Nian affectionately rubbed the wolf's head. Occasionally letting out soft whines, the wolf squinted its eyes, allowing Chen Nian to do as she pleased, its calm demeanor almost provoking Wang Yuan to reach out. Had he not been acutely aware that this was a wolf and not one of the beloved military dogs from his unit, he might have already extended his hand. How many vehicles could possibly be on the road now? Not to mention the road itself, Fengnan County was still a muddy path. There were scarcely any bicycles, let alone four-wheeled automobiles. Chen Nian absent-mindedly stroked the fur around the wolf's neck, understanding the gravity of the situation. This time she exerted a bit more force, but to the wolf it was still merely a gentle tap, akin to a tickle. "All right, you mustn't cause any trouble from now on. Just when I was worried that there might be complications with Yao Yong on the road, I can have you keep an eye on him." The three of them successfully brought the handcuffed Yao Yong into the vehicle. Noticing the wolf aboard, Yao Yong inhaled sharply, feeling the lingering pain in his bandaged wrists and ankles. "Where's Lao Ma?" He deliberately avoided looking into the wolf's eyes, his thoughts drifting to the one who came to rescue him, and he glared fiercely at Wendy, gritting his teeth in anger. The wolf advanced menacingly, baring its teeth in a threatening manner, which made Yao Yong instinctively retreat to the corner, suppressing his emotional gaze. The car door was securely locked, and the handcuffs Yao Yong wore were not ordinary ones, but rather shackles adorned with iron chains, binding both his hands and feet. Moreover, with his injuries, escape was far from feasible. Earlier, during his confrontation with Chen Nian in the Debaisi Brigade, he had managed to hold his own by leveraging his forearms and bodily strength against her, rather than directly obstructing her with his hands. Even if the door had not been locked, he wouldn't have gotten far. "You spend your time worrying about others. Perhaps you should reflect on your own actions over the years. Once we arrive, you'll reap what you've sown." Wang Yuan scoffed, harboring no goodwill towards Yao Yong. Had it not been for Chen Nian and Wendy inadvertently capturing him this time, and the immediate connection to the wildfire incident at Baifeng Mountain prompting someone to alert them, Yao Yong might have slipped away. Another had acted swiftly, sending Yao Yong to the unit, leaving no room for others to seize him. Otherwise, capturing him would have been quite the challenge. Yao Yong closed his eyes, refusing to look at the wolf or any of the individuals in the vehicle. He understood that this time, he had truly fallen, that he had to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise it wouldn't just be a matter of exposing a single route. If so many livelihoods were jeopardized because of him, he would face retribution even within the confines of a prison. This was a realization Yao Yong came to with clarity, because those individuals possessed such abilities. The three people in the vehicle also noticed Yao Yong's refusal to cooperate. However, none of them were concerned. As long as they had sufficient evidence in their possession, they were not afraid of Yao Yong's silence. Upon exiting the military gate, Chen Nian extended her arm out of the car window. Considering the vehicle was moving at a rapid pace, she donned the leather gloves that Wendy had specially prepared for her. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Moments later, a magnificent golden eagle swooped down, landing gracefully on Chen Nian's arm. She cradled the eagle as she entered, opened her enamel lunchbox, and while feeding the eagle strips of meat, she also offered some to the wolf sister. Yao Yong opened his eyes, observing Chen Nian's intimate interaction with the wolf and the eagle, a disdainful smirk tugging at his lips. In his over a decade at Baifeng Mountain, he had never captured a golden eagle, although he had indeed caught wolves and countless other animals. The most significant deal he had ever made was the hunting of a tiger, meticulously skinning it and not sparing the bones, consuming the tiger's meat as sustenance afterward. He reaped a substantial fortune. That golden eagle was exceptionally fine in its prime and if sold would surely attract many eager buyers. This was a golden eagle. Perhaps its combat prowess was not the most formidable. Yet in the eyes of many, it was the king of the skies in the northern hemisphere. This was pure currency. Yet now, that golden eagle was voraciously devouring meat strips in front of Chen Nian, occasionally emitting sounds reminiscent of a chick. The sight filled Yao Yong with jealousy. If they had captured the golden eagle instead of a bear cub, not only would he have evaded capture by Chen Nian, but he would also have made a profit. Life seemed dreadfully unfair. Seeing the young eagle satiated and resting well, Chen Nian released it, following it leisurely through the air, taking in the scenery below. It seemed that Wendy's plan had borne fruit. He had arranged for Xie Yunhua and others accompanying him to disguise themselves as if they were escorting Yao Yong away. When they exited the military compound, comrades from the local military district had also arranged for two vehicles, both headed towards the capital, albeit with staggered departure times and various disguises. They had chosen individuals whose physiques closely resembled Wendy and his companions. Unless one approached closely and scrutinized, it would be nearly impossible to discern the ruse. Thus, after half a month, the group safely arrived in the capital. In these times, traversing several hundred kilometers in merely half a month was considered quite efficient. After officially handing over Yao Yong, Chen Nian and her companions let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 86. I will have my father slay this wolf, Ji Yun. Following Wendy's gaze, Chen Nian looked over. Among that group were not only Ji Yun but also Zhu Lian, who had been reprimanded by Chen Nian at the barbershop. Zhu Lian held a pack of white rabbit candies, grinning like a fool beside Ji Yun. Especially when Ji Yun reached out to accept his candy, Zhu Lian's joy was palpable, revealing a grin full of white teeth. It had been more than half a month since she left the capital. Although the Ji family could not completely erase all the rumors and gossip, given enough time, people's attention would naturally shift to other topics of interest. Hence, after enduring the peak of scrutiny for several days, the Ji family managed to weather the storm, and the focus of public attention gradually transitioned to other matters. One could say that the Ji family might even owe a debt of gratitude to Chen Nian. As for Chen Nian, her name was now well known, and she ranked among the top. Despite the prevailing notion that women can shoulder half the sky, every year major factories, institutions, and towns select exemplary representatives on International Women's Day. The most outstanding among them even have the opportunity to meet high-ranking officials in the capital. However, within the military, female soldiers, particularly those of exceptional caliber, are exceedingly rare. Indeed, they are as scarce as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. Thus, discussing Chen Nian's commendable actions during the selection process is far more intriguing than the nonsensical affairs surrounding the Ji family. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Chen Nian. Zhu Lian seemed to have forgotten the unfavorable circumstances he faced at Chen Nian's hands that day. Upon uttering this, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. As for the wolf sister and golden eagle positioned at the back of the crowd, they paid no heed, merely perceiving the wolf sister as an ordinary wolf dog, a common sight in military districts. Zhu Lian recalled that Chen Nian's current identity was no longer that of a mere archivist, and stated with utmost seriousness, "Wolves are beasts. We have not spoken amiss. Those wolves are your kin who raised you. You would rather traverse great distances to see them than condescend to visit the courtyard. We are not wrong in saying this." Zhu Lian also remembered the recent ridicule Ji Yun faced in the courtyard. In his view, if it weren't for Chen Nian, none of this would have transpired. The Ji family had indeed crossed the line, yet they were her biological parents. In the name of pride, allowing the Ji family to be thrust into the limelight and subjected to such scorn while remaining indifferent, wasn't that a form of unfilial conduct? Chen Nian genuinely wished to sever all ties with the Ji family. After the previous debacle, They had even formalized a severance agreement to forcefully maintain connections, regardless of the Ji family's reactions, would only serve to displease Chen Nian, the very person involved, and she was utterly exasperated by it. Let us go. Chen Nian had no desire to engage in these matters with Zhu Lian, as it was ultimately pointless. Zhu Lian would only believe what he chose to believe. In his eyes, Ji Yun was an immaculate jasmine that required careful nurturing, while Chen Nian was the villainous figure capable of wilting such a flower. To bicker over these trivialities with such a person felt like a waste of both time and life to Chen Nian. My connections? With a sense of resignation, Chen Nian turned and calmly addressed Ji Yun. Ji Yun, I believe I made myself quite clear that day. I have no further relations with the Ji family. If the Ji family has faced criticism due to my statements, it stems from their own misdeeds. For instance, He Hui. Please, no more. Ji Yun interjected sharply. He Hui's loss of her daughter, stemming from a quarrel with her mother-in-law, was common knowledge in the courtyard. Ji Yun had invested considerable effort in helping those around her understand He Hui's helplessness at that time, leading them to believe that Chen Nian's estrangement from He Hui bore some responsibility. Albeit minor, after all, she was but an oppressed daughter-in-law under a tyrannical mother-in-law. All of this was the fault of the late Ji matriarch, the oppressive mother. As for Chen Nian, she was like He Hui, a victim. It was just that Chen Nian was oblivious to Ji Yun's absurd justifications. Otherwise, she'd be tempted to slap Ji Yun in exasperation. With such eloquence, why not perform at the marketplace or regale audiences with comedic tales in Tianjin? The cultural troupe was indeed beneath her talents. Sister. No, comrade. Chen Nian. Yun bit her lower lip, looking utterly pitiful. I will certainly never appear before you again. That if we must meet, I will avoid you. I know I was wrong. Having said that, Ji Yun raised her hand to cover her face and ran away, her voice tinged with tears. Chen Nian stood rooted to the spot, her mind filled with 3 question marks. It seemed she hadn't done anything at all, right? The primary reason Chen Nian disliked interacting with Ji Yun was that Ji Yun was an exceptionally skilled actress. She could perform a one-woman show with remarkable flair. Just like now, Chen Nian said nothing, and neither did the people around her. Yet, with Ji Yun's exit, others were led to believe that Chen Nian had just bullied her. Zhu Lian, witnessing Ji Yun running away in tears, was so enraged that he clenched his fists and approached Chen Nian, completely forgetting that Wendy was still nearby. However, quicker than Wendy's reaction was the wolf girl, who had been under Chen Nian's control throughout the journey, causing Wan Yuan and the others to nearly forget that she was an actual wild wolf. Zhu Lian prepared to confront Chen Nian. The wolf girl lunged forward, emitting a terrifying roar. The low growl of an angry wolf combined with its piercing howl was enough to instill fear, even in broad daylight. Moreover, at that very moment, the golden eagle, which had been pretending to pick at the ground, suddenly soared out from the crowd. Zhu Lian had trained in martial arts since childhood and had developed a promising career in the military, at least in the eyes of most. Instinctively, he dodged the wolf girl's attack, but her claws still tore through the fabric of his shoulder. Had Chen Nian not immediately called off the wolf girl, she likely would have lunged again. Chen Nian crouched down, gently embracing the wolf girl while soothing her and whistling for the golden eagle to descend. Although this display appeared heroic and almost divine to the onlookers from the capital, none had ever encountered a true wild wolf or a golden eagle. Coupled with the wolf girl's terrifying assault, this had sent them retreating in fright, their faces pale. Some so timid were reduced to tears on the spot. Chapter 87. A heart worth punishing. If you don't lay a hand on me, the wolf girl will harbor no ill will toward you. Furthermore, if you have feelings for Ji Yun, then pursue her. Why cling to me? A few words from Ji Yun and a few tears, and you think you are her gallant hero. Chen Nian paid no heed to Zhu Lian's threats. Both the wolf and the golden eagle were entrusted to her by Wendy, and she had agreed to accompany them on this mission if Wendy could not even ensure the safety of the wolf girl and the golden eagle. Chen Nian would truly begin to doubt the prowess he had previously claimed as the captain of the Shenyuan Sword Special Forces. Rising to her feet, Chen Nian gently lifted her arm, allowing the golden eagle to perch on a nearby shelf before stepping in front of Zhu Lian, looking down upon him. You know well the extent of Ji Yun's use of you, and how much of it is genuine affection. If you cannot distinguish between the two, then I have nothing more to say, but let me reiterate one last time. The matters concerning the Ji family and Ji Yun have nothing to do with me. Am I so desperate for a place to go that I must linger within the Ji family? Or is it that the Ji family needs to cling to me to feel a sense of existence? Chen Nian was utterly weary of all dealings with the Ji family. If Ji Yun continues to leap about with such reckless abandon, Chen Nian may find it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Zhu Lian wished to speak, yet upon meeting Chen Nian's gaze, it felt as though all his innermost secrets had been laid bare. Did Ji Yun harbor a modicum of affection for him? Or was it merely a matter of exploitation? A sense of desolation enveloped Zhu Lian's heart. It was likely that any affection she possessed was negligible, with the vast majority being rooted in manipulation. Chen Nian, you mustn't. Zhu Lian hastened to depart with your entourage. Chen Nian had previously counseled him. She had no desire to repeat herself. After all, she was not the matriarch of the Zhu family, responsible for ensuring Zhu Lian remained on the righteous path. As long as Zhu Lian remained ensnared in Ji Yun's beguiling words, his life would inevitably continue to hurtle towards the same fate as his predecessors, an outcome immutable by any means. Zhu Lian, generous in his demeanor and loyal to a fault, found that despite the trepidation of his peers, two individuals mustered the courage to assist him and hastily took their leave, though Zhu Lian felt a twinge of humiliation. He forced himself to put on a show of bravado in front of Chen Nian, yet it was evident to all that he was merely posturing with the appearance of the wolf sister and the golden eagle. No one paid heed to Ji Yun, who had fled in a solitary performance. However, scarcely had Zhu Lian and his companions departed than Wang Yuejun arrived with his own contingent, and stark contrast to Zhu Lian's group. Wang Yuejun's men were evidently well prepared. He had not anticipated that Wen Di's pursuit of Yao Yong would unravel such a multitude of issues. Were it not for Chen Nian, Wen Di and his team would likely have encountered considerable difficulty in accomplishing their mission. Wang Yuejun's acknowledgement of this already tilted in favor of Chen Nian, for those who had previously reported had directly accused her of fostering the wolves' aggression. Contemplating this, Wang Yuejun's expression darkened. Chen Nian's excellence was indisputable. Yet there lingered a pervasive doubt regarding her ability to keep pace with Wen Di and his team. Many suspected that she might be the one to hinder their progress. Wang Yuejun had originally intended to utilize Chen Nian's performance to demonstrate to the naysayers what it truly meant to be a hindrance. Had it not been for Chen Nian, the challenges faced by Wen Di's team would have been far more arduous. Just as Wang Yuejun sought to quell the incessant chatter of those critical voices, another accusation surfaced, claiming Chen Nian incited the wolves' ferocity. Wen Di stepped forward, noting that several middle-aged men lingering behind Wang Yuejun were clearly not from their military district, yet their demeanor suggested they were no ordinary individuals. After saluting, he recounted the events that had transpired in detail. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuejun felt a modicum of relief. As long as Chen Nian's actions were not deliberate, all would be well. The golden eagle and the wolf sister were, after all, wild animals, untrained and instinctive. It was only natural for them to retaliate when faced with a threat to Chen Nian. Should one hold animals accountable for their instinctual responses? Only a fool would entertain such a notion. Yet, this reasoning was challenged by a man standing behind Wang Yuejun, who scrutinized Chen Nian, the wolf sister, and the golden eagle with ill intent. To allow such ferocious beasts into the city is a blatant disregard for the safety of the local populace. He sneered. Wild animals are, by nature, wild. I propose they be confined for the time being. While I acknowledge these creatures have their merits, their untamed instincts are undeniable, are they not? Chen Nian regarded the man with a puzzled expression. She had never encountered the other party, yet she could distinctly sense a profound aversion emanating from them. The earlier part was undoubtedly a fabrication concocted by Wen Di. They had never contemplated the possibility of facing such obstructions upon arriving at the military district. However, the latter part had been prearranged. Agree to what? Was she not a member of the armed forces? For an operation of such significance, to impose conditions was utterly preposterous. The man leaped even higher, as if he would not relent until Chen Nian was subdued. At this juncture, to accuse Chen Nian of lacking unity and discipline was utterly detestable. Wen Di did not gaze at the other party. Instead, he directed his attention towards Wang Yuejun. Wang Yuejun smacked his lips, clearly disapproving as well. Yet, he reluctantly introduced Wen Di, saying, "This is Director Zhou Guofeng from the capital's Revolutionary Association, one of those responsible for the management of the National Revolutionary Association." But the dynamics between the capital and the localities were entirely different. Who could ascertain the intricate connections lurking behind the scenes? Moreover, if one were to speak of rank, Zhou Guofeng certainly held a higher position than Wang Yuejun. Since when did the Revolutionary Association meddle in military affairs? Chen Nian comprehended the situation. This individual was here to exact revenge regarding the matters in Wunan County. She stepped forward and asserted, "If Captain Wen had requested my solitary participation in the operation, I would have, without hesitation, agreed. However, the Golden Eagle and the Wolves are not members of the military. They thrive on the resources of Baifeng Mountain. To enlist their cooperation, it is imperative to seek their consent and clarify all matters beforehand." Chapter 88. The map of Yen State has finally been completed. Our military has consistently upheld the principle of not taking even a single thread from the populace. It is unacceptable to expect these animals to cooperate unconditionally simply because they are not human. The military dogs within the ranks have specialized dog food supplied to them. Chen Nian, much like the wolves of Baifeng Mountain, is fiercely protective. This Zhou Guofeng, whether out of embarrassment for the Revolutionary Association in Wunan County before her and Wendi or due to other undisclosed motives, sought to confine the golden eagle and the she-wolf. But first, he should inquire whether she would agree. Zhou Guofeng had not anticipated that Chen Nian would boldly confront this matter. He had presumed that either Wendi or Wang Yuejun would take the lead. What merit did Chen Nian possess that warranted such confrontation? Zhou Guofeng's target had always been Chen Nian. Gazing at her as she stepped forward, he seethed with fury. You are disregarding the law. As a soldier, do you not uphold discipline? Chen Nian frowned, realizing that while she had yet to uncover any other talents of Director Zhou, his ability to cast aspersions was undeniably impressive. I certainly uphold discipline. I previously stated that if I were the only one, I would unequivocally comply with Captain Wen's request. However, the situation is not as such. Chen Nian persisted, continuing, according to Director Zhou's reasoning, they should be obligated to serve the military. Correct? Chen Nian's probing question indeed unsettled some of the seasoned veterans present. Their thoughts were rather straightforward. They devoted themselves and their families lived in fear, which was already a source of deep unease for them. A 7-foot stature pledged to the nation, yet finding it increasingly difficult to pledge to you. Such occurrences were not rare several decades ago. Yet now, everyone was living a tranquil and comforting life. At this juncture, to demand further sacrifice and devotion from them, what did they take the military for? Moreover, some among them were aware of Chen Nian's background. As for the actions concerning the wolf and the golden eagle, a degree of understanding can be gleaned. After all, those creatures regard Chen Nian as kin. Director Zhou, a venerable man with a goat-like beard, stepped forward with a smile, remarking, "Is it truly necessary to escalate such a trivial matter? We have more pressing concerns at hand. Indeed, the matter of urgency looms larger." As for the wolf and the eagle, Zhou Guofeng was not one to let such a prime opportunity slip away. The Revolutionary Society had suffered a significant setback at the hands of Wendi. With the recent capture of Yao Yong and his subsequent transport to the capital, it was evident that those behind the scenes could no longer afford to protect him. Their only option now was to sever ties and strive for survival, yet the pain of such a severance necessitated an outlet for venting. Sir, it is not as simple as you suggest. Am I indeed exaggerating? The peril posed by ferocious beasts encroaching upon the city is monumental, and I cannot fathom that those present are unaware of this. Moreover, who can ascertain whether this young comrade is capable of maintaining control? Most critically, her ideology is problematic. Zhou Guofeng feigned a display of deep sorrow, insisting the Revolutionary Society places its trust in the military, which is why they refrain from intervening. Who would have thought that a mere soldier would engage in bargaining while on duty? Is that not indicative of flawed thinking? The military serves as our bastion. If we have one Chen Nian today, is it not conceivable that tomorrow we could have 2 or 3? Chen Nian gently stroked the wolf sister's head, soothing her emotions. Meanwhile, Director Zhou's eloquence was indeed remarkable. Initially, it seemed he was focused solely on the 2 animals. Now, however, Zhou Guofeng's geopolitical ambitions had become unmistakably clear, as his intentions pointed directly towards the military. Should the military region in the capital fall under the control of the Revolutionary Society, other military districts, regardless of their reluctance, would find it challenging to resist as they once did. The gentleman, addressed with such reverence, appeared to grasp the underlying motives. This was a case of ulterior motives disguised as mere inquiry. The gentleman stroked his beard and unexpectedly posed a question to Zhou Guofeng. As an elder, I no longer possess the capacity for complex thoughts, but I wish to inquire about one matter. Director Zhou, the fact that he was referred to as Sir indicated his esteemed status, despite his humble garb, which starkly contrasted with the formal attire of the surrounding leaders. Yet, he emanated an aura of tranquility, remaining unperturbed even in the face of adversity. With the gentleman's inquiry, Zhou Guofeng, despite his previous bravado, found himself compelled to acquiesce. Please do ask. If you were walking down the street and suddenly witnessed someone assaulting your sister, wife or daughter, what would your reaction be? Zhou Guofeng cast a doubtful glance at Chen Nian, then turned to the gentleman, replying, naturally, I would intervene to prevent it. Indeed. The gentleman nodded, gesturing vaguely towards Chen Nian and the wolf sister. What that wolf has done is akin to what you would wish to do. Perhaps Director Zhou was unaware that this young girl, Chen Nian, had endured a challenging childhood, raised by a pack of wolves in the mountains to heal her. That wolf was family. When faced with the danger threatening her kin, one instinctively rushes to their aid, and a wolf is no exception. As for your concerns regarding ideology, the young comrade has previously stated her intention to refrain from taking from the masses. Since we have invited these 2 fierce creatures to assist us, it is only fitting that we adopt the right stance. Did we not also persevere through similar trials in the past? If one merely shouts for bloodshed, that breeds animosity and is detrimental to unity, the gentleman squinted, a sly smile playing on his lips. It would be preferable for such matters, which undermine internal cohesion, not to recur. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback. Is this what it means to be eloquent? Previously, Zhou Guofeng had labeled Chen Nian as undisciplined, implicating the entire Beijing military region. Yet this elder was more ruthless, bestowing Zhou Guofeng with the title of a disruptor of unity. Zhou Guofeng, as the director of the Revolutionary Committee, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he met the gentleman's half-smiling gaze, his mind suddenly devoid of other thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Yuejun let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, he had already devised a plan. If Chen Nian could not hold her ground against Zhou Guofeng, he would have resorted to force. To his surprise, the gentleman was willing to back Chen Nian. With the issue resolved, it was time to move on to more pressing matters. Wang Yuejun gestured for Wen Di to follow, leading a group that arrived in a whirlwind and was now prepared to depart just as swiftly. However, at that moment, the gentleman abruptly halted, beckoning Chen Nian. You too, and bring your wolf as well as your golden eagle. The gentleman regarded Chen Nian as if she were a cherished descendant, leaving her somewhat bewildered. She had only just met this individual today. How could he appear to know her so well? Let me guess, this wolf seems not particularly large and shares a close bond with you. It must be your wolf sister. The gentleman's words were astonishing. Not only Chen Nian but even Wen Di and the others were left dumbfounded. How did the gentleman come to know of the wolf sister? And he could even distinguish her. Chapter 89. Someone has been wanting to see you for a long time. Just as Chen Nian was about to inquire, Elder, she extended a hand in a shushing gesture and winked at her. We'll discuss it later. Let's focus on the matter at hand. The depth of his knowledge about the wolf pack and his awareness of her. Chen Nian had already formed a conjecture in her mind. Moreover, aside from that individual, there could be no one else. With this thought, Chen Nian excitedly nodded, soothing her wolf sister's emotions with a gentle pat on the head, before whistling for the golden eagle to perch upon her shoulder. It must be said, this scene of Chen Nian was truly exhilarating. Coupled with her pleasing appearance, she exuded an air of health and vibrancy. Her short, elegant hair added a touch of youthful charm. Even Zhou Guofeng, who harbored reservations about her, could not deny that if Chen Nian were to don a military uniform alongside these fierce beasts, onlookers would only perceive the military as reliable, thereby reinforcing public trust in the armed forces. After all, the soldiers were not merely for show. Upon arriving at the conference room, it was evident that Zhou Guofeng and a few others were unfamiliar with the surroundings. As for Chen Nian, she was even less acquainted. Although Wan Yuan had also never been to this place, it was typically the captain and Xie Yunhua who managed these matters. In the conference room, Chen Nian sat beside Wen Di, with Wan Yuan on the opposite side. Between them were the wolf sister and the golden eagle. As the person in charge of the meeting took their seat, Chen Nian could not help but inhale sharply. This was none other than the commander of the military district. Moreover, there were two special friends attending today's meeting. Wang Kaitiang, nearly 60 years old, spoke with tremendous vigor. With only a few strands of white hair visible at his temples, Wang Kaitong gazed at Chen Nian with a warm smile, kindly remarking, "Young comrade, I have heard of you. Your selection results are quite remarkable. You are indeed a commendable warrior." Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips pressed tightly together, nervously biting her lower lip as her heart raced. The wolf sister, keenly perceptive of Chen Nian's emotional shift, nuzzled against her arm, emitting soft whimpers. "Oh, not be anxious. I once visited Baifeng Mountain. The scenery there is breathtaking. I have also heard from the locals that the wildlife in Baifeng Mountain possesses a remarkable spirit. The wolves in those mountains are known to prey solely on the vulnerable, causing the timid to refrain from establishing military bases in the vicinity." Wang Kaitong felt a strong affinity for both Chen Nian and the animals accompanying her. They had all played a role in accomplishing their mission. Although not human, they were still noble creatures. Moreover, the legends surrounding Baifeng Mountain were shrouded in mystery, particularly those concerning wolves, which were numerous. During his youth, while stationed near Baifeng Mountain, Wang Kaitong had heard many tales from the local villagers that it seemed everyone was somewhat acquainted. Thus, it was time to address the matter at hand. The connections behind Yao Yong are intricate and convoluted. We have invested considerable resources into our investigation, and have only discovered that Yao Yong is responsible for the smuggling of wildlife within this trafficking network. However, within this vast smuggling chain, there are also allegations of cultural relics and sensitive information. Yao Yong serves as a promising breakthrough, yet it is evident that the opposing party is aware of our movements, necessitating swift action. As Wang Kaitong spoke of the pressing matters, his demeanor grew more assertive. His final statement was punctuated by a slap on the table, invigorating those present. Yu Jun, you have been in charge of this matter. Please share the current situation and how many personnel will be needed for the investigation. Wang Kaitong's gaze sharpened, landing on certain individuals, causing them to squirm uncomfortably. They had initially believed they were merely being summoned for assistance, but it now appeared to be a treacherous gathering among them. Zhou Guofeng was the most restless. He had just attempted to undermine Chen Nian outside and had foolishly sought to extend the influence of the Revolutionary Committee into the military. Yet, aside from that, he had no connections to Yao Yong or any associated group. Surely, he would not fall from grace after having commanded respect elsewhere. Regardless of Zhou Guofeng's inner turmoil, Wang Yuejun presented the findings from the report, detailing the information they had gathered. Yao Yong had already been interrogated by Wen Di and Wan Yuan en route, and they had now discerned his smuggling route. Wang Yuejun rose, unfurling the prepared map, stating according to Yao Yong, given that he smuggles wildlife, he must ensure the animal's safety, and due to the relatively lax enforcement in this area, his route is, in fact, the most expedient and also the easiest to detect. However, despite this, Chen Nian noted several operations on the map that involved transitioning from land to water routes. Most of the time, these animals were sold to wealthy individuals abroad, zoos, and certain institutions. A single transaction provided Yao Yong with sufficient funds to live lavishly in the country for an extended period. The only drawback was that Yao Yong possessed wealth but lacked legitimate documentation. This drove Yao Yong to work even harder, aspiring to save enough money to pursue what he deemed a superior lifestyle. Yao Yong was indeed audacious and cunning. Initially, there was an intention to lead us in circles, but upon realizing Wen Di's expertise in interrogation, he swiftly breached Yao Yong's psychological defenses, thus acquiring these crucial leads. However, time is of the essence. If we are to proceed decisively, we must act upon these clues. Generally speaking, the smuggling of wildlife falls under the jurisdiction of the public security departments. Yet, in recent years, due to a myriad of complications, many of these departments have come to a standstill. If the armed forces were to intervene, it would be under dubious pretenses. Moreover, in the course of a thorough investigation, it was discovered that the organization behind Yao Yong likely involves some confidential issues, which is why it has escalated to the military's attention. Coincidentally, during that period the Xianyuan Sword Special Forces Unit was established, making this the unit's primary task. It was only after a change in leadership that a breakthrough was finally achieved. Point 1. Can only imagine the depths to which the organization behind Yao Yong is entrenched. Wen Di, you shall lead the team this time. After Wang Yuejun spoke, he turned to Chen Nian. The new recruits need not participate. This mission carries certain risks. Wang Yuejun's arrangement posed no issues. Chen Nian's involvement in Yao Yong's case was largely serendipitous. This mission diverges significantly from previous ones. Although the Special Forces Unit had suffered considerable losses in the last operation, they would collaborate with several other departments this time, effectively compensating for those shortcomings. Wen Di had no objections to this plan. As Chen Nian listened to the opinions being voiced and the revisions being made, even as several plans were drafted, she felt a swell of excitement. She too was now a member of the unit and might one day achieve a status akin to Wen Di. After the meeting concluded, Elder Shi rose and gestured for Chen Nian to follow. Come, accompany me. Chen Nian instinctively glanced at Wen Di, as he was the most familiar figure among the group. Although Wen Di was unaware of Elder Shi's intentions for Chen Nian, his character and approach were well regarded, so there was no cause for concern in her following him. With a barely perceptible nod, Chen Nian sensed Wen Di's reassurance and relaxed slightly, trailing behind Elder Shi with Jin Jiao and Lang Mei. The three navigated the corridor and ascended the stairs. Elder Shi, hands clasped behind his back, spoke cheerfully. There is someone who has long wished to meet you. Chapter 90. Will you follow me? Or remain with the Special Forces Unit? Chen Nian paused, momentarily forgetting to greet Wen Di, as she hurried after Elder Shi with Lang Mei and Jin Jiao. Who could it be in such a rush? Wan Yuan murmured nearby, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Di. Boss, do you feel a bit off? That kind of heavy, sour sensation? Wen Di shot him a glance, observing Chen Nian as she caught up with Elder Shi before turning away. You seem quite perceptive. Looks like you have plenty of leisure time. Double the training is in order, Wan Yuan? He merely jested. Such draconian punishment of doubling training is wholly unnecessary. Boss, I was wrong truly. I recognize my mistake. Let us negotiate for just a little increase. Chen Nian followed Elder Shi upstairs, where from the end of the hallway, laughter echoed from within an office. Before she could react, Lang Mei had already dashed ahead. Elder Shi regarded Chen Nian kindly, gently gesturing for her to proceed. Go on, you two. Thank you. Chen Nian's eyes brimmed with tears, her feet fidgeting restlessly in place, clearly struggling to suppress the urge to rush forward. The voices of the wolf sister resonated throughout the office, prompting the door to swing open, revealing a sprightly old man. Wolf sister, he exclaimed, dressed in the most ordinary of coarse garments, his demeanor setting him apart from the elderly men one might encounter on the street. His vitality was unmistakable. His waist and legs exuded an energy surpassing that of the average elder. As he opened his arms, the wolf sister joyfully leapt into his embrace, her tail wagging furiously, so exuberantly that one might mistake her for a dog. The golden eagle beside Chen Nian also scampered towards the old man with a stealthy yet jubilant gait. In contrast to the bond shared between the wolf sister and the old man, the connection between the eagle and him ran deeper. Perhaps it was due to the old man's unchanged demeanor. In the eagle's eyes, he remained the same old man, while Chen Nian had transformed into someone requiring protection. Oh my, and the little eagle too. The old man was overjoyed, never expecting to encounter these two beyond Baifeng Mountain. This moment, Chen Nian had also rushed to stand opposite the old man. Her eyes reddened and she immediately questioned him. You left last time without a word. Wolf sister and I searched for you for so long. Years ago, the old man had departed without a trace, leaving behind only a brief note inscribed with charcoal on a large stone, and at that time Chen Nian had no means to preserve it. The individuals who followed from the office were momentarily taken aback by Chen Nian's inquiry. Only Wang Kaitong, whom Chen Nian had met previously, chuckled as he approached the old man, patting his shoulder and saying, Dao Shang, you truly work in silence, keeping such a vibrant disciple hidden from us for over a decade. Well, it seems that secret is out now. Chen Daoshang, smiling, gently set down the wolf sister and glanced at Chen Nian, nodding in apparent approval. Indeed, you look more beautiful than you did in the mountains. Though not quite as spirited. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian, already overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of the old man, could no longer hold back her tears. She had long believed that her biases and unfair treatment towards the Ji family could be disregarded. Even after enduring the tribulations of her past life, all she desired was to sever ties with that family entirely. She would tread her own path while the Ji family traversed their own. Yet, upon encountering the wolf mother, Chen Nian felt the bitterness of life after leaving Baifeng Mountain. The sight of the old man, however, stirred within her a profound sense of grievance. Chen Daoshang sighed. After his arrival, he had been informed of Chen Nian's experiences over the past few years. However, due to his previous years spent in a more classified department, he had lost contact with the outside world and remained unaware of Chen Nian's plight. Had it not been for his recent conversation with his old friend Wang Kaitong, who mentioned Baifeng Mountain and a Chen Nian accompanied by both a wolf and a golden eagle, he might have missed her entirely once again. You must have endured quite a bit of hardship over the years, he remarked. Chen Nian instinctively shook her head, but as tears streamed down her face, she nodded emphatically. Grievance. A profound grievance. Why was my kidney forcibly taken for Ji Yun? I have struggled so hard to live to please them only to ultimately perish on the operating table. Why must this be my fate? Chen Daosheng gazed upon his dramatically transformed disciple and, upon learning that the Ji family had treated him poorly over the years, especially realizing that Chen Nian's disappearance might have stemmed from He Hui's momentary pique, could not help but feel a surge of resentment. Even in the 100 Peaks Mountain, Chen Daosheng would not be unduly harsh toward this disciple. It was only when Chen Nian neglected her studies or martial training that he would resort to a light reprimand. Nevertheless, Chen Nian was inherently obedient. Despite having grown up amidst wolves, she remained a well-behaved child. Yet, it was this very obedient child who was subjected to such harsh treatment by the Ji family. Upon discovering Chen Nian's plight, Chen Daosheng was filled with remorse. He ought to have taught her more about the importance of doing what one wishes, acting in accordance with one's heart, and not sacrificing her own well-being for the sake of others. Wang Kaidi, as the foremost figure in the military district of the capital, naturally exuded the demeanor of a gracious host. All right, let us proceed inside. It feels rather awkward to be observed in the corridor. Indeed, elder, she also interjected. Daosheng, take your little disciple in first. Otherwise, onlookers might think we are up to something peculiar. Chen Daosheng, feeling somewhat helpless, approached and patted Chen Nian's shoulder, reminiscent of the times on the mountain, leading her forward. Even though Chen Nian had become vastly more familiar with the terrain of 100 Peaks Mountain, whenever they ventured out, Chen Daosheng would still clear a path for her, warding off serpents and insects to ensure her safe passage. Upon entering the office, Chen Nian was surprised to find several individuals present. Observing their demeanor and attire, it was evident they were not ordinary folk. Realizing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but glance at Chen Daosheng, who had never mentioned such matters before. Chen Daosheng, well aware of her thoughts, sat down and adeptly retrieved a tin box containing prepared meat strips, which he had purchased using meat ration tickets. Originally, he had intended to hunt wild chickens in the suburbs, but given the capital's urban sprawl, the likelihood of encountering wildfowl was slim. Reluctantly, he had to dig into his own pockets. Chen Daoxing spoke to Chen Nian without pretense. Lacking the warmth of their earlier reunion outside, his tone mirrored that of their time on 100 Peaks Mountain. You've certainly had your share of hardships in the capital. It seems you've learned quite a bit about the assertive mannerisms of the locals. He continued, I cannot remain in the capital for long. Will you accompany me or stay with the Special Forces unit? If you choose to follow me, the tasks will be no less demanding than those in the Special Forces. Chapter 91. Why is it so lively inside? Ji Yongjun lowered his voice. Chen Nian had initially been amused watching Chen Daoxing feed the golden eagle and the wolf pup, but was caught off guard by this unexpected question. Leave? She had not contemplated this possibility. After her rebirth, Chen Nian had aspired to follow a path distinct from her previous life. She had never ceased her shooting practice. Chen Daoxing gestured toward the golden eagle and the wolf pup. They have been with me these past few days. Did someone not mention that wild beasts and raptors are unsafe in urban areas? Since I have no particular destination, I shall remain here in the military district, where it is assuredly safe. Wang Kaidi could not help but nod in agreement with Chen Daoxing. Your stubbornness is just as it was in the past. Yet you all used to call me the ox-nosed Taoist without allowing me to learn a bit of that stubbornness for myself. Subsequently, Chen Daoxing turned to Chen Nian and said, You should come along as well. In the early days at Baifeng Mountain, the conditions were not particularly favorable, and you did not formally present me with a cup of tea to signify our master-disciple relationship. Although we well, let us not dwell on that. We never placed much importance on such matters. Chen Daoxing instinctively wanted to declare himself a disciple of Taoism. Yet, in the current environment, it is not just Taoists who have been called down from the mountains. Even certain monks and nuns in some areas have returned to lay life. Furthermore, considering Chen Nian's present circumstances, it would be more advantageous for her to refrain from mentioning such affiliations. After all, you are not without support in the capital. It appeared that Chen Daoxing seldom articulated such sentiments, leading to a certain awkwardness when he finally did. Elder Shi quickly interjected. I do not mean to imply that Baifeng Mountain is lacking. It is simply that one must eventually engage with society. One cannot remain in isolation on the mountain for a lifetime. Regarding Chen Nian's plight, those who had learned of Chen Daoxing's apprentice had inquired about her situation. They became aware not only of the conflict between Chen Nian and the Ji family but also of the truth behind her disappearance. Upon uncovering the reality of the situation, they felt a mix of sympathy for Chen Nian and a sense of fate's cruel irony. Had she not been lost and fortuitously raised by the wolf mother, she would never have encountered Chen Daoxing, who happened to visit Baifeng Mountain at the time. Consequently, she would not have acquired her remarkable skills. Now Chen Nian not only possesses considerable abilities but is also under the protection of such a master. Regardless of what the future holds, the injustices she faced in previous years are unlikely to be repeated. Chen Daoxing's expression was far from pleasant, clearly reflecting his own discomfort with the decisions he had made back then. At that time, you were all so eager to discuss the matter that I scarcely had the capacity to attend to a child. Moreover, compared to the outside world, remaining at Baifeng Mountain was the safest option for her. Gently stroking the wolf sister's head, Chen Daoxing remarked, All is well now. We have all reunited in the capital. During the subsequent conversation, Chen Nian gleaned a wealth of information about Chen Daoxing's past from Elder Shi and Wang Kaituing. It was at this juncture that she truly realized how fortunate she was to have such a master. Despite Chen Daoxing's seemingly modest attire in terms of military achievements, he could easily overshadow those present. However, he had never formally enlisted in the military and remained an extraterritorial figure. Nevertheless, when faced with challenging situations, individuals like Wang Kaitong would invariably think of Chen Daoxing first. He was more than willing to assist in such matters, for why would one refuse to contribute to the benefit of the nation and its people? Xiao Nian, he said, though my perspective may seem somewhat utilitarian, I believe your previous approach to the Ji family was quite appropriate. Elder Shi, more astute than others regarding the dynamics of power, spoke gravely. Of course, we, the informed, understand the true nature of events. However, not everyone needs to be privy to the hardships you have endured. I imagine you would prefer not to explain the Ji family's mistreatment of you to every person you encounter. Regardless of whether you accompany your master or join a special operations unit, the future is undeniably bright. Yet, there will always be those who harbor resentment, envious of a woman who stands above them. If you retaliate too fiercely against the Ji family. Elder Shi paused, noticing the simmering anger in Chen Daoxing's eyes, and chuckled. From our perspective, it is simply a matter of repaying enmity with enmity. Grievances with grievances, however, others may perceive it as excessively harsh that if you were to adopt your master's philosophy of renunciation, then so be it. Yet, if you wish to continue on this path, reputation and public perception will remain of utmost importance. This encapsulates the notion that with gain comes loss. Chen Nian is aware that elder Shi is subtly reminding her of the current circumstances. She cannot afford to allow others to exploit her vulnerabilities, particularly as a woman striving to navigate a male-dominated arena. She must not let the affairs of the Ji family hinder her progress. TSK. You are indeed the most convoluted of them all. Chen Daoxing maintains close ties with this group. Otherwise, one would not hear whispers of him having a young apprentice. This gathering, with individuals abandoning their work to reminisce with him and catch a glimpse of his apprentice, speaks volumes. Consequently, Chen Daoxing's remarks are particularly blunt and unreserved. In my view, such people ought to sever ties sooner rather than later. The lack of connection is preferable. With their eyes set high, they fail to see their own daughters, let alone the populace. Such words cannot be deemed polite. Should Chen Daoxing's sentiments circulate, even if Ji Yongjun's superiors remain indifferent, it would inevitably cast a shadow on Ji Yongjun's future. The fates of the Ji family's sons would then hinge on their desperate struggles for recognition, rather than relying on familial connections for a modicum of credit. Daoxing, your words are rather impassioned, Wang Kaitan remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Daoxing. While he too disapproves of the Ji family's actions, he believes such absolutes are unwarranted. Nevertheless, elder Shi's words ring true. Chen Nian, consider this carefully. Chen Nian understands that they are merely looking out for her interests. If such sentiments were expressed publicly, elder Shi would undoubtedly face criticism, especially in this era where one can easily be scrutinized. Their candor arises from genuine concern for Chen Nian. Chen Daoxing huffed a couple of times, ruffling the head of Wolf Girl with a sardonic tone. So it seems I am the one neglecting your sister. Fine. With my stubborn disposition, I explode like a powder keg at the slightest provocation. How formidable others are. Those familiar with Chen Daoxing's temperament, including Elder Shi and Wang Kaitan, chuckled heartily at his antics. What a lively scene we have here. Ji Yongjun whispered to those nearby, should we deliver our report now? I hear a distinguished guest has arrived. Chapter 92. Ji Yongjun is on the brink of tears. Accompanying Ji Yongjun is his usual partner, Colonel Zhu Kuei, who is also the father of Julian. Zhu Kuei, with his rough voice, sees nothing amiss about entering at this juncture. We are here to work, after all. You tend to overthink. Zhu Kuei chuckled, nudging Ji Yongjun playfully. By the way, you still owe me a response regarding our last conversation. My son may be a bit of a rogue, but he genuinely cares for your sister Ji Yun. Can we have a chance? Zhu Kuei's dark visage was adorned with a conciliatory smile. Despite his slightly higher military rank, the affection of his son for Ji Yongjun's daughter compelled him to intervene. Having previously treated Zhu Lian poorly, he naturally wishes to make amends in this aspect. Ji Yongjun's strategy regarding Ji Yun is to maximize her marital prospects. While Zhu Lian's family background is commendable, it is merely adequate. Ji Yongjun believes that with diligent effort, he too could ascend to Zhu Kuei's level, thereby diminishing the marital value of Ji Yun's connections. Upon hearing Zhu Kuei's words, he merely lowered his voice and chuckled. That depends on the child, doesn't it? You know, Xiao Yun is not our biological daughter. If I were to intervene in these matters, it would surely discomfort the child. Just as Zhu Kuei was about to continue speaking, Ji Yongjun entered the doorway carrying a report. Faced with this situation, Zhu Kuei could hardly linger outside any longer and promptly stepped forward. Report. The group inside the room paused momentarily at this exchange. Elder Shi chuckled, it seems old Wang is the busiest among us, unlike us, who still have time and energy to come over. The others erupted into laughter, having all been together in the past. They were well aware of the discipline issues and rose to their feet. Chen Daoxing, even quicker than the rest, laughed. Old Wang, you're busy. I now have someone to guide me around. Just right, I wish to see how capable this little girl is now. You keep busy, and I will escort Elder Shi to enjoy the spectacle. Wang Kaitan couldn't help but laugh at this. He too was stealing a moment from his busy schedule, relishing the rare opportunity to gather with old friends. The last time they were also united was over a decade ago. Very well, you all go. Stay for dinner tonight. I've prepared a feast with my monthly receipts. I even sent Xiao Lu to fetch my 2 prized bottles of wine from home. Seeing Wang Kaitan's warm invitation, the others naturally did not decline. Moreover, they felt it had been ages since they had all gathered properly. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, when Ji Yongjun and Zhu Kuei entered the room, they found Wang Kaitan's office filled with people who were preparing to leave, their camaraderie evident in their conversation. Just as everyone thought they could coexist peacefully, Ji Yongjun suddenly looked astonished at Chen Nian in the crowd, exclaiming, "Chen Nian, what are you doing here?" Reflecting on the recent gossip surrounding the Ji family, Ji Yongjun's dissatisfaction towards Chen Nian deepened. Yet he was acutely aware of his surroundings and concealed those feelings. Chen Nian, upon seeing Ji Yongjun, exhibited no particular emotion, merely nodding without uttering a word. However, Chen Daoxing immediately recognized Ji Yongjun's identity. After all, Chen Nian was the child of Ji Yongjun and He Hui. And there were undeniable facial similarities among the three. Chen Daoxing's expression turned disdainful, his hands clasped behind his back. Elder Shi, standing nearby, also discerned the resemblance between Ji Yongjun and Chen Nian, and could easily deduce Ji Yongjun's identity. Before anyone could speak, Zhu Kuei interjected, "Chen Nian, I heard on my way here that you've been causing trouble with Ji Yun again. Why do you always pick on your younger sister?" Zhu Kuei's understanding of Ji Yun was largely based on his son Zhu Lian's accounts. From Zhu Lian's perspective, it was evident that Ji Yun had been perpetually bullied, with Chen Nian portrayed as the tormentor. Hence, Zhu Kuei harbored a very unfavorable impression of Chen Nian, especially after Chen Nian ranked prominently in the selection process. Zhu Kuei had consistently opposed the notion of her potentially joining the special forces, fully aware of the prestige associated with such a unit. It is precisely because of his awareness that Zhu Kuei intended to arrange for Zhu Lian to be selected as well. However, Zhu Lian's performance during the selection was regrettably subpar, resulting in his exclusion. Meanwhile, Chen Nian, whose intentions are dubious, has successfully made the cut, which leaves Zhu Kuei exceedingly displeased. How could such an esteemed special forces unit tolerate the presence of an undesirable like Chen Nian? Chen Daoxing had initially contemplated letting the matter slide. Despite his disapproval of Ji Yongjun's attitude towards Chen Nian, this was, after all, Wang Kaidong's office and both individuals were subordinates under Wang. Thus, it was essential to preserve Wang's face. Yet, as soon as Zhu Kuei spoke, he began to admonish Chen Nian. How could Chen Daoxing's disciple be subjected to such indignity? He restrained Chen Nian, who was about to speak, and with a furrowed brow, fixed his gaze upon Zhu Kuei and Ji Yongjun, retorting coldly, "I take it from your appearance that you must be Xiao Nian's father. What is it? Your friend speaks ill of Xiao Nian, and you have nothing to say." At that moment, an alarm went off in his mind. Regardless of who this man was or what his status might be, his presence in Wang Kaidong's office indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Ji Yongjun glanced at Chen Nian and cautiously remarked, "Comrade, old Zhu tends to speak bluntly. He is genuinely concerned about the two children's circumstances. Furthermore, old Zhu is not well acquainted with our family matters, especially considering we are here today for a serious discussion." Ji Yongjun then showcased the report he held to Chen Daoxing. With a wry smile, he continued, "It is not that I am unwilling to speak on behalf of Chen Nian, but she herself has declared a severance of ties with our family, that I am at a loss regarding this child's thoughts. As her biological father, how could I possibly wish her harm?" Ji Yongjun took a deep breath and bowed to Chen Nian, saying, "If you are displeased due to the previous matchmaking incident, I sincerely apologize. I am unaware of your sentiments and hope you can understand the feelings of a father. I do not seek great achievements for my daughter. A stable life is sufficient. Moreover, both He Hui and I harbor a sense of guilt towards you. Our youthful indiscretions led to your unfortunate separation during childhood." As he spoke, Ji Yongjun's voice trembled with emotion. It is precisely for this reason that we sincerely wish for your future to be peaceful and untroubled. We misjudged the situation. It seems you do not appreciate such arrangements. Our communication has been too sparse. He Hui suffered immensely due to your absence. It was to alleviate her sorrow that I proposed adopting another child to console her over losing you. Ji Yongjun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he were on the verge of breaking down. If it were not for Chen Nian's profound understanding of Ji Yongjun's character, she might have been easily swayed. Just as in her previous life when she was led astray, her mind clouded as though filled with glue. Ji Yongjun was more than sufficient to ensnare the wolf girl Chen Nian, who emerged from Baifeng Mountain, yearning for familial bonds. Chapter 93. Ji Yongjun felt an overwhelming bitterness. "So it seems, Chen Nian has misunderstood you." Chen Daoxing had encountered numerous silver-tongued individuals. It was not that they were inherently malicious. If only they would apply their talents to righteous endeavors, they could wield words as weapons against their adversaries. Even during their struggles against the small days, some comrades relied on such skills to operate behind enemy lines or even infiltrate the enemy's ranks to gather intelligence. However, if such talents are not applied to righteous causes, one could easily spin death into life. Chen Daoxing typically refrains from judging a person's character out of personal interest. Yet, if this individual happens to be Ji Yongjun, Chen Daoxing feels that engaging in such actions once may be justifiable. Since Chen Nian's involvement with the Ji family, as elder she suggested, may hinder her future promotions, he decides to take matters into his own hands. After all, he has always been an extraneous personnel. Whether he holds this position or not is of little consequence to him. Promotions hold even less relevance to his situation. Chen Daoxing scoffs. Are you expecting Chen Nian to apologize to you? Spare me the bowing. I detest seeing people bow for no reason, especially when they are not from the small days. What purpose does this serve? Ji Yongjun is left drenched in sweat at these words. Who desires to be associated with the small days? Your words. Ji Yongjun is genuinely intimidated by Chen Daoxing. How can this person speak with such unwavering certainty? So bluntly. Meanwhile, Wang Kaitong observes this scene and cannot help but sigh. He has always held a favorable impression of Ji Yongjun, who, despite hailing from a rough background, is eager to learn and strive, demonstrating courage on the battlefield. Otherwise, Ji Yongjun would not have reached his current standing. However, after the incident involving Chen Nian, Wang Kaitong took the initiative to investigate Ji Yongjun's activities over the past few years. It would be impossible to claim he is not disappointed that Ji Yongjun evidently lacks patience. Desiring to ascend yet unable to endure the process of accumulation. One cannot perpetually rise. There are times when one must temporarily pause to gather strength. Yet, Ji Yongjun seems oblivious to this truth, currently restless and eager to climb the ranks through various connections. Nevertheless, Wang Kaitong is certain that Ji Yongjun's current focus lies on his career, albeit with thoughts directed towards the nation. Seeing Ji Yongjun unable to gracefully exit the situation, Wang Kaitong, feeling sympathetic, quickly interjects. Allow me to introduce, this is Chen Nian's mentor, Comrade Chen Daoxing. Daoxing, I believe Chief of Staff Ji did not intend any offense. He may have his own considerations. It is common for parents to show favoritism. Wasn't it said that Chen Nian has severed ties with the Ji family? I believe it would be best for everyone to remain amicable. Wang Kaitong is someone who prefers reconciliation over division. Yet, regarding Chen Nian's matter on a public level, he is genuinely dissatisfied with the Ji family's actions. On a personal level, as Chen Nian is Chen Daoxing's disciple, he naturally harbors bias, much like the Ji family favors Ji Yun, whom they have known for over a decade. Wang Kaitong similarly favors Chen Nian, who shares a closer relationship with Chen Daoxing. Upon hearing Wang Kaitong's words, Ji Yongjun is first taken aback, then furrows his brow deeply. Meanwhile, Zhu Kuei's expression conveys sheer astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out, gazing at Chen Daoxing as if he were an idol. He is evidently more aware of who Chen Daoxing is than Ji Yongjun. Reflecting on his earlier remarks, Zhu Kuei now breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that had he known Chen Nian was Chen Daoxing's disciple, he would have treated her with greater respect. I have never heard Chen Nian mention having a mentor. Ji Yongjun remarks, not out of skepticism towards his superior, but purely from sheer surprise. Chen Nian had never envisioned a life spent perpetually hiding behind her master. After soothing the wolf girl and the golden eagle, she stepped forward slightly, yet maintained her position behind Chen Daoxing, stating, during these years with the Ji family, you have never earnestly listened to me recount my past, nor have you inquired about the events that transpired during my decade-long existence on Baifeng Mountain. Chen Nian recounted her circumstances with an air of tranquility, yet her words evoked a profound sense of sorrow among many present. She had been lost by He Hui, fully aware that Chen Nian was raised by wolves on Baifeng Mountain. Yet they remained indifferent to her history. It was no wonder that Chen Nian sought to sever ties with them. Chief of Staff Ji, is there anything further to discuss? If not, I must accompany my master as we take our leave. Chen Nian continued to distance herself from the Ji family. As for the disparaging remarks made by Ji Yongjun earlier, she had dismissed them entirely. Such drivel was a mere drain on her mental capacity. Ji Yongjun was taken aback by Chen Nian's calm and aloof demeanor, as if she were addressing a complete stranger. His lips trembled, and he ultimately nodded, nothing further supporting Chen Daoxing. She sensed his murmurs of discontent regarding her actions, which implied his inability to care for himself, yet he did not resist. As they passed Ji Yongjun, he let out a huff. Perhaps he sensed Chen Nian's dismal mood, and that huff seemed to be directed at Ji Yongjun. The wolf girl, as she walked by, unceremoniously bumped into Ji Yongjun. The golden eagle proved even more amusing. Its movements were so comically exaggerated that when it attempted to scratch Ji Yongjun's calf with its claws, it nearly slipped and fell nonetheless. The eagle succeeded in tearing a few slashes into Ji Yongjun's trousers. Ji Yongjun gazed vacantly at the departing figures, oblivious to how much time had passed since he exited Commander Wang Kai's office. Zhu Kuei seemed unaware of Ji Yongjun's discomposure and pulled him aside, lowering his voice. Do you know who Chen Daoxing is? I just observed that the individuals in Commander Wang's office are all quite significant. Let me tell you, they are not here for the commander. but rather for Chen Daosheng. It was only then that Ji Yongjun grasped the situation, asking in astonishment, Chen Daosheng, "Do you know who he is? Is it possible you don't know?" Zhu Kuei exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, "He is the one referred to internally by the codename Qi Lao. He has been involved in our endeavors for quite some time, only slightly younger than Commander Wang, and that is merely due to age. If it weren't for his unwavering dedication to the Tao, he might very well be among our leadership by now." Furthermore, Chen Daosheng's background is remarkable. It is said that he is a disciple of a Taoist temple, but his parents are formidable figures, patriots who were tragically harmed, which led to his being sent to the temple. Zhu Kuei, possessing greater knowledge about Chen Daosheng, cast an envious glance at Ji Yongjun. There is no lingering animosity between a father and daughter, with Chen Nian having such a master now. Your family truly stands to gain immensely. Chen Daosheng is well connected with the higher-ups over there. Years ago, Marshal Qi almost fell into the hands of the Japanese, but it was Chen Daosheng who risked his life to rescue him, and he still bears a particularly long scar as a testament. Marshal Qi holds Chen Daosheng in the highest regard, and it was he who bestowed the codename upon him. The purpose is merely to divert the attention of Chen Daosheng's adversaries. However, this code has been decrypted for the past 2 years. Did you not notice the internal newspapers? Zhu Kuei genuinely envies Ji Yongjun. After all, he is the legendary Qi Lao Chen Daosheng. Just a few casual words exchanged with those around him could herald a promising future. Zhu Kuei is filled with envy, while Ji Yongjun, on the other hand, is beset by bitter feelings. How could he have anticipated that a daughter lost for over a decade, raised in the mountains, would have connections with Qi Lao? Had he known, even if he had driven Ji Yun away, he would not have distanced Chen Nian. Chapter 94. According to your implication, it seems I have wronged Chen Nian. Ji Yongjun's regrets remain unknown to Chen Nian, who neither desires to know nor cares. Accompanying Wolf Girl and Golden Eagle as they follow closely behind Chen Daosheng, Chen Nian observes that the individuals beside them, though not young, are amiable and conversational, either praising Chen Nian or complimenting Wolf Girl and Golden Eagle. Chen Nian feels as if she is a child with a small backpack, being lauded by passers-by on her way to school. Enough, enough! Chen Daosheng finally interjects, unable to endure the flattery any longer. Such praise is excessive. Chen Nian performed reasonably well during the selection process, but as for Baifeng Mountain, that if she were to be bullied in her own territory, it would be a disservice to call her Chen Daosheng's disciple. First, take me to see where we will be staying. If it doesn't suit, I shall seek alternative arrangements myself. In any case, Wolf Girl and Little Eagle must not be slighted. Chen Daosheng is decidedly blunt with them. These individuals are well aware of his temperament. It is worth noting that during his childhood, before being sent to the Taoist temple, he was the scion of a wealthy family. Even after arriving at the temple, his master was not one to treat him harshly. The years he spent as a young Taoist were not marked by hardship. Rather, he grew plump. The real difficulties came later when he shared a modest life with them. Everyone regarded Chen Daosheng as the youngest brother, caring for him, and in the end, many lives were saved by him. There is both affection and gratitude involved. Moreover, after the nation stabilized, Chen Daosheng chose to leave, thus avoiding numerous conflicts of interest with many. Even though he undertook significant tasks for the country under Qi Lao's codename in recent years, they all understand that Chen Daosheng acts out of genuine concern for the nation and its people, rather than seeking personal glory. Therefore, to this day, many still habitually refer to Chen Daosheng as Qi Lao. Even though this code has long been decrypted, Chen Nian finds the man somewhat familiar, recognizing him as certainly being from the Beijing military district. Given the vastness of the military district, her previous role as the archives administrator afforded her few opportunities to meet such leaders. Any sense of familiarity derives solely from the fleeting glimpses she caught while organizing documents in the archives. Soon, many departed due to various commitments, leaving only Elder Shi to accompany them. Surprisingly, the military district arranged for Chen Daosheng to reside in the small white building within the courtyard. Although termed the small white building, it is merely the case that these few structures have been freshly painted, giving them a clean appearance. It features a private courtyard and is a 3-story structure, located even more favorably than the G residence. Old man, your status in the military district seems quite respectable. Even temporary accommodation is provided in such a fine house. Chen Nian's understanding of Chen Daosheng's status in the military is not as profound as Ji Yongjun's, who has just come to grasp the truth. While surveying the layout of the house, Chen Nian does not hesitate to jest about Chen Daosheng. This house is quite similar to the Ji family's, albeit with a difference in orientation. For instance, the Ji family staircase is situated on the left side, while this residence features the staircase on the right. This arrangement is due to the fact that the small white buildings in this courtyard are positioned closely together. with two households forming a single structure, separated by a wall in the middle of the courtyard that serves as a barrier between the two families. Typically, a shed is erected against the wall to function as a storage space, where winter cabbages and charcoal are piled up. Upon hearing Chen Nian's remark, Chen Daosheng, having set down the golden eagle, retorts somewhat irately, "Of course. After all, I have braved life and death, charging through artillery fire. I have fought my entire life. Why shouldn't I indulge a little?" He grumbles, "Stop calling me old man. I'm not that old yet." While he accepted that he was the eldest at Baifeng Mountain, he finds it peculiar to be regarded as such now, especially with elder Shi nearby. With his hands clasped behind his back and his chin raised, Chen Daosheng proclaims, "If you don't believe me, ask elder Shi if I wasn't the most handsome in my youth." Elder Shi chuckles beside him, though a hint of melancholy creeps into his expression as he reflects on the latter part of Chen Daosheng's statement. Had Chen Daosheng's parents not met a tragic fate, he would indeed have grown up as a precious young master. Very well, everything is prepared. Elder Shi intends to share some tales from Chen Daosheng's youth, but the latter interrupts joyfully from within, "Come. Today I will showcase my culinary skills. These are my signature dishes that in truth, the preparations are rather modest, consisting of a piece of pork and some vegetables, with the only notable addition being a couple of segments of lotus root." During the resource-scarce 1970s, many intellectuals and administrators were compelled to engage in labor. Chen Daosheng's visit this time was well thought out, as Wang Kaitong had gone to great lengths to prepare these items, considering even the taboos customary among Taoists, which Chen Daosheng had not explicitly mentioned. Accompanied by the wolf girl and the golden eagle, his presence draws attention wherever he goes. Naturally, this news swiftly spreads throughout the courtyard. Those who had previously followed Zhu Lian and Ji Yun to trouble Chen Nian gather together in disbelief. "Did you see that right? She really moved into the small white building?" The residents of the courtyard are well aware that the term small white building typically refers to only a select few within. Although there are other small white buildings outside, their significance differs. However, this distinction is only acknowledged in private. Publicly, such blatant differentiation cannot be made. A young girl with double braids and glasses, appearing rather demure, nods and remarks, "I think we may have truly misunderstood her." She gazes awkwardly at the others and whispers, "I heard from Lao Si that Zhu Lian had sought trouble with Chen Nian before. Chen Nian taught Zhu Lian a lesson, albeit only lightly, and even offered him a few words of caution. Today has been no different. Previously, there were claims that Chen Nian bullied Ji Yun, leading to their disdain for her. Yet today, it seems the narrative might not be as it appeared." She noticed that everyone was looking at her, and a hint of anxiety washed over her. However, reflecting on her own words, the young girl raised her head once more. Indeed, she believed what she said to be true. The matter had nothing to do with Chen Nian. If Chen Nian truly intended to bully someone today, surrounded as she was by wolves and golden eagles, even a simple act of intimidation would be effortlessly achievable. Yet, Chen Nian did not resort to such measures. I believe Chen Nian was right in stating that Zhu Lian harbored feelings for Ji Yun. If that were the case, he should pursue her. What kind of hero resorts to bullying Chen Nian merely to please Ji Yun? After expressing her thoughts, the young girl glanced at her close friend beside her, seeking affirmation for her words. Just then, Zhu Lian's voice rang out from behind. "Are you implying that I owe Chen Nian an apology?" Chapter 95. The distinguished guest has yet to arrive. Zhu Lian had heard every word they exchanged, and his expression betrayed a sense of discomfort. What did it mean that Chen Nian was right? Chen Nian was nothing more than a villain who bullied Ji Yun, and now she had ingratiated herself with Wen Di and Commander Wang, reveling in her newfound status. Did you all think that, seeing Chen Nian rise to prominence, you could now fawn over her? Zhu Lian had never been particularly articulate. These individuals had previously overlooked him due to his affable nature and generosity. However, the girl who was being criticized seemed unconcerned. With a sudden burst of determination, she stood up, addressing Zhu Lian and the approaching Ji Yun. "If fawning over Chen Nian could spare me from going to the countryside, I would gladly do so. I simply believe she is right. You like Ji Yun, we all can see that. If you truly wish to pursue her, then go ahead. Why trouble Chen Nian?" The girl was far more resolute than Su Balian. Su Balian still clung to their past camaraderie, reluctant to create an awkward situation despite the possibility of Ji Yun's manipulation. After all, they had grown up together. Unlike Su Balian, who was cherished as the beloved daughter in her family, she was not as popular as Ji Yun. Faced with even minor difficulties, she often found herself relying on individuals like Zhu Lian for assistance. "I do not understand why you insist that Chen Nian should treat you well. Is this not an unreasonable demand?" The girl was acutely aware that her words would likely earn her reprimand from this group, and after speaking she turned on her heel, her braided pigtails swinging as she ran away. Yet, the indignation etched on her face was evident to all Honghua. Those who had maintained a good rapport with Lin Honghua quickly rose to pursue her, not forgetting to defend her. Honghua is just in a bad mood. Her parents spent money to secure a job for her brother, insisting that she go to the countryside. As the explanation trailed off, the speaker found it increasingly difficult to continue. After all, they believed that Lin Honghua was not wrong. If she were in Chen Nian's position, she would harbor no fondness for Ji Yun either. Due to Lin Honghua's remarks, the onlookers felt as though a hand had swept aside the fog obscuring their vision. Indeed, had they always been so quick to blame others? It seemed unlikely. Why, in the matter of Ji Yun and Chen Nian, had they so irrationally favored Ji Yun? Chen Nian was the true victim. Even if she had a good relationship with Ji Yun, it was unreasonable to show such blatant bias. Ji Yun, too, could sense the shift in the atmosphere among the crowd, her heart fluttering with unease. Her position within the Ji family is something Ji Yun is acutely aware of. He Hui may serve as a formidable ally, yet her influence within the Ji household pales in comparison to that of Ji Lan. Not to mention Ji Yongjun. It was quite unexpected to overhear Lin Honghua's remarks upon her arrival. Ji Yan's esteemed status in the eyes of Ji Yongjun is partially attributable to her cordial relations with the offspring of the prominent families in the courtyard. Should she fail to sustain these connections, her standing in the Ji family would precipitously decline. A look of distress crossed Ji Yun's face as she turned to Zhu Lian and inquired, "Have I caused discontent among everyone?" Initially, Zhu Lian had been momentarily taken aback by Lin Honghua's words. Similar sentiments had been expressed to him by Chen Nian on numerous occasions, and while he had not entirely dismissed them, those thoughts were swiftly cast aside as soon as Ji Yun spoke. No, it is they who are losing their composure. Zhu Lian's tone was unusually brusque. As soon as this phrase escaped his lips, even those who had remained silent felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Losing composure. It is Zhu Lian who seems unhinged. However, out of respect for their long-standing relationship and acknowledging that Zhu Lian had indeed been quite kind to their circle of friends, they refrained from voicing further grievances. While Ji Yun savored Zhu Lian's consolation, she felt a growing anxiety within her. Just moments ago, she had distinctly overheard the leader of the cultural troupe conversing in the restroom about a prominent figure from a southern military district who was set to arrive in the coming days. Ji Yun had previously sought information about this individual from Zhu Lian. Though slightly older than Ji Yun, being in their early 30s, this age was still considered remarkably youthful for someone of significant stature. Furthermore, Ji Yun learned from Zhu Lian that this person was unmarried, possessed commendable features, and hailed from a notably influential family. What of age? It is precisely age that lends one an appreciation for the allure of youth. Ji Yun craved stability, not romantic entanglements. What on earth had transpired? Chen Daoxing was still preoccupied with preparing food for Jindiao and Lang Mei. Once the platters were neatly arranged, he hastily placed his hands on his hips and called out to Chen Nian and Elder Shi. "I must ask, are you two so oblivious? Have you truly come to play the role of guests? I, after all, have shamelessly leveraged my relationship with Sinjinua to secure this opportunity to come to the capital. When I mentioned demonstrating a skill, you two really ought to contribute at least some soy sauce." Chen Daoxing jestingly reproached the pair. One shamelessly exploits their junior, and the other heartlessly watches their master toil. Your consciences are gravely tarnished. It was only due to the absence of others in the room that he felt free to speak so audaciously. Otherwise, such words from Chen Daoxing would surely attract considerable attention. The rapport between Chen Nian and Chen Daoxing had always been characterized by this playful banter, especially during their time at Baifeng Mountain. Elder Shi was well aware of Chen Daoxing's true nature. If one were to claim that Chen Daoxing was a practitioner of the Tao, that his lively demeanor would starkly contrast with the ethereal image most people associate with a Taoist priest. Yet, if one were to assert the opposite, Chen Daoxing's fiery temperament and his insistence that no one should suffer indignities on his behalf would suggest otherwise, proclaiming that any discontent was an obstruction to his cultivation. Consequently, others found it futile to seek reason with him. As such, Chen Nian and Chen Daoxing merely listened to his words. Chen Daoxing, with bulging eyes, searched for a counterargument but found himself momentarily at a loss. He genuinely felt that he had failed to adequately guide Chen Nian in this regard, persistently prioritizing his own comfort while forgetting that Chen Nian's upbringing was markedly different from that of most individuals. Chen Nian glanced left and right, and being the first to sit down, picked up her chopsticks, declaring, "If you are not going to eat, then I shall not hold back." Chen Daoxing playfully tapped her on the head, chuckling in exasperation. "You truly are. If only you could direct that spirit towards the Ji family, I would feel much more at ease." Chapter 96. Adjust official struggles to resolve family affairs. Chen Nian understood that Chen Daoxing did not wish for her to suffer any injustices. After some contemplation, she responded, There have indeed been grievances before leaving the Ji family. I had considered causing quite a stir there. If I am uncomfortable, then no one else should expect to be at ease. She was not devoid of temper. Yet, as she observed Hui reveling in her triumph, she suddenly felt that all of it was unnecessary. At that moment she remarked that it was merely an act. Chen Nian shrugged. I felt that if I were to create a significant uproar, it would truly resemble a performance in which I was merely playing my part. My life is precious and time flows like water, swiftly slipping away, that I do not wish to squander my limited time in futile quarrels. Certainly, Chen Nian could engage in a protracted battle with the Ji family. She was aware of their minor issues which would not completely dismantle them, yet could tarnish their reputation. However, for Chen Nian, aside from a momentary sense of vindication, what real benefit would that yield? One must navigate life within society. Unless Chen Nian were to leave the capital, venture to another city, and pursue a different career, severing all ties to this place, the disreputable Ji family would inevitably impact her professional life, even if she were to cut familial ties. It could also affect how she was perceived by the majority. Chen Nian was not an ascetic devoid of desires. She aspired to build a career, making familial factors exceedingly significant. Presently, allowing everyone to believe that the Ji family owed her is indeed the case. This grants her sympathy and concern. Even in future competitions for positions, the Ji family would not serve as a detrimental stain on her reputation. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words, even Chen Daoxing had to concede that her considerations were indeed the most prudent. Looking at the bigger picture, Chen Nian emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Most importantly, she had indeed distanced herself from the Ji family. With matters escalating to this extent, it became universally acknowledged that any future actions taken by the Ji family had no bearing on her. And as Chen Nian achieved greater success, the Ji family's disgrace would only deepen. At that moment, elder she also reassured Chen Daoxing, while Xiao Nian's approach may appear unsatisfactory, it is, in the eyes of society, the most effective resolution. Today I encountered that Ji Yongjun. Elder she shook his head. I do not hold him in high regard. However, my skepticism pertains solely to his character. This man has risen to the rank of chief of staff under old Wang, and I have heard he hails from humble beginnings. Learning to read only after enlisting, he possesses the courage to strive, yet currently lacks composure. Should Xiao Nian engage him in a battle of wits, it is uncertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. While Chen Nian had the moral high ground, Ji Yongjun could easily concoct various justifications to extricate himself from any tarnishing allegations. After all, he could attribute everything to Hui. Could he not? In the eyes of many, when children falter, the blame invariably falls first upon the mother, and then upon the father. All right, enough. Chen Daoxing acknowledged that both Chen Nian's method of handling matters and elder Shi's words were indeed correct. Yet he still expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, I must vent my frustrations. Otherwise my thoughts will remain clouded, hindering my cultivation. After uttering these words, he sighed. Indeed, the old adage holds true. It is difficult for a just official to resolve family disputes. After the meal, it was naturally Chen Nian who tidied up the dishes. Wolf's sister stood nearby, clutching a basket, ready to catch the refuse thrown by Chen Nian. Jin Jiao, eager to lend a hand, unfurled its wings, nearly filling the kitchen with its presence. Chen Daoxing quickly embraced Jin Jiao, muttering, I'm merely here as a guest. I certainly do not wish to leave while incurring any costs. Ancestor, please retract those wings. He then took Jin Jiao outside to the courtyard, where he began reviewing past commands and instructions with the creature. Observing from the side, old Shi couldn't help but express admiration, frequently applauding, the sounds of which drifted into the kitchen. For the first time since her rebirth, Chen Nian felt utterly at ease, even humming a tune while washing the dishes. Wolf's sister, unaware that Chen Nian was singing, joined in with her own hum, adding a touch of whimsy to the moment. Chen Nian squinted against the bright sunlight outside, feeling her steps grow lighter. Such days are truly delightful. Chen Daoxing's visit to the capital was not solely to see Chen Nian. Having taken the place of another, he was also obliged to assume their responsibilities. He attended several meetings consecutively, each day bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Chen Nian found herself with some leisure. Her personnel records and documents had been transferred from the archives. Now that she had entered the Xinyuan Sword Special Unit, her files needed to be placed in the confidential archive, which was of a higher security level, preventing her from accessing it personally. Instead, she entrusted everything to the remaining Xie Yunhua. As Chen Nian accepted the materials, she noticed Xie Yunhua turning back to retrieve more items. Did the special unit possess so many supplies? Chen Nian recalled that during her time in the archives, she had only 2 sets of clothing for half a year, 2 for autumn-winter and 2 for spring-summer. Previously as a civilian, her clothing experienced less wear, allowing for 4 sets a year. During times of material scarcity, it could be reduced to just 2 sets. However, in their unit, they needed to account for the wear from daily training. Given the hazardous nature of their missions, resources were consistently allocated to their squad. Xie Yunhua smiled, commenting that he did not find it particularly honorable. The entire Xinyuan Sword Special Unit received priority arrangements from the military district in all aspects, from the most basic needs of food and shelter to training facilities and expenses, as well as the highest standard of weaponry and internal support. Therefore, one must train diligently to live up to the country's nurturing. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian felt a warmth in her heart. Coming to a halt, she saluted Xie Yunhua, declaring, "Understood. I shall not disappoint." Cheerfully cradling a large bundle of items, she descended the stairs, only to encounter Ji Yongjun standing at the foot of the stairwell. One glance at Ji Yongjun made it clear he had been waiting there specifically. Xiao Nian. Ji Yongjun rubbed his hands together, wearing a self-satisfied smile, as if such a demeanor could validate his status as Chen Nian's biological father. "Chief of Staff Ji, is there something you need?" As Chen Nian reached the last step and stood tall before Ji Yongjun, her every move reflected that of a subordinate addressing a superior officer. Observing Chen Nian's demeanor, Ji Yongjun realized that the outcome he desired for today was likely slipping from his grasp. Chapter 97. This was Ji Yongjun's first venture into the room once occupied by Chen Nian. Yet he felt compelled to attempt it nonetheless. Chen Nian gazed at Ji Yongjun, fully aware of the reasons behind his renewed approach. It could not merely be a matter of joining the special forces. Such an achievement would not have driven Ji Yongjun to lower his proud and noble head. There had to be a singular motive. This moment, Ji Yongjun must have come to understand the esteemed position of Chen Nian's master. "Chen Daoshan, I have been rather busy lately," Chen Nian stated, shaking her head in outright refusal. "Let's just leave it at that. Besides, didn't we agree on this last time? Chief of Staff Ji, I have always been a person of my word, and I trust the Ji family shares this principle as well." A bitter taste filled Ji Yongjun's mouth. If only Chen Daoxing had arrived a month earlier. Just 1 month. After all, he was Chen Nian's biological father. "Xiao Nian, I am aware of your grievances regarding your family." Chen Nian's expression revealed her impatience. "Chief of Staff Ji, I have already heard you say this once before. Your intent was to arrange a marriage for me with someone else. I later learned about this individual, and while he seems commendable, even his closest comrades never considered marrying him. Chief of Staff Ji, you truly possess remarkable courage." Chen Nian did not wish to disparage others' familial backgrounds. Every family grapples with its own tribulations. Just as she herself was entangled with the Ji family, no one had the right to cast judgment. However, Ji Yongjun must refrain from adopting a paternalistic attitude in this matter. Were he a stranger, Chen Nian would not feel so repulsed. Yet it was Ji Yongjun. Not only did he desire to subjugate her to his patriarchal control, but he also aimed to utilize her to curry favor with He Dongsheng. All for the price of a disobedient daughter, which, even if He Dongsheng did not ascend as Ji Yongjun envisioned, would hardly be a loss in his eyes. Chen Nian believed it imperative to have a serious discussion with Ji Yongjun. Otherwise, the incessant harassment from the Ji family would remain intolerable. Yet, the previous incident had left her feeling nauseated. Ji Yongjun observed Chen Nian's bright, clear eyes, which reflected her unyielding analysis of her relationship with the Ji family. A sense of panic and shame surged within him. He had not always been a man driven by self-interest when he first enlisted. His thoughts were of serving his country and protecting its people. Believing that a young man of his caliber should exert his strength on the front lines, he had once been upright and honorable. Yet now, faced with the candid Chen Nian, Ji Yongjun felt as if he were a rat in a gutter. "Your actions make me feel like an object rather than a person. Though I grew up alongside animals, they always regarded me as one of their own. They did not consider me a tree, a stone, or anything else merely because of my appearance. Yet within the Ji family, where I share a kinship, our looks even bear some resemblance. I feel as though I am merely an object." Chen Nian found this utterly revolting and disconcerting. "Chief of Staff Ji, it would be best for us to maintain our current relationship. Of course, this is contingent upon the Ji family ceasing their harassment of me. If only incidents such as Comrade Ji Yun suddenly rushing before me, weeping and questioning whether I harbor any dislike for her, could be avoided." Chen Nian offered a polite smile and nodded, saying, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." In that moment, Ji Yongjun could not even muster a word of persuasion. Disgusting, a mere object, no longer to be a source of disturbance. These words filled Ji Yongjun with a mix of shame and anger. After ensuring that no third party was present, he lowered his head and hurried down the stairs. Once outside, he even lost his composure, removing his hat and clutching it in his hands. Since he assumed the role of chief of staff, even during his tenure as a regiment commander or battalion leader, he had never experienced such humiliation. He continuously rejected Chen Nian's words in his mind. Those actions were not his doing. No. They were all the result of his family's troublesome members. Little did he know, as he pushed open the door, he was met by He Hui. He Hui harbored no fondness for Chen Nian or Aunt Chen, always suspecting that their alliance was a conspiracy aimed at tarnishing her reputation. I truly gave birth to a debt collector. Had I known, I would not have kept this child. He Hui now regretted her past decisions. She should never have given birth to Chen Nian. After all, she already had 3 sons at that time. Her status was secure. Silence, silence, silence. Ji Yongjun suddenly erupted in a series of scoldings, startling not only the complaining He Hui but also Ji Yun, Ji Ming and Ji Lang, who rushed out from the inner room. Ji Yongjun had lost his temper at home before, but he had always maintained the dignity of a high-ranking leader. This display of impotent rage was a first, not just for the 3 children, but even for his partner, He Hui. Old Ji. This before He Hui could finish her sentence, Ji Yongjun's gaze was abruptly drawn to the door next to the staircase. Striding purposefully towards it, he forcefully pushed the door open. Although Chen Nian had been gone for nearly 4 months, the room had remained untouched. Once a forgotten storage space, it had not crossed He Hui's mind to clean it, especially with someone living there over the years. Thus, when Ji Yongjun opened the door, he was immediately met with a cloud of dust, prompting a series of coughs. Ironically, this was Ji Yongjun's first time entering Chen Nian's former room. It was daytime, and he recalled the house being spacious and bright, with light flooding in everywhere. Yet, this room was shrouded in darkness. A small window, no larger than a school desk, was positioned high on the wall, allowing sunlight only to illuminate the opposite wall, accentuating the mold stains that marred its surface. A bed leaned against the corner, one leg broken and propped up by a few bricks. The wardrobe doors hung askew. The room was so rudimentary it seemed to belong to an entirely different realm compared to the outside. Even during his childhood in the countryside, his family's large house had never appeared as dilapidated as this. Chapter 98. Let us see if she still recognizes you as her father. Ji Yongjun gazed at this scene, his thoughts drifting to Ji Yun's room upstairs, and feeling He Hui approaching him. He turned and confronted her. Are you aware that Chen Nian's room is in such disarray? Have you ever cared? He Hui was utterly taken aback. Why all of a sudden did she express such concern for Chen Nian's former room? Furrowing her brow, He Hui asserted with indignation, the space in our home is limited. If we tend to her needs, will we be able to live our lives? Do you have any idea how many tickets a bed costs? Moreover, it is she who chose not to speak up. From what I observe, she seems quite content living there. Surely, it is more comfortable than a den of wolves on the mountain. By the time she reached that last sentence, He Hui felt even more justified in her stance. Is it truly shabby? How many families in the countryside long to reside in a sturdy and windproof house like this? Could there even be a bed in a wolf's den? For Chen Nian, this arrangement must be quite satisfactory. Listening to He Hui's words, Ji Yongjun felt his chest heave with anger, akin to an old ox snorting with indignation. How dare you say such things? Have I not given you money? Have I not provided you with tickets? How can you treat Chen Nian so unfairly? Is she not our own flesh and blood? Previously, Ji Yongjun believed Chen Nian was merely stirring up trouble. Now his perspective shifted entirely. It must be He Hui's fault. She had shown favoritism within their home. With this realization, Ji Yongjun even managed to rationalize the logic behind it. It was precisely because of He Hui that Chen Nian felt disillusion with the Ji family. Had He Hui been more equitable and treated Chen Nian with a bit more kindness, none of these subsequent events would have transpired. All of this was entirely He Hui's fault. You foolish woman! Ji Yongjun exclaimed, pointing at He Hui, his eyes wide with rage as if he were ready to commit murder. Do you have any idea who that prominent figure is who has come to the army these past few days? Ji Yongjun's words did not particularly register with He Hui. Instead, they caught the attention of Ji Yun, who was descending the stairs. Ji Yun had been anticipating this prominent figure, her heart leaping with excitement. A faint smile gracing her lips, she believed she was concealing her emotions well, unaware that Ji Lang, who was slightly behind her, had caught sight of her fleeting smile. Ji Lang, however, did not quickly connect Ji Yongjun's words with Ji Yun's reaction. Instead, he assumed her smile was directed at He Hui's misfortune. After all, despite any conflicts between Ji Yongjun and He Hui, they had always resolved their differences privately behind closed doors. This was the first time their brothers had witnessed He Hui being so openly scolded by Ji Yongjun. Ji Lang frowned. He had never held Ji Yun in high regard, and at this moment, he found her particularly heartless. Downstairs, Ji Yongjun contemplated the minuscule distance separating him from Chan Daosheng. That if he could forge a connection with Chan Daosheng, would his future not soar to great heights? Chen Daoxing had accomplished so much yet asked for nothing in return. With so many merits and favors owed, Ji Yongjun was convinced that the higher-ups would not truly overlook Chen Daoxing's rejections. The sheer number of people coming to see Chen Daoxing was sufficient proof that those contributions and relationships were very much remembered. Even if it weren't Chen Daoxing himself, it would likely involve someone connected to him, such as Chen Nian. Had he not fallen out with Chen Nian, he would certainly have been among those benefiting from her connections. Ji Yongjun felt as though he had witnessed a sudden windfall appear before his very eyes. Before he could grasp it, that fortune took flight and vanished. That individual was Chen Nian's mentor. Chen Nian's mentor. Do you understand this clearly? Ji Yongjun uttered this last sentence through gritted teeth. He had yet to process this information. Still lost in her thoughts about why Ji Yongjun's demeanor had been so atrocious today, however, it was Ji Lang, residing upstairs, who first comprehended the profound implications of these words. The offspring of the Grand Courtyard were somewhat aware that a remarkable individual had recently graced the military district, yet the specific purpose of their visit remained shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing Ji Yongjun's remarks, Ji Lang helplessly closed his eyes, a wave of regret washing over his gaze. Had he known earlier about Chen Nian's connections? Father, are you certain? Ji Lang attempted to protest. Ji Yongjun, filled with resentment, struck the adjacent door. If I were not certain, would I utter such words at home? Why do none of you counsel your mother? After all, Chen Nian is your biological sister. In truth, every member of the Ji family bore some fault, except for Ji Yongjun himself. Ji Lang, well acquainted with his father's nature, remained silent at the side. Only Ji Ming, lacking both strength and intellect, resembled a firecracker, seemingly dismissive of Ji Yongjun's words, exclaiming, Father, does that mean we should distance ourselves from her? You have no idea how we have been ridiculed since she arrived at the courtyard. They say we have a sister who is not quite human, claiming that Chen Nian will eventually turn into a wolf. They even drag Ji Ming into questioning whether Chen Nian howls at the moon during the night. Ji Ming's disdain for Chen Nian, apart from Ji Yun's influence, also stemmed from these taunts. Hearing Ji Yongjun speak thus, Ji Ming was the first to react with indignation. What master? What master? Perhaps Chen Nian is deceiving us? Hasn't she recently been selected for some team? It is possible she came here for that reason and merely encountered Chen Nian by chance. Ji Ming was utterly unconvinced that Chen Nian could possess such good fortune. Raised by wolves in the mountains, what chance did she have to seek a master? A master? Heaven forbid she ends up with a wild boar or a monkey as her mentor. A sharp clap interrupted Ji Ming's tirade. Ji Yongjun raised his hand, his vision clouding momentarily. Given the attitudes of these family members, did he truly believe it possible to mend ties with Chen Nian? It is undoubtedly your fault. You caused chaos at home. And your sister left because of it. That moment, Ji Yongjun directed his ire towards Ji Ming. Meanwhile, Ji Lan, having stood at the doorway for an indeterminate time, had overheard much. Just as she was about to step forward, she heard Hui's anguished cry. Embracing Ji Ming, she shouted at Ji Yongjun, so she is your daughter, does she share a bond with you? Go seek her out. Let's see if she still recognizes you as her father. You dare confront Chen Nian, yet you choose to strike my son. Xiao Ming is not wrong. Who knows if Chen Nian is deliberately causing trouble? She is nothing but a vessel of malice. A wretched creature. Ji Lan, upon witnessing Ji Yongjun's demeanor, realized that the argument would only escalate, and with a sudden force, she slammed the front door. The resounding crash startled everyone present, effectively interrupting their quarrel. Enough of this. Ji Lan gazed at her tumultuous family, fully aware of the underlying cause of this discord. It was simply the realization that Chen Nian possessed capabilities beyond their wildest imaginations. In Ji Yongjun's eyes, she held a value that far exceeded that of the combined efforts of his three sons and Ji Yun. Ji Lan contemplated offering counsel, but as her gaze fell upon the room behind Ji Yongjun, a sense of despondency washed over her, robbing her of the resolve to intervene, and she ascended the stairs in silence. Passing by Ji Yun, Ji Lan found it peculiar that Ji Yun stood motionless on the staircase. Chapter 99. Suddenly, a dark and foreboding wooden muzzle protruded at this moment. Ji Yun was utterly bewildered. She began to doubt whether there was an error in her memory. That day, she distinctly heard the captain state that the person arriving was Cin Jinhua, a young officer in his 30s who was held in high regard in the southern military district and came from a respectable background. But why had it turned out to be Chen Nian's master? Could it be that Chen Nian had managed to ingratiate herself with Cin Jinhua? On what grounds? If Chen Nian could so easily achieve what she aspired to, then what had Ji Yun been toiling away at for the past few months? Even her desire to leverage the performing arts troupe as a stepping stone to find a prosperous husband seemed futile, as there were unlikely to be any suitable opportunities within the troupe. In the past, several young women in the troupe had married well, but that was facilitated by the captain's introductions. The captain of the performing arts troupe, along with several leaders and teachers, possessed valuable connections. With this thought, Ji-yoon felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Her future suddenly appeared bleak, far from the clarity she had previously envisioned. Oh heavens, where had she gone wrong? Ji-yoon gripped the stair railing tightly. Preventing herself from collapsing, she breathed rapidly, oblivious to the attention of Ji-lan and Ji-lang on her. She needed to contemplate her next steps carefully. She could not become ensnared. Absolutely not. Chen Nian was unaware of the commotion surrounding the Ji family. It was a striking national flag, red, adorned with a long sword embroidered in the same color as the stars. It was likely that the embroiderer chosen by the military had an impressive background as well. Chen Nian perceived the thread as a single color, yet through the skillful stitching, it appeared from a distance as a three-dimensional long sword. The moment Chen Nian stepped outside, Wolf's sister followed closely behind. While the golden eagle soared directly into the sky, if the golden eagle had not let out an excited call, the spectacle would have been even more imposing. After exiting the courtyard, Chen Nian, accompanied by Wolf's sister and the golden eagle, boarded a vehicle that regularly traversed between the courtyard and the military camp. A row of long benches lined the back of the vehicle, and Chen Nian, with an innate sense of propriety, seated herself at the outermost edge with the golden eagle and Wolf. Consequently, she failed to notice that inside the vehicle were not only Zhu Lian, but also the sorrowful Ji-yoon along with Ji-lan, who was also bound for the military camp. Had Chen Nian seen them, she would likely have found it peculiar that the siblings Ji-lan and Ji-yoon were not seated together. Moreover, it appeared that Ji-lan had boarded first, taking a seat in the far corner, while others gradually followed, including Ji-yoon and Zhu Lian. The vehicle's canopy was covered with a rain tarp, providing shade but also obscuring the view within, making it unsurprising that the passengers failed to recognize one another amidst the crowd. Chen Nian had no idea whether Lin Honghua recognized her, but she cautiously approached. Chen Nian held one in each arm, not wanting to instill fear in the other passengers. It was not her first time bringing Wolf's sister and the golden eagle on a vehicle. The passengers were somewhat aware of the relationship between Chen Nian and Chan Daosheng, and they knew that both the wolf and the eagle were brought to the courtyard at Chan Daosheng's behest. Thus, even if they harbored grievances, they refrained from voicing them. The people in the courtyard were quite puzzled in this day and age, who dared to act so brazenly. The more Chan Daosheng disregarded constraints, the more palpable their speculations and fears became. Some even began to suspect that Chan Daosheng had a formidable backing. Chen Nian recognized Lin Honghua, though she was unaware of the latter's name. Lin Honghua, perceiving that Chen Nian bore no animosity, smiled gently and said, "I apologize for my previous actions. I understand that some things cannot simply be erased with an apology, but that I have reflected on my behavior over the past few days. Was it truly right for us to mock Chen Nian when we knew nothing of her circumstances? Nonetheless, I feel compelled to express my regret, for my conscience would be troubled otherwise. Whether you choose to accept my apology is entirely up to you. I will not press the matter." Fearing that Chen Nian might misinterpret her intentions, Lin Honghua hastily elaborated. Chen Nian merely nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that she understood, yet refrained from uttering words of forgiveness. Lin Honghua was not taken aback by this response. Knowing how poorly they had treated Chen Nian in the past, she considered Chen Nian's attitude to be entirely reasonable. Putting herself in Chen Nian's shoes, Lin Honghua recognized that she might not exhibit such forbearance. "Chen Nian, you must be cautious of Ji-yoon," Lin Honghua whispered. However, due to the raucous noise in the vehicle and the occasional creaking sounds it made, her warning went unheard by those seated nearby. "Save for Chen Nian, that I cannot fathom why she harbors such animosity towards you. Logically, she should feel remorse instead." Lin Honghua found this perplexing, as she had always perceived Ji-yoon to be a commendable individual. She felt somewhat hypocritical for thinking so. Having inflicted harm upon another, did she truly believe that kindness would erase past grievances? Chen Nian dismissed Lin Honghua's musings and emotional turmoil. After all, they had only met a handful of times. Meanwhile, the passengers in the vehicle awaited their arrival at the military district. Some were accompanying their children to see their husbands, while others were there for business, predominantly those nursing injuries. The number of occupants in the vehicle was modest, with only around 10 individuals present. The journey to the barracks necessitated traversing a desolate stretch of land, once a battlefield where many had perished. Consequently, no one dared to construct homes in that area, and it became customary to bury the deceased there. Over time, it had transformed into a veritable graveyard. The distance between the military base and the nearest village was considerable. Although the road had previously been barren, it had not been this jarring. Chen Nian grasped the rope connecting the truck bed to the rain tarp. repeatedly hearing the jarring sound of the golden eagle's claws scraping against the truck bed. I cannot endure this any longer. I feel nauseous that I am prone to motion sickness as it is. What on earth is happening? Impatience grew among the passengers as someone tapped on the driver's compartment, urging the driver to maintain steadiness, for some were truly on the verge of losing their lunch. The rain tarp covered the truck bed, creating a semi-open space that in an instant, the cabin was permeated by an unpleasant and indescribable odor. Chen Nian managed to keep her composure while supporting the golden eagle and the wolf cub. Yet, her peripheral vision caught a glimmering object. With heightened alertness, she followed the reflection and saw a dark, ominous barrel protruding from the grass by the roadside. "Get down! Everyone get down!" Chen Nian's heart raced as she shouted, swiftly pulling the golden eagle and the wolf cub down into the truck bed. Chapter 100. Do not forget, you are still a soldier. As Chen Nian's voice echoed, the sound of gunfire erupted. The occupants of the vehicle erupted into a cacophony of screams, amidst which could be heard a voice exclaiming, "Someone has been shot!" In that moment, cries for help and shrieks filled the air incessantly. The sound of gunfire continued to reverberate, though it was evident that the individual firing the weapon felt assured of victory. As the shots now seemed intended merely to instill fear, she caught sight of a singular firearm, yet the echoes of gunfire emanated from all directions. Chen Nian patted the head of Wolf Sister and gestured to Golden Eagle, instructing them to remain in place for the time being, before swiftly crawling towards the rear of the vehicle. The individuals in the cargo area were unarmed. The only person who might possess a weapon was the driver in the cabin. However, upon Chen Nian's arrival, she was intercepted by an individual. Just as Chen Nian was about to take action, a familiar voice reached her ears that they've been shot. The assailants had initially targeted the occupants of the driver's cabin. That comrade, unarmed, had sustained injuries and barely managed to halt the vehicle. Jilan was not merely relying on his family background to establish himself within the military. He had swiftly assessed the precarious situation they found themselves in, which was decidedly unfavorable. Moreover, who was audacious enough to ambush a military vehicle so close to their forces? Chen Nian cast a glance at Jilan, recalling that in her previous life, he had indeed distinguished himself among the Ji family's 3 brothers. Trusting Jilan's military acumen, Chen Nian replied, "You must reassure the people in the vehicle." With that said, she turned to crawl away. Jilan had actually taken note of her presence as she boarded the vehicle. For Wolf Sister and Golden Eagle were undeniably hard to overlook. Grasping Chen Nian's arm, he warned her gravely, "It is perilous. Do not act recklessly." "I understand," Chen Nian responded calmly, her gaze fixed on the rain tarp above, now perforated by a bullet. "If we remain inactive, they will encircle the vehicle. At that point, there will be no opportunity for rashness. We would merely be waiting to be caught like fish in a barrel." The instant the gunfire erupted, Chen Nian swiftly discerned the source of the shots, then whistled a command. Golden Eagle surged into the sky, diving moments later towards one of the assailants. As all attention shifted to Golden Eagle, Chen Nian and Wolf Sister quickly exited the vehicle, deftly slipping into the roadside underbrush. They promptly located the initial firing position that Chen Nian had discovered. Bending low, she covered the mouth of one assailant with one hand while striking their temple with the other, only releasing them once she sensed their struggles had ceased. Casting the individual aside, she retrieved the firearm beside them, checked the ammunition, and continued to maneuver swiftly through the foliage while emitting sharp whistles. Golden Eagle was tasked with pinpointing their location from above, while Chen Nian and Wolf Sister executed a flanking maneuver below. The ambushers appeared taken aback by the unexpected counterattack. Moreover, Golden Eagle not only diverted their attention but also posed a genuine threat. The speed of Golden Eagle's descent was astonishing. The assailants, with their meager shooting skills, could scarcely aim at the avian predator. It was even conceivable that as Golden Eagle descended, the bullets fired could inadvertently strike their own comrades instead. Already wounded by Golden Eagle's claws, they now faced the additional peril of being shot. The synergy between Wolf Sister and Chen Nian was nothing short of seamless. The Wolf Sister lunged forward, while Chen Nian swiftly executed a series of finishing blows, rapidly dispatching the majority of those concealed within the thicket. Inside the vehicle, Jilan observed Chen Nian's silhouette intermittently emerging from the underbrush. Concerned for Chen Nian's safety, and noting a significant decrease in enemy fire, he promptly rose to seek her out. However, before he could reach the edge of the truck bed, a figure suddenly lunged at Jilan, gripping him tightly. "Big brother, I'm scared." Jiyun trembled, clutching Jilan's hand, her voice quivering. "Please don't go, I'm frightened." Just as he prepared to comfort Jiyun, he still felt the urge to assist Chen Nian. Only by neutralizing the ambushers could they truly achieve safety. "Big brother, they have guns." Jiyun seemed oblivious to the fact that she was clinging to the only 2 individuals in the vehicle. aside from Chen Nian and the wounded driver, capable of matching the adversaries in combat. With tear-filled eyes, she shook her head vehemently. Big brother, please don't go. Zhu Lian, entirely disregarding Chen Nian's plight, instead urged Ji Lan. Brother Ji, let us stay with Xiao Yun for now. She is genuinely terrified. The person who was just shot was right beside her, and the bullet nearly struck her. Ji Lan's burgeoning frustration was swiftly overshadowed by the gravity of Ji Yun's near injury, prompting him to ask urgently, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Ji Yun weakly shook her head. "No, it's just that they look so frightening. Big brother, please don't go. It will only worry our parents. I see that Chen Nian can handle it alone. She's quite formidable." Zhu Lian scoffed, recalling the golden eagle that had soared moments ago and the wolf sister that had almost simultaneously leapt from the vehicle, seamlessly merging into the underbrush with both a wolf and an eagle at her disposal. If Chen Nian could not manage this, it would indeed be a disservice to the many who had praised her. How could Ji Lan possibly accept such remarks? While Chen Nian was out there risking her life, Zhu Lian chose to engage in idle chatter. "Zhu Lian, mind your words," Ji Lan snapped, showing no leniency towards Ji Yun. "Do not forget, you are still a soldier." Zhu Lian's expression froze, unable to meet Ji Lan's gaze. Meanwhile, in the thicket, Chen Nian had already dispatched several adversaries. She had not been here long. Her last recollection was of this area being designated for urban development, eventually transforming into a well-known residential community in the capital. However, the expanse of this wild grassland was vast, allowing one to conceal themselves effectively, unless one was akin to the golden eagle, soaring above to observe, then diving down to identify a target. Each step Chen Nian took was measured with caution. To this point, she had yet to use a firearm. The dagger was procured from the man she had struck at the temple earlier. "Wolf sister, scout the surroundings for any remaining foes," Chen Nian commanded. Signaling for the golden eagle to descend slowly rising, she surveyed the overgrown grass that reached her waist, ensuring no further ambushes lay in wait before approaching the vehicle. It seemed relatively secure. Chen Nian remained vigilant, gripping the firearm tightly, and attentively surveyed the area, instructing those inside the vehicle, "You may exit slowly. The driver has been shot. Who will assist him down?" Chapter 101. How about this? I will become your hostage. Without heeding Ji Yun's protests, Ji Lan was the first to disembark. "Big brother," Ji Yun exclaimed, then swiftly grasped Zhu Lian's arm. "Lian, do you think that I am holding you back?" Ji Yun had not anticipated Chen Nian's formidable prowess. When the results of the selection process were announced, she had speculated that perhaps some had underestimated Chen Nian simply because she was a woman, and had thus shown leniency during the competition. After all, Ji Yun had not witnessed a single match that Chen Nian participated in. Zhu Lian, having previously faced Chen Nian, was well aware of her capabilities and harbored no concerns about her facing adversity. He even found the time to comfort Ji Yun. "Not at all. We know Ji Lan's temperament well. He believes everything is his responsibility." Ji Yun nodded, uncertain whether she truly believed him. Ever since discovering that the influential figure was not as she had imagined, and following the tumultuous disputes within the Ji family regarding Chen Nian's relationship with Chen Daosheng, Ji Yun came to a stark realization. To attain a better life, she must rely solely on herself. The Ji family was no longer a dependable ally, but she could utilize them as a stepping stone. The most reliable option before her was Zhu Lian. However, Ji Yun would not entrust her future entirely into Zhu Lian's hands. Both Zhu Lian and the Ji family served as mere platforms. The difference lay in the fact that the Ji family was a long-term platform, while Zhu Lian could serve both as a long-term and a one-time stepping stone. Ultimately, everything hinged on Zhu Lian's worth. Outside the vehicle, Ji Lan cast a complex gaze at the armed Chen Nian, just as he was about to inquire if she needed assistance. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the front of the car. Chen Nian, oblivious to Ji Lan's presence, dashed to the front. A burly man had a knife pressed against a child's chest, gripping the child's neck. "Where are the ones who ambushed my brother? Show yourselves. Otherwise, I will stab this little brat." The child screamed in terror, and upon hearing this, the child's mother fainted, her eyes rolling back in fright. The moment Chen Nian appeared, the burly man noticed the wolf at her feet, instantly realizing that it was Chen Nian who had incapacitated all his comrades in the grass. "You kill the wolf at your feet and the birds in the sky, or I will end this child's life." The man's eyes glinted with malice, and he pressed the knife down slightly, causing blood to seep onto the child's cloth shirt. Eliciting gasps from onlookers, Chen Nian recognized the woman assisting the child's mother. She was Wang Yuejuan's wife. Aware of Chen Nian's abilities, the opposing party, though formidable, whispered a warning as they drew closer to her. Observing the trembling child, whose tears flowed freely, and the unconscious woman beside him, Chen Nian tightened her grip on the wooden gun, addressing the burly man. You and your brothers lie in ambush on this road, wielding a wooden gun to harm others. Oh, you even comprehend the nature of your actions? The burly man bellowed in a fierce voice. I don't give a damn. I'm targeting military personnel. If you don't make a move, I will. He discerned that these two beasts were aiding the woman before him. Otherwise, his brothers would not have suffered such a significant loss. Let's talk this out. You appear to be a man of stature. What is the point of threatening a child? Chen Nian calculated the time it would take for the military personnel to arrive. The sound of the wooden gun being cocked is rather loud, and typically, personnel are stationed nearby to patrol the area, primarily to prevent audacious individuals from engaging in covert actions and stealing intelligence. Young people might perceive this as an overreaction. In truth, the vigilance against espionage has been unwavering since the founding of the nation. The enemy's petty maneuvers have never ceased, and resistance and retaliation are, of course, ongoing. Based on previous patterns, it is estimated that in approximately 10 minutes, the troops will arrive. What Chen Nian must do is to stabilize this hulking man and protect the child within that time frame. Perhaps it would be better for me to offer myself as a hostage. Chen Nian lowered the wooden gun cradled in his arms, soothing Lang Mei and Jin Jiao, and then raised both hands. Slowly approaching the burly man, the child's mother had fainted, and among the occupants of the vehicle, few were acquainted with them. As Chen Nian advanced a few steps, the burly man immediately retreated, increasing the distance while warily fixating on Chen Nian. Don't move. I haven't agreed to anything. Chen Nian halted his movements but maintained his hands raised, patting his thighs and waist, saying, Look, I'm unarmed. The child too does not know whose family member they are. If you insist on having a hostage, why not choose me instead? Have you heard of the prominent figure who recently arrived with the troops? He is my master, and I am his sole disciple, the one destined to care for him in his old age. By elevating his own status, Chen Nian simultaneously enhances his worth as a hostage. Since you and your comrades have chosen to lie in wait here to ambush the military convoy, you must be acutely aware that the troops will soon arrive. Even if I were to slay Lang and Jin Jiao, you would not escape. At this moment, the burly man's face glistened with sweat, a testament to his tension. Chen Nian's words rang true. During their planning, several brothers had insisted that this operation must be swift. Initially, everything had gone smoothly. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable bird, along with Chen Nian and Lang, catching them off guard? They had not even had the chance to react before Jin Jiao located them, followed by Chen Nian and Lang, who together incapacitated each one of them. The burly man realized he needed to leave quickly. However, the thought of those brothers he could not take with him fueled his desire to seize a child in retribution. Is revenge truly more important than survival? Chen Nian gently coaxed, observing that the burly man remained unmoved, and turned to the individuals behind him. Toss me a rope. Some were puzzled, yet others acted faster than their thoughts. Instinctively tossing a strip of cloth, Chen Nian deftly caught it and swiftly bound his hands, tightening the knots with his teeth, then displaying it to the burly man. Is this satisfactory? If you are still not at ease, then go ahead and act. Just await capture, as I anticipate we shall meet again shortly. All right. At this moment, the burly man no longer entertained thoughts of vengeance. Chen Nian was right. Survival outweighed revenge by far. He had yet to truly experience life. He could not afford to lose it here. Although the knife had been moved away from the child's heart, the man's grip on the child's neck remained firm. With the blade pointed at Chen Nian, Come here, and no one else is allowed to move, including those two beasts. Rest assured. Chen Nian slowly approached, asserting they will absolutely not move. My life is far more valuable than yours. The burly man twitched the muscles of his face, revealing a menacing demeanor. The moment Chen Nian drew closer, the man lunged forward, seizing her by the neck, while a knife was pressed firmly against her chest, delivering a forceful kick towards the child. Your life is indeed more important than mine, he sneered coldly, but we shall see who lives longer. He had already devised a plan. Once he successfully utilized Chen Nian to escape, he intended to take her life with him, for how could he face the brothers who had fallen into the hands of the military otherwise? Chapter 102. You should prevent your wolf from killing him. From the moment Chen Nian contemplated substituting herself as a hostage, she surmised this man would not relent in sparing her. Yet, this was of little consequence. With her hands bound before her, and hearing the man's threats from behind, she chuckled softly. Is that so? The man was momentarily taken aback, still processing her words when she unexpectedly seized his knife-wielding hand, twisting his wrist forcefully until he was compelled to release his grip. In that instant, Chen Nian propelled her head backward, emitting a wolf-like howl. The wolf sister immediately surged forward, followed closely by the golden eagle. Previously in the thicket, the wolf sister would simply pounce on foes, allowing Chen Nian to render them unconscious. However, this burly man sought to harm Chen Nian. Although the wolf sister could not comprehend human speech, she could discern when Chen Nian was safe and when she was under threat. Thus, the wolf sister wasted no time, opening her jaws wide to bite into the man's throat. The golden eagle had no opportunity to intervene. The man let out a scream before succumbing to silence. Chen Nian did not hinder the wolf sister. She harbored no concerns regarding leaving witnesses. There were still several others hidden within the grass. For this burly man, his failure to be detected by Chen Nian and the wolf sister stemmed solely from his proximity to the front of the vehicle, preventing them from reaching him in time. Had he been more astute, he would have sought an escape upon realizing the plan had faltered. Yet, he chose to remain out of a sense of loyalty. While camaraderie is admirable, foolishness is equally evident. Though the wolf sister's size did not rival that of her brother, she had perfectly inherited their mother's intelligence in just a few short days, coupled with their experiences along the way. The wolf sister had begun to grasp the concept that this place only permitted her to lie down. Biting and barking were not acceptable. However, today she could no longer restrain herself, rushing forth to sever the man's windpipe. After executing this act, the wolf sister let out a howl, obediently sitting beside Chen Nian, though it would have been preferable had the fur around her mouth not been stained with blood. Jilan was the first to approach, helping the child who had been kicked to the roadside, examining him before addressing those nearby. Find something to stabilize him. This child's ribs are fractured. Milan. Wang Yuejuan's wife immediately entrusted the unconscious child's mother to others for care and stepped forward to assist the injured child. Only then did Jilan have the opportunity to approach Chen Nian. Glancing at the lifeless burly man on the ground, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "You should have prevented your wolf from killing him." Jilan shook his head disapprovingly, saying, "I understand you grew up in the mountains, but you are now in society. You must that I do not believe there is anything wrong with this." Chen Nian interjected. Chen Nian interrupted Jilan, unwilling to hear his ramblings. "The wolf sister cares for me and worries about me, which is why she acted this way. Prior to this, she had been suppressing her nature." Jilan, have you never encountered someone you cared about facing danger? Chen Nian felt no sorrow. She had always been aware that there was no blood relation between her and the Ji family. Although Jilan was her biological brother, there were no emotional ties. After her rebirth, she had never considered how her potential misfortune might cause him distress. After all, it was Jilan who, in her past life, had cooperated in deceiving her and forcibly placed her on the operating table. If trouble truly arose, it would not implicate him. He could rest assured. Jilan instinctively wanted to clarify that this was not his intention. The wolf sister had killed the burly man in front of so many people present. There were no murmurs about Chen Nian's ruthlessness, as everyone was still in shock. However, once they regained their composure, they would perceive that the wolf she commanded was a creature that attacked indiscriminately, capable of killing without leaving any room for mercy. Yet, as Jilan listened to Chen Nian's words, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He could sense that Chen Nian was genuinely indifferent. The concerns that occupied his mind seemed trivial to her. Chen Nian was not worried about Jilan's thoughts but rather about the incident itself. The audacity of these individuals to ambush near the military district and to wield firearms was troubling. In truth, Chen Nian harbored a hint of suspicion, though she dared not voice it. The only peculiar activities recently conducted by the Beijing military district involved the assignments undertaken by Wen Di and his team. Could it be that something had gone awry on their end? Chen Nian did not delve deeper into her thoughts but awaited the arrival of the military personnel as anticipated. Within a few minutes, 2 squads armed with weapons approached briskly. Chen Nian untied the ropes binding her hands, stepped forward to salute, and recounted the events that had transpired in detail, while also enlisting the help of the wolf sister and the golden eagle to extract the unconscious individuals from the underbrush. Aside from the first person Chen Nian had disarmed, who sustained a more severe injury due to a blow to the temple, the others began to regain consciousness under the ministrations of the golden eagle and the wolf sister. Upon awakening and seeing the wolf sister's bloodied mouth, the more timid among them screamed and fainted once more. Chen Nian, impressive. No wonder old Wang praises you at home. You truly are a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. Ma Lan had already arranged for the injured to be taken away, especially the young soldier who had been shot and the child with a fractured bone. There were also many injuries among those in the truck. During the chaos, the vehicle had jolted several times, and in their panic, some had twisted their ankles while others had sustained injuries from falling inside. Milan had expended considerable effort merely attending to these individuals. At that moment she felt fortunate that Chen Nian, along with the wolf sister and the golden eagle, was present. Otherwise, the fate of everyone in that truck would have been uncertain. Who could predict whether those assailants would rush to the vehicle and open fire? If that were the case, there would be no survivors. Emma Lan patted her chest, still trembling with fear. I truly cannot fathom where this gang originated. They are exceedingly brutal to be so audacious near a military district. It appears they are deliberately provoking us. Just wait and see. There will surely be significant repercussions from the military. Chen Nian nodded in agreement, and the events unfolding here swiftly drew the attention of the high-ranking officials in the military district. Wang Yuejun in particular slammed his fist on the table, insisting on a thorough investigation. That it was no laughing matter. His wife was in the vehicle. After all, were it not for Chen Nian, it would have been uncertain how this situation could have been resolved. As for the conduct of Ji Lan and Zhu Lian in the car, everyone with eyes could discern the truth. Ji Lan's behavior was somewhat acceptable, whereas Zhu Lian's unwavering presence beside Ji Yun soon became a topic of discussion within the military district. Those with a modicum of sense could not openly express disdain for Zhu Lian's actions, yet privately they certainly disapproved. Was it the case that only Ji Yun required protection, while the others were deemed unworthy? Zhu Kuei learned of this incident and, in a fit of anger, whipped Zhu Lian with a belt at home. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Once Chen Nian clarified the situation, military personnel naturally took over the investigation and interrogation. As for the individual who had been killed by the wolf girl, there was truly no sympathy to be found, nor did anyone believe that Chen Nian's actions were in any way improper. This was the 1970s, a mere moment after the cessation of hostilities. Both the military and the common folk were still imbued with a sense of valor, while daily life might have been relatively peaceful. Now that tensions were high, pondering whether taking a life was excessively ruthless was indeed a case of overthinking, Chen Nian bore no psychological burden. Equipped with a lunchbox filled with meat, he summoned the wolf girl and the golden eagle to commence training on the military grounds.